I have always made bad choices in life. Bad choices when it comes to friends, bad choices when it comes to cars, bad choices when it comes to restaurants. I can't count the times I've gotten food poisoning. You would think I would just learn my lesson and stop eating out. My latest series of bad choices landed me a job. I don't want to recall what got me here, but I'm a mailman now. My uniform arrived in the mail. It's a soft blue color that's dark gray and yet a light tone at once. It's pretty comfy, and they tossed in a nice bomber-style jacket. Having a job handed to you might be a nice thing. I should be thankful. But this job was dangerous, and I would die if I refused it. I was standing in front of an office building where I had been told my training would be held. A blank swipe card to get inside the building came with my uniform. I was pacing, putting off going inside. Even though the morning was chilly, I was sweating. I did not want to go inside. I did not want to start this job, though. I feared what would happen to me if I ditched. Gathering all my courage, I swiped the card and went through the now unlocked door. Regret filled my chest when the door closed, locking behind me. The room I was standing inside was pretty bare, off-white walls and off-white carpet. Fluorescent lights hummed away above. The room was empty aside from a woman sitting at a fold-out table. She didn't even look up to greet me. She just kept her eyes glued to a magazine she flipped through, looking very bored. I walked up to her, sweat still sticking my shirt to my back. She still didn't look at me. Instead, she sat, chin in her hand, snapping at her gum. I started, then found it suddenly impossible to speak. Her eyes darted up at me, and I took a step back in spite of myself. She looked like a pretty receptionist you could find anywhere. Aside from her yellow eyes and a mouth that was far too long for her face.
Your partner is going to be here in a second. Got any smokes?
She asked me in a raspy voice. I shook my head, and she lost any interest in me. I was hired as a mailman, but if I was a normal mailman, I would only have to worry about bad road conditions and mean dogs. This was not at all a normal job. The mail I was going to deliver was going to supernatural creatures. I know it's a silly idea. I guess Bigfoot gets mail sometimes. Who knew?
Knock, knock.
I raised my head to the voice and the knocking sound on the other side of the room. A door I hadn't noticed yet opened, and out peeked the head of who I thought to be my new work partner. I kind of didn't like the person who would cheerfully say knock, knock before opening a door. This guy might be too much for me to handle. He didn't notice from my frown, and he smiled over to us. He was wearing the same uniform as me, but it fit much differently. He was at least 7 feet tall and built like a tank. He covered the distance to us quickly, taking my hand in both of his in an excited shake. His kind, smiling face did not at all match the intimidating body of his. While he shook my hand, I could not take my eyes off the top of his head. I had to strain my neck to see, but my mind refused to process it. This big, strong man had dog ears. Fluffy, sandy, brown dog ears standing up on the top of his head. Scruffy hair covered where normal human ears should be. I finally tore my eyes away to notice other details about him. The mental shock of seeing such cute ears on a tall, buff man made me not notice his legs. His uniform pants had been rolled up to the knee to accommodate dog-shaped legs. They were covered in the same sandy brown fur of his ears. His paws had claws that looked big and sharp enough to cut bricks in half, so not as cute as his ears. His teeth also looked terribly sharp. His hands were human enough, but his nails ended in claws. He was being very careful not to nick me during our handshake. I knew my new coworker wasn't going to be human, but I wasn't expecting, well, this.
You're a dog?
I asked, not being able to stop myself.
What's a dog?
His smile never faded, and he looked so honest in his question I almost laughed. The woman snapped her gum so loudly it made both of us look at her and then get down to business. Or at least try to.
I'm...
My partner said his name, but because he wasn't human, his name was not meant for humans to say. It sounded like a garble of growls, and after a few minutes of me trying to repeat it, we realized it just wasn't possible.
Rufus.
the woman said, not looking up at us.
Oh, right, my human name is Rufus. You're Toby, right? I'm glad to be working with you.
Rufus said with a big smile. If his teeth weren't so sharp, it would be a nice expression.
His type is the one of only kind that is alright working with humans. Here, you need to deliver this letter to Mr. Chatter.
As she spoke, she took a red envelope from under her magazine for Rufus to take. The tall man thanked her and safely tucked the envelope away into his jacket. He was ready to go. I wasn't. I was still a little confused about the whole thing. Rufus noticed my expression and smiled again, trying to look friendly.
We're going through the maze today,
he started.
The maze?
I asked slowly. To get ready for my odd job, I had spent the last couple weeks reading up on cryptids, supernatural things, and any other kind of information along those lines. I didn't believe in most of it, but with a dog man in front of me, I should really start reconsidering what I believed. In those hours of looking, I didn't come across anything called the maze before.
How to describe it? It's, a lot of the same rooms. It has 2 floors, so to speak. The light floor that is just a bunch of rooms and hallways, and the dark second floor. I think different versions of this place appear for different people, but we're going to an easy, safer version of it. We'll be sticking to the first floor because you are human. The maze may be tough on you. Your uniform protects you from most things. The monsters on the first floor won't attack you or really be able to see you. Mr. Chatter is on the first floor. He might look scary, but is really friendly. Oh, right, you're human, so maybe not. Anyway, what I'm trying to say is you shouldn't worry because we're mailmen. The whole don't shoot the messenger applies to us.
I know Rufus was trying to be friendly and ease my worries about my new job and where we were going, and I had been pretty stressed about the whole thing. The small amount I heard where we were headed, I didn't like it at all. I should be really worrying about what fresh hell I was walking into. However, I got distracted. Rufus turned a little when he was speaking, and I caught a glimpse of it. He had a tail. I couldn't handle that. It was a curved, fluffy thing that was too damn cute. I wanted to scream. This man looked like he could eat a tank for breakfast, and he had the nerve to have a cute, fluffy tail. I could not deal with the juxtaposition of his tough appearance and cute tail. Pick one or the other. You can't have both. I hated it. He misread my expression as still being worried. He slapped a large, comforting hand on my shoulder and laughed.
You'll do fine. With my nose, we won't get lost. Just don't interact with any other humans you find lost inside. Your job is to deliver mail, not to save humans. We get in a lot of trouble if we go outside our job duties, but you're doing great already. You already took one step inside the maze, so what's a few more?
I nearly jumped and looked around the empty room. It felt odd. Even so, I didn't think I had walked into a supernatural area.
This is part of the maze?
I asked, still looking around.
We call them zero rooms. It's a neutral area for meetings. They can be controlled when they appear and who can be allowed inside. It's pretty neat.
I didn't share Rufus's excitement. I guess he was right. I had already taken a few steps into this world and had a big man to protect me. Human or not, I might be all right. I followed behind Rufus into the door on the other side of the room. Before we left, Rufus turned to address the woman behind us.
Please pick up some eggs for dinner tonight,
he called out to her. When I looked at him, confused, he gave me a kind smile.
She's my daughter, 3rd marriage.
I did a triple take. Those two couldn't possibly be related. I didn't have time to ask about it. We were through the door and inside the so-called maze. All my fear came back and crashing down. The place looked very much like a bigger version of the room we had been inside moments before. I turned to look behind us, seeing the door we came inside had disappeared. No turning back now. The first few rooms I could see into had the same off-white wallpaper. Where the floor was hardwood someone dumped white paint over. It looked like the rooms just kept going, but a few rooms in, the poorly painted wood turned into carpet. I followed behind my new coworker, looking around, straining to hear anything. I thought creatures would be around, and I really didn't want to run into them, protected by my uniform or not. I suddenly wondered what that meant. The fabric really didn't feel extra durable or thick. I didn't think it would save me if anything with claws decided to make me a meal. I decided to ask a little more about the job I had been forced into.
So,
How do these uniforms work?
Oh,
Rufus looked over at me with his friendly face. This guy really was like an excited dog.
they're really special. I don't understand how the process of how they're made, but I heard each has some of the Silver King's hair in it, so it's like super tough. What's a good example for a human? Like a bulletproof vest? If you were shot, you won't even feel it. It also keeps some lesser creatures that would do you harm from even being able to see you. That doesn't mean you're invincible, though. There are some creatures that can tear through the uniforms, but it's your first day. You won't come across them. I hope.
The last bit was said so softly I almost didn't hear him. I had met the Silver King, and he was the reason why I stuck with this damn job, but he was a big deal in the supernatural world. It was a bad idea to drop his name, and I really didn't want to think back to how we met. I sort of understood how the uniforms worked now. Even with the comforting idea of a god-level bulletproof vest, I was still scared walking around the horrible place we were in. As we walked, I saw that the walls had marked spots, messages from people who had gotten lost. They used whatever they could to write them, from what I guessed was nail polish to scratching away at the wallpaper. I hadn't heard any signs of life beyond the carpet-muffled sound of our own footsteps, and without any other noise to cover it, the oddly disconcerting hum of the lights above. Rufus clearly knew where he was going, even though everything looked the same. But as we kept walking, I started to see more messages and stains on the ground I feared was dried blood. I didn't want to think about who, or what, left those stains behind. I stopped in front of one wall with frantic writing in a faded Sharpie. It was a name and address. That was all. I don't know why it got me to stop. There were plenty of names written, and we passed by many old pleas for help. I couldn't help but wonder about the people who had died here, or who was still lost, and their loved ones who were waiting for them to come home. I had my phone in my pocket. Without realizing, I had taken it out to take a photo of the message I was staring at.
It's best if you don't.
I froze when I heard Rufus speak. There was sudden tension between us. He was telling the truth. It's best if I don't let myself go down the route of trying to find what was lost. Nothing good could come of it. I turned off my phone and returned it to my pocket. I think he felt bad for making it awkward. He kept darting his eyes back at me, clearly trying to think of something to say.
You know, things have changed a lot since I last came by. Because this place adjusts to humans' expectations, it's never the same twice. Two people could be right next to each other but seeing something different. The last time I was here, it smelled so much of chemicals and bleach, it was hard to get around, but now it's pretty nice. I can understand why creatures have been moving here recently. Lots of space, free food.
Rufus was trying to fill the silence by chatting away. When he mentioned the free food part, he gestured to a stand on the floor we had just walked by. We had been walking by an increasing amount of them. The one he nodded his head towards looked fresher than the others had. I looked up at him, face twisted in horror over what he was implying.
I keep forgetting you're human. That was very insensitive of me.
We decided to walk in silence after that. I just wanted to find whatever Mr. Chatter was and get out of there. Even though we didn't see any bodies, it was becoming very clear people had died in this space. I hadn't heard or seen anything, and Rufus hadn't named a big bad monster to look out for. So what was killing these people, taking their bodies and leaving their belongings behind? I walked around the copper-colored stains on the ground, but found it slowly get harder to walk around them. I really didn't want us to get to the point where the floor was entirely that dried blood color. I soon found out I didn't have any choice. Because I had my phone turned off, I didn't have any idea how much time had passed. It felt like we walked for at least an hour, getting deeper into the endless twists and turns. To my surprise, we came across a door. I had very much hoped we arrived where we needed to deliver the envelope. It was not meant to be. We still had some walking ahead of us. Rufus stopped in front of the door and paused before opening it. He looked down at me, his expression deep in thought.
Do you know any songs?
It was such a weird question out of the blue. Still, I should just go along. He'd said he'd keep me safe in this strange place.
Maybe. Why?
I looked around, trying to see any changes. We were still alone, surrounded by traces of death.
This room might be a bit upsetting for people who not have adjusted to certain smells. I find singing distracts me enough to get through it. Well, doing two things at once is hard for me. Not sure about your kind, though.
Rufus really seemed like the type to not be good at multitasking. It was nice of him to take my newness to the job into consideration and warn me ahead of time. I didn't know if singing would help, and I honestly was embarrassed to sing in front of anyone. I still should trust him and at least try, but damn my brain for not functioning in that moment. The only song I could think of was one from an old animated movie I watched to death in my childhood. I didn't remember the name of the movie. For some reason, my brain decided to only remember the song. It was a short one. I felt my face flush from embarrassment. There was no way I was going to sing in this situation. I had thought Rufus was a dumb, yet nice guy. Still, with a method unknown to myself, he not only convinced me to sing, but we went through the short song twice. I was surprised he was smart enough to remember the lyrics after hearing it once. It made me feel a little bit prepared for whatever was behind that door. Rufus didn't pause in his singing when he opened the door and the smell hit us. My stomach fluttered as I started to feel queasy, but oddly enough, the singing helped. I took one step into the room and all the willpower drained from me completely. The room was small. It would only take me 10 steps to get to the other side and the door. Those few steps were too much for me. The entire room had been soaked with blood. I could almost handle the rotting smell, but the added sense of the sight made my entire body freeze. Because the room was the same color, I hadn't noticed the shape vaguely resembling a person at first. It was a mass of gore, and if I squinted, I could make out human features like limbs and a head. I didn't want to squint. I didn't want to look. I squeezed my eyes shut and took one step forwards. Rufus was still singing on the other side, so if I followed his voice, I would be fine. The mass of gore was in the corner. I wouldn't trip on it if I just walked straight towards my coworker. I tried to join into the song, but only managed a weak few words. So far, I hadn't been in any actual danger. I hadn't seen any creatures aside from Rufus. He did his best to comfort me and tell me how even if something did attack me, I would be safe. Even knowing all that, I couldn't handle that room. Every step I took made my skin crawl and my stomach turn. The blood stuck to my shoes, and when I stepped down, my foot slid a little on the soaking wet floor. My hands started to shake and I shoved them in my pocket, trying to hide how scared I was. Hey, let's go. Hey, let's go. I muttered to myself the part of the song. Between my voice and Rufus's, I heard another small whisper coming from behind me. So small I didn't think I had heard anything at first. Help. That thing in the corner couldn't be alive. Nothing could be alive in that room. I was stressed out and hearing things. I raised my voice trying to drown it out, but it trembled. I'm happy as can be. Help! From how close Rufus sounded, I knew I was only a step or two from out of this nightmare room. I froze again when I felt something brush against my ankle. Slowly, fingers wrapped around just where my pant leg stopped. The grip was weak. Every nerve in my body was set on edge as I felt something wet soak through my sock from where the hand grabbed me. I heard that plea for help once more. With a burst of strength, I shot out of the room, kicking off whatever had taken a hold of me. I heard Rufus close the door. I collapsed against the wall, shaking violently, and tears threatened to fall. I curled up, head on my knees, trying to calm myself down. So what if my uniform was magic and could protect me from bullets? I wasn't being protected from any mental trauma from this place. Rufus was nice enough to not say anything to me as I collected myself. I bet he would have given me as much time as I needed. However, we were on a time limit I wasn't aware of.
The red envelopes are time sensitive. If we don't deliver them fast enough, they explode. Your uniform would protect you, but it might destroy the room we're in and cause you to be lost somewhere between rooms. So, it's best if we get going. I swear we're really close. Only 2 more rooms.
Staring at my now bloody sneakers, it took everything I had to stand back up. Only 2 more rooms. I had to do this to get the hell out of there. To my surprise, I found our surroundings back to normal. Well, as normal as this place gets. The walls had gone back to the bare off-white without writings or stains. If it stayed like that, I could handle 2 more rooms. True to his word, we passed through 2 more hallways and into the last room. It looked all the same to me. I was glad to have him as my guide, and in that moment, wondered why I was even with him. I mean, Rufus clearly could do this on his own. Maybe this was my shadow training day. Some places did make you just watch someone for the day. It was the only thing I could think of.
Mr. Chatter should be behind that door. Just knock and he'll show up,
Rufus told me when he had entered the last room. It was a dead end, and the first dead end I had seen in this place. On one wall had a drawn outline of a door, but no real way out. Even though we were so close to the end, anything Rufus was saying had been lost to me because I had seen her. A little girl, no older than 10, frantically struggling to free her leg that had phased through the door. She was dirty and looked like she had been stuck there for a long time. The poor thing looked scared to death. She was struggling so hard and bending her leg in a way that looked painful. It gave a little bit of give. I thought if she had a little bit more strength, she could pull herself free. Rufus saw me looking at her, and he smiled.
She's stuck between floors. She's actually on floor 2, but with her leg stuck here, it looks like she's on this floor. Pretty neat, huh? This place works in such weird ways. Anyways, let's...
I didn't let him finish. I just couldn't leave her. I ran forwards and wrapped my arms around her to try to pull her free. The moment I took hold of her, my surroundings changed. I was no longer in the dull yet safe area, but inside a place so dark, I could only see it because of a lit road flare burning away a few feet from us. The poor girl was screaming, trying to get me off her. I don't know why, but the moment I took a hold of her, it transported me to a different floor. One much darker and dangerous. I'm trying to help, it's all right, I told her, frantically trying to calm her down. I really didn't blame her for freaking out because someone had suddenly grabbed her. With my help, I got some of her leg free. I wasn't fast enough though. I felt something hit my back hard. I didn't want to look behind me to see what was clawing at my back. Rufus was right, the uniforms did work. The thing was a mass of dark fur and teeth. It snagged the fabric, but it could not cut it to get to my tender flesh. I saw hundreds of eyes glittering in the darkness looking at us. A rumbling growl came and I nearly gave up on everything right then. I felt a sudden flash of pain on my cheek. The creature on my back had cut me in its struggle of trying to get to my back. In that moment, I realized the fault of the uniforms. It only protected what it was covering. My head was fair game if any more creatures came out. I had to get us both out of there fast. The girl had stopped struggling, and now it was only me trying to free her. I felt a strong grip on my arm and I screamed. Rufus suddenly appeared. He tore the creature from my back, tossing it into the darkness with one hand.
Let go of her. If you keep touching her, you'll stay on this floor. You'll die in a few minutes.
His voice was stern, but full of worry. I knew I was making a mistake, but I shook my head. I couldn't just leave a little girl behind. Dark shapes swooped in. I saw light shining off their teeth as they tried to attack us. Rufus was able to swat them away, but his hands were getting cut from the sharp claws. He easily could have pulled me from the girl. Instead of forcing me, he wanted me to make the right choice. He was such a kind person trying to talk me down from a mistake.
You need to let her go. She's already dead.
That couldn't be true. She had been moving a few seconds before. If I could pull her free, we could get her out of there. My eyes became unfocused and filled with tears. I could only see the girl's limp arms dangling and a sparkling bracelet reflecting off the road flare. A sound made me jerk my head up. A grunting roar cut through the darkness. Rufus reacted to it by kicking his leg into the dark while holding onto my arm. I couldn't see what his leg contacted onto. I only heard a horrible crunching ripping sound as I watched in horror as his leg kept moving, now missing everything below the knee. He had his pants rolled up so his uniform didn't protect him from whatever cut it off. I knew then I had to let the girl go or else we both were going to die. I let go of her and I grabbed a hold of him. And a second later, I felt the sensation of falling. My entire body felt like I was being tossed around even though we were standing still. A sudden crashing force made me collapse to my knees, a feeling like I had just been in a car crash. I couldn't move for a few minutes. When I opened my eyes, I saw we were back in the dead-end room. The girl was gone, her bracelet left behind on the floor behind me. Rufus was in bad shape. A pool of blood started around where his leg had been cut off. His eyes were closed and I feared he was dead. And it was all my fault. I should have just listened to him. My job was to deliver the mail, nothing else. If we finished the job and got out of here, I was certain I would be killed for my poor performance. I only took this damn job because my only other options were thinly veiled threats of death. Rufus opened his eyes, looking too weak to even sit up. I sat, waiting for him to yell at me, to blame me for everything. "I'm sorry, I found myself unable to speak through the lump forming in my throat.
It's all right. You are only human after all."
He was smiling at me. I would have much rather him get angry. His kindness cut like a knife in that moment. He reached inside his jacket pocket to bring out the envelope we still had to deliver. All this trouble for such a small thing. All I had to do is take it and knock on the drawn-on door. I felt too weak and so close to tears I nearly couldn't stand. His kind smile encouraged me enough to take it from him and walk over and knock on the wall. I took a few steps back after I did, terrified over what would happen. After I knocked, the fake door turned into a real one. It swung open in its own pitch-black room beyond. I clutched the envelope in front of me, staring into the darkness, waiting. As seconds slowly crept past, I started to hear a faint sound. A chattering, clicking noise that seemed like it was getting closer. I took another step back. Suddenly, the entire door was filled by a massive face slamming against it so hard it cracked the frame around it. I tripped over my own feet, screaming and falling hard on my ass. Somehow, I kept the envelope in my hand. My throat closed because I was so scared I couldn't make another noise. I couldn't move. I only sat with that thing in front of me. It was a human-looking face, so large it took up the entire door. The chattering sound was coming from its mouth, opening and snapping shut at a frightening speed. For a moment, I almost started to chatter my teeth together with it. It kept pressing, trying to fit its face through, trying to get to me. Teeth noisily coming towards me, inch by inch. I don't know where I got the courage from. I stood up, legs shaking. Slowly, I took a few careful steps closer. The nose was rattling me down to my bones. I held out the envelope as far away from my body as I could muster. I closed my eyes, unable to handle seeing such a creature. Both of us inched closer to each other until finally its massive set of teeth closed over the corner of the envelope and stopped. The silence made me open my eyes. The creature known as Mr. Chatter had finally stopped snapping its mouth. Slowly, the red envelope started to burn away. When it was nothing but ash on the ground, the creature opened its mouth again, but this time to give out a bellowing, awful laugh. And for lack of a better way to put it, the entire head collapsed in on itself. The mass sucked into a pinpoint in space so quickly that in a blink of an eye it was gone. The door slammed shut, disappearing so it was just a plain wall again. I had finished the job, even if I had no idea what the hell just happened. A small click made me jump. With a relief, I saw another door had appeared, this one with a place to swipe my blank card I had received. I knew this was an opening to a zero room and the way out. The problem was dragging Rufus with me. I couldn't support his weight, and he couldn't walk. I turned to look where I had left him, only to see something else in his place. A dog stood on 3 legs looking at me. He wore the same jacket Rufus had on, and he had 2 light spots in his fur that looked very similar to what Rufus's eyebrows looked like. He was that Shiba Inu breed everyone online loved. Well, that solved that problem. I knew he could walk out on 3 legs, but I picked up the dog and pressed my face into its soft fur, tears threatening to overtake me. "I'm sorry," I told him again, truly meaning it. I only got a bark as a reply. The zero room looked exactly like the other one. The receptionist did a double take at us. She got up and took Rufus from me, looking him over.
"I want to bet with my siblings. They all thought you would have died. Good job finishing the job."
I was a little shocked that she wasn't angry at me either. I had nearly gotten her father killed after all.
Was the other girl your twin?
It was her turn to look a little surprised. She was dressed in the same clothing as the first girl we met, but there was a kinder air about her. I don't know how I knew it, but I was certain this girl was a different one from the other I met.
Something like that. Anyway, you're done for the day. We'll send you a message when another job comes in. Now get out.
She jabbed a thumb over her shoulder and towards the door. The sharp gesture felt like it also jabbed into my chest. I scurried out, Rufus giving a small bark as goodbye. I had never been so thankful being done a day of work. It felt like hours had passed and I was exhausted. I blinked in the morning light and tightened my jacket against the cool air. I had come out of a building different from the one I arrived at earlier. This one was a couple-minute walk away from my place. I took my phone out to check what day it was, only to my confusion saw I had only been gone for 2 minutes. Everything that had happened only took 2 minutes real-world time. I'm not proud to admit it, but when I got home, I cried harder than I ever had in my entire life. I don't think I'm the only one who has cried like that after their first day of work. I truly dread when I'll get another message for a new job. Even so, I made up my mind to take it. I owe it to my first partner. He gave up his leg for me to survive. To pay him back for it, I had to deliver mail. An odd situation to be in. I really only had myself to blame for it, though. A few weeks passed after my horrible first day of work being a mailman delivering mail to supernatural creatures. I was certain I would be fired after how horribly I did on my first day. I'd ignored my job description and gotten my partner injured. I expected to have serious ramifications for my actions. However, nothing happened. Since that day, I went through thousands of colored envelopes, placing the right colors in the right place. I wasn't sure what each color meant, aside from the red one needed to be sent out first, and I wasn't allowed to touch any black envelopes I saw. Instead, I would get my supervisor to take them. I only saw 3 of them while working in the sorting room so far. I worked with some strange-looking creatures. One was a spider creature that barely had any human features and could sort almost as fast as lightning because of his arms. He only nodded towards me when I said hello to him every day. I was human in a workplace full of monsters. They weren't treating me as badly as I expected. I got a silent treatment. It was a bit unnerving when my supervisor looked at me as if I was a 3-course meal and he hadn't eaten for days. My supervisor was a human-shaped wrapped in old bandages, similar to a mummy. His bandages were just sloppy wrapping trying to hide whatever was underneath instead of being wrapped for preservation purposes. White light shone through where his eyes should be. His mouth was exposed, showing a mouthful of needle teeth. He drooled a little whenever I spoke to him regarding work. He was nice enough to not address that reaction. Overall, it wasn't a bad job. I was starting to think I would be in the sorting room forever. One day, I got a message saying I needed to do a delivery job and to be at a location at 9 the next night. I dreaded going. I also wanted to see if I could get any information about my coworker Rufus, who lost a leg because of my incompetence. I hadn't been able to talk to any of my coworkers in the sorting room about it. The next night, I found myself in a room looking pretty much the same as the one I entered for my first job. It looked like an empty office with a pretty receptionist sitting at a fold-out table reading a magazine. She looked like the same girl who didn't greet me the last time. She didn't even look up at me when I walked over to her table. I pulled out a few packs of gum and placed it on the table for her. That got her attention. I got a smile out of her. That was all. She stashed away her present, going back to her reading.
Knock, knock.
My heart leaped into my throat. Rufus was the type of person to announce his arrival at the same time as his knocking. I wanted to see him, but now that it was happening, I dreaded it. The past few weeks, I wanted to know if he was alright. I still wasn't emotionally ready to face someone who had gotten so hurt because of my mistake. Rufus was a tank of a man with dog ears and a cute curved tail. I hated it because it did not match his tough guy image. His kind personality didn't match his image either. He came out of the door from the other side of the room. Ignoring my clear, distressed emotional state, he scooped me up into a big hug. I'm convinced if I wasn't wearing the magic mailman uniform that protected me from damage, I would have been crushed. His smiling face finally put me at ease after weeks of stress. His pant legs were rolled up. The leg he had lost had been replaced with another, looking very similar to his original dog-like leg. The replacement had black fur instead of the sandy brown. He had wrappings around his knee. By how he slowly walked compared to before, it seemed like Rufus wasn't fully healed up yet.
I'm really glad you've been doing all right. I've been worried I would get fired because of what happened.
I admitted to him.
Fired? What? No, you're doing fine.
Rufus said with a wide smile that made me feel only slightly better.
Your leg got torn off on my first day,
I said, still not being able to get over that fact.
Well, yes, that isn't great,
he admitted, sounding almost guilty for a moment.
Don't worry about this. This sort of thing happens, and unlike you humans, legs can easily be replaced. I just wanted to drop by and introduce you to your partner for this job. If you get along, you'll be partners for a while.
I didn't know what I expected partner-wise. It could literally be anything, and I mean it. I saw a pile of mushrooms walking around the sorting room once. I was pleasantly surprised by a man looking to be around my age. He was very similar to Rufus. His personality was as friendly as my previous partner.
Hi-ho.
My new partner came in the room the same door Rufus arrived from. He walked across to me, taking my hand to shake it in the same greeting my old partner had. He spouted off a garble of syllables not meant for a human to pronounce as his name. Him and Rufus must be related.
Max.
The receptionist finally spoke.
All right, my human name is Max.
He was at least a foot taller than me, but smaller than Rufus. His dog ears on the top of his head were fairly large compared to his head. I saw paws poking out from his rolled down pants leg. His hand had soft sandy fur covering them, claws for fingernails. When he shook my hand, I felt small pads on his fingertips, making his hands a paw-hand hybrid. And yes, he did have a curved tail. It suited him far better than Rufus, so I didn't hate it.
Max is my son. I suggested him for your new partner. I think you would get along,
Rufus explained. Max looked like he could barely contain his excitement. Him and his father were much different from all the other creatures that only saw me as a meal. I think this would work out just fine.
Your job is to deliver this to Horn Slithers,
the receptionist told us, placing a small cardboard box on the table to take. Max scooped the box up, ready to get started.
This is going to be an easy job. I hear Hornslither hangs out in parks on the human side of things. Not dangerous at all,
Max explained to me. That made me wonder something that had been rattling inside my brain for a while. As far as I could tell, mail was delivered in teams of 2. More if the job was extra dangerous. If it was a simple job, why waste resources and send an extra person? With the last job, if Rufus went alone, I was certain he would have done just fine. This sounded like an easy job today, so why even have me go along?
How come we have teams of 2 for everything?
I asked.
Oh, simple really. Even if we think it's an easy job, we really can't predict anything that goes on in the field. Teams of 2 were far more likely to get the job done and have one worker return. You know that joke about you don't need to be faster than the thing chasing you, only faster than the person running with you? Yeah,
Max explained as he trailed off, looking beyond me, clearly remembering something unpleasant in his past.
Anyway, let's get going.
Max recovered quickly, going back to his pleasant self. We both said our goodbyes to Rufus and left the meeting room. The room we had met inside were called Zero Rooms. They could be controlled when to appear and where the entrances and exits went. We went through the door I arrived in, but it no longer was connected to the building I had entered through. We walked out into a damp and dark public bathroom. The stall was the door we came out of. When the door closed, it returned to being a normal stall door. I used my phone to get a look around. It wasn't clean, but not as dirty as other public park bathrooms I've seen. The door to the outside was locked, and I feared we would be trapped inside until the morning and a park worker came by to let us out. Max made sure that didn't happen. With a one swift kick, the door not only burst out from the hinges, but slammed against a tree, metal completely twisted. I'm glad Max was friendly. I never wanted to upset him if a low-effort kick could do that much damage.
I'll sniff around trying to find a good spot to wait. I don't know what horn slithers smell like, but supernatural creatures are different from humans. I can tell the difference,
Max explained when we got out of the bathroom. He placed the box we should be delivering on his head between his ears and started to walk with large, playful steps. I was utterly mortified that he was starting to sing the song I taught Rufus on the last job. He was singing it out loud, even if the lyrics were incorrect. He paused, trying to think of the next verse, and I jumped in with a question, trying to distract him from singing in a dark and empty park. How come Slithers has the title of Honored? Is he super important or something? Max looked a little confused over my question, as if I should know the answer already.
Honored is just what we use instead of Mr. or Miss because some creatures don't have a gender, or they have a gender that hasn't been named. It's a sign of respect. We wouldn't have a job if these creatures weren't sending mail or receiving it. Mind you, some just use whatever title they like. I've come across females that go by Mr. because they like the sound of it. Same goes for males and the ones without genders. Didn't you read all of this in the handbook?
The last part made me stop dead in my tracks. What handbook? No one has ever told me about a handbook. I only received a blank swiped card to get inside the Zero rooms and a pair of uniforms. You would think something this important would have been brought up before now. I never got one, I admitted.
What? You did a job without a handbook and lived? Humans are so impressive.
Max looked so excited I didn't have the heart to tell him I didn't actually do anything on my first job but mess it up. I really needed to look into getting a handbook once we got back.
I'll send a message seeing if we could get you one. I would lend you mine, but it's not for your language, so you can't read it. I don't think any one of us have one in a human language, so maybe that's why you don't have one yet. The last time we accepted humans was around 500 years ago. The handbook gets outdated fast, so I can't give you one of those.
Even if he did, I doubted I could read English from 500 years ago. And he said a human language, it could be written in anything. I would just go without. Max was friendly enough and he answered any questions I had so far. It wasn't a big deal until we got a more dangerous job. We walked through the park, Max leading the way. I saw a few people walking home from work, but none looked our way. I wondered if they could even see us, or if the uniforms had some sort of magic that made us invisible to humans. After all, I really couldn't explain away Max having a very real set of dog ears and a tail. Max stopped at a bench under a streetlight, sniffing the air a few times. He sat down. I sat next to him, looking around, expecting to see anything besides, well, an empty park at night. Do you know when Honored Slithers is going to show up? I asked after a few minutes of listening to Max hum next to me.
Nope.
I looked over at him, confused. Are we just going to sit there all night waiting? Wait, so are we really just going to sit here and wait? Isn't there a way to contact them saying the package is ready? I asked, and Max looked like he wasn't sure he wanted to answer my question.
Well, no, we don't really have a way to call others anymore. Some creatures that have embraced human culture own those things called, phones? We can call them that way. It's sort of a long answer why creatures like us can't call each other with our own way.
We might be here all night. I'm alright listening, I said, and Max brightened up in my answer.
There's what you humans would call a spell to call each other. It had to be broken and no longer used because we accepted humans to deliver messages a while ago. It started out fine working with them, but soon they started to hate us for our nature. Some of us do kill and eat humans. The humans had to watch and do nothing when they saw it while working. No one is really angry at your mistake on the first day. We honestly expected it of you. Anyway, the spell was a written one. You would write the creature's name, then what action you want the spell to take. They figured out how to break down the spell and create a different one. It was used to summon and bind any creature they knew the name of. Those humans only used it for a few days, but they had enough time to slaughter thousands of us. I can understand why it happened, but not all of the ones who are born to the night harm your race. They don't even interact with anyone. They're completely harmless. However, they were killed as well. My father and I have names starting with a letter near the end of our alphabet in our language, so that's why we lived through it. Whoa, what a scary time.
It was a strange feeling hearing Max tell me about humans try mass killing his species. I really didn't know what this feeling was. The image of that little girl from my first job came to mind. She had suffered and died. For what? How many humans had suffered because of these supernatural creatures? How many had been killed for no reason aside from something wanting to have some fun? Just how many people suffered never knowing what happened to a person they dearly loved? Max was friendly, so was Rufus. They could have died because of what they were. They didn't deserve it, but it felt like some creatures that had been slaughtered back then should have been killed. It was such a gray area. I couldn't decide on a good answer to my feelings. I didn't want to admit to Max I thought some would be better off dead, when to him, they were doing nothing wrong. Those creatures were just eating. It didn't matter who got hurt. I felt my phone buzz in my pocket. It was just a message from my father asking if he could borrow money next week. Max looked over at my phone, very interested. Any kind of conversation about work got derailed after that. Max didn't know much about humans. He rarely interacted with them, so what he did know was just bits and pieces he could get secondhand. I would be getting a huge bill for using so much data that night. It was well worth it. For the rest of the night, I showed him everything I could think of on my phone. He loved videos of dogs and puppies, but lost his mind over cats. I don't think there was another person who loved cats as much as Max did the moment he saw one. The night passed without seeing any of the supernatural creatures. When the sky started to lighten, we went back to the bathroom and entered the stall where the zero-room door appeared. Dropping the package back off at the receptionist, we were off for the day. The next 2 nights went about the same. We got paid for sitting on the bench looking at cute cat videos. I bought snacks for us, seeing if Max would like human food. He loved it. It only took 3 nights of me hanging out with him to forget the distressing truth I learned when I took this job. I was working with creatures of the night, and those creatures were killing humans. A little bit past 11 that night, the truth came crashing down around me. We were eating snacks, looking at more videos when I heard screams and cries for help coming from down the walkway fairly close to us. I bolted to my feet, then froze, remembering my last outing. I could not save this woman crying out for help. It went against my job. I could only deliver mail and not interfere in my supernatural affairs. I gritted my teeth, listening to the cries for a few seconds when Max spoke up.
Shouldn't you be doing something?
He asked, a mouthful of jerky. I can't save a human from a creature. It goes against my job. I admitted as my chest started to hurt.
Yes, that's right, but what's going on is a human-on-human thing. I can smell it. You can deal with it if it's 2 humans fighting,
Max explained. He didn't need to tell me twice. I was so panicked and worried I did everything wrong. Max had my phone. I didn't even think of grabbing it from him before running off. In a few seconds of running toward the sound of the attack, I saw a woman being assaulted by a man. He was pulling at her clothes, trying to tear at it. She swatted at him, screaming for help. Judging by how she was moving, it looked like she had either sprained or twisted her ankle. I didn't stop to think. I just grabbed him, yanking him off of her, hoping she would take that chance to run. The problem was, I didn't have any sort of plan beyond that. I also had never been in a fight before. In a fury, the man turned on me. To my horror, he pulled a knife from his pocket and swung it at me. I raised my arm to block it, expecting some pain. The knife snapped when it hit my sleeve. It was nice to know that the uniform not only protected me from supernatural threats, but also human weapons. Tossing the knife aside, he wasted no time. I was forced to the ground. Any punches to my chest also were blocked from the uniform. I tried getting some swings in, but I wasn't very strong. My attacks missed. It was simply useless in a fight. Unable to stop him, the man grabbed a fist-sized rock and slammed it against my head a few times. The weak point of my magic uniform is it didn't protect what wasn't covered. Pain flooded my head as everything went dark. I don't know how long I was out for, maybe only a few minutes. I came to, head pounding and struggling to sit up. My attacker had turned his attention to the girl again, who failed to run away. He wrapped his arm around her waist, trying to drag her deeper into the trees along the trail. When I saw that, my mind went into a blank fury. I never thought I was a violent person, or even an angry one. I always thought I was a bit of a wimp. Something just snapped. I refused to let another person get hurt because I couldn't do a damn thing about it. My head was pounding, but my body didn't react to the pain. I just got up and threw myself at the man, prying him off the poor girl once more. I don't know where the strength came from. I got him on the ground, sat on his chest, and just let loose. I faintly remember hearing crying behind me as I punched his face with everything my body held. My knuckles got torn and ruined from slamming into his teeth. My head ached, and blood from a cut on my forehead poured over one eye, stinging it, forcing it closed. My arms felt like they were on fire, but I didn't let myself stop. When I felt like I couldn't hit him anymore, I pressed my forearm over his neck and pressed down. I was positive I would have killed him if I didn't feel a soft touch on my shoulder, snapping me from my crazed state. I felt something take me from under my arms and lift me off into the side. What had stopped me from my attempted murder was a creature I assumed was Slithers. It was made of inky black wiggling tubes that shone like oil. 2 orbs of flaming white light hovered where its face should be. Seeing the monster snapped me back to a reasonable state of mind. I sat on the ground, panting, completely worn to the bone. Without warning, my stomach hitched and I puked up all the snacks I'd eaten that night, thankfully off to the side and not on my uniform. I heard Max arrive. He sat next to the shocked girl I had tried to save. He tried to calm her down, she just kept crying. I didn't blame her. The entire thing was a shock to any normal person. She didn't need another seeing of a squirming creature. Max left her to walk up to the monster that had stopped my assault and handed it the box. He then took out a sheet of paper to get the monster to sign it. It just pressed the bottom, leaving a black spot as a signature. Then, to my horror, Slithers took the beaten and bloodied man into his squirming tubes of black. I heard sickening crunching sounds and I knew the man was dead. I thought I had used up everything I had. When Slithers turned and started to move towards the girl, my body found the strength to stand up, putting myself between them. There were a few tense seconds of a showdown between us before Max broke it up.
It's fine. He won't hurt her. Honored Slithers is a scavenger. They only eat the dead or the near dead. I think they hung out here because that man you attacked was killing humans in this park, and Honored Slithers just cleaned up the mess.
Max explained. I felt my stomach turn again, and I had to turn away to dry heave. I felt sick down to my bones. If I didn't attack that man so badly, he would be alive. I was the reason why a man was dead. If I just had him arrested, we might learn how many girls he had killed, and Slithers ate them. And now, the murder. There would be no evidence of the crimes. Families would never get to know what happened to those poor girls, all because I couldn't control myself. I was just as bad, if not worse than the monsters I had been judging. Through tears and dry heaving, I watched as Slithers opened the box Max delivered to him. Inside was an old My Little Pony toy, one from the original show. It looked to be in good shape, the fake gems glittering dully in the dim light. None of us were expecting the toy, and none of us were expecting Slithers to go over to the poor, traumatized girl, handing it to her. We did not have time to question the action. I heard voices and saw a flashlight beam.
Cops! Book it!
Max yelled, and all 3 of us moved at once. He took off running, then had to double back to grab me because I was not as fast as he was. Slithers frantically looked around and made a mad dash off into the trees. We left that poor girl with the strangest story and a cute toy. I expected once again to be written up for my actions. I only got an eyebrow from our receptionist, then got sent on my way. Because it was a human-on-human interaction, she didn't care nor offer me any medical treatment. I received notice for another delivery job 2 days from then in the morning. I got myself cleaned up the best I could. I feared going into the doctor to get my head checked out. I didn't want them to press me to report what had happened to the police because it was clear it had been a fight. I could just hope I didn't have a concussion. Our next delivery job sounded simple. It was a large sword wrapped in Christmas paper. It was so large I couldn't lift it. Max easily took it, carrying it as if it weighed nothing. We sat in front of a convenience store, waiting for a creature to pick up the package. Max could tell I was feeling down, but wasn't well versed in humans enough to figure out how to cheer me up. It was the time of year when the night was chilly, but the days got hot. Sitting out front, the sun started to rise, so did the temperature. I thought I would feel hotter wearing a jacket as part of my uniform, but I wasn't too uncomfortable in the sun. I still bought us both a popsicle from the store, a chocolate one for myself and an orange one for Max. I sat, turning the last job over in my head. I hated the idea of victims never being found because of my actions, but that would only be the case if Slithers actually ate them. I learned that the ones receiving packages could request a certain set of workers for the job. It helped keep certain races away from others if the mail company wasn't aware of bias. I felt as if Slithers saw what was happening in that park and couldn't stop it. They ordered something when they heard a human was working for the mail delivery. They may have hoped I saw the man attacking a girl and put a stop to it. That was just hopeful thinking on my part. Aside from Slithers giving the girl the pony toy, I had no proof there was any kind of kindness in the pile of squirming shapes. Slithers was a supernatural creature, and it was in its nature to eat humans. Putting an end to a serial killer in the park would remove the food source. It was not in their best interest to have it stop. Max, if I wasn't there, would you have saved her? I asked him, finally breaking out of my thoughts.
No.
Yes, honestly, I didn't blame him. She was not of his species, not his job, not his world, not his problem. I had finished my popsicle and saw writing on the stick. It said I won a free one, and I couldn't think they still ran that sort of promotion. Without a second thought, I started to turn and offer it to Max. I didn't really have any proof to support my theory that there was some good monsters out there. Yes, some did kill people without a second thought. Monsters lurked in the darkness of the night waiting. But there might be some kind creatures too. At the same time, Max turned towards me, popsicle stick in hand. He had also won a free treat. At the same time, we both had offered it to each other, causing us to laugh when we realized what we had done. Because of a very embarrassing event I do not even wish to think about, let alone write down, I became a mailman that worked with cryptids. My first job was a rocky one, and I ended up being the reason why my partner lost his leg. He not only forgave me for what happened, but he trusted his son, Max, to be my next delivery partner. It was a pretty good fit. Max had an endless amount of energy and answered my questions the best he could. I still did not have a handbook to explain the rules of my new job and the culture of the world I had been thrown into. Even after a few delivery jobs, I didn't have a good grasp on the creatures around me. Max did answer my questions, but he easily got distracted because he was equally in the dark about human culture. While we did our job, I often ended up talking about how the human world operated and totally forgot to ask him questions. I carried a notebook tucked inside my uniform jacket pocket, but only filled a few pages of what I had learned so far. We finished a few delivery jobs together. Aside from the disaster the first and second job had been, we were doing pretty well. I assumed we got easy jobs because I was human. Being human made me lack certain skills needed for this job. Still, I tried my best, even if most jobs really was just sitting around places we knew our client frequented to hand over a package or a letter. I was ready to do another shift in the sorting room, but saw I received a text about a delivery job in the door location. Every time it was a different building, but the doors all led to the same room. I would find the panel beside the locked entrance to swipe my blank card to get inside a zero room. Those rooms, as far as I knew, existed outside of time and space. They looked like an empty office and could be controlled when and where to appear. They were used to meet the cold, yet pretty, receptionist to give us our job task for the shift. For once, I arrived after Max. He was holding 2 bags of chocolates, a wide smile on his face. I've rarely seen him this excited. He was always in high spirits, but today, he was bouncing on his heels, his clawed feet scraping the carpet.
We have an easy job today,
he explained and couldn't stop from wagging his tail a little. Yes, Max did have a tail. He also had large, fluffy ears that blended into his sandy brown hair at the top of his head. His eyes nearly glowed because of how bright of a yellow tone he had been gifted with. Each time he smiled, large teeth made me a little bit nervous. Clawed, furred hands had accidentally cut mine a few times when he handed me things in the past. I was never mad about it. It's not his fault his nails were so sharp and grew back every time he tried to trim them for my sake. When I first shook his hand, I felt small pads on his fingertips, much like dog paws. I've wanted to touch them again ever since, but wasn't sure if that was an offensive request. Haven't we always had easy jobs? I asked, raising an eyebrow. Any time we had problems on a job was because I let my emotions get the better of me. I knew if Max, or Rufus, my first partner, worked without me, they would have had no issues. It wasn't as if we had been sent into overly dangerous areas, and the creatures we delivered items for wouldn't attack us because of the no shooting the messenger rule. Although it was very unnerving being treated like food by all of our clients and all of my coworkers, I know if Max didn't work with me, he would have no issues eating me. I still liked him as a person, but that fact still made me a little nervous.
This one is going to be super easy, like a few minutes tops, and there's a surprise after too. Let's get going.
I barely had time to drop off the packs of gum to the receptionist sitting at the table. It had become a habit of mine. Sure, she never really talked to me or gave me that many friendly looks, but I thought her job must be boring and getting some gifts might brighten up her day. Max had taken my arm to drag me to the door on the other side of the room, pushing me through. Where we ended up was in the middle of a hiking trail. Normally, the doors to the delivery location came from already existing doors in the area. If there wasn't any, a door would just appear until we closed it. The trail was dark, and I wisely brought a flashlight. In the past, I had drained my phone batteries on delivery jobs. Max was naturally faster than me. He would walk a few paces in front of me, stop, and wait, then keep going. It felt like a video game escort missing, but I was the slow NPC everyone hated. I really didn't know why they needed me on these jobs. Maybe it was just for the learning experience. I wasn't helping most of the time, and sometimes just made things worse. Max stopped on the trail and crouched down. I joined him, seeing nothing special, just dirt and grass. I waited as he sniffed the air, double-checking we found the right spot. Then I noticed movement in the grass. Max did too, and opened the bag of chocolate. It was one with small, pre-wrapped assorted pieces. At first, I thought some sort of rodent was moving around in the grass. When I saw what it really was, I knew why Max had been excited for this job. These tiny creatures were absolutely adorable, if you don't mind spiders, that is. I don't really know the right terms for supernatural creatures. I've heard the name arachne being thrown around for half-human, half-spider monsters, but I may be wrong, because apparently the name also goes with the Greek myth I was too lazy to read about. Anyway, these things were small, only 4 inches tall. The top half of them was human enough, but covered in a soft-looking fur, and each had different pastel coloring. Even their spider bottom half had fur. They did not look threatening at all, even with 2 large fangs sticking out from their mouths and 8 black eyes looking up at us. Very politely, they took a chocolate from Max and scurried off back into the grass. Some even did a little excited dance, tapping all their little feet before leaving. "What are these things, and why are they so cute? This should be illegal," I said, not being able to get over the fact there was such a small and precious monster species.
They don't have an English name because you humans can't see them. You're only able because it's your job. Once a month they all gather to get some treats. The postal company covers it because they can get they like to pull pranks on humans.
Max explained to me. He handed me a few chocolates so I could give them out to these tiny creatures. In the flashlight beam, their cute pastel pinks and blues were easy to make out. The small, furry hand tickled a little when they reached over to grab a chocolate. After seeing dark and nearly heart-stopping, terrifying monsters, the little guys were a very welcome change. A few minutes passed and I felt something brush against my neck. I thought it was some hair or the tag on my jacket. Max looked over at me and then reached over at the back of my jacket collar. He plucked one of the furry spiders off from where I had felt it a second ago. Putting it on the ground with its friends, he gave it a treat and sent it on its way. For some reason, he reached over to me to zip my jacket up all the way up to the chin. I looked at him rather confused.
It's best if you don't let them go on your neck.
Max paused in the same way he always paused when he had some sort of bad news to give.
They like to burrow into human skulls. It kills them, but somehow they connect to the brain, keeping it alive and the human aware of their body rotting away, unable to do anything. We honestly don't know if they do it for food or if it's just for fun.
I dropped all the chocolates in my hands to bring them up to my collar and tighten it closer against my skin. Why couldn't I have just one nice thing with this damn job? Max, please read the mood here. I didn't need to know that. I just wanted to think that there was just one nice creature out there. But now, this cursed fact is in my head, making me unable to find these little spiders as cute as before. After a few minutes, we saw less and less of them. We still had a whole other bag of chocolates left to give out. I didn't know if we had to sit there all night waiting for more to show up. Max did say we only had a few minutes at this job. When he didn't see any more spiders, he backed up a little to give himself some space on the trail. Using a clawed finger, he drew a perfect circle in the dirt. And I mean perfect. I was impressed, but according to my snooping, Max was a few 100 years old, so he had time to practice. Placing the open second bag in the middle, he started to write strange symbols around the circle. I knew supernatural creatures use spells. I never saw them use one, so I thought the spells was just chanting or with wands or something. Max noticed my confusion and stopped to explain what he was doing.
I don't think I've shown you a written circle spell yet. Most of our spells are circle-based ones. Even humans can use them for summoning and the like. But it's really rare it happens because you don't know how to write our language. You also don't have the same kind of power in your blood for the spell to get energy from you, so you need to use sacrifices. And you need to draw a perfect circle yourself without the use of tools. Spells are easy for creatures like us because we have always used them and practice drawing a circle the moment our hands can move. I'll break down what this one is for.
Max had told me that hundreds of years ago, humans got a hold of the knowledge to summon and mass slaughter monsters. Because of that, cryptids removed certain spells and didn't accept humans working until I was hired. I was flattered that he felt safe enough telling me about how this spell worked until I realized he only was because he was certain I couldn't draw a circle, let alone the complex writing surrounding it.
So the first layer of writing should always have the name of what you're directing the spell towards, followed by the action. Because this one is very simple, we'll only have 2 layers.
Max explained, pointing to the first line of text surrounding the circle. In seconds, he scratched in the dirt more of the odd writing, however, didn't finish it.
Spells with complex actions against powerful creatures needs a lot of circles, text, and sacrifices. This spell is directed toward the little spiders we saw before. They can enter the circle only if they have not eaten chocolate in the past month and can only leave with 1 piece to keep them from getting greedy. The second layer is to make the chocolate invisible to everything but the spiders and protect it from the elements. This also breaks in a month, so we just need to come by and pick up the empty bag.
I wasn't expecting this to be so well thought out. I made notes inside my little book I carried with me. As I was writing, Max found the old bag from the previous trip and picked it up from a nearly faded circle. This system made it so any latecomers would still get their chocolate and one of us didn't have to stay and wait. Only around 20 minutes passed since arriving. I wasn't expecting us to be done so soon. A rumbling off in the distance made me glad we weren't going to stay outside all night. I guess we're done here. Let's find the door and head back, I said, standing up with a stretch. I double-checked to make sure no little spiders were hanging around on my jacket and near my neck.
Wait, no, not yet. This is the best part. We're close by to a really neat place. I never get this job and I can't wait to go by and see it.
Max looked like an excited teenage girl. I shone my flashlight on him to see his tail wagging away. It was hard to believe he had killed humans before because it was just his culture to do so. He looked far too nice to do any harm. As long as we leave before the rain starts, then lead the way. I didn't have the heart to make him go back after seeing how excited he was. Max left me behind again, humming a song I really wished he would forget about. I wasn't sure what to expect. After all, Max wasn't human, so his tales weren't predictable. I did not expect for him to stop in front of an old, wooden, and clearly closed bridge. He waited for me to walk up and posted in front as if I was witnessing the 8th wonder of the world. It's a closed bridge, I stated the obvious.
It's the Red Devil Pass,
Max corrected, sounding offended.
For over 100 years, people have claimed to see creatures or the devil himself on it. Rumor has it, on a full moon, if you go over the bridge at midnight, you have a chance of your soul being snatched away. It's not at all true, of course.
Then why are you excited? Max paused and looked at me. He did not understand why I saw this as just some local legend hotspot and nothing special. I do admit that having a person with dog features claiming a local supernatural rumor to be fake was a bit weird. I really should start asking him if certain cryptids were real or not.
Oh, right, you're human. It's easy to forget that. It's, well, how do I put this? A spot with such a history holds a certain power, I guess. Creatures like myself can get a thrill just being in the area. Some even absorb all the remaining feelings the rumors leave behind. The longer the history, the better.
That made sense. In my mind, I thought of it as someone from the city going to a place with clean air. I understood why Max was so happy for this job. He got to see cute spiders, and now he was able to see a supernatural tourist area. More rumbling came from a threatening storm. All right, but I do think it's going to rain, so...
I'll just go across the bridge and back. It'll only take a few minutes. I'll finally be able to take this area off my list of places to visit."
I was fine waiting for him. He easily climbed over the waist-height boards, warning people that the bridge was out of service and dangerous. Honestly, the signs looked useless. If anyone really wanted to go on it, they could. But it would be their funeral if the wood gave out under them. I wasn't worried for Max though. I've seen him kick down a solid metal door with no effort. Even if he fell through to the water below, he would only end up smelling like a wet dog. It took a lot to injure him. I was not prepared when in the middle of the bridge, he suddenly stopped his giddy little walk and simply collapsed. I stood, holding my flashlight, not being able to accept what I just saw. Max never runs out of energy. He never slows down. So why did he just fall over? I didn't even see any other person or creature around us. Without thinking, I ran to him. I leapt over the boards and onto the creaking wooden bridge. A sudden force on my back slammed me down onto the wood, making it creak so loudly I thought it would break. It was a struggle raising my head. It felt like gravity just suddenly increased around me, pinning me down. My uniform, as I understood it, was a little bit magical. It protected me from sharp claws and even bullets, but it couldn't fully protect me from the crushing force pressing down on me. I couldn't move, but I had to see if Max was all right. I refused to give in to whatever was trying to keep me down. I raised my head as much as I could to see a figure step onto the bridge near Max. A large, dark hand reached down to grab him by the back of his jacket and started to draw him along towards me. He remained limp, and my chest hurt seeing him getting dragged like a rag doll. It took everything in me to raise my head enough to see what had taken hold of my friend. Sweat poured down my face, and in the dim moonlight, I saw the creature. It was massive. The entire body was black with cracked skin. Different torn fabric hung down from its neck, covering most of its body in layers. The thing had no head, just an empty neck with flames spouting out. As it got closer, the flames flickered, and I thought I saw a shape of a smiling mouth in the dancing flames. Each thudding step made my heart want to stop. Looking at Max again, I struggled even more trying to sit up. I wanted to do something. I could not forgive myself if he got hurt. Not after everything that had happened from my last jobs, and not after I failed to protect a single person. By some miracle, I was able to get up on my elbows before a massive foot came down on my back, shoving me down. My lungs felt like they were going to be crushed. If I didn't have my uniform on, I would have died.
A human? What a strange sight. Here I am collecting creatures who are attracted to this place, and a human is with one?
The creature's voice was sweet sounding. It was so off-putting. I would have preferred a raspy, threatening one. Even with the foot forcing me down, I summoned enough strength to get my head off the bridge to reach towards Max. He looked asleep and unharmed, so that was a good sign for now.
Enough of that.
The creature lifted a foot and kicked me against the sign so hard they tore free. Again, I was thankful for the uniform protecting me. I still had the wind knocked out of me and couldn't sit up for at least a minute. I sat gasping, trying to get up to see if the creature and Max were still there. I was no match for this thing. I had no special skills or knew any spells to stop it. The one thing I learned from my job was supernatural creatures love deals. My only hope was I had something this thing wanted more than Max. Let him go. My voice was pathetic, but those flames looked surprised when I spoke up.
He's not human, and if you weren't working together, he would have no problem killing you, and you want him back?
The monster asked, holding Max up by his jacket so his paws dangled off the ground. He's my friend. What can I trade for him? I tried to sound as strong as I could, but I wasn't even able to sit up fully yet. I doubted this creature would want to make a deal with me. It could just kill me and be done with it. I was a mailman, and on the job, I didn't have to worry about supernatural clients eating me. But the flaw in that was if I wasn't delivering something to the creature, they could kill me and only get a slap on the wrist. Sure, the postal company didn't like having to hire new workers, but if we walked into another's territory, it was our problem. And this was a big problem. This bastard had been waiting on the bridge for people like Max to show up. I knew creatures ate each other to gain power, but Max joked none would go for him because he was so weak. Seeing how strong he was compared to a human made me scared of how strong other monsters out there were. According to all the rules, I knew this ambush was valid.
You're a human. There is nothing.
The flame stopped flickering as if deep in thought. My entire body felt chilled as I waited for it to speak again.
There is something. This little one isn't that much of a meal. A certain type of human flesh would do better for me. If you bring me, let's say 5 pounds of virgin human flesh, I would give him back safe and sound. You have until sunrise to do so, and it must be given up willingly, so no threatening someone to hand it over. Now, get going.
I couldn't believe this thing was going to make a deal with me. I had recovered enough to stand. Giving one last look at Max and mentally promising I would save him, I ran down the trail. My first thought was to find the door we came out of and go to the receptionist telling her about the situation. I hadn't paid any attention to where we came from and feared I would waste the entire night looking and getting lost for the door. I checked my phone, trying to find my location. I had no idea where I was. The door dropped us out in different parts of the country most times. I didn't know how long the trail was and if I would find any help or a city by sunrise. My phone had no signal. Even on data, it refused to load. It might be because I was in the middle of nowhere, but also because there was a creature in the area. Max told me that supernatural creatures messed up cell phones if they were around them. Because he was on the weaker end, my phone had no issues with him, but whatever was on the bridge behind me was much stronger. I could only stick to the trail, hoping to get into some sort of signal range. My bad luck kept happening. I heard more rumbling of thunder and the sky opened up. In seconds, it was pouring down so hard I could barely see in front of me. I dropped my flashlight back on the bridge, but I knew I would lose at least one and kept a smaller backup in my pocket. It didn't help as I kept running down the trail, mud and water splashing against my pants, my socks and shoes soaked in seconds. The slick mud made me trip, gracefully sliding along, getting a face full of water. I sat up panting, about to start running again, but my brain finally caught up to my body. I had to calm down and think about this. If I found the door leading back to the Zero Room, I don't think I would get help to save Max. I doubted the postal company had pounds of human flesh just around ready for a trade. In this rain, and with my small light, I doubted I would find the door we came through to start with. If I got to a town, then what? I would never be able to convince someone to come with me and just let me cut parts off of them. Even if I did, there was no way to really prove they were a virgin or not. Getting someone else up to the bridge was never an option. Deep down, I knew from the start what I had to do. I had to find something sharp. If I could just find an axe, or hell, I would settle for a large kitchen knife at that point. The moment I recovered enough, I needed to keep running down the trail until I found a house or a barn. With a plan in my head, and the rain thankfully letting up to a drizzle, I started running again. Rufus gave up a leg for me. I was going to return the favor and save his son. In that moment, I thought I was all on my own and no hope of any help showing up. I literally ran into a possible solution. In the small beam of my light, a dark shape rose from the ground. I didn't stop in time, running full speed into it. I tasted a briny liquid slam into my mouth. I backed away, spitting, trying to get rid of the taste. Slithers? I was so shocked I forgot to address the creature as honored. It didn't seem to mind. Slithers was a creature made of squirming black snake-shaped tubes. It had no face aside from a pair of white burning lights hovering over the wiggling mass that looked like eyes. We met on my second job. I didn't know much about them aside from it might be soft for human girls. I had no proof on that assumption. I had no ideas why Slithers suddenly appeared. Max is in trouble. Can you send out a message? We need to get someone here to help him. I spilled out in a frantic voice. To my disappointment, Slithers formed 2 arms, raising them in front of its body, and its eyes shook in a clear no. A burst of rage came to my chest, but I calmed down when I remembered how these creatures worked. Most of them did not get involved in others' affairs. It wasn't Slithers' place to help out. Still, why were they here? I hadn't even heard anything about them since that brief delivery job. I need a knife or a blade or something. Can you go and find something like that for me? I prayed this would work. If Slithers couldn't send a message asking for help, maybe they could provide me what I needed. I didn't know if they would do it for free, though. I may need to make a deal with him for this request. It looked like Slithers was thinking it over. Their eyes darted back and forth, and I felt my anxiety rising. I could almost see the exclamation point over Slithers' head as a wiggling hand went to their chest. To my horror, Slithers formed 2 hands to reach in and pull their chest apart. Keeping the hole open, it dug around and started to pull random items out covered in what looked to be ink. Army helmets, dog tags, rusted guns poured out into a pile as they rooted around looking for something. Slithers was a scavenger. They could only eat the dead or near dead. It made total sense Slither hung around war-torn areas. Depending on how old they were, what was pouring out may be from the Second or First World War. More modern items such as wallets, keys, and glasses came out from the endless pit of the creature's body. Finally, Slithers found what they were looking for, a rusty machete. It looked too dull to be able to cut anything. The thought counted though. I don't think that's going to work, I told them, trying to sound as nice as possible. I got a wave of their hand. I watched as Slithers took one of their flaming eyes into their palm and placed it over the top of the blade's handle. In seconds, the entire blade turned black and was no longer a rusty tone. I had no idea what had happened, but if the blade was as sharp as it looked, it would work. But for what I needed it for, I had to make sure it could cut sure and quick. Reading my mind, Slithers guided me over to a decent-sized rock on the side of the trail. Placing the handle in my hand, they held both my wrists so I was holding the blade over the rock. With their guidance, the blade came down with no resistance. 0 resistance. It cut even smoother than a hot knife through butter. I looked at the blade, amazed that it could cut a rock so cleanly in half. Slithers pulled away, and I looked at them, my mouth open and a loss for words. Thank you. What do I owe you for this? Slithers raised a hand and waved it. I wasn't sure if that motion meant, oh, don't worry about it, or you can pay me back later. I owe you one. I gave Slithers a wave and started to run back towards the bridge. I really didn't know why they would just help me out like that. I was a food source, and yet Slithers just appeared to solve my problem. Maybe Slithers was doing this for Max. Saving another creature of the night made more sense than helping a human out. Regardless of the reason, I was beyond thankful. The rain had finished when I got back to the bridge. I stopped on the first wooden plank, panting from running so hard. My heart froze in fear when I didn't see the creature or Max. Creatures always kept their deals. I shouldn't be so worried. They may worm their way out of some, taking advantage of the deal's wording, but I had until sunrise. They should be here. Right when I was about to start panicking, the flaming face appeared from the dark bridge as the rest of its body came into view. Max was still being dragged along, and I tightened my grip on the handle of my new blade.
Oh, now where did you get a blade like that? It's dangerous for humans like you. It can cut nearly anything. You really shouldn't be playing with that.
I'll give you what you want. In exchange, you'll let Max go free. You won't hurt him in any way and let me get the hell out of here.
What an interesting deal. If you can give me the flesh I want, your friend can leave unharmed.
That sweet voice made my skin crawl. I couldn't stand hearing it again. I also couldn't hesitate any longer. If I did, I would lose my nerve. Stripping off my soaking uniform jacket and long-sleeve shirt, I put the blade under my left arm at the shoulder. I didn't know how much a human arm weighed. I really hoped it was at least 5 pounds. Since getting this job, I had started lifting weights, but my arms were still on the scrawny side. I counted to 3, 2, and with one last look at my friend, I pushed the blade upwards. It didn't hurt. I must have been in shock. I heard a thump of the severed arm hitting the wood below and a rush of warmth down my side. The blade dropped from my hand, my head becoming light from the instant blood loss. It was only then I thought I was going to die. If the bleeding wasn't stopped soon, that would be it. At least I would die without facing the shame of admitting to Max I was dying a virgin. I wish I had someone in my life who could nuke my browser history so my father wouldn't see it. I was seconds away from collapsing when I heard a shrill, horrible laugh. The creature I had made a deal with was cackling away as if it had just seen the funniest thing in its life. At least someone was enjoying this.
Oh, let me help you out,
it said between laughs. Its large, clawed hand burst into flames. I was unable to stop it from pressing it against my bleeding shoulder. I screamed from the flash of white-hot pain. I only lasted a few seconds, smelling my own flesh cooking and hearing it sizzle. I passed out thinking I wasn't ever going to wake up again. I really wished I hadn't opened my eyes. Everything felt heavy. It was impossible to sit up for a few minutes. I went from sleeping and waking for a few minutes until I could finally move my head. I was in some sort of medical area that in a way looked like a school nurse's office with a few beds beside each other. Groaning, I sat up a little on my pillow, trying to make sense of things. My shoulder was wrapped in some bandages with that strange language Max had used for his circle spells. I expected it to hurt more. I didn't even see any burn scars. They must have hooked me up with some good magic or drugs to make me feel decent enough after losing an arm. Someone sat on a chair next to my bed. They didn't even look up from a book when I moved. I couldn't read the writing on the cover, but based on the illustration, it was some sort of trashy romance book. They didn't look like a doctor or a nurse. I didn't recognize them and thought we never met before. Their hair was white that faded into a bright red. It flowed over them and touched the floor. I was guessing they were female, but it was hard to judge under the bundles of fabrics. When they looked up, I was shocked by just how beautiful of a face was looking at me. Red eyes watched me for a few seconds.
Nice to see you're alive. You humans are so fragile.
I didn't know who or what this person was, but I felt like I had heard the voice before.
They took away your blade. It's too important of an item for a human to own. That Slithers creature's gotten a bit of trouble for creating it and giving it to you, and leaving some old trash just sitting in the middle of a hiking trail for any human to find. You should really make it up to them. However, what no one can understand is why you offered up your arm. You had a blade that can cut through nearly anything 3 times. Why not attack the creature and take your friend back?
The person gave me a blinding smile that made me feel like the world's biggest idiot. Why didn't I attack the thing in front of me? I had a weapon, and it even said it could cut through anything. I let out a groan of pain coming to my temple, and my face flushed. Still, even if I did attack, I was still human. I might not have been able to get a hit in. Even if I did, some monsters didn't die if you cut them in half. Attacking was an option, but sacrificing myself was the safer of ideas.
It might not have worked.
My voice was weak from my injury and from a very dry throat. The person beside me let out a loud cackle, enjoying my answer.
Humans are so interesting. I am glad I'll be able to see what other kind of nonsense you have in store.
They stood up, towering over me. I still had no clue who they were, but I was still more worried if Max made it out all right. I didn't see him in the room.
Is Max? Your partner is fine. As you have found out, our world is based on deals and favors instead of money you humans used. A favor from a more powerful creature is worth more. I promise I would deliver mail for a year in exchange for you to receive an arm. Do not get your hopes up. You should not be able to feel temperature with this arm or have any kind of grip strength. You gave up your left arm. That fact shall always be truth. What can be given to you is something like a very good prosthetic.
I felt my heart race at those words. I had accepted dying. Now I was being told someone I didn't know gave up a year of their life to help me out. I didn't understand why.
I do appreciate that, but who are you?
Instead of being offended, they only smiled. A sinister-looking smile that made me very uncomfortable.
Oh, do you recognize me now?
As they spoke, their entire body shifted, and the image of a beautiful face fell away into flames and a dark figure. The thing from the bridge stood over me as I felt the heat of the flames on my face. I let out a high-pitched shriek trying to get far away from the thing. More shrill laughter as the more manageable face form came back.
Please keep entertaining me, human. If you don't, I may eat up the rest of you. If I could gain such a perfect form from only your arm, think of what I would become if I ate the rest.
I did not like that idea. My body protested against being alive in the moment. I did not want to let my guard down in front of this monster. I had no choice in the matter. The sudden movement took everything out of me and I passed out again. I was being treated by the postal company and didn't see much of Max. Rufus dropped by to check up on me and to tell me Max was just fine. He was forced into a nap on the bridge while I came out of it missing an arm. I was told Max would drop by when he had time. There was a sudden influx of mail deliveries, so he was needed on the field. Rufus also didn't want him to see me missing my arm because when Max got upset, it was very hard to cheer him up again. I was perfectly fine with that. I didn't want him to see me worn out and in pain. I was not alright with the fact Rufus let slip. Apparently, I was the talk of the company because I had gone on literally the easiest job and came back nearly dead. Most just thought it amusing, but I knew I was never going to live this down. Replacing an arm on a human wasn't something they normally had to do, but it worked out. I really didn't want to know where they got the arm though. As promised, I couldn't feel hot or cold things. I could barely hold anything in my left hand. I was told if I kept working at it, I would gain some strength back. I would never be at 100% again with that hand. Honestly, I was alright with that. Max got out safe. It was well worth the cost of an arm. I'm pretty sure I'm going to be stuck in the sorting room for a while. Putting me out onto the field is just bad luck. I really didn't want to go out for another delivery job, fearing the worst. When I let these fears slip in front of Rufus, he just gave me a beaming smile, saying they already had some jobs lined up for me and Max. I know he was trying to comfort me. Bless him, he tried his best, but he wasn't really helping. I really wished my coworkers would start treating me like an adult. I work as a mailman for Cryptids, and that meant I worked alongside strange supernatural creatures with their own rules and cultures. Every time I felt like I made some progress in understanding their world, I would fail, taking a million steps back. Due to an injury, I was stuck in the sorting room for a month. It was an easy job of just sorting through the mountain of colored envelopes to place in the right cubby for delivery. The injury was from cutting off my own arm to save my delivery partner. My work provided me a new one that had its issues. Still, it worked well enough. After all the mistakes I made in the past, I really didn't blame them for never letting me go back out in the field, but I wish the creatures I worked with stopped treating me like a fragile child. Humans are much weaker, and that's true. However, I did not like the spider creature of a coworker taking the piles of envelopes from my hands, fearing too many of them was far too heavy for my weak human arms. I was very thankful for not only getting the arm, but keeping my job after my constant mistakes. My coworkers still drooled and treated me like a hunk of meat. I think if they could, they would wrap me up in bubble wrap. After a few days, I started to take notice of different creatures in my area. I had a system of sorting to make my job go faster. Still, with their help, I found my area being done before the others. Since I was still on the clock, I went over to assist whoever I could find who would have me. Strangely enough, with everyone working together, we did sort through all of the envelopes on a slow day. I had never seen the back room empty and sorted before. I don't think any of them had either. My suspicions of them seeing me as weak and needed to be treated with extreme care was confirmed by one of the creatures that could speak my language. She was the one who I gave up my arm in exchange for the safe return of Max, my partner. A very beautiful and very tall woman that joined the postal service for a year to just mess with me. Under her pretty mask was a terrifying creature I never wanted to see again. She dropped by the sorting room and gave my shoulder a playful shove. She thought it was playful, but it could have crushed me if I didn't make a habit of wearing my magic uniform that protected me from damage every time I left the house.
How is the new arm, tiny baby man?
To my horror, she explained that everyone was now calling me the tiny baby man. I couldn't understand their language, and for 2 weeks they had been calling me that straight to my face.
Help me think of a name, tiny baby. Should I be Belizas or Belus?
I think you should be out of my area. I gained a bit of confidence in dealing with creatures like her. I found a broom and shoved her away so I could keep sorting. I heard she had been trying to decide on a human name for 2 weeks. The creatures I worked with had their common name and then a name humans could pronounce. Most went without a human name because they never needed to speak with one, aside from eating them. So when they needed one, they would either pick a random name or a word that described their main quality. Some, like this annoying woman trying to delay my work, just made up a name they liked the sound of. By some miracle, I received a message that I was needed for a delivery job. I really didn't think it was best to put me out in the field again, but I was dying of embarrassment in the sorting room. I received the message at the start of my sorting shift, so I went to the meeting room instead. The postal company could create rooms that looked like empty office spaces whenever they needed, in order to have a receptionist pass off the job to the ones delivering it. They were called zero rooms. They could create a doorway to anywhere on the planet to drop the ones doing the job close by the area where they needed to be. I was always a bit annoyed that at the end of the jobs I was never dropped off close by my apartment. I was always a few blocks away. I bet they could drop me off right in front of my place after a long day. I never brought it up, fearing I would be walking a bit more on the way home the next job. The receptionists all looked the same. I was trying to keep track of them by their slight hairstyle differences and gum preferences. I thought one of them was named Celine, but I wasn't sure. They all outright refused to answer any personal questions when I had a moment to ask. When I entered the room, I was tackled to the ground by my partner. We hadn't seen each other since I lost my arm. Max was a very high-spirited person, but I heard when he was feeling down, it was a difficult task cheering him up again. I had no idea how he was doing since we last worked together. I let him rant in his language and hug me so tight I thought I would break in half. Realizing he could be hurting me, Max lifted me back onto my feet.
Let me eat your leg so we're never separated again.
Max was holding my shoulders, his nose a few inches away from mine. He spoke in such a low tone and with an intense look, I knew his request was not even remotely close to a joke. I needed to think of something, or else my partner was going to rip my leg off and eat it. Maybe my pinky toe when I'm emotionally ready to give it up. An unbelievably long and intense moment passed between us. His bright yellow eyes stared into mine. I really didn't think I was going to get out of that room in one piece. Finally, Max smiled and let go of my shoulders, looking like he accepted my offer. His teeth were a sharp reminder that if he wanted to, he could rip my leg off with no issue. We went over to the receptionist, ready to receive our job details. After I gave her some gum I stashed away in my jacket pocket for her. She placed a small package on the table and, to my shock, gave a look of utter disgust towards it. She barely even looked up at me anytime we talked to her. I'd never seen so much emotion on her face before.
You need to deliver this to Trin in the maze.
She pushed the package towards me, trying to touch it as little as possible. Normally, we would call our clients Miss, Mr., or honored. I never heard of a creature not having that respect given to them before. Max always scooped up the packages before I could move. This time, he didn't make any motions to touch it. His face was twisted in the same kind of disgust, like a child who was being forced to eat some bitter vegetables.
Is this Trin that bad?
I asked as I grabbed the package to put away in my pocket.
Well,
they both started at once trying to think of the right words.
She's difficult,
Max said finally after thinking.
She really likes humans, so you'll have no issue with her.
Every time I was told an easy job was going to happen, I ended up in a horrible mess. I prayed this would be an easy, quick delivery. I wanted one job to go smoothly. Maybe if I could deal with a creature none of them wanted to be around, I would get some credit back on my name. Max dragged his feet to the exit. I didn't think he had it in him to be so down. He always shared the same energetic happiness of the dog he shared some physical features of. Because of my very bad first experience in the maze, I should be the one dragging my feet. I opened the door, expecting to see the same sight the last time I entered the horrible place. But to another surprise, I didn't see the inside of a building beyond the door. The door opened to a field of golden corn instead. A warm breeze pushed through, and washed clouds drift by on an orange sunset. It was the nicest place we ever arrived in. I knew the maze changed every time someone entered it, but I wasn't expecting 10 feet tall corn as far as the eye can see. Seeing such a sight made me think we really were just going to have an easy job. Then Max started to sneeze beside me. He just wouldn't stop. His eyes started to water and he backed away from the door, nearly tripping over his own paws.
I can't,
he sputtered between sneezing. I knew his sense of smell was better than mine. I wondered what about this field bothered his senses so much.
I'm allergic. You'll have to go alone.
It was a wonder he got the words out between his sudden sneezing fit. It looked like he was suffering from the door just being open. There was no way he could do this job with me, but I couldn't go alone. No one went alone. It was just proven that it's safer to go in pairs, easy job or not. After all, I lost an arm, and we had done the easiest job the postal company had.
I can't. Something might...
I started, but Max pushed me forward through the door.
No one else will work with you.
That fact hurt a little.
Let me get something for my allergies. I'll come after you in an hour.
Without letting me protest, Max closed the door on me. It remained an office door just in the middle of a cornfield. I knew it was still unlocked, and I could go back through it if I wanted. Still, Max had faith I would be fine. Most jobs, we just sat and waited for our client to show up to pick up their mail. An hour on my way should be fine. I turned away from the door, finding a trail in the corn, and started to walk. I just needed to keep telling myself I would be fine. For the first time ever, I didn't need to wait on a client. Of course, the one time I wanted it to be the case, they were waiting for me to arrive. Our clients could literally take any form. Some had been so mind-numbingly terrifying, I couldn't even look at them when Max made them sign for their delivery. It's impossible to know what you are going to meet and could only hope for something you could handle. After a few minutes of walking, the trail ended in an area the corn was cut down in a large circle. A large comfortable chair sat in the middle and the client beside it. The sun hadn't set yet. The entire area was still bathed in the orange golden light. I almost didn't notice Trin at first. She was a simple creature and yet still very unnerving to look at. A faceless mask floated beside the chair with a cloth so sheer it was nearly transparent draped over it. When the wind fluttered, the cloth looked like it was pressing against an invisible woman's body. Seeing a blank white mask looking over in my direction triggered my body into flight mode. I'd seen more awful creatures before. I couldn't explain why that mask got under my skin in the way it did. I just wanted to drop the package and book it out of there. Miss Trin, I stopped speaking to let out a yelp and stumbled back. In a blink of an eye, the mask had went from in the middle of the clearing to right in front of my face.
You little thing, you look tired. Such a hard job. Here, have a rest.
The cloth fluttered as I saw a shape of a hand taking me by the arm. I was forced into a sitting position and, to my confusion, into the chair that was in the middle of the circle. I hadn't walked over, and yet I was sitting a few feet from where I arrived. Easy job, my ass. Warning bells rang in my head. I needed to get the job done and leave as soon as possible. Trin may like humans, but she may like them in all the wrong ways.
Look at what they have done to your arm. Such a horrible sight. Nothing ever comes from humans being around those sorts of creatures. It's a pity you did not come sooner. Why don't you stay here for a while?
I wanted to speak. I needed to tell her that I was just here to drop off her mail. Aside from the constant stress, threats of being killed or eaten, and cutting off my own arm, my job wasn't that bad. After all, I could be in customer service. I remember reaching for my pocket for the package trying to finish the job. Then I was simply not there. I wasn't a mailman dealing with supernatural creatures. I was back to being a child in the middle of summer vacation. I didn't know about any scary things that went bump in the night. My only fears were of the fact summer may end someday and I would be forced back into school. I heard a voice calling me inside, away from my pretend adventures for lunch. Even though it was a hot day, my mother had made my favorite, a grilled cheese sandwich with a silly smiling face made of ketchup. I happily ate my lunch, not a care in the world. It was only when I looked over at my mother when I snapped out of whatever dream I entered in. I couldn't see her face. That was because she had been gone for so many years. With a pained yelp, I shot out of the chair. I collapsed on the ground so exhausted my eyes almost refused to stay open. I sat up on my elbows trying to shake the fog from my mind. What the hell did Trin just do to me?
You should go back to sleep. Weren't you having a nice dream?
I looked up at her blank face, disgusted by her. My mother is gone. How dare you drag that back up? I hissed at her, my anger keeping me awake. Out of all the creatures I'd come across, I disliked her most for reminding me of the thing that still hurt me so much.
Oh, my poor dear. She may be gone for you now, but if you stay, you can have her back. You can have a perfectly lovely life with nothing bad ever happening to you. You only need to stay here with me and dream.
The mask floated down to my level, and I felt the cloth brushing against my skin. I was so tired the moment arms wrapped around me, my body fell limp. I still kept my eyes open, but only barely. I was losing the battle against this monster. I would admit, it did sound tempting, just dreaming instead of doing my dangerous job.
I eat the nightmares of humans. All you need to do is sleep. You're so precious to me. All of the humans under my care are. Don't worry, you'll have an endless, wonderful dream. Just stay here.
I felt myself relaxing and losing the battle. I so badly just wanted to fall asleep and take her up on that offer. No more threatening coworkers. No more waiting to see if the next delivery job would be my last. I could just stay there and maybe be able to see what my mother's face looked like again. I thought of Max and found a bit more strength to stay awake. I was sure he would understand if I stayed because I would be happy there. What would I even dream about? Would I only be a carefree kid, or could I see Max and Rufus? Yes, they were strange creatures that only on the surface looked partly human. I still didn't want a life without them. Rufus nearly died for me, and Max looked so worried after not seeing each other for a month. We'd become friends. Who cares if we were different species? I felt Trin bristle at my sleepy question.
No, there is no room in my world for those horrible things. I'll remove any kind of creature from your mind. You'll never have to think of them again.
The arms tightened around me so they no longer felt like a kind embrace, but a choking attack. The sudden shift got me back to my senses, pulling through the mental fog and cotton feeling in my muscles. I pushed out of the sheer fabric wrapped around me. Forcing myself away from Trin, I suddenly felt like I'd run a marathon. My lung felt close to bursting, and my head light. She had offered me a good deal, until she revealed she would remove my only real friends I ever made in my life.
You're refusing me?
Trin asked, her voice so cold it felt like it cut into me. Yes, now please take your package and sign for it. I took the small package out from my jacket, and the small slip of paper attached to it fluttered. I didn't feel very brave sitting on the ground looking up at her. I looked and felt awful, but at the same time was a little proud for standing up for myself. I really thought she was going to kill me. It was impossible to read what kind of emotion she had with her blank face. Sweat rolled down my face as I kept the package held out for her until my arm started to tremble and hurt.
Fine, you'll come back to me someday. Most do. I still think you're a precious little thing.
Cloth shifting, she took the package, and out from thin air, a fountain pen appeared. She wrote a quick little symbol representing her common name. For some reason, she handed the package back to me after it was signed for. We did not need to return the signed paper. It had a spell on it that made the paper disappear off to the records room after the client signed for it.
I ordered this for you. Once I heard a human was working for the postal company, I requested you deliver this to me. On the off chance you refuse my offer, I found something to help you stay alive until you return to me.
I shouldn't have been that surprised Trin gave me a gift. Creatures such as herself worked off a favor-based system. Gifts were not part of their culture, but they all saw me as so weak and helpless, I found a few of them had started to hand out freebies to keep me alive. I slowly opened the package, expecting a knife or a holy relic, anything suitable to fight against creatures of the night. It's a flashlight. I stated the obvious.
It's a sunlight,
Trin explained in a patient tone.
After using it, you must charge it for a full day in the sun, 2 days for the winter. Creatures cannot handle the sun very well. If you turn it on, it shall bring out a burst of light so bright it could kill very weak and very lesser creatures. For stronger ones, it shall blind them, letting you get away.
Well, that was useful. I wish I owned this a month ago. I need to remember to be careful using it around Max. I was sure this thing would blind him too. Thank you, I said, standing up, suddenly feeling a little embarrassed by her kindness.
You could repay me by staying.
I think I hear my partner calling for me. I need to go. It wasn't the most graceful way to leave a conversation, but it was the only idea I got. I wasn't stopped as I walked across the clearing.
You can also repay me by staying alive. Humans that encounter supernatural creatures nearly always die by them. I fear you don't have a lot of time left. Please make the right choice and come back to me.
I paused at the edge of the trail to look over my shoulder at her. I wondered how many humans she'd taken under her spell, if she had some sleeping right as we spoke. If it was their choice, I guess it was fine. She wasn't as cruel as other monsters I came across. People were waiting for me to return. I felt like taking her up on her endless dream offer would be selfish on my part. I would stick with my awful job because I was doing it together with a friend. I won't die anytime soon. I have a pinky promise to keep. I could have sworn her blank mask held a confused expression for a few seconds. I walked away, leaving her behind. I had no idea how long I had been gone for. I found the door back to the Zero Room easy enough. I couldn't have been gone for too long because Max hadn't met me on the trail. When I entered the room, he looked like he was about to charge in after me. Seeing me come out of the door, he froze. I didn't know why he stopped. I closed the door behind me, ready to tell him I finished the job. I saw another new expression on his face when he saw me. He looked close to tears.
You came back.
He said, trying to be strong and not break down from crying. I knew why he had that reaction. Trin had a very good offer. I bet he was certain I would ditch him for her.
Max, I cut off my own arm to save you. Of course I would come back.
It was meant as a joke, but the receptionist looked like she was going to murder me. Max looked from between her, then to me, then back to her.
We hadn't told him that yet.
She hissed at me. Oh no, I wish they would have made me aware of that fact. I couldn't even try and fix my blunder. Max burst out into a fit of tears, grabbing a hold of me, sobbing how sorry he was that I got hurt because of him, even though he wasn't entirely sure what happened that night or why I removed the arm for his sake. I knew Max could kick a person in half if he wanted. It was a bit strange to see someone I viewed to be so upbeat and strong, freely crying. It was so out of character for him, I froze up. I'd heard scraps of information while working in the sorting room about Max. He went from partner to partner, the other creatures not being able to handle his personality being so much like a human. I also heard that 500 years ago, when a mass of creatures was hunted down and killed by humans, gaining access to some spell, he lost his entire family aside from his father, and he once had a huge family. I think Rufus had a lot of children since then, but the mental scars of losing so many important people still lingered in them. The receptionist looked annoyed at her sobbing older brother. I didn't mind it. I let him cry and soak my uniform jacket. My job was dangerous. My coworkers saw me as a meal. They were mostly creatures of nightmares, and we delivered mail to other nightmare creatures. Any wrong step could cost me my life, or the life of my delivery partner. And in some cases, just dying was the best outcome. Even so, I would stick with this job. I had made the first real friends of my life. Max would always have my back. Rufus would gladly adopt me if I let him. And even that very annoying and very frightening witch of a woman that made me cut off my arm to eat was worth sticking around for. I hope Trin wasn't really waiting on me because I don't think I'll ever go to her. My 30th birthday was a normal day. I splurged on a cupcake for myself, and my father sent me a birthday message the day before. He always got the day mixed up. I worked my shift without any of my coworkers being aware of what day it was. Only when I arrived back home, ready for bed after a long shift, the embarrassing thought dawned on me. I was 30, and I was still a virgin. In my teen years, I was an emotional wreck after losing my mother. Just getting out of bed was an achievement back then, let alone talking to girls trying to hook up. After moving out and getting 2 jobs to survive, I went from crappy job to crappy job, just trying to get by. Dating wasn't even a consideration. I wonder if I was just the type of person alright being alone. If I had a good job and the security to spend time looking for someone, I might find I was alright by myself. That night, with a few hours of my birthday remaining, I wasn't thinking of that idea. I was only thinking about how people would judge me if they found out my sorry state of a dating career. I was getting older. If I kept putting off trying to find the right time to find someone that might never happen, I would die with no one at my funeral. I decided then I would sign up for some online dating sites and see what happens. I might find someone, I might not. I wanted to at least be rid of the black mark on my character that was my V card, even if I had no clue how to go about it. The next 2 weeks I was signing up for a few dating sites and apps to get no responses. I was not a catch, so I wasn't expecting much. I'm a little shorter than average. I have a common-looking face and not much going on job-wise. I didn't have much to offer in a relationship, and if the girls wanted to quickly hook up, they literally had thousands of other guys to choose from. I was in shock that after 2 weeks, I received a notification from a girl I'd matched with. She was cute and way out of my league. At first, I thought she was a bot. However, her profile checked out. She was real, and for some unfathomable reason, talking to me. I still wondered what the catch was. I agreed to meet up for a coffee on the next Friday night to see where things would head. If she was using a very flattering angle or outdated photos, I would still see her. She was very nice and easy to talk with. Being pretty was just a bonus. I've gone on dates before. I barely considered them dates though. Some coffee with a female friend, or some hangouts with them. It never went anywhere. Having a real first meetup with a girl made me extremely nervous. Before meeting, I'd let slip some of my flaws and lack of experience, but somehow, she still wanted to meet. If she found me too underwhelming after coffee, there would be no hard feelings. She showed up on time, saw me at the table, and gave a big smile and a wave. She was tall, thin, and had the cutest shade of red hair and perfect teeth. Yet again, I wondered why a girl like that had ever agreed to see me. The moment she sat down, the awkward tension I'd expected wasn't there. Looking back on our date, I realized we talked like old friends. I never expected this to go beyond a date, so there was no hinting or flirting, just two people having a very nice chat over coffee. That friendly atmosphere must have been the thing that got me an invite to go out for some dinner after. I was free and agreed. It wasn't anything special. We bought some fast food and brought it to a park to sit and eat while the sun set. I sensed that Vicky enjoyed spending time with someone who wasn't trying to take her home. I guess I'm old-fashioned and thought that sort of thing should be hinted at when you got to know each other a little bit more. Heaven forbid someone even make a suggestion of such things on a first date. After we finished eating, I realized after talking to her for at least 2 hours, I didn't really know much about her. She seemed a little bit pressured in her job, stating she wasn't suited for anything else but never told me what that job was. The sun set while we ate. I didn't want her alone in the dark, so I offered to walk her to her car, or to the bus stop if she took one to get to the coffee shop. Standing under a park light, she shuffled her feet looking like she was trying to debate something.
Could you just walk me home? I can cut through the park, but it's pretty scary at night.
Vicky asked, head down looking shy.
Oh, yeah, of course.
I took a risk and offered my hand. She gladly took it. The park was fairly large, the path cut through dense woods. Once you got off the trail, you could get lost easily and could walk for hours without getting out and back into town. It was also a popular place for homeless people to set up small living areas. As clean and maintained the trails are, it wasn't a good idea for a single lady to go walking along them at night. Once I got on the other side, and she was home safe, I could spend a little bit of money getting a cab back home. The coffee shop we met in was within walking distance of my place. I honestly didn't want to walk through the park alone and hope we didn't run into anyone wanting trouble. Vicky was a few inches taller than me, and if a fight came up, I think she would have a better advantage in one over myself. Due to my lack of experience, I didn't think she was asking me to walk her home to keep the night going longer and possibly invite me in once we arrived to her place. I'm glad I didn't assume that. I would be very disappointed. On our walk, my phone pinged. It was another text from my father asking to borrow money. He always paid me back, but had a hard time paying bills at the start of the month.
It's nice of you to help out. I bet your mother doesn't appreciate being so low on funds at the start of every month, though.
Vicky commented after I explained what the text was about.
My mother isn't around, it's just me and him.
I told her, feeling a bit bad, bringing down the mood of the walk.
Oh, I'm sorry. So you're pretty alone, huh?
It was a bit of an odd question, but I didn't even notice. I wondered if I clued into things sooner, I could have avoided a bad situation.
Hey, so let's say I invited you to stay over. Would you?
We were only halfway along the trail when she spoke up again. Vicky's question made my face flush in the darkness of the trail. I tripped over my own feet and desperately tried to think of the right answer.
I don't have any kind of experience with that kind of thing. I don't think I could bring myself to take you up on that offer, even though I do like you.
I answered honestly, most likely not the answer a girl wanted to hear. After a few seconds, Vicky let go of my hand to walk in front of me and face me. I stopped walking to let her take a couple steps ahead. I knew I was getting dumped.
You're cute. I never get to go out with guys like you, but I don't think your type is going to do well on an app that's made for people to just hook up on.
She told me with a kind smile on her face. I guess I was stupid and assumed a dating app was just for dating and not to find who else is ready to get freaky with. It was a little disappointing, but I would recover from this. Vicky was a nice, cute girl. However, if I wasn't what she was looking for, I needed to accept it. This first date was some experience, though. Maybe the next girl I go out with, I might not be as nervous when the same question comes up.
Let me at least walk you out of the park safely,
I offered her.
Oh, you don't need to worry about me. You should really be worried about yourself right now.
I looked at her, confused. The sudden idea of her planning this and having some guys to jump me came to mind. I only had my phone on me and $50 in my bank account if they got my bank card. I wouldn't lose much, and saying I got robbed on a first date would be a great story. Hoping I wasn't about to get a beatdown, I looked around trying to see if there was anyone hiding in the bushes along the trail.
Alright, should I just give you my wallet right now, or?
I asked, not seeing anyone in hiding.
Toby, I like you. I'll offer you a deal. If you can run from me until sunrise, I'll let you live.
What kind of weird joke was this? During our date, she hadn't acted weird or quirky. This sudden shift made me so confused on what was going on. I was alright with jokes, but I wished, if this was one, she would have waited until we gotten out of the park. Vicky wasn't carrying a purse. Her jean pockets could barely fit her phone and some spare change for the coffee if I didn't pay for it. If there weren't any guys waiting to jump me, I didn't think she had anywhere to hide a weapon. I opened my mouth to ask her what she was thinking and please not kid around so we can get her back home when she did something that just made my entire body freeze. In a blink of an eye, Vicky was standing in front of me. Then a towering monster took her place. Its fur was the same shade of her orange-reddish hair. The face had slanted fox-like eyes and countless sharp teeth ready to rip into me. The beast looked almost like a fox, but a fox mixed with a female bodybuilder. When the large hand with sharp claws started to reach towards me, I did the thing any sane person would facing that beast down. I ran screaming into the woods. My mind was blank from terror. I just ran. Branches snapped at my face, cutting and tearing at my clothes. My action should have cost me my life. Instead of turning around to run along the path, I ran into the trees, getting lost in the dark, leaving a perfect trail for Vicky to follow me. There is a chance that if I stayed on the trail and in the open, she could easily catch me. I just ran, repeating what the hell through my head until I tipped on a root, landing painfully on the ground. I scrambled to get up, legs on fire and lungs heavy. I snapped out of my panic to frantically pull out my phone. I tried calling 911 only to have the call not even connect. I went down my list of contacts trying anyone with no luck. I then tried texting my father. The message just sat loading, refusing to send. My phone was useless. Still, just in case the text went through after I was killed that night, I sent a message to my father telling him I loved him, and oddly enough, one to Vicky. She'd given me her phone number, so I sent her a message telling her I enjoyed our date. Alright, so what if she was a monster that just set me up to be eaten and this text may never send? I didn't want any regrets in the end. It was a nice date until the whole monster thing. I didn't have a chance to thank her yet for meeting a guy like me, even if the plan was to kill me the entire time. I put my phone away, trying to keep moving in the woods, trying to figure out where the hell I was. The moon was nearly full, giving me enough light to see by. I was still lost with no hope of getting out of the woods. Vicky might think I would go back to the path, so even if I could find it, it wasn't an option. I just walked along, sprinting in short bursts, hiding behind trees, trying to cover more ground. After a while, the false hope started. No sounds came from the trees, making me think I somehow got away from her. Right when I thought I might make it, I heard a booming, crackling laugh that sounded as if it was surrounding me. A laugh a hyena would be jealous of. I darted around, sweat drenching my back. She could be close by. In the dim light, I saw a small burrow large enough for me to fit inside. Without a second thought of what kind of animal could be inside, I squeezed myself into the tight space to buy myself more time. I checked my phone again to quickly see none of the messages sent yet, and it still refused to connect. I stayed in that little tunnel, breathing in the scent of dirt with roots jabbing into my back. Again, a hint of hope came.
Playing hide and seek, are we?
Vicky's voice came, sounding so close and distorted, being spoken through her dangerous mouth. I forced another yelp of fear down. I curled up, looking outside, trying to see anything from the small opening. If she found me, it would all be over. I couldn't go further in. She could just grab me to drag me to my death.
I'll count to 10, then I'll start looking.
My heart threatened to beat out of my chest. I couldn't give in to the fear. I needed to stay calm and think. As she counted down closer to 10, I lost more of my control. There were no options for me. She was bigger, stronger, and hungry. If I ran, she would catch up with me. If I stayed, she would drag me out kicking and screaming. Suddenly, I wondered how she hadn't caught me yet. What's the point of the countdown if she knew where I was? Vicky was playing with me. Holding on to that fact, I felt like if I could just keep out of her grasp for a little bit longer and let her play this game, then maybe I might think of a plan later. Right now, I needed to run.
9, 10.
The moment she shouted out 10, I darted out from my little hole and tossed a rock as far as I could. By some miracle, I saw her shape darting through the woods towards where she heard the rock fall. Vicky had known the vague area I was in, so ran toward the sound of the rock bouncing off a tree. I gave it a second before darting off as quietly as possible away from where she was running. I heard her turn around, so I picked up another rock to throw it, hoping to fool her a second time to possibly give me time to run. I don't know if it worked or if she was letting me get away. Hours passed as I ran aimlessly through the trees. I'd lost a shoe at some point, my clothing completely covered in dirt and face scratched up from the branches. Sunrise was still too many hours away. I sensed Vicky and was nearly done with our game. If she got close to me again, she may put an end to everything. In my exhaustion, I didn't realize I had stumbled out of the woods and onto the brick path of the park for a few seconds. I gasped, feeling exposed in the open, and darted back behind a tree. Things suddenly were looking up for me. I knew where I was, only a 5-minute walk to the park entrance and a few more minute walk away from an all-night fast food place, the same place we gotten dinner from hours before. I debated on what to do. She might know I would try for the easy escape. She could be waiting at the park entrance for me. Let's just say it wasn't a trap and I somehow did get to the fast food joint. What if she found me and killed the person who could help me? Was I alright getting someone else involved? What else could I do? It was the only plan I could think of. I was likely going to die anyway. Might as well attempt to get some help. Creeping along, I stayed behind as many trees as possible while still keeping an eye on the trail. So close. 4 more minutes. 3 more minutes. 2 more. I stood, looking around when I hit the edge of the woods. The park entrance stood open and empty. I needed to be ready to run. This would be my final mad dash, and I needed all the strength I could get. A warm breeze blew, ruffling my hair on my neck. Too warm. And just on my back without the leaves of the trees surrounding me moving. My entire stomach felt like it dropped to my feet. I turned my head to be face to face with a set of slanted, gleaming eyes. Vicky somehow silently crept up behind me. How she moved that massive body without a sound was beyond my knowledge. Again, I wasn't thinking. I just screamed again, nearly pissing myself, and bolted. She opened her mouth to snap down on me, only catching my jacket, ripping a piece off. I flew towards the park entrance, the hot breath on my heels. Her crackling laugh made my adrenaline move my legs faster than they ever moved in my life. I had no plan beyond getting out of the park. For some reason, I thought if I could just run through the stone archway, I would be safe, and the monster of a date would just disappear. I almost made it. Just as I got through the arc, I collided with someone. My ankle twisted painfully as I slammed onto the ground, skidding to a stop on the hard pavement. I tried to stand back up, but the sharp pain in my ankle kept me to the ground. My body was out of oxygen and needed to rest. Dizzy from fright, my eyes went over, trying to see where Vicky was. The person I'd run into was short with a black hoodie on. The hood covered their features. I knocked them down in my haste. There was no time to warn them as Vicky's snout poked out from the entrance, sniffing the air. I needed to do something. If I didn't, that person, perhaps a teen, would be eaten. Mind you, if she was busy with them, then I may have a chance to get away. I felt sick even considering that option. Unable to move from the stressful night, my body made the choice. She looked down at that person, drool starting to pool in her mouth. She looked in glee over her surprise snack. Bending over, she opened her mouth to snap her frightening jaws around the boy. But the child spoke, and it made her sharply pull back, shocked.
Oh, hello, Vicky. What's going on?
The boy asked, standing up, brushing himself off. They knew each other? What the hell was going on?
My king, what are you doing here? Oh, that dirty human knocked you over. I am so sorry for not eating him sooner.
No, really, what the hell was going on? For a brief moment, I thought this kid could help me. That hope quickly got crushed.
Don't worry about it. I was in the area for something else. I have these gummy candies I know you like, and I figured I would drop by and see you. Go ahead and finish up with your date. We can catch up after.
I should have run into this brat harder. How dare this short, soft-spoken boy sign my death warrant? I got up, trying to hobble away. My ankle screamed in pain as I slowly took a few steps from those two. Vicky closed the gap between us in 2 long strides. Once again, her mouth opened wide, ready to bite me in half. I smelled her musty breath while staring down at the hundreds of razor-sharp teeth. This simply wasn't fair. I can't believe I'm going to die a virgin. If I was going to have some last words, it may as well be the regret of what got me in this situation. I wonder how many other people got into bad situations because they were so desperate not to be judged by society for something that literally doesn't matter. I couldn't be the only one. Personally, I didn't care. I just didn't want to hear the mocking from people when they discover I never dated.
What did he say?
Vicky froze when the boy spoke, her mouth still open, ready to snap. I collapsed on the ground, staring up at her. For some strange reason, she looked scared.
Oh, I guess I made a mistake with this date. No harm done. Let's just send him on his way.
Vicky sounded nervous. She took a few steps away from him, large clawed hands in front of her fidgeting.
Did she really not know this fact until this moment?
The boy asked. Dark Hood turned to address me. Well, I made it pretty clear without using that word yet, but my mouth was suddenly dry. How many times could my brain fail me and hopes get raised only to be shot down?
Vicky, did you really not know?
He asked, slowly looking at her.
I swear, just a mistake.
She replied, hands raised with a desperate voice. The boy walked over to me and took his hood off. White, wavy hair spilled out. Aside from his red eyes, he looked like a normal kid, and not something a beast like Vicky would be so scared of.
Do you have a phone?
He asked me. At this point, how would giving him my phone hurt? I took it out from my pocket, handing it to him with a tremble. Vicky let out a screech of fear. On her powerful animal legs, she bolted, getting down the block in half a second. The boy held out my phone, screen directed toward her, fleeing.
She's grounded.
He commented in a bored tone. Vicky let out a horrible, twisted screech as a crackling light shot out from the screen, wrapping around her. Her massive frame was tangled in the light, then dragged back towards us. My jaw dropped when I saw her getting sucked into the screen, along with the strange light, while digging deep claw marks into the pavement trying to get me free. When she was finally entirely inside the phone, the boy flipped it in his hand once and shoved it into his hoodie pocket.
What?
I screamed, my voice rough and cracked. I had so many questions but could only get one word out.
I guess I should tell you a little. Vicky, well, she lures in nasty men to eat them. It's against her rules to eat virgins. She targets the nastiest of guys you find online. Virgins taste really good to monsters like her, so she must have tried to eat you thinking she would get away with it.
He let out a long, suffering sigh. I wanted to keep him around for a bit longer to learn more. I was shaking my head from my ordeal, not really able to think, let alone talk. He noticed and shook his head a little.
You could just hire a girl to hook up with to make you less appealing to monsters, but you also have a rare blood type that they really like too. A double whammy making you super tasty and appealing. Also, the thing is with supernatural creatures, once you survive one, you normally don't the next time.
The next time? Yeah, you most likely are going to be eaten by something in the future. Make peace with that. Vicky's just going to be sealed away for a few months, but once she gets out, she won't mess with you. Something else is... Oh, you need a new phone to replace this one. He took out my phone from his pocket, swiped the screen to snoop into my contacts.
Toby, is it? I'll send you a new phone.
I felt my face flush more when I thought he would read my text than when I thought I was about to die. He paused, looking down at the text that didn't go through to Vicky. I wanted to snatch it out of his hands, yet didn't want to touch the phone.
That's it? Can't you do anything else for me?
I begged, tears threatening to take over.
No, sorry, tough luck. I may be the king of the things in the dark, but I'm not going to stop them from rightfully having a meal.
My heart felt like breaking as he waved my pleas away and took a few steps from me. I stood on my twisted ankle, ready to chase after him when he stopped, turned, and looked at me.
Well, actually, there is one thing. Do you want a job?
Huh? Because of the miracle of knocking over that boy, I lived through the night. I learned his name was Ellie, and he was a huge deal in the world of monsters. I almost felt bad for knocking him over. Almost. The job he offered me was a mailman position. He told me I would most likely die in that job, but would last longer in a protected organization than on my own as a tasty snack ready to be eaten up. The job paid better than my current one, so what the hell, I might as well take it. As promised, a new phone arrived for me. It had all my contacts and information transferred over onto it, but the phone case was pink for some reason. I kept it on, fearing removing it would be an insult to the boy who arranged the phone for me. The uniforms and blank swipe card came next. While waiting for more information about my new job, I researched the hell out of supernatural creatures and cryptids. Most of that information turned out to be useless though. I did spend a bit of time just sitting on my apartment floor, considering all the terrible life choices that led me to that point. Still, a new job that pays the bill is much better than being eaten by your first date. For the past few months, I've been able to adjust to my job. My delivery partner was a major stabilizing factor. It was hard to be stressed about other co-workers looking at me as if I was a meal, when Max was literally a big puppy I could spend my work hours with. Sure, I did lose an arm and had it replaced with one that slowly started to ache all day, but it was worth trading an arm to keep Max around. I didn't even hold much of a grudge against the creature that made me cut off the arm in the first place. So far, I did not overly regret being forced into my dangerous job of delivering mail to monsters. I came into work feeling ready to get going for a change. I would get texts of door locations to go to and swipe my blank card to get inside what was called the Zero Room. It looked like an empty office with a fold-out table in the middle and a receptionist. I learned that the receptionists were one of Max's many stepsisters. I have yet to learn all their names or even know just how many he had. Most were pretty frosty personality-wise, but warmed up a little when I slid them a pack or two of gum. They were in charge of giving us the package and details of our delivery jobs. Max was already inside the room and smiled at me when he saw me walk in. He had large dog ears he'd yet to fully grow into. If it wasn't for his mouth full of sharp teeth, his smile would be charming.
"We have a good job today,"
he told me, excited and unable to hide his wagging tail. Max always said we had a good job. The last one, we nearly died of heat stroke waiting on the side of a desert highway, waiting for a large slug-like creature to show up and pick up its package. That was a rough one. I made Max spit out so many lizards he tried eating the moment I turned my back. After doing the exchange, Max's sister gestured towards 6 tote bags filled with letters and packages on the floor. My heart sank. It would take forever to go out and deliver these. Normally, we only did a trip per package.
It's all going to the same place.
Celine told me, reading my expression. At least I was fairly sure that receptionist was Celine.
"We get to go see all the girls today."
Max explained and started to pick up the totes to hang off his shoulders. He was shorter than me by a little, but very strong. I could only carry 2 of the totes, my bad shoulder unable to support the weight of the third. Max easily took it and carried the rest. I still felt bad that I make him do extra work all the time, and after all these months couldn't help out more. Max didn't even notice my inner turmoil. He gave his sister a wave and I followed him out of the door, being weighed down. He needed to keep stopping to wait for me to catch up. He knew better than to take over and let me do my best trying to carry the heavy bags. The sun was setting, and we walked towards a building that, when I saw the sign, I paused a little confused. Surely we weren't dropping off all this mail at a strip joint. My face, red from embarrassment and the weight of the bags, I tried to catch up to Max. I didn't make it in time. He knocked on the back door of the building and was let inside. Seconds later, before I reached the door, I heard shrieking screams. I was so worried Max walked into something he shouldn't have. I wasn't thinking. I just barged into the back door and into one of the weirdest scenes of my life. The door opened into an employee dressing area and felt like it was poor planning that someone walking inside could see the girls getting ready. Max was surrounded by women, all different species and all in different stages of undress. My face turned completely red, and I did my very best not to look at anything I felt like I was not meant to see. Until that moment, Max never really showed any interest in girls before. He treated everyone with the same bright and kind, bubbly personality. So I was shocked to see him in the middle of the women looking like he was very much enjoying himself as they all spoke in a mixture of languages. Then I realized he wasn't enjoying himself because of a lot of attractive girls fawning over him. He was smiling away and wagging his tail because a bunch of people were petting his head and touching his paw-like hands. I felt jealous. For months, I wanted to touch the soft pads on Max's hands, but didn't, fearing I would be dragged into a work sensitivity training program. I suffered being unable to touch the beans, and all these girls were just going at it. I knew that it would take a while for them to all settle down, and I stepped aside trying to find a spot to put the tote bags to be sorted through later. When I looked up, I was staring at a face I never thought I would see again. We both stared at each other, frozen, the sounds of the other girls chattering around us.
Vicky?
I asked, finally. She came towards me, looking like she was about to rip me to pieces. Before she could reach me, a different woman came over between us. She was tall and had a slit mouth that went from ear to ear. Aside from that, she was rather pretty.
Oh, I heard a human was delivering mail, Vixen. Do you know it? You talk to humans.
The woman asked, mouth in a wide smile.
We talked a few times on a dating site but never met. Right, Toby? We never met, right?
Vicky's tone was very clear on what she wanted me to say. I nodded, a little nervous on what would happen if I said otherwise. Vicky was the reason why I got my job. She was a monster that would eat men she went on dates with. We did meet through a dating site, but I was spared. She could only eat certain types of men, it seemed. She still tried to kill me, but I was lucky enough to, literally, run into the Silver King. Sure, she tried to eat me, but I've forgiven her for that. If I had a grudge against everything that had tried, I wouldn't have any friends left.
Vera, why don't you help Max get the mail out to everyone?
Vicky suggested. The tall woman smiled and nodded. She pushed her way through the crowd, and soon the girls were getting back on task. Max was still in the middle of getting mail together and making them sign a sheet once he handed them their packages. He was chattering in different languages I've never heard him use before. Vicky and myself stood awkwardly off to the side.
I'm kinda useless here, huh?
I commented, watching Max work.
Mostly, yeah, but I think it's alright. Max had been delivering our mail for years. He's ideal because he's friendly and knows a lot of languages, but he's always switching partners. His personality is so close to a human, it's off-putting to creatures of the night. It's a good thing he's working with you.
Vicky told me, looking as awkward as I felt. I had no idea Max switched partners so often. Here I thought everyone loved him. It made sense. Him and Rufus, his father, were much different than all the other creatures I've come across so far. At first, Vicky felt like she was similar to them, but then she chased me through the woods trying to kill me. Max came over to retrieve the last few bags and took my hand.
Come meet all the girls.
I was dragged forward and shoved in the same spot Max was minutes before. I had a gaggle of supernatural females prodding me and pinching my cheeks. It wasn't entirely unpleasant. Max was trying to introduce me to them all, but some didn't have human names. In the future, I may remember how their names sounded, but would find it impossible to pronounce. At least they were friendly, and only a few looked as if they were seconds away from taking a bite out of me. A man came peeking into the room and said something I didn't understand. The girls started to disperse to get fully dressed. I got some quick kisses on my cheeks, but felt as if it was the same way you would kiss a cute animal. In the chaos, Vicky was getting her mail from Max.
Do you work here?
I asked her, and Vicky stared daggers at me.
Do I look like I work here?
She hissed. I felt my blood turn cold knowing I asked the wrong questions.
Below are apartments for female creatures only. I live here, doofus.
She was being a bit grumpy with me. I imagine I would be the last person she ever wanted to see again, considering how our date ended. Unable to read the room, Max came in with a save.
Let's all go out on a date.
We both did a double take at this suggestion. Max didn't know a lot about human culture, but I thought he knew what a date was.
Do you mean you want us all to go out for dinner?
Vicky corrected.
Yeah, you told me about a place that makes breakfast stuff all day the last time I brought mail. I've never had breakfast before,
he said, his curved tail wagging, showing how excited he was over the idea.
That's just going out for dinner, Max. It's not a date.
I told him, but he didn't even falter in his logic.
People who like each other going out is a date, and we all like each other, so let's go.
He took out hands and started to drag us towards the door. Normally, we would check back into the 0 room to say we completed a job. Sometimes we would get a few more jobs to do, and sometimes we could just head home. I was starting to think Max got away with a lot of things because his entire family worked at the mail company, and because he was cute, and that helped a lot.
I didn't want to go out with this guy I was meeting tonight anyway. I'll send him a message canceling on him and Toby can pay for my dinner.
Vicky said, as if she wasn't already planning on going with us the moment Max suggested. Max didn't have any human currency, so I was glad my job at least paid well. The all-day breakfast diner was a quick walk away. It must do good business being surrounded by bars so the drunks could get some greasy eggs before heading home. It was pretty empty when we arrived. Max sat next to me in a booth and Vicky was across from us. She was texting someone and had her head down when the waitress came by with the menus. I've been working with Max for a few months, and yet I've never gotten a clear answer about how other people saw him. He did have dog features. Could humans see his ears and just assume they were fake? Or did they see him as a normal person? I had a lot of questions, but when Vicky put her phone down, I suddenly was unable to speak. She was a very pretty girl. Long red hair she styled in flowing waves since the last time I'd seen her. When she smiled, she had hints of dimples, and her clothing always seemed to fit in just the right way. Almost any guy could be easily lured in by her looks. She was the best looking girl I've ever spent time with, but I felt no attraction towards her. I remember what she truly looked like. Every time I looked at her, I felt the memory of her hot breath on the back of my neck as she was just about to crush me in her massive jaws. Max didn't notice how tense I was or how awkward the air turned. He reached over and took a hold of one of the small syrup jugs and opened it a few times. He snickered. There was 2 of them, and the spout looked like a bird's face.
These look like chuk-chuks,
he said, opening and closing the jug.
Oh, they really do.
Vicky reached over and started to do the same. I had no idea what they were talking about, but they looked like they were enjoying an inside joke. In a squawking voice, she spoke while making the jug look like it was talking.
The 1,000-year pitch war, never heard of it, never started it.
Her and Max cackled at something I would never really understand without at least a few hundred years of supernatural creature history for context. They both started to squawk and talk about a war I had no idea about before I needed to get them settled down. Alright, you two, pick out what you want. Max, you can try anything you like. I told him, full knowing I would regret those words. Max looked at me, eyes shining, and started to go over the menu we were sharing. He would read something out loud and ask me about it. There were a few things Max couldn't eat, like grapes or onions, so I needed to keep an eye out on what human foods he ordered. He was reading the menu just fine, and I was impressed by the fact that English wasn't his first language. He must be pretty smart if he could learn so many, even if he proved otherwise sometimes. When we ordered, Max pointed to what he wanted, and I told the waitress. Vicky ordered 2 large meal combos, and our waitress raised an eyebrow over the sheer amount of food. Regardless, she wrote everything down and was on her way.
So, Toby, what have you been up to?
Vicky asked and sipped on the coffee she ordered. I started to tell her of everything that had happened so far with my new job, with Max helping me with some of the details. She, like most people, gave me a dirty look when she found out I was the one who was responsible for Rufus losing a leg and being out of the field for a while. Apparently he was very popular, and a few creatures wanted some payback. I needed to be careful of where I showed my face in the future. When our food arrived, it nearly didn't fit all on the table. I only ordered some fried eggs, bacon, and some toast. I was done eating way before the other 2. Vicky was good at taking over my job of making sure Max didn't eat some grapes that had been mixed in with his other fresh fruit. When I was finished eating, I snatched away some home fries that was mixed together with some onions. The potatoes were big enough to separate and give back to Max, who was shoving waffles into his face and didn't even notice our rescue efforts. Oddly enough, after chatting with Vicky, my wariness of her eased. I thought it would take me more time to no longer be afraid of her. I still wasn't attracted to her, but I no longer felt the urge to bolt whenever I saw her smiling. I really did forgive her, but my body refused to want to stay around something it knew to be a predator. Overall, it was a nice dinner out that was almost worth the hit to my bank account. Somehow, they both got through the mountain of food. We went up to the front to pay, and I left a good tip, feeling sorry for whoever needed to collect our dishes.
I'm going to the bathroom,
Max announced. Okay, but only for 5 minutes. I told him. Vicky gave me a look, wondering why I was limiting his washroom break time. He likes to stick his head under those hand dryers. If you don't tell him a time limit, he'll do it for hours. She nodded, understanding how Max can be. We left to wait for him outside. Vicky was getting some texts, so she was looking at her phone while she spoke to me.
Have you been donating blood recently?
She asked. It was a bit of an odd question to ask out of the blue. I stood looking at her, wondering why she would ask. I did in fact donate some in the past few days. After the incident where I lost my arm and the mailing company replaced it, I was outed as still being a virgin. My flesh and blood are highly coveted by creatures of the night. By eating it or drinking it, they can become stronger, or so I've heard. And I heard it could be used to heal some of my coworkers if they get harmed in the field. I really didn't mind donating to help out, so I started to do it as much as I was able. Yes, how did you know? I asked her, wondering if Max told her and I wasn't paying attention.
A friend of mine was attacked by hunters and nearly died. She never harmed a human before, but you know hunters, they'll kill anything not human. Anyway, your blood saved her. She might even be able to grow her horns back. I think she isn't the only one you've saved, and I wasn't sure if anyone thanked you yet.
She was sounding so kind and honest, I didn't know how to deal with it. I felt my face flush and I looked away from her, embarrassed. I didn't feel as if I've done anything worthy of being praised for. Anyone in my position should have done the same thing. I knew donating my blood was going to help, but never thought of just how much before. Without warning, Vicky put her phone back into her pocket and leaned over to kiss my cheek. I froze, face red. I shouldn't have been so shocked. Before the whole trying to eat me thing, Vicky and I got along just fine. She was a nice person. I still wouldn't date her though.
God, you're such a...
Vicky didn't finish whatever she was going to say to tease me. A man around our age I didn't recognize got out of his car and was walking towards us in a rage. Vicky knew him and her face twisted in a snarl. He stopped a few steps in front of us, so angry he was out of breath. I knew Vicky could handle it, but I still stood between her and the newcomer.
You bitch, after everything you go behind my back and sleep around with this guy. He's not even that good looking.
The man spat. I wasn't hurt by his comment. I knew I wasn't a catch, and the monsters I worked alongside were kind enough not to say so.
Just because you buy me shit I never asked for doesn't mean you're entitled to me or my time. And I'm not sleeping around with Toby. He's a friend, you extreme dumbass.
She shot back, getting out in front of me, ready to throw down if needed. At first, I thought I would need to save this guy from her, until he angrily brought out a gun and pointed it at both of us. Even after months of being around monsters, the sight of a gun still made me cold. Because my job was dangerous, we received magic uniforms that could stop claws and bullets. I was wearing mine, still sort of being on the job, but the uniforms only protected what they covered. If he shot me in the face, it was all over. Vicky stopped talking and looked over at me, fear in her eyes.
Drop your phone and get into the car, now.
His tone gave no room for arguments. I took my phone, covered in the pink case I received for work, and dropped it to the ground. I winced as it bounced away. Vicky did the same. She could have ripped this guy apart, but I knew creatures of the night were bound by certain rules when it came to killing humans. She either didn't want to attack him in a public space, or, for some reason, couldn't fight back at all. Max would be useful to have around. It was already way past 5 minutes. If I lived, I might have to be angry with him. We both listened to the man and was led to his car. He made Vicky get into the front, and I sat in the back. My mind was racing, trying to think of something to do. I needed to wait until he stopped the car to fight back. I didn't want to endanger Vicky by risking an accident by attacking the man while he drove. I flexed and gripped my left hand, feeling pain shoot through my entire arm if I gripped my hand too tightly. The replacement arm was pretty weak, and with the new pain, I couldn't do much with it. I had no confidence in myself and only prayed Vicky had a plan, or that Max noticed us missing soon and came to our rescue. I doubted the second option. We drove in silence for a while. He pulled into a normal-looking suburb and forced us inside a house. The entire time he kept the gun on Vicky and had one of her arms in his hand. I walked in front, opening the door as he told me, fearing he would hurt her if I didn't do something. He clearly only planned on taking Vicky and was stressed trying to deal with a second person. When we got inside the front door, I couldn't take it any longer. I grabbed a glass bowl off a table by the front door, ready to use it as a weapon, as the keys and spare change inside went flying. I swung around, aiming for his face, and got foreseeable results. He was much faster and slammed the handgun into my nose. I dropped the bowl, breaking it into thousands of pieces on the ground. He gave my stomach a kick, and that didn't hurt but still knocked me over. I was about to get up to keep fighting when I saw Vicky's expression. She was silently pleading for me to stay down. I did. My face a mass of throbbing pain and nose bleeding, our kidnapper wasted no time and nearly dragged us both down into his basement. I let him shove me into a chair and didn't struggle when he tied my hands behind my back and my ankles together. I felt sick looking around his basement. It was any creep's dream. A mattress was on the floor with blankets scattered around. He had stacks of blank DVD cases piled around the room and a computer on the floor next to the mattress. It smelled and looked like he lived down here. He only had zip ties left to keep Vicky in check. Securing her wrists, he gave me a few threats before heading up the stairs for whatever reason.
What's the plan?
I whispered over to her and tried to struggle free.
Are you going to eat him or something?
She gave me a disgusted look. Who would ever want to be in the same room as that guy, let alone eat him?
I can't kill or eat men who haven't done anything wrong. This piece of human waste is a virgin. Unlike you, he's very bitter about it. It was only a matter of time before he snapped like this. I have no idea why he dragged you along.
She replied, not bothering to whisper.
Wait, so what are we going to do? I can't win against him with a bad arm. Can't you defend yourself?
Bad arm? They didn't replace it with something good? What a ripoff. And no, I can't. I'm not human and my self-defense is killing. I guess we just let him do something to me so I can bite his head off.
I was nearly sick at the thought. It wasn't just the idea of Vicky having this guy put his hand on her in any way, but the casual way she said it. I suddenly wondered how many times she'd been in this situation, where she lured in dangerous men who hadn't done anything yet, so she let herself become the scapegoat, so she could punish them based on her rules. I shook my head, trying to get my dinner to stay down. No matter what happened, that was not an option.
No, we're not letting him touch you. I'll bite out his throat if I need to.
I tried to sound as tough as a guy tied down could.
Toby, he'll kill you. Why bother risking your life when we can go with the easier option?
The easier option isn't the right one. Risking my life is well worth you not having to go through something like that.
I stared at her, her expression turning into a confused one. She looked at me as if I was crazy. In her eyes, I was. This is how she lived her life, regardless of how she felt about it.
Are you white knighting me?
She asked, eyebrows still raised.
What? No, maybe, but I don't mean it like that. You're my friend. I don't want anything to happen to you.
Her expression changed as we heard our kidnapper make noise above us. He was going to come back any minute, and I still didn't officially have a plan. I was talking a big game, but didn't have any kind of power to back it up. I really wish I didn't let Max go fool around with the hand dryer. We could really use his help right now. I felt pretty pathetic that I couldn't even defend myself against a human. It was a miracle that I survived so many months of being around creatures of the night if some rope and a chair was enough to get me into a pickle. The basement door opened and we both looked over at each other, not deciding on what to do yet. A man came down the stairs, a bag over his shoulder. It looked like he packed in a hurry. He clearly was going to grab Vicky and make a quick getaway, leaving what he was going to do with me a mystery for a few seconds. Dropping his bag in front of her, he turned towards me, the gun at his side.
You need to cut your losses and just turn yourself in. You took 2 people in front of a diner. With all the drunks around, I'm sure they have cameras. Save yourself a lot of trouble and just quit while you're ahead.
I said, hoping we were not past the talking stage. We were way beyond the talking stage.
Oh, you're trying to order me around, huh? You think because you're a hot Japanese guy you can take my girl and tell me what to do?
He snarled at me.
My mother was Korean.
I corrected, and it just made his face flush red in rage. He was beyond any kind of rational thought, and has been for a long time. I started to try and pull at the ropes keeping my wrists together, but they were far too tight. I felt that if I had 2 working arms, I might have had a chance at overpowering this guy. He looked pale and weak from being a basement dweller.
Since you're calling the shots, I'm going to let you pick what you want to happen. I can do whatever I want with her while you watch, or I can just shoot you in the face and leave with Vicky. What is it going to be?
He threatened, his eyes narrowing in hate towards me. Vicky started to speak at the same time as I did. She was putting on an act, pleading for him to not hurt me and how sorry she was that she was out with another guy. I was pulling at the ropes, calling him any kind of vile name I could think of to get him to keep his attention on me. I would much rather get shot in the face than watch a friend getting assaulted without being able to do a damn thing about it. A few minutes passed and the man screamed in frustration, hands over his ears trying to drown us out. Finally, he fired one shot into the ceiling to shut us up. We sat, tense, waiting for him to act. My stomach twisted in stress. I'd been in a few scary situations before and seen some terrible monsters, but I'd never felt so stressed and afraid before. Death was easy. Living through the regret that I couldn't save a friend was worse. The gun was pointed at my face and I felt relieved and scared at the same time. I didn't know the extent of Vicky's rule and thought maybe she could kill murderers as well and not just human trash that forced themselves on girls. The gun was trembling in his hand and he looked like he was going to be sick. The gravity of what he'd done and what he was going to do finally hit him. He could either crumple under the pressure or go all in. My throat tightened and I suddenly couldn't get air to my lungs. I thought about Max and how upset he would be to have to get a new partner again. For a brief moment, I wondered if it was worth putting him through that to help Vicky. The gun went off and I thought I was dead. My mind worked slowly, the events of what just happened taking a while to catch up. My ear was burning because the gun was fired so close to my head. At the last second, the shot went aside, saving my brains from splattering. My ear rang and I stared in shock at how I was saved. Vicky easily pulled her wrist free. She jumped up from behind the man, her face transformed and twisted. She clamped her jaws on his neck, blood spraying into my face, and she moved the gun aside just enough to save me. With one final crushing twist of her jaws, she let the man fall limp and bloody to the floor. Her face returned to its normal pretty version. She noticed my expression of shock and horror and looked as if it was not a normal reaction.
What?
She asked, slightly put out. I wasn't keeping track of what was going on.
You can't. You'll get in trouble again.
I stuttered. She made short work of my bonds and lifted me out of the chair with one hand. Because I was unable to really do much due to shock, she started to clean the blood from my face.
Creatures of the night can kill a human if it's to save a different human, but no one does it because gross. None of us take advantage of the rule to eat whatever we want because of just... It's wrong for us to meddle in human affairs. If you want to kill each other, go for it. So Toby, this is very important. You can't tell anyone I saved you.
Her tone was low and serious. I looked over at her face that still looked human, but it gave me the chills just to look over at her.
Or else...
I started to ask.
Or else,
she said, not needing to finish the threat. Nodding, we left the basement and the man behind. She would come back later to dispose of the evidence, but right now we needed to find Max and fill him in. Turns out, he found us. When we came out of the house, Max was walking up the street, his hair a mess. He waved at us and caught up. Vicky gave him a very brief explanation of what happened. He didn't look surprised at all.
How did you find us?
I asked him finally.
Your cell phone has a tracking thing.
I looked at him, wondering how that answered the question. I dropped my phone back at the diner. I know I did. Reaching inside my pocket just to double check, I found my phone inside. I pulled it out, very confused on how it got there.
Because you can't use spells to get in contact with me in case you get lost, they made it so your phone is always in your pocket. It's pretty immune to damage too.
Max explained. He handed Vicky back her phone that he picked up, and she looked at the scratch on the corner of her case, then looked at my pink case, jealous.
I tried texting you, but I guess with your hands tied up, you couldn't answer.
Max was just giving me a lot of new information. Since when did he have a phone? When we first met, he didn't even know what one was.
You have a cell phone?
He pulled one out from his pocket to show it to me. It also had a pink case to match mine.
I send you messages all the time, but I don't know how long they take to get through because you never answer me.
Vicky was snickering at the both of us. Turns out I'd blocked Max's number months ago thinking it was a spam number. I didn't have that many friends that kept in contact with me. Having a random number send me gibberish was a really easy thing to mistake for spam. We figured out how to unblock Max from sending me messages. This would be very useful in the future.
Tonight was fun. Kinda lame that guy knew where Vicky was going to be and caused all this fuss. I wanted to go to the Space Money place for that whipped cream cup.
Max said when we finally got the phone sorted.
He means Starbucks for one of those little cups of whipped cream they give to dogs.
I explained.
Puppuccino,
he further corrected.
You had like 50 pounds of whipped cream on your waffles already,
Vicky said, not following along.
It tastes different in a cup.
We said at the same time. Max brought up a good point. Aside from the Starbucks thing, how did that man know where Vicky was? If he was stalking her, she surely would know. Suddenly, everything came together in my head with a click I thought those two could hear. "You used me!" I cried, looking at Vicky. Looking around, Vicky found an empty plastic water bottle on the side of the road. Picking it up, she handed it to Max, telling him to go play for a bit. He nodded and tossed the bottle. It flew down the street and he went chasing after it. He was fast enough to catch it before it landed and play fetch with himself. He often did this when we got too bored on jobs.
What are you talking about?
She hissed after Max left.
You knew this guy was dangerous but couldn't do anything about it. You must have heard the rumors of a new human working as a mailman and requested us to be the ones delivering the mail today. You knew Max was going to go out and must have told the guy where we were going. The diner had big windows, so he just saw us together the entire time, making him more and more pissed off. What I don't understand is why he never mentioned seeing Max with us. Max is invisible to humans. It's because he has those dog ears. Why do you think he makes you order things for him all the time?
If that was the case, then no wonder why our waitress gave us such a strange look after ordering so much food and finishing it all.
Why would I bother doing all of that? I could just wait until he gave me a reason to eat him.
She scoffed at my idea.
Because you were worried that he might not go for you first. You're a nice person after all and wanted to not risk another girl's safety.
Vicky stared down at me, her face dark, and she seemed a bit taller than before. I took a step back, not knowing what I just got myself into.
Those are all theories without any proof. I suggest you never tell anyone of your silly little thoughts. If you do...
She grabbed my face with a large clawed hand. Her face remained somewhat normal, but her eyes glowed and mouth looked far too large. In a deep growling voice, she leaned in closer, crushing my jaw with her hand.
I'll figure out a way to rip you apart if you start spreading that nonsense.
Out of all the things I've seen so far, Vicky was near the top of the list of things I did not want to mess with. The water bottle came flying towards us. We reached out and snatched it from the air, not even looking over. The plastic crackling and crumpling in her grip. I knew that would be the sounds my bones would make if I didn't listen to her. I nodded and she let go, my jaw feeling bruised. Max joined us, unaware of any threats to my life. Vicky left soon after to take care of the mess she left behind in the house. Her face, just then, and watching her kill a man in front of me, would haunt my thoughts for a very long time. Another haunting image from that night was Max's disappointed face when we finally found a Starbucks, and it was closed. I've started to become adjusted to my strange job. It's pretty simple when you got down to it. We pick up the mail and deliver it to creatures of the night. Sometimes it leads to some dangerous situations, and other times it's literally a walk in the park. My partner, Max, helped me out a lot. I still didn't know much about the creatures we came across, but Max always seemed to know just what to say. Aside from losing my arm and getting an artificial one that looked real but felt strange, I didn't regret taking this job. Well, sometimes I do, but Max's personality makes me feel better about rough days. How the system worked is we get the package or letter from the receptionist and locate the creature the mail is meant for. Because most creatures don't live in a building, we can't just drop off the package in the area. We must find them and have forms signed saying we delivered the item, depending on what the mail is. On occasion, some nearly human creatures that do live in a house or apartment let us drop it in the mailbox. This is very rare, and normally we're chasing down things of nightmares in the night. I was meant to get a handbook when I first started, but never received one. There were so many creatures of the night out there, it was nearly impossible to fill a single book with all the information I would need. Because I didn't grow up in their world, there was an entire culture I was unaware of. A handbook for creatures that deliver mail would be much shorter than one for a human because they knew more about their world than I did. If any questions came up, Max could answer them. A question that was floating around in my mind finally came to light. I'd asked how the mailing company knew where each creature liked to hang out. Max told me that the creatures fills out a form with the help of the mailman detailing where they preferred mail being dropped off. If the creature is seen out of its area for too long, the mailing company usually gets wind of it and sends a person to ask for a confirmation of address. And that's what our new job task was. For a few days, our job was tracking down monsters in new locations, asking them if the move was temporary and they would rather their mail be delivered there or stick to the previous spot. It was a simple few jobs, but I wanted to write down 3 of them because we met humans on these jobs. Normally, creatures and humans do not interact beyond one hunting the other. I was the only human mailman. So far, that hadn't caused too many problems. All of my coworkers, besides Max, really didn't know how to deal with humans making things awkward sometimes. I never expected to see another human be friendly with a creature. These events all happened on different nights, but are very similar in nature. The first event happened in a park at night, and I nearly died, which isn't too surprising anymore. I was told to keep my eyes open for a man in a suit. Max had to correct himself on the shade. It was a dark red suit, and he was slightly colorblind. I wasn't warned about the man being dangerous, so I started to walk over to him when I saw a man in a suit under a park light. His back was facing me, and he looked normal, aside from wearing an ugly shade of maroon, that is.
Mr. Trace, may we speak with you?
Max called out in a kind tone. Because of Max's dog ears and wagging tail, he had won over even the scariest of creatures. When the man in the suit turned to look at us, my body froze on the spot. I was staring into a void of a face. At first, it was just a black area where a face should be. Then, it started shifting into something else. His face was a void the way space was a void. We think it's empty and cold, but in reality, it's filled with so many colors and things on such a grand scale, our brains can't even begin to comprehend. His face started to morph into everything, and yet nothing. I felt my body seize up from the sight. I was beyond fear and something more primal. I couldn't see anything but the shapes and unknown colors coming from that emptiness. I was faintly aware of Max calling my name and my nose starting to bleed. It felt like a lifetime I stood, expecting those shapes and colors coming towards me. If they ever reached me, I knew that would be it. A fate worse than death. I don't know who saved me, but someone did by hitting me upside the head hard enough to knock me out. I woke up, head spinning and feeling sick. I was on the grass and Max placed his jacket under my head for a pillow. Someone I didn't know sat beside me looking frantic. I attempted to sit up and did not get very far before collapsing back on the ground.
I'm sorry, I should have warned you about his face, but I didn't think any humans worked with the mailman.
The man said, looking worried over my condition. He kept pushing his glasses up on his face as a nervous habit. He looked human, and that confused me. Then again, Vicky looked human, but she very much wasn't. I couldn't imagine the creature that nearly scrambled my brain was friends with a human. What's that thing doing hanging out with a college student? I asked, still feeling sick.
You can tell?
He sounded shocked until he looked at his attire and shoulder bag.
Oh, well, it's a long story.
I'm not getting up anytime soon. What are they doing? Max and that guy, Mr. Trace, was it? I didn't dare sit up just yet to look for them.
They're filling out a form, I think, or just talking. I haven't yet decided to ask if Trace wants to change his address or not.
I looked over at him, causing my head to pound again, but I could have sworn his face was slightly red and he couldn't make eye contact with me. I didn't want to believe what I was seeing. There was no way. I can understand someone maybe seeing a creature like Max in a positive light, but was this guy really crushing on a monster with a void for a face? Are you dating? I asked. He shook his head, face flushed, but slowly, he started to shake his head yes, and his hands kept folding over each other in his lap, not giving me a clear answer.
Well, sort of, I think. No, maybe not. We hang out at the park, but I've invited him to my place when it's raining. We haven't... well, nothing, just hang out.
I could finally sit up. I looked between him and the man in the suit still under the park light a few feet away. Just looking at him made me dizzy again, even if I was just looking at the back of his head. I just didn't understand how another human could look at his face and come out unharmed. How? I mean, does his face not do anything to you? My question made his face turn even redder. He nearly had to hide it in his hands, and at first, I didn't understand why he was so flustered. Then it finally clicked. Oh, that creature's face did in fact do something for him, but instead of fear, it went the other way. I assumed he liked Mr. Trace, but thought it was because the void didn't affect him. But he liked that man because of his face. Okay, got you. You don't need to say it if it's embarrassing. He appeared thankful for me, willing to drop the whole thing, but at the same time, he had some nagging question I doubt he could ask anyone else.
Do you think it's wrong that I care about him? He's a monster, and I know he's killed people in the past, but
My best friend wasn't human, so I couldn't judge him. I cared about monsters that killed and ate humans before. I still saw them as people. I didn't have any plans on dating one after I found out Vicky wasn't human, though. Being friends was easy enough, but seeing them as romantic partners was impossible for me. Caring about a man with a void for a face must be hard on him.
No, I don't really think it's wrong. He's not hurting you, right? Or forcing you into anything?
He shook his head so hard his glasses started to fall off. I started to think this might be a one-sided crush, but based on how much he seemed to care about the monster, I hoped that would change. I still didn't have an answer for myself on if it was right for humans and creatures to be together, or if I was turning my back on my species because I was friendly with creatures that hunted us down. How do you deal with the idea of someone being a ruthless man-eating monster and yet kind at the same time? Do both facts cancel each other out, or are they both true at the same time? I could understand this guy's struggle having feelings he couldn't control.
besides the whole faceless void thing that melts people's brains, Trace is a really nice guy. He even let me name him.
Supernatural creatures normally didn't have names humans could pronounce. They would either pick one based on how it sounded, or whatever random name was given to them. I learned Max and his father Rufus were named after the first dogs in the local shelter Max's half-sister saw listed online. I couldn't figure out why this man settled on the name Trace, though.
Well,
He started, embarrassed again.
his face is black like Noir, and wasn't there a detective named Dick Tracy? I don't know if that was a film noir thing or not. I couldn't use the first name, and Tracy felt too cute, so Trace.
It was a bit of a long way to go, but was fine as long as they both liked it. Max noticed I was awake and waved at me. I gave him a little wave back, showing I was feeling better. Mr. Trace was careful not to turn around so I wouldn't relapse.
I think if you love him, it's fine,
I said, finally feeling my face flush a little as well. It might not be fine if you really thought about it. He was supporting something that might be harming others. It was on the same level as dating a serial killer even after finding the bodies buried in the backyard. I was so torn, wondering if I could apply human standards to these creatures. They lived in a different world than humans. We were food, and yet could be co-workers. In this case, I knew I wouldn't reach a right answer for all these questions, so I stuck with what I said. If these two were happy, then who cares?
I think I want to ask him to move in with me.
He said, sounding more sure of himself than before. I felt oddly proud of him. I needed to stay behind because I was unable to really look in Mr. Trace's direction without feeling sick again. Max helped them fill out a change of address form and finish up the reason why we even showed up to start with. Judging from the reactions, Mr. Trace said yes. We made sure they both got out of the park safe, even though I doubted much would be able to harm them. I think Max just wanted to take a walk in the park. He often put off going back to the company to declare the job finished for a few minutes. We watched the pair leave while nervously holding hands. I realized then I'd forgotten to ask the college student's name, but I felt that was alright. If we kept delivering mail, we would run into them again.
What were you two talking about?
Max asked as he started to draw a door with chalk on the sidewalk. He could create doorways back to the mailing company when we finished our job. Because I was human and had no magic powers, I was unable to help with it. I thought about asking Max his opinions on humans dating creatures and if he saw it happening, but in the end, I wanted to dwell on my own thoughts before adding more ideas swimming in my brain.
Nothing much. What did you and Mr. Trace talk about?
He told me about a lot of funny cat videos he saw. His human would show him some on his phone, and now I have a lot to look up. But I keep going over my phone limit, and the company is getting angry with me for watching so many videos.
When we first met, Max didn't know what a phone was. Now he got one because I was his partner. If I got lost on a job, I could text Max for help. The cell phone they gave me was magic, so it wouldn't get lost or run out of battery power, which was very useful. It was also nice to know I didn't have unlimited data.
Does the mailing company have Wi-Fi, or where you live maybe has it?
I asked and realized I had no idea where Max's home was.
What's Wi-Fi?
He paused in making his doorway, looking confused. The rest of the night, I explained to him what Wi-Fi was and how it worked. We got back to the main building of the mailing company. I'd only seen the rooms where we received the mail to deliver and the sorting rooms. Max ran off to get a form for us to fill out, requesting the company to get Wi-Fi. There was a good chance of getting it approved. We just needed a few signatures. Since Max had an unknown number of half-sisters who all wanted to be able to use their phones at work, we filled out the signature area very quickly. I felt pretty accomplished that night. The second time I ran into a human interacting with some creatures of the night was a few days after the first. We still were collecting change of address forms from creatures. The past few days had been rough. Creatures tended to be in strange places. I found myself going from deep forests to underneath bridges to snowy mountains. Dropping by a normal apartment felt like a much-needed normal sight. It was late at night when we climbed the stairs to the apartment. It was on the end, and the building was set up so the doors opened to an open-air stone balcony. The door we stopped in front of was the very first on the row. Max knocked, softly knowing humans slept at night and didn't want to wake anyone. I yawned, feeling the past few days catching up to me. The door opened, and for some odd reason, I was expecting a human, and well, not a bee. He was tall and needed to bend under the doorframe to greet us. His face was pretty much the same as a bumblebee's. His body was human-shaped, though. He was professionally dressed, wearing a vest and dress pants that cost more than my monthly rent. His hands were covered in white gloves, but a small set of arms coming from his back did not have gloves on. Without the gloves, I could see his shiny black hands that looked like it has joints similar to a ball-jointed doll. If he could wear a tie, he would. Instead, around his neck was a ring of fluffy fur that appeared to be like black clouds. I desperately wanted to touch it, but remained professional.
Sorry for coming so late. I know your human friend may not enjoy being woken up.
No, it's fine. We know how the company works. Come inside, please.
Now, I did expect the creature's voice to have some quirk to it, like added extra sounds or pronounce his S's strangely, but he just sounded British. We followed behind into a narrow hallway. A TV was on inside. I looked around, feeling the warm apartment air on my cold face. It was a bit of an odd feeling being in a stranger's apartment in the middle of the night. As we walked further inside, the hallway opened up to a kitchen area on one side and a living room on the other. On the couch was a person sharing a blanket with another bee creature sleeping on the floor. I looked away from them, feeling guilty for staring at someone who was sleeping in their own place, like I was invading their privacy. We sat down at the kitchen table, and Max brought out the forms. From the living room, the creature had stood and joined us in the kitchen. He was dressed in an oversized shirt and sweatpants. He scratched at his stomach under his shirt and walked by the table to start making coffee.
It's nice to meet you, Mr. Bumbleburns. Your hive's honey has always been my favorite, but it sells out so fast I haven't had it in years.
Max was keeping his voice down, aware of the other person sleeping. He was wagging his tail, showing how happy he was to meet these two bee creatures. The second one making coffee was smaller and had a darker orange color instead of the pale yellow Bumbleburns did. I wondered if they were related. They were the same species, but didn't look too much alike.
I wouldn't mind trying some honey your kind makes.
I commented, and Max stopped wagging his tail. I thought I stepped on a landmine from all their reactions. Even the other bees stopped making coffee to look at me. It was as if everyone was waiting on the other to tell me terrible news.
That is nice of you to say. However, our honey isn't suited for humans. It would practically be cannibalism for a human to eat it.
Bumble explained. We dropped the topic like a lead weight. I did not want to ask how they added a human element to honey, and none of them wanted to explain it. Max looked over, grasping at a way to change the topic.
I haven't seen that coloring before. Which hive is your friend a part of?
He asked, which Bumble was glad to answer.
This is Throckmorton. He doesn't speak much. His hive collapsed, so we took in as many as we could. Normally, our kind lets hives die off, but our queen is kind. We hated to see different honey flavors and harvesting methods die off, so we adopted him as a cousin.
While Bumble spoke, Throckmorton placed a cup of coffee in front of us. I thanked him, a little surprised he made enough for everyone. The human from the other room finally rolled off the couch to sit down at the table. A cup was placed in front of him as he yawned, looking us over.
This is Christian.
Bumble introduced us, and the man just nodded. I took a sip of the coffee, finding it somewhat sweet. A flash of panic came over me until I noticed the normal brand of honey on the counter next to the coffee maker. Christian yawned again and started to look over the forms in front of him.
I don't know why we need to do this in person,
He said, sounding tired.
I'm sorry. I wish there was a better way, but I assure you, it's for Mr. Bumbleburn's safety we do this with mailmen present. Hunters could force him to fill out a change of address form in distress and cause mailmen to go to a trap. Or, on the minor side of things, if we did not witness the form being filled out, a different creature could ensure the mail was never delivered to the correct location as a prank. It's not a perfect system, but it does help.
Max explained as the man seemed to accept it. Here I thought the mailman just helped creatures to fill out the forms if they couldn't write. Christian and Bumble started to fill out the sheet. The bee creature understood some of it, but he was unaware of what a postal code was, so Christian was needed. It took me a long while to clue in that Bumble was moving in with the man across from me. I sipped on the coffee, watching them. Bumble stood with a hand on Christian's shoulder while they spoke and wrote on the sheet. It was only when I saw the creature place a hand on Christian's free one in a gentle gesture, I knew what was going on. These two were dating, and I felt dense not noticing it before. I saw a flash of a bruise on the man's collarbone when he shifted and handed Max the finished forms.
Oh, are you hurt?
I asked, not realizing my mistake.
It's a bug bite.
Christian answered with no hesitation and almost dared me to call out on how it did not, in fact, look like a bug bite, and I knew what he was implying. I kept my head still as my eyes darted between him and Bumble. I knew people were into some weird things, but a bee? Max checked over the form, oblivious of what was going on.
Could we fill out another form for Throckmorton?
Christian asked Max. 2 bees? He was with both of them? I wasn't judging, but I was a bit shocked. I sipped louder on my coffee than intended, and Christian couldn't hide his smile at my discomfort.
He delivers honey for the hive. We found he gets back faster if he rests here for a few hours before heading back home. If he kept going, he would be so worn out by the end of the trip, he would need a day to recover.
Bumble explained as Max nodded. We always brought extra forms, so that wasn't an issue. I felt myself looking around the kitchen a little, seeing how lived in it felt. Dishes were stacked in 3s inside the sink from that night's dinner. The coffee maker, far too big for one person, was still warm, and the large honey container would take a single person ages to finish off, but perfect for 3. I looked back at them, comparing Christian to the college student I met before. He wasn't shy or nervous. He knew Bumble and Throckmorton were creatures and didn't care. He was far more open to take their hand and give a suggestive air about their relationship. The second form was finished and handed back. We had nothing else for the 3 of them and thanked them for the coffee. I dreaded how hyper Max was going to be for the rest of the night from it, but figured he needed a treat once in a while. I paused at the door to give them one last look over.
I'm happy for you 3.
I told them, honestly. I could have sounded condescending depending on my tone, but Christian smiled as if it was the first time anyone had ever told him such a thing. I felt as if he didn't have anyone in his life to speak about his relationship, and if he did, I wondered how many people would judge him for being in love with 2 people at once, 2 monsters at once. I didn't fully understand how couples like this worked, but I was still glad they found each other.
Drop by for coffee anytime,
Christian offered. If we came by again to drop off mail, I knew we would be welcome to stay for a short coffee break. I nodded and smiled as I left the apartment to follow Max. He was halfway down the apartment stairs when he stopped, feeling my eyes on the back of his head. I was wondering if Max would end up with a human. He wouldn't be against it, he interacted with them very well. But aside from myself, he didn't know any. Without any doubt, someone could easily fall in love with him. He looked up at me with a smile on his face, but confused on why we stopped on the stairs. I was standing higher up, so I reached down to pet his head between his large dog ears. I didn't do it often because I felt like it demeaned him a little, but he very much enjoyed it. I was glad these 2 creatures found a person they cared about, and I was glad I became friends with Max. I could put aside the knowledge of how they harmed humans for a little while. When we came across another human and monster combo, it was in our final few trips of the change of address forms, and it was the most exhausting meeting. We arrived to a normal-looking apartment again. I wasn't expecting much from the trip, just another creature to fill out a form, and we could be on our way. The person who answered the door could pass off as human. He was a little shorter than myself, with red hair and impossible shade to be natural. His eyes burned red, and his sharp teeth lined his mouth. He also had a terrible scar slashed across his face.
State who you are so I can decide if you are worthy of my time.
He snapped at us, his arms crossed.
We're here to do a change of address form for mail. You are currently living in this residence, correct, Mr. Red?
Max asked in his friendliest tone. The man looked younger than me, and yet he was acting as if he was above us in every way. The Mr. in front of his name appeared to win him over.
Ah, yes, I was waiting for you. This is the perfect apartment I have won over with my charm. Come inside, and I shall show you how special it is. My human is out for another short while, so enjoy my voice until he arrives.
I looked over at Max, unsure if I could deal with this. I was already getting a headache from this creature's haughty attitude. Max just smiled and followed Red inside, ready to do our job. I suffered through the creature showing us mundane things, declaring them special. Max reacted as if they were. They gawked over how great a blender was, and I stayed silent. Maybe having a machine to blend drinks for you was a special thing in their world. It was when Max asked about Red's human, was when the gloating really went into overdrive.
Oh, you shall see when he arrives how perfect of a human I choose. Of course, he would be perfect. I was the one who picked him after all. He can use all these machines in this house. How impressive. Without any effort, he can make vegetables that were previously bitter taste wonderful. He is also able to make chunks of beef so it is raw and perfect and yet cooked at the same time. How impressive is that?
Red was very much enjoying saying how great his human's cooking talents were. I nodded, hoping I was faking my agreement well enough. Red didn't notice how bad of an actor I was. He accepted our approval. Max didn't have to pretend. He was just happy another person was excited for something. I wondered if I stumbled into another creature of the night dating a human. Red soon made that fact very clear. So very clear, it mortified me. He started to explain how perfect his human was with certain acts that should remain private. My face flushed at the comments, and I didn't want innocent Max hearing any of this. He simply nodded along, looking happy again that someone was excited to share something that they cared about with us.
You must really love him,
Max said when Red paused to take a breath.
Correct,
Red stated proudly. He stood with his hands on his hips as an oversized sweater started to slip off one shoulder. It was only after he spoke the gravity of what he just said sank in. His face started to match his hair color, and Max reached over to help him adjust his shirt as the man's expression slowly started to turn to horror.
Wait, no, I mean, I'm a proud member of the Molt family. I cannot actually be in love with a human. He may be perfect because I was still the one who picked him out. However, he is still a human. It is my job to keep the pride of my family alive.
As Red spoke, he slowly started to lose his confidence for the first time. He looked up, silently asking me and Max to agree with him, that he truly didn't care about the human he just so highly spoke of. I tried to make my brain work because I didn't like that crushed expression on his face.
I think maybe your family would be proud of you for finding the best human out there, like finding something impossibly rare. Like treasure,
Red said, perking up.
Yes, your human can be a treasure.
Max smiled over how corny I was being, but I just gave him a playful nudge. It didn't take much to cheer Red back up. Soon, Max got him on task filling out his change of address form, and we left the areas he was unsure of blank until his partner came home. I doubted I could look the man in the eyes after hearing what Red said about him. I was getting a little tired, as well as Max. Red was full of energy, ready to drag us along the place again until his partner arrived. When Red collapsed on the floor, I let out a yelp of surprise and ran over to him. He was out like a light when half a second before he was ready to run a marathon.
He's fine. Most creatures can't interact with humans. They can't get the permission to do so. However, in exchange, they can only be awake at night. The sun just came up, so he passed out.
Max explained, and it made me feel relieved Red didn't just die on us. Since the smaller man was light, I carried him to where he showed us the spare bedroom. Inside was a canopy bed. Apparently, direct sunlight could give most creatures a nasty sunburn after a few seconds, very much like the classic vampire weakness. I tucked him into bed and closed the curtains. Aside from the oversharing bit of his private life, I didn't mind Red too much. Max was waiting for me in the kitchen, looking over the still uncompleted forms. He debated on if we should leave them for the human to finish or wait inside a stranger's place. We settled on waiting outside for a while. Just as we were about to head to the door, a noise made us turn to the entrance of the kitchen. A man stood looking over us with a cold stare. His hair and skin were dark. One eye dark and the other blue stood out against his features, and he looked more inhuman than Red. His menacing air from his eyes being in our direction was enough to make me take a step back. Normally, nothing bothered Max. He could stare nightmare beasts in the eye and ask for a signature for completed delivery. But for some reason, this man made his face fall into blank shock.
Sylvia Silas.
Max's voice was barely a whisper. He knew this man from somewhere. My coworker did something I've never seen before. He became angry. Dropping the sheets, he was in toe-to-toe with the human before the paper even finished falling. I stood, stunned at the sight. Sylvia was faster than Max. He dropped his bag and a long black steel spear seemed to come out of nowhere to block the claws that nearly tore his throat out. My heart started to beat so fast I felt dizzy. My vision became hazy for a moment. This wasn't like Max at all. I didn't understand why he snapped. I was looking at his back, but he appeared to have grown twice his size. Massive claws dug into the flooring trying to push back against the spear. Only a second passed, and my friend had gone from the perfect kind person to a growling bloodthirsty monster.
Oh, I know you. Are you going to try and rip me apart for killing your sister?
The man said in a monotonous voice. He didn't appear worried in the slightest over Max slowly pushing him back. I needed to place my hand in the kitchen table to steady myself. An image of Max's sister flashed through my mind and I felt myself starting to shake. I was almost sick. This man who Red spoke so highly of killed off one of the girls I cared for. I ran through all the ones I knew of hoping they were all safe. Did this happen before I met Max? I'm certain he would have told me if it happened afterwards. I didn't blame Max for his reaction, but I was still terrified of my own friend, and I felt guilt over the reaction twisting my stomach.
It was regretfully valid. You saved her from harming others or herself further. However, explain to me why one of the top hunters is in a relationship with one of our kind.
Max hissed, and it was not his normal voice. It sounded deep, like the monster he truly was. I felt my throat close up and I couldn't add to this conversation.
I don't believe that is any of your concern,
Sylvia said in a cold tone. That answer made Max even more angry at the man. He pushed until he was able to slam Sylvia against the door frame, the wood cracking under the pressure. Snarling down at the man, I saw a hint of orange eyes burning in rage. The steel spear started to slowly bend.
If you hurt him, I swear I'll kill you.
My friend's tone made my blood feel like ice. My legs nearly gave out from under me and I fully expected Max to snap and just kill the man anyway. In the face of death, the man smiled, not a cocky one daring Max to try and fight him. Instead, a calm one. The tension in the air slowly started to fade and Max started to pull back.
Good. I'm glad Red has someone who cares for him.
Sylvia lowered the spear, and Max no longer looked as if he wanted to kill the man. My friend backed away, looking like his normally cuddly self. He spotted me and had an ashamed expression on his face from losing his temper. I was still shaken from the entire event. Max grabbed the address forms he dropped and offered them to Sylvia.
If Red is going to live here, he needs to fill out a change of address to get his mail,
Max said, but didn't look the hunter in the eyes. The forms were taken from his hand, and Sylvia finished them as if he wasn't almost killed a few seconds beforehand. Max still didn't look at the man when he took back the finished papers. He tucked them away, ready to leave now that our job was done.
Do you love him?
Max asked, unable to stop himself.
Yes, against my better judgment. I was going to use him for information about your world, then kill him. However, he is far too charming.
I'd regained some of my composure. Neither of them batted an eye over the fact my legs shook the entire confrontation. I was still a little afraid that they were going to get into a fight if the hunter said the wrong thing. This was the first time I even encountered a hunter before. They were humans that formed a group to take down supernatural threats. It turned from killing dangerous creatures to killing any creatures. While working, I've met kind monsters, some better than humans in every way. But these hunters didn't care. If it wasn't natural, it should be dead. Over 500 years ago, hunters killed thousands of the mailmen. And due to that, I was the only human they hired since the mass killing. Supernatural creatures could be very forgiving when it came to others killing the ones they cared about if there was a valid reason behind it. Max would not kill because his sister was taken down if she went feral, which happened at times. But he would if this man turned on red after the monster cared for him so deeply.
Does he know what you are?
Max asked, almost like an interrogation. Silvio paused. He was picking up the bag he dropped when Max attacked him. It was clear he hadn't let Red in on what his line of work was.
No, I haven't been able to break the news to him yet. I'm going to do so soon. Just wanted to give him a short while longer of a good relationship. Even if it may be false, if he kills me for hiding the truth, then so be it.
I was chewing on my lip, feeling stressed out over what we walked into. I placed my hand on Max's back as a sign we should be leaving. He gave me a small nod and gave Sylvia one last look. It wasn't the one of hate as before, but he still disliked the man.
You better take care of him until then.
It was one last threat, and Max and I found our own way out. I was silent the entire way until he found a good spot to make a door to get back to work to report the task finished. The door was ready, but Max didn't open it, still hunched over with his back turned to me. I sensed his discomfort.
Did I scare you?
He asked plainly. I paused, thinking about my answer.
Yes,
I said honestly. He looked up at me, giving me a small, sheepish smile. I had been scared, more frightened than I'd ever been in my entire life. But Max was still Max. At least I now knew he was a big scary monster in case anything ever tried making trouble for us. He offered his hand for me to take, which was pretty rare of him. I think he was aware of how badly I wanted to touch the pads on his hands, but didn't, knowing that would be disrespectful to treat him like a dog. I think I earned a few minutes of holding his hand. We only had a few more change of address forms to finish up, and thankfully, none were as eventful as the one at the hunter's place. A week after that incident, I had a doctor appointment for my arm. Because it was a false one made and attached by supernatural means, I needed to have it looked over once every 3 months, more often if it started to hurt, which it did. Max went with me because we were on the job at the same time delivering something to the clinic, so I could have the doctor look over my arm after. Dr. Philo was a rare creature that could treat both humans and monsters. He looked completely human. His style was from the 1800s though, making him look a bit out of date. Even his office looked to be from a past era. It was cluttered with glass bottles and vials. Piles of paper covered his desk, and the room was mostly filled with cluttered shelves. Max sat beside me as Dr. Philo looked over my arm. It turned into a general checkup, all of which Max waited patiently. He behaved and only touched a few things on the cluttered desk. He was being so good because of what happened any time we dropped by the doctor's office. After the checkup was done and I received a clean bill of health, Dr. Philo gave us some tea and treats while we went over the results on my arm. The tea oddly tasted of flowers, but it wasn't too overpowering. Our treat today was a piece of cheesecake. I was handed a plate with a slice of blueberry, and Max was given a plate with such a massive slice, I wondered how big the cake was. It looked to be peanut butter. I heard his tail wag as he wasted no time diving into the dessert. I paused with the fork halfway in the air because I realized Dr. Philo may have some insight to a question that was bothering me. So, we did some change of address forms and came across 3 couples. They were all men dating creatures. I just find it a bit strange that they were all men. Is there a reason why it might be more likely? I asked. Dr. Philo paused, thinking about my question. He adjusted his golden-rimmed glasses with a nod.
I believe there can be a few factors that go into there being an increased chance of same-sex couples within the supernatural world. To start with, there are different religions, and same-sex couples do not carry the same amount of shame as it does in your world. It allows creatures to experiment more freely to see what they're into, as it were.
The doctor explained.
It seems as if these humans were into them, if you know what I mean. Heyo!
Max raised his hand, and on reflex, Dr. Philo gave him a high five. They both looked puzzled over the exchange. Max almost never made dirty jokes. We blamed the entire thing on him having too much sugar and the doctor being unable to leave a high five hanging.
Anyway,
Dr. Philo went on.
The fact that more males end up together is due to females being pressured into creating as many children as possible. Most creatures who reproduce needing two genders have a very low birth rate. Males are able to sleep with whoever they like, but females are encouraged to only have a relationship with the same gender if they have produced a child. There's also a low rate of females compared to males, so they are in demand. They can afford to be picky with their partners, males not so much. There's a very good chance of a male supernatural creature falling for anyone who gives him a small amount of positive attention. In fact, people are betting on when Max starts trying to date you.
Max choked at the comment.
Toby is like undateable,
He said, shocked at the idea. I reached over to take his plate slowly out of his hands. Max let out a helpless whimper, but didn't resist. He just watched as the piece covered in whipped cream he saved for last slowly drifted away. I gave him a chance to explain himself before taking the cheesecake away forever.
No, what I mean is dating Toby would be like dating my sister. It's gross.
Max corrected. I gave him back his plate after adding the extra whipped cream from my cheesecake onto his. It was nice to know I didn't have to worry about Max falling for me. He was my best friend and I did love him, but he was like my little brother. After he finished shoving the last of his food into his face to prevent it being stolen again, he turned to me.
Speaking of which, stop trying to date my sisters.
I'm not trying to date your sisters, I told him, wondering how he even got the idea.
Giving them presents is like courting them,
he explained. I did often give them packs of gum when I saw them for work. I would never have assumed such a small gesture would mean something. It must have made me look bad. I wasn't trying to date all his half-sisters at once, but giving them gifts may have made it appear that way. Can I just still give them gum and not have it taken the wrong way? I asked, and Max nodded after thinking for a while.
If all of this is out of the way,
Dr. Philo got our attention back to him.
Toby, I would like you to use your arm a bit more. It was made and attached by unnatural means, so it may not react the way you would assume. It's possible you're avoiding using it because of the slight pain, but you need to use it more for that to go away. Max can help you with this activity.
He opened his desk to dig around for a bit. When he pulled his hand back out, he was holding a fist-sized ball with cute crabs printed along it.
Play fetch with Max for about an hour to 2 every week, but don't lose this ball. It's special.
As he handed the ball over, Max's wide eyes never left it. He was completely still, aside from his tail wagging so fast it could break the sound barrier.
Special? Is it magic?
I asked.
No, but the artists who draws crabs are very popular with supernatural creatures right now. It was pretty hard to find this for you.
He replied. No matter how often I was around these creatures, I may never be able to predict their answers. I could tell Max wanted to play, and Dr. Philo had other appointments, so we started to head out. There was a park close by, and I wondered if we had time. After all, we should have gone back to work after my checkup, but Max kept telling me we were fine to play for a bit. I paused at the door of the clinic to watch Dr. Philo and the man he had working on the register in the main shop. His clinic looked like a mystic shop with crystals and natural healing out front, then all the real clinic workrooms in the back. They were speaking about stock and the latest transaction, but I swear I noticed something between them. Maybe it was from how long the doctor smiled about a simple statement. Without any doubt, the man was human. He may be aware of Dr. Philo's real clients and the fact the doctor was a creature of the night. Or he could just be some hired help. I was nearly dragged out of the shop by Max, so I couldn't dwell on it. We played catch in the park for a while. My arm felt sore and stiff at first, but tossing the ball around did help. I was avoiding using my arm too much until then, and I just never really noticed. While we played, I was deep in thought over everything I'd seen the past few weeks of doing the change of address forms. Supernatural creatures ate and killed humans, but they also fell in love with them. I was having trouble trying to accept the fact that there could be good people within their world that did horrible things. Max was the best person I'd ever met, but when he was younger, I knew he killed a human or two, and he was willing to kill Sylvia. I wondered if I could do the same thing, if my life depended on it, if I could kill someone. Maybe a creature, but not a person. Maybe Max didn't see us as equals, so that was why it was easier for him. But if that was the case, why did he care about me so much? I didn't arrive to an answer, and I thought it was possible I may never have one. My arm was starting to get tired. I was about to ask Max to take us back to the office when I heard a voice behind us.
You were due back 2 hours ago.
One of Max's sisters, one I hadn't met yet, was storming over to us. I was unaware of the fact we needed to head right back, and I couldn't create the door back to work either. Max did so, or they just showed up on their own.
No, we still have time.
Max told her while staring at the ball in my hand. I realized my mistake. Max was in a trance over the sight of the ball and he couldn't think of anything else. Furious, his sister took it from me and tossed it as hard as she could. It went clear across the park and out of sight. I needed that ball for physiotherapy, I said in a small voice.
I'll get it.
Max didn't waste any time running off after the ball. I knew he would find it, but I needed to be extra careful in the future and put my foot down when it came to work and playtime. His sister huffed, but waited for him to return so she could get us back and onto the next delivery job. I followed her when Max came back with 2 balls, mine and one he found that I let him keep. I'm still wondering about how monsters could be so kind and yet so terrifying, like my coworkers. At the start of my day, I got a text from my coworker Max, someone who was slowly becoming my best friend. It was a very simple message that filled me with dread.
I have the best idea ever.
I replied to the text to question Max about the vague message. I cared about him and knew he didn't make the best choices when I wasn't around. My suspicions were confirmed when I arrived to work to see Max missing. My job is to deliver mail to creatures of the night. I didn't fully understand their world and the systems they lived by, so I got extremely lucky when they assigned Max as my coworker. He looked human enough, but was literally an oversized puppy. He had dog ears, a tail, and dog legs, just like his father, who I had worked with for one job before it ended in disaster. His stepsisters were the receptionists that met us in the 0 rooms to hand over the mail to be delivered. They also gave us any extra information we might need pertaining to the current job. I entered the 0 room, which just looked like an empty office space with a single fold-out table for the receptionist to sit behind. Aside from Max being missing, I saw that she had her face in her hands and was clearly in distress. I quickly went over to her, worried about what would cause her such grief. Normally, Max's sisters were all stern and almost cold in their personalities. They looked identical to each other, and it was nearly impossible to know how many stepsisters he had, along with all of their names. "Oh, what's going on? Is everything all right?" I asked her as my worry spiked. She shook her head, soft brown hair brushing her shoulders. I guess she was Sal because of how long her hair was compared to the others.
Max isn't going to be in today. You'll be working with Belizas,
she said, sounding choked up. My body felt cold. I was more concerned over my friend not answering my text than working with the creature that ate my arm. My job had replaced the chopped off arm with one that looked normal and worked well enough. Belizas hadn't interacted much with me since what happened, even though we both now worked delivering mail. "Is he alright?" I asked, my voice shaking. 1,000 horrible outcomes ran through my mind when my coworker for the day kicked open a door on the far side of the room. I ignored her and waited until Sal could gather herself enough to look up at me, with tears in her eyes. At first, she couldn't even speak.
He got his head stuck in a peanut butter jar. I can't believe I'm related to someone so stupid.
I now understood why she looked so distraught. If my older brother was dumb enough to do something like that, I would question my bloodline. Beliza stopped in front of the desk, leaned over it, and placed an arm down, clearly trying to flirt with the emotionally wrecked receptionist. Belisius was tall and thin with a flat chest. Aside from a perfect face and long white hair that warmed into red, she didn't have much to work with attraction-wise, but she still tried every chance she got.
It's a shame seeing a pretty thing like you cry. I can cheer you up or give you something else to cry about if you're into that kind of thing.
Belisius raised an eyebrow, and Sal looked at her in disgust. I kicked her leg out from under her, so she slammed into the table, nearly taking it with her as she collapsed to the ground. We both proceeded to ignore her cries of pain.
This should be a simple job. Belizas is strong and knows the way, so hopefully you won't get into too much trouble.
Sal commented as she handed me a box I quickly tucked under my arm. We went through the job in a few minutes. We would be going into the maze. The area changed constantly. The first time I went inside, it looked like an endless version of the Zero Rooms. The second time, it was a cornfield. This time, it would be what Sal described as a cliché rundown abandoned mental hospital. The package that needed to be delivered was just a lightweight and small cardboard box. I started feeling fairly nervous doing a job without Max. I looked at my temporary partner, trying to figure out my emotions. Belizas nearly killed Max when we first met. She'd taken my arm in exchange for his life and eaten it. The fake arm I now had was because she agreed to work for the mail company for a year just to amuse herself. I might have gotten a basic false arm through work, but she worked her connections to get me a better one. Aside from some shoulder pain and not being able to feel temperature, it functioned like a regular arm. Honestly, I had reasons to dislike her and ask for a different partner, but instead, I decided to forgive her for some unknown reason. "Come on, let's get started. Leave poor Sal alone." She thankfully listened, and we went towards the door on the far side of the room. My hand shook when I reached out for the handle, not wanting to see what waited on the other side. Belizas didn't want to wait. She shoved us both through the door and into the dark, musty-smelling hallway. I noticed she wasn't wearing her work uniform, but had a patch of our company's logo pinned on her sleeve. The uniforms protected us from minor damage a creature might throw our way while in the field. It had already saved me a few times, and the only reason why Rufus had lost a leg was because he rolled his pant leg up to let his dog legs move around better. The door clicked shut behind us, letting us know there would be no turning back now. The entire building had seemingly turned to ruins long ago. The paint on the walls was flaking and cracked off in places. Some black mystery stains along the floor looked as if something wet had been dragged down the hallway at some point. Somewhere, a breeze came through an open window and caused a broken hanging light to sway slightly. At least, I was with someone pretty powerful in a creepy place like this.
You need to get the box to the basement. The elevators work most days, but if they don't, the stairs should be alright. Just don't talk to any of the things roaming the hallways and don't let them grab you.
My temporary partner said, and slapped my back so hard it knocked the wind from my lungs for a second. "Why are you talking like you're not coming with me?" I demanded after I recovered. Belizas looked down. A dreadful smile plastered across her face. The tips of her hair had already started shifting into flames, and her attention got pulled elsewhere. A form appeared down the hall, and it kept staring at us. It was a dark shape made of faces twisting into each other. I suppressed a scream at the sight, but she appeared delighted. Her body changed to look much like how she looked when we first met. Her skin became dark and cracked, and her head disappeared in flames.
I never got to mess around in places like this.
She cackled and charged forward, leaving smoldering spots where her feet touched the floor. Both forms clashed together in an instant brawl. I don't know why I forgave her for anything. Belizas only had one thing on her mind: herself. She wanted to get stronger and show off the power she collected. Instead of doing her job, her goal for the day was simply to play around. More dark shapes came from the room, attracted by the noise. One got too close for comfort, and I took running off. I couldn't fight these creatures like my terrible partner. A while ago, I'd been given a sunlight by an overly friendly creature. It was meant to hurt other monsters who all mostly couldn't deal with powerful sunlight. Even Max could be hurt if I used it around him. Now, a good idea would be to carry that around at all times with a job like my own. But that sounded smart, and I wasn't very smart most days. I'd washed my uniform that night and took the bulky flashlight-shaped weapon out of the pocket without grabbing it on the way out the door that day. I had no idea how I hadn't already died on jobs like this. I raced down the hallway, ducking between dark shapes and toward the elevator doors. I pressed the rusty button and heard a faint chime signaling the elevator was coming. I jogged on the spot, clutching the box to my chest and praying whatever we were dropping off would be worth all of this. Flames from Belizas' fight came down the hallway, and I could feel the heat from them. I needed to get away before she roasted me along with the rest of the building. Thankfully, the steel doors cracked open, but to my horror, someone was already inside. Black human shapes stood there, all facing the back of the elevator. I gasped in fear, and it caught their attention. One turned its head, showing its lack of a face. Something had ripped the entire thing off. Some only had their jaws ripped off and others were only missing parts of their eyes. Each slowly started to stretch their blackened arms out, trying to reach me. The stairs it was then. I frantically pressed the button to close the doors and took off like a bullet towards the train. I slammed the stairway door, knowing something started to follow behind me. Without any way to lock the door, I ran down the stairs, taking 2 at a time when possible. Finally, my lungs and legs gave out and I had to take a break. I huffed and puffed in the ruined stairway, praying that nothing caught up while I did so. I looked over the railing to see how many floors I had left. The stairs twisted downward into the darkness, appearing to go on forever. The sight of the endless stairs made me a little dizzy. Leaning against the cold cement wall, I wondered if this job was really worth it. Max's smiling face came to mind, and I decided it was. I might be killed on one of these jobs in a ridiculously terrifying way, but at least I got to meet him. After I recovered, I went down the stairs a bit slower than before. I passed each floor without really feeling as if I had made any progress. A muted sound came from above, causing me to look. I squinted and thought I could see eyes shining back in the pitch darkness. I heard the sound again, this time a bit louder, and I could just barely make out a hint of song echoing through the stairway. I moved my feet against the cold ground, getting ready to run. The blackness above my head started to come down closer, as if it had all become liquid, ready to strip down and consume everything below. I needed to run. No matter how hard I pressed myself, that song and the sound of moving water got even closer. I didn't dare look up, fearing what I might see. I knew I had no chance of reaching the bottom before the creature in the stairs caught up. I tried every door I passed, just hoping one might open. Dark tendrils started to catch up, and yet I still refused to look at the source. Each rusted handle rattled, staying locked and mocking my growing fear. Just before my emotions spilled over, a door opened, and I ran into a well-lit hallway. I kept running, passing by a lively-looking nurse next to a cart, causing me to question my sanity. She called after me, telling me to stop. I refused to listen. For a moment, the place looked like a normal hospital. Then, what lurked in the stairway came flooding inside. The darkness poured in, the thick liquid reaching out and corrupting everything it touched. The building rotted away as the darkness washed over every inch of the place behind me. The nurse turned into black sludge, making me run even faster. My body couldn't keep up with this pace. I needed to find a way out or I was going to rot away like everything else inside this place. Something very unexpected happened. My partner, who had abandoned me to do her own thing, appeared before me without either of us expecting it. The moment right before the darkness caught up to me, she came crashing through the ceiling. Her body slammed down so hard into the floor that it crumbled away, catching me in the fall. My stomach leapt into my throat as I fell, and Belizia screamed out a cackle of a laugh as she blasted through the floor under us before we crashed into it. She wasn't even aware I was next to her for a second. I shouted at her to do something other than fight, causing her to finally notice me. With a wide smile on her face, she twisted her body towards the oncoming floor and her hair started to glow. My uniform protected me from the heat when she unleashed a blast of flame so powerful it tore through the countless floors below. The darkness screamed behind us and shot forward to twist around her. I got caught up in their fight and let out a scream as we fell downwards while black tendrils wrapped themselves around us. The darkness overtook my sight for a while. I felt as if I hit the ground, which caused my body to scream in pain just as another blast of heat tore through the blackness that surrounded my vision. I found myself sitting up, having nearly crushed the box we were meant to deliver. While Belisa stood by my side, her entire head and hair flaming, the corruption of the metal hospital slowly backed off. With another gleeful laugh, she charged at it, not wanting her fun to be over. She left me behind yet again while she chased after our main threat. I sat in the new hallway, stunned over how the last few seconds had played out. My face felt as if it had gotten a sunburn from being so close to Belisa's, but I somehow managed to avoid any other injuries. Standing back up, I started to try and figure out where we had ended up. At least this area looked nicer and cleaner than the rest. I walked down a white hallway filled with an endless line of doors, my nerves fried and expecting something to jump out at any moment. Further down the hallway, a dark shape flickered. I pressed on, thinking I may be lucky to just walk by it. I almost passed it without looking down when a soft voice made me stop.
My bear, do you know where it is?
A whisper came from behind. Against my better judgment, I looked over my shoulder. The one that spoke asked the question again as they ran their hands along the floor. Long, dark hair covered their face, and the rest of their body looked as if it might crack if anything touched it. Another smaller, dark shape was nearby. I could have just kept going, and yet I walked over the black bear plush and picked it up. Carefully, I got down low in front of the figure and handed the plush over. Thin, small fingers tightened over the fur, expecting it to be taken away. When the toy was safely in their grasp, I thought I saw a hint of a smile on their face, and they faded away. A clicking sound came from down the hallway, and a door appeared at the end of it. My heart started to beat quickly when I thought that it might be either a way out or the place I needed to deliver the box to. I took one step forward and spotted more nearly transparent shapes looking over at me. They didn't feel like they were a threat, but I still didn't want to get near them. Each careful step brought me closer to the end of the hallway, and what I thought was my way out. Every time my foot landed on the tile floor, something else took a step closer. I clutched the box tighter, breathing as quietly as possible, trying not to make a single sound. I had a chance of making it to the door without any issue if I was just careful. Someone started to cry behind me. Again, against my better judgment, I looked over. I felt torn. The door was so close, and yet I was unable to help myself. I took a few steps back to the dark and faded shape that was quietly crying to themselves. "Can I help you with something?" I asked in a low voice and got down to my knees. The figure appeared startled, even though they were missing their face. They looked around, trying to see if I was talking to them. When they realized someone paid them some attention, they raised their hands up to rub their missing eyes.
Can you listen for a while?
They asked in a voice ruined from tears. I nodded, knowing I didn't really have a time limit on the job. The voice started out slow, telling me about their early life of living in a small farmhouse and of hearing the voice of their deceased mother. Without a way to keep track of the time, I patiently sat and let them tell me their story, how they had ended up in the hospital, and how they died there due to neglect. I felt terrible for this poor person, and by the end of their story, I needed to rub my eyes, trying not to let my own tears show. Having another person care about their death somehow calmed them. With a small, sad smile on a hint of a face that appeared, the figure faded after placing a hand in my own and saying a soft thank you for listening. I needed to collect myself before getting back up. By the time I was ready to move again, more of those shapes of long dead people were closing in. Some asked me to listen to their troubles, others begged me to find things for them. Some wanted important possessions like rings or toys, and others were looking for family members or partners. I wanted to help them all, I truly did. But they came in such large numbers I became swarmed with them, their dark thoughts and past regrets filling the hallway like a dark sea I couldn't escape from. Just as I thought I was going to be pulled into all their past misery, a hand reached over and dragged me away. When I woke up, I sat up coughing, trying to shake off all those dark feelings. A man stood over me, looking down from under large glasses that reflected light from the monitors that lined the entire wall. The room was dark otherwise, making it hard to see where he had taken me to. I froze, feeling tense, and wishing I had some sort of weapon just in case this man wanted to try something.
"Is that for me?"
He asked, pointing to the box I needed to deliver. Are you..." I paused to read the label on the box. "Dr. Wick?" I asked slowly, even as I could see a name tag on his lab coat. He didn't bother answering, he just reached out for the box. I handed it over and got the paper form to sign to show the delivery had been finished. He didn't see the slip of paper and tore into the box in seconds. All of his attention went to whatever was inside, what I had nearly died for. 4 other arms slipped from under his coat, and within seconds, he nearly had a small model of some sort of complex robot together, before I cleared my throat and waved the delivery paper in his face. He jumped, his glasses slipping down his face.
Oh, right. I just got excited. This Gundam just got released and it's nearly impossible to get them down here.
Now that my eyes adjusted to the darkness, I noticed some shelves filled with more of those toys in the room. I held back a groan, hating the fact that my life was worth a few minutes of entertainment just so this man could put together a collector's item. After I saw his face, I could have sworn he looked familiar. I brushed that aside and asked a more pressing question. I don't have to walk through this entire place to get back out, do I? I asked him, fearing the worst.
Oh no, I'll make a doorway out. You're that human, right? The one who is missing their arm?
He questioned when we walked toward the closed door.
Yes?
I said, confused on why he would care.
I requested you because your doctor is my cousin. Could you bring this letter to Dr. Phil at the next appointment you have?
He requested as he pulled out an envelope for me to take. I did a double take at his face. Now that I looked harder, I could see the similarities. I never would have thought Dr. Philo had any family that weren't as serious as himself. At least, now I hadn't just nearly died for a toy. I had nearly died for a toy and a letter, making the trip slightly better.
Also, I wanted you because you're human. I need to thank you for treating some of my patients so kindly. Most creatures dislike human spirits. This place isn't suited for creatures like your partner.
Dr. Wick commented. I looked over to the monitors to spot Belisa still fighting. At least she was enjoying herself, but was this alright? Wasn't she hurting some human ghost trapped in this place? Sensing my question, the doctor kept speaking.
This place was never a real hospital. It was made to collect spirits in an attempt to help them pass on. The corrupted ones need that darkness to be destroyed, which your partner is doing right now. The ones on the lower floors are more difficult. Very few supernatural creatures can deal with them. My job is to listen to them to help them pass on, but it does become taxing on the mind after a while. I needed an outlet to relax. You not only brought something I could take a short break with, but also laid to rest 2 spirits. So thank you. I'll send a message to your supervisor saying how good of a job you did.
He sounded worn out, but also as thankful as his words suggested. I felt a little embarrassed by his praise. As far as I could tell, no one had ever complimented me on a job before.
I was just doing my job. You really don't need to pass that along,
I said honestly. He smiled again, making him look tired. He opened the door, and instead of the hospital hallway, I could see the 0 room. I asked about Belisa's, but Dr. Wick said he would send her on her way after she wore herself out. She was doing a lot of work for him, and he didn't feel like kicking her out just yet. He thanked me again, and I started to walk to the small receptionist table feeling a little bit proud of myself. Sure, I was going to have major nightmares of that hospital for the rest of my life, but I hadn't died after my partner ran off. Speaking of my partner, before I reached Sal to tell her how the job went, someone tackled me into a tight hug. My mood brightened when I pulled away to see Max beaming and wagging his tail.
I'm so glad you made it out. It must have been scary on your own.
His voice could barely be heard over his wagging tail. His neck had a bruised ring around it, and I really worried that he had come closer to death than I did that day. I took his cheeks in my hand and pressed them together and squished his face. The happiness of seeing him nearly overtook any disappointment over him being so stupid.
I can't believe you. Your head in a peanut butter jar? You made Sal cry. What would your...
I wanted to scold him, asking what his father would think of his oldest child's behavior when a light coming from the ceiling stopped my words. We all looked up when a transposition circle appeared. I didn't know much about magic or anything on how to use it, but I'd seen enough of these circles to know what they were. The glowing faded when a small shape came falling out of the circle into the carpeted ground. Sal started to get up from her chair, still in shock from the sight. A small brown dog with a different colored back leg fell to the ground on its side. A large jar of half-eaten peanut butter was firmly stuck over his head and around his neck. I honestly thought the poor thing was dead until one leg twitched.
Is that your dad?
I asked, unable to say anything else. Max and Sal became a blur of motion as they ran forward to rescue their father from the jar. She kept a hold of the small body as he pulled on the plastic jar, his clawed feet tearing into the carpet from the effort. They thankfully got the jar off, letting Rufus gasp in clean air. Then both of them pulled harder on him as he tried to stick his head back into the jar. For the first time since it happened, I felt a little less guilty that Rufus lost a leg while trying to save my life on our first job. Knowing this family, it was a matter of time before he lost a limb over something stupid. Defending a human just so happened to be the thing that got him first. While struggling to keep her father in dog form to stay still, Sal said I was free to go home. I thanked her and left the odd family in the zero room, fully ready to forget this day ever happened. Lately, we've been getting fairly easy delivery jobs, which I desperately needed. With work going at such a relaxed pace, I noticed how Max started to act at the beginning of the work week. It wasn't really a noticeable change, and I doubted anyone but myself could see it. He just felt a bit off, almost as if he'd been forcing himself to get excited over things he normally enjoyed. We were asked to go to the sorting room for a few hours to help them get caught up right after we finished our latest easy delivery job. Aside from all of my monstrous coworkers, I didn't mind the sorting room. It was pretty easy work and a nice way to pass the time. Rufus knew we were coming and waited by the door for us. To my horror, he stood on some crutches and with his replacement leg missing. I got dizzy at the sight of his bandaged knee and spluttered out a question about how it happened. I expected Max to be upset seeing his father missing a leg again, but he took it in stride.
Did you chew off your leg?
Max asked calmly. I did a double take, mouth open at the mental image of the question. Rufus let out a sigh, almost sounding guilty.
Yeah, the replacement one wasn't really agreeing with me or healing right. I might just go with a false one instead of a transplant.
He answered, and Max nodded as if this conversation was normal. Supernatural creatures were weird, that much was certain. In an earlier case, I needed to cut off my own arm to save Max, and getting a replacement turned out to be very easy. I guessed human limbs were easier to replace than dog ones. Rufus lost his leg on our first delivery, and it hadn't healed yet. I felt horrible that he still had to go through all these issues because I made a mistake way back then. Would my blood make things easier on you? I mean, would it help a transplant stick? I offered. Virgin blood apparently did a lot for creatures, and thus was very sought after. Most people wouldn't assume a 30-year-old guy like myself wouldn't have hooked up with anyone yet. It was an embarrassing fact to admit, and the only silver lining of my situation is that I might be able to donate some blood to help Rufus heal faster.
Don't worry about it. Sometimes it takes a few tries to find a good replacement part for any given creature. I do appreciate the offer, but don't advertise your blood in such a public space. That's something you really need to keep as secret as possible. You never know who might go after you for something like that.
Rufus pointed out. I grew tense and looked around the mailroom and at the others walking around. I felt terrified by some of my coworkers, but so far none had made any hostile moves around me. A pile of mushrooms taller than myself moved slowly between letters, and a pair of human hands covered in fungus extended from the pile to take an envelope and place it somewhere else. The sight made my skin crawl, but for the most part, I trusted my coworkers. Then again, they might slip up and mention my blood to someone outside of the company, causing a different creature to try and hunt me down. After all, I got this job because I went on one bad date after my body in all the wrong sorts of ways.
Hey Max, can you get started on sorting? I want to ask Toby something.
Rufus asked. Max's big ears perked up, wanting to know why he had been shooed away, but he was a good boy and listened to what he'd been told. When he left, I looked over at the taller man, confused about what Rufus may want to say without his son listening in.
Could you do me a favor and invite Max over to a sleepover or something fun?
Rufus asked me when he thought Max was far enough away to not be able to listen in.
I would love to, but why are you asking?
I questioned. I really didn't get to hang out with Max often enough. Aside from working together, we didn't really find the time to do anything. At least, he had gotten the hang of using a cell phone so we could text on our off times. But generally, most of our jobs were just about hanging around and waiting for a creature all day, so I didn't find I missed his company by not meeting after work.
His mother's death date is coming up this week. I know he's tried acting like it doesn't bother him, but this time of year always hits him hard. He's getting close to becoming a full adult, and it upsets him that she's not around for a celebration like that. He does care for his stepmother, but it's not really the same. He's been getting into human culture lately, and I figured you two doing something could cheer him up a little.
Rufus explained in a heavy tone that didn't suit him. I looked over toward Max, who had started sorting some letters. Sensing eyes on him, he turned and waved, then got back to work. I sort of understood how he felt. My mother left when I was younger, just disappeared into thin air. From time to time, news came up of her living somewhere else or other, so I doubted she'd met some awful fate. She just decided she didn't want a family any longer. I tried to pretend that I didn't miss her, but that was a lie. I wanted to be angry at her for leaving, and yet I couldn't bring myself to feel any kind of negative emotion toward her, beside being upset that she wasn't around. It must be harder for Max to have lost his mother in a different way.
We can totally have a sleepover. It'll be fun,
I said, glad to be able to help in some way. After all, hanging out with a guy that was basically an oversized puppy should be fun. But my luck didn't hold out, and I couldn't just have one nice day with a friend. That Friday, Max knocked at my apartment door around dinner time. He stood in the hallway, holding a large pillow and dressed in a nightgown with soft shorts underneath it. His tail was wagging under his long shirt, moving the fabric. He had assumed that the longer sleepwear was unisex, and I didn't bother correcting him. As long as it made him happy, I really didn't matter what kind of PJs he wore. I let him inside and got to ordering food. I knew how much he could eat and how excited he was to try out a bunch of different foods, so we ordered a lot. I also bought some candy and enough soda to drown a small country. I didn't know if the caffeine would be alright due to him being part dog or whatever kind of supernatural creature he was, but he assured me it would be fine. Because I lived alone, I had put my TV in my bedroom and hooked it up to my computer. I rarely, if ever, used my living room. Instead of moving everything and getting that space set up, we just crashed in my bedroom for some movies. Max ate through the pizzas I ordered and the Chinese food with no issues. And here I thought I might have leftovers. I don't think he'd ever heard of leftovers before. For the first movie, he looked in better spirits. All the sugar and caffeine might get him too hyper to deal with, but after the second movie started, he mellowed out a bit. I've never seen him this calm before, and it freaked me out a little.
Are you alright with scary movies, or do you want to watch something else?
I asked him. We started out with The Evil Dead because I had the DVD on hand. I reflected that I might be one of the last people left who still had a DVD drive in their computer to watch movies with, not even any Blu-rays. I owned some animated movies and thought he might like some cartoons better. With a yawn, he nodded his head and hugged the pillow tighter.
The scary ones are fine. I like the zombie ones. The makeup on the zombies make them look tasty.
He commented, but still sounded a bit tired. Reaching down, he found some jerky hidden away in our candy stash and ate a mouthful. I gave him a look, wondering how my friend saw me. I considered if we ever got trapped somehow while delivering mail, if he might see me as emergency rations. At least, I think he would agonize a little over the choice of eating me if it came to it. As we watched a movie I'd seen at least 100 times, I wondered if I should talk to Max about why he'd been invited over that night. Aside from acting so drained, he didn't really seem like he felt upset over the loss of his mother. Since I'd been so young when mine disappeared, I didn't really remember the date it happened, and it wasn't a topic I brought up with my father at all. It'd been harder on him than on myself. My father acted distant while I grew up. I still loved him, but we didn't have the same kind of relationship Max and Rufus did. I sent him money and supported him as much as I could, but we didn't talk. When I did call him, he tended to try and pressure me into finding a girlfriend, and that was it. He knew nothing about my current job since I lied and said I'd landed something in IT, which he bought. I glanced up at Max when he yawned, then reached for some more snacks. At one point, I would like to ask him about what his mother was like. I think he would enjoy talking about her. Not tonight. After this movie, we should go to bed super early. He looked like he needed the rest. Being so focused on my thoughts, I didn't notice what his eyes started to focus on.
You have a roommate?
He asked in a somewhat tense tone.
No, why?
I asked, confused.
Then, who is that?
I followed where his clawed finger pointed to the open bedroom door. I normally kept it shut, but with the two of us in the room, it would have gotten too stuffy. I also kept the lights on in the hallway. Looking out into a dark doorway was a bit too creepy for me to handle after working my current job. My brain didn't register what I saw for a few seconds because there shouldn't be anyone else in the apartment. We both looked through the open door into the dark shape standing at the end of the hallway. The entire form was black and without a face, but I knew it stared back. I did the only thing I could. I screamed like a little girl, sprang up and slammed the door. Footsteps came thudding down the hallway and I felt something charge against the door. Thankfully, I had also locked it on reflex and that kept it closed for now. The figure resorted to knocking and trying the handle instead of breaking down the door. I turned to ask Max what the hell just showed up and saw him trying to stand on uneven feet. When he fell forwards, I dove to catch him. We both sat on the floor, my friend feeling weak in my arms and just as scared as myself, his body flinching at every knock.
I think that's a ghost. No wonder why I was feeling so weird when I showed up. I really can't.
His words were cut off as we both let out strangled, scared noises seeing the door open. But who came through wasn't the dark shape we feared, although the person who just crashed the sleepover wasn't much better than a ghost. Belizas walked right inside and we screamed at her to not shut the door, but she'd already kicked it shut half a second after walking through it. The wooden locked door went back to being pounded on and rattled by the ghost on the other side. With magic, creatures are able to connect two doorways together. The mailing company gives their workers one charm a day to create a connection between doors just in case they get stuck somewhere or want a fast way home. I guess Belizas used her one free charm to invite herself over to the sleepover. From her reaction, she wasn't aware of the situation she walked into. When she looked at us cowering on the floor holding each other, her face spread into a grin, wondering what gossip she could spread.
Is this a bad time?
She teased. Hearing the doorknob rattling, she looked over her shoulder.
It's a ghost.
Max told her in a small voice.
A ghost?
She asked, and the word reached her brain very slowly. Once it clicked, she jumped and piled onto us, frightened as hell. I've never seen Beliza scared before and thought she was too dumb for that emotion. I struggled to get my head free from being clung onto from two very strong and scared creatures. It's just a ghost. We dealt with them on the last delivery job, right? Why are you freaking out? I asked her, trying to make sense of all this.
That was different. They had bodies I could punch.
She corrected. I nearly got crushed to death when the spirit on the other side of the door got impatient. We all screamed again when an extra loud bang came from the door. At this rate, the lock would give out soon. I didn't know how we had gotten lucky enough to not have the thing inside the room yet. Belizas did something none of us had thought of yet. She jumped up and tugged at the window, desperate to get it open. With a yell of pain, she shot back, nursing her suddenly raw hands. Both palms and the window still smoked where she touched it. Cursing, she stomped around the room trying to calm down. I always thought Belizas could be the strongest creature I'd met, and yet she couldn't do anything in this situation. She wasn't used to being powerless and didn't know how to react. For the first time, I noticed her outfit. She had track pants on, and a comfy sweater that was cropped, leaving her stomach exposed. She really did just come here to crash our sleepover. I felt a pang in my chest, and I wished that her inviting herself over had been the worst thing that happened that night. Are you telling me you two can't do anything when it comes to spirits? Like, have you ever come across one like this before? I asked. Sweat started on my forehead. I needed to protect Max, but didn't even know where to start. If neither of them could do anything, then I had little to no hope of helping. Belizas paused to think, which was never a good thing. Her train of thought tended to arrive to the station far too early. Since she never needed to deal with a real ghost before, she didn't know for sure that she couldn't punch one. The only way to prove it wouldn't work was to test it out. She moved too fast. I didn't clue into what she had planned until her hand had already landed on the door handle. Max and myself shouted at her to stop, but she boldly opened the door and swung a fist into the dark shape's empty face and then fell forwards into the darkness. The entire thing formed into a black mist and wrapped around her body. Both her and the mist fell into the floor. Our party crashers disappearing right in front of our eyes. I got up to go over to the spot where they had been and found it freezing cold and empty. In frustration, I punched my fist against the floor, only to hurt myself in the end. Where did it take her? I asked, mostly to myself.
The basement, I think. It's hard to tell, but I sort of feel like they landed there.
Max replied and tried to get up again. His legs shook, and I needed to go back to him to support his weight. Him being this weak wasn't natural. It might be related to the spirit, but I didn't know for sure yet. I helped him sit on my bed and got out my phone. Pausing at the screen, I didn't know who to call. It was as if Ghostbusters was a real thing, and all the time I worked with my supernatural creatures, I didn't make any connections or friends who could run over to help.
Supernatural creatures like us have issues with ghosts. They drain our strength just by being near us. If they take too much, we could die. I'm scared that Belizas might get all her internal magic stolen. If that happens, then the ghost would be strong enough to actually hurt the humans in this building. Normally, spirits are harmless and don't have the energy to even be seen. I think it was draining my magic the entire time I was here. I'm sorry, I should have noticed sooner.
Max explained, looking as guilty as he felt. It's not your fault. I should have known my place was haunted. Do you know if there's any way to save her? I asked, quickly worried over how much time had already passed. Max's face looked pale. He shook his head, which worried me more. I almost got angry at Belizas. What was the point of letting her eat my arm if she couldn't deal with one little ghost?
There are some people who specialize in dealing with ghosts, but they're always so backed up case-wise. They're part of a corporation that only cares about saving humans from supernatural creatures. I could try calling them, but they'll only show up after she's...
Max trailed off, unable to finish his thought. Belizas did act like a pain in the ass most of the time, but we both wanted her safe. I paced a little, trying to think of a way out of all of this. In the end, I decided on something I really didn't want to do. I thought back to the last delivery job and how I listened to those spirits. Dr. Wick said that had been enough to lay them to rest. I had the chance of saving one of the world's most annoying coworkers by putting myself in danger. I'm going down there. I told Max, who weakly started to protest. You should leave the building to be safe. Then call those ghost specialists and tell them what's going on. They might show up if they know there's a chance of this getting much worse. I might be able to save her before anything terrible happens, though. Max didn't look confident in the slightest. His big ears drooped to the side, making him look the saddest I've ever seen him. I hated how badly our fun movie night turned out to be. Because he was unable to think of any other plan but leaving Belizas to die. He caved and listened to me. I hurried him downstairs and saw him out the front door. He already had his phone in hand. Once he left the building, he started to look a little bit better. He wished me luck one last time on slightly shaking legs. I turned back inside and headed toward the laundry room stairs. The apartment building had a laundry room in the basement. The landlord kept the space as clean and well lit as possible, but beyond the laundry room was the rest of the basement. No one was allowed inside, but the lock to the door had been broken since before I moved in. If you jiggle it just right, you could go into the dusty and dank basement. Because of all the spider webs and lack of lighting, no one really went inside, beside the occasional teen to drink or smoke, thinking they're acting sneaky. It took a few minutes of fiddling with the lock to get inside the darker part of the basement. I used my phone as a flashlight and nearly tripped over leftover beer bottles by the door. A dull humming of some sort of machinery for the building made the place extra creepy. My hair on the back of my neck stood on end when a breeze of cold air hit my face. I kept telling myself to not freak out. After all, it was only a powerful angry ghost stalking in the dark. Every step made my heart work overtime. I scanned the dark and cluttered room, trying to find Belizas. When my light landed on her, I nearly choked on my own fear. The dark shape stood above her, the mist twisting around her limp body. I held back a yell of anger over the thing that was hurting my friend. I needed to be calm and understanding with the spirit, or else I couldn't help it finally rest. Hey, please leave her alone. I'm here. I'll listen. I half shouted in a trembling voice. When that thing turned a blank, misty face in my direction, I nearly fainted. It started to gather its body together, ready to charge toward me. I wanted nothing more than to turn heel and run, but it wasn't just Belizas I needed to save. It was everyone in the building and the ghost as well. I stood my ground when the mist cleared the distance in a second to wrap me up in what felt like a never-ending darkness. For a long time, I couldn't sense anything but a chill that went right down to my core. I fought to reach anything, even if it was harmful. I couldn't stand being in that darkness anymore. My body came tumbling through the cold, finding a pinprick of light. It took ages to reach it, but I finally found something other than the death-like feeling to deal with. Everything was hazy in that light, as if I started to watch a TV set through fogged-up glasses, with the fog also being inside my brain. Forcing myself to focus, I started to get some details to come through. Somehow, I knew I landed in nearly faded memories of the ghost. I told her I would listen, so she wanted to share whatever she still held of her life. She lived before my apartment building had been finished. She no longer could remember her own name or her appearance. From what I could see of her, I guess she was a very small teenager, still a child when she played with her friends in the unfinished basement of the apartments. That construction area turned into the most important place for her. Her and her friends did everything together there. They got some beers on occasion from a cool uncle of one of the friends, and sometimes cigarettes. She didn't like smoking, but did it to prove herself to the rest of them. She spent the best summer of her life hanging out, and even crawled out of her bedroom window late one night to have her first kiss in the unfinished basement. The whole memory was of a long, almost forgotten teenhood that should have ended in all of the friends growing up to carry on their own lives. A summer to look back on fondly after becoming an adult. All of her friends got that chance, but she'd been left behind. One day, she arrived early. The cool uncle was already there, ready to offer drinks. She refused them and talked with him alone for the first time. As the conversation got longer, she started to feel uneasy. For some reason, the older man had always been vague about which friend he was related to. By the time she realized none of her friends really knew for certain who this man was, it became far too late for her. The entire time they hung out around him, they all assumed he'd been one of their uncles without anyone confirming it. I turned my head away, unable to look at the rest. I sensed something at my back and noticed the dark shape of the ghost this small girl became over the years. I said I would listen, and yet I refused when it got to the most important part. She wanted someone else to see, to know what happened in that dark space of the past. My chest nearly broke open from the pain of what I needed to watch. A small girl being strangled by someone she trusted. If anything else happened to her, she wasn't certain. When she woke back up, she found herself in a dark, cramped space, neck sore and unable to move. Her eyes adjusted to find some light in the space. Turning her head on a stiff, sore neck, she followed the sounds behind her. Her mouth was covered with tape, making it impossible to scream at what she saw. That man who thought she was dead had placed her inside an unfinished part of the wall. He had nearly covered the last part of the opening when their eyes met. For the first time, the memory became clear as she stared at the murderer's shocked expression. He debated on what to do and picked the worst option. He finished sealing up the opening, trapping her inside and subjecting her to an unimaginably slow death. I could feel the ghost at my back as we both experienced what it had been like to die within those walls. Those frantic attempts at breaking free from the bindings, the fear of being alone in the dark, and the hallucinations that came from dehydration. The poor girl cried and begged, wanting to see her mother one last time, to just be out of the dark at the very least. None of those pleas were answered. Even after her death, she stayed aware of the cold darkness, of her body wasting away, and of the ones outside of the wall. She couldn't see them, but she sensed them when someone walked by, her soul screaming out the same sentence over and over again for years. I'm right here. She had just wanted someone to find her. A sadness overtook me, one that I almost lost my entire self to. It went beyond anything I've ever felt before. One of her friends rented a room in the apartment. Unaware, they started to live above someone they lost so long ago. They raised a family while the girl trapped in the wall started to change. Instead of misery, her emotions turned darker. She hated her old friend for having the life she should have lived. Then, by sheer chance, her aging mother moved in for a while. No matter how much she screamed, and no matter how much the hatred grew, no one heard her. Only once her murderer came by, he stood outside the wall, drunk and dying from old age. He sobbed, begging her to forgive him. Deep down, she might have if he exposed where he buried her. Being the piece of human trash he was, he died without telling a soul what he'd done, leaving her to rot further. All those emotions swirled around us. She wanted to take in as much energy from Belizas in order to tear apart the building and everyone inside it. Her hatred became misplaced and landed on everyone who lived so close without knowing she'd been there the entire time. Her rage only grew while reliving those memories, All of that darkness was about to spill over into harming someone innocent. "I'm here. I can see you." Fighting through all of her rage and hate, I found her hand somewhere in the middle of it all. The air grew still after I spoke. The twisted dark shape froze, then started to change into something smaller. Instead of an angry, vengeful ghost, there stood a scared little girl. Her face was blurry, but I knew her eyes were filled with tears.
Did you find me?
She asked in a voice so soft I barely heard her. Tears of my own flooded my eyes. Unable to help myself, I took her into a tight hug, telling her everything I wanted her to hear through the years. How sorry I felt this happened to her, and how I wished I could have gotten to her sooner. Her own emotions broke as we both cried, holding on to each other as if nothing else existed. We couldn't change the past no matter how much we wanted. The only thing to do was to move forwards. I wanted to stay with her a bit longer. A voice calling out my name distracted us. She knew I needed to go and calm down enough to be alone again. At least, it wouldn't be for very long. After I woke up, I would tear down the wall on my own if I needed to. I promised her that she would never be forgotten again. Then, we were separated.
Toby, are you alright?
I found myself on my back on the cold cement. Max sat beside me, looking down with a scared look on his face. I heard other people moving around and thought the basement was too bright. He helped me sit up to see men in suits moving around. They had already started to take apart the far wall and quickly put up a tarp to hide their progress. My body felt stiff and painful. My chest hurt most of all, and my face was cold from tears. Soon, a man in a suit joined Max and helped me to a chair. His long white hair was tied back, and he removed his sunglasses to show off red eyes. After having seen a real albino, I knew this man just had white hair. The rest of his body held bits of pigment, making him look a bit off. "I'm Manny. My job is dealing with ghosts like the one you just faced. I assume you had a bad time, but you're alive, which is honestly pretty lucky. Do you know your name, your age, and all that?" He asked in a kind voice. He handed me a bar of chocolate that I really didn't want to eat. With some prodding, I nibbled on the side of the bar and answered some basic questions to prove I hadn't lost my mind. Max got a peanut butter cup, and I fretted over him having chocolate as well. Manny assured me that dogs could have a little bit without making them too sick. Max could have one small piece, and he'd surely earned it. When it didn't look like the ghost experts would come over, Max threatened to use all his family connections unless someone got over to my apartment to deal with the ghost and to save his friend. I learned then that his stepmother was sort of a big deal, and he could use some leverage if needed, but disliked doing so. "What's going to happen to her?" I asked as I looked at the tarp covering the wall. Manny sighed, looking already tired. "We'll identify her and return her to the family. If she doesn't have any, then we can arrange a service, and we'll do our best to figure out who did such a thing. Even if the murderer has passed on, we'll still track them down for the sake of the victim," he explained. "At least she'll get her name back." Looking around, I spotted Beliza sleeping against a wall, someone having placed their suit jacket over her like a blanket. In the end, everything turned out as well as it could have. "Is she still here? The ghost, I mean," I asked, the exhaustion starting to set in. "It's hard to say. I think you took care of her, but she'll never really be gone. Not as long as you're alive. The problem that comes with ghosts is you'll always become haunted afterwards. Every death affects the living in some way. She may have been laid to rest by your efforts, but no matter what, you'll carry her until you die," Manny said, speaking from experience. I wondered how many ghosts he dealt with and just how many people he carried with him. I imagined this job wasn't easy and most people couldn't do it very often. I doubted I could deal with another ghost again. Even if they weren't overly dangerous, I couldn't carry the heavy weight in my chest of another person's death. I tried to stand, finding that my legs refused to listen. Manny and Max took over, helping me back to my apartment. My body shut down the moment someone got me to bed, and I didn't even hear when someone carried Belizas upstairs as well. When I woke up later that day, it was almost the afternoon. My body was heavy and felt hot. Something tickled my nose and I tried to raise my arm, thinking it was just a stray hair. I found my arm too heavy to move. For a moment, I freaked out, thinking my false arm stopped working. I opened my eyes to see the cause of my uncomfortable state. Max had curled up on one side, his arms tight around my chest and fluffy ears on my face. Belizas was on my other side, her leg twisted around my own, and arms somehow tangled into Max's and mine. It took a few minutes to sit up and to not wake them. I looked to either side, wondering when they both crashed in my small bed and how I could explain such a sight if anyone saw this. Good thing no one had any reason to be in my apartment to walk in on this.
Hey boys, how was...
My heart stopped when my bedroom door opened and Rufus stuck his head inside. He used his free door charm to come in and check up on his son without asking permission. Mind you, it wasn't as if he thought we would be doing anything that needed some privacy. His eyes landed on us, and his face froze in a friendly smile. His entrance didn't wake up either of the two still clinging to my side. He didn't say anything else. His expression was still pleasant, but clearly he'd started to internally panic at what he walked in on. I couldn't even explain myself by the time he closed the door. I really wished that ghost had swallowed me up or killed me that night. I would never live this sleepover down. It might have been from the stress of finding out my apartment building had been haunted, but I woke up sick the day after the failed sleepover with Max. I took some cold pills, thinking I could push through it to finish my shift. Maybe I could go to the sorting room and do something a bit easier until I felt better. I walked a few blocks to get to the door that led me into work, and in those few blocks, I got much worse. I zipped my uniform jacket as far as it would go and buried half my face in the collar. Chills shook my body and my head, heavy from illness. I was met by the normal sight, a single empty room with a small fold-out table, but with Max and one of his sisters already inside. I opened my mouth to greet them, and a cough came out instead. I stopped in front of the desk, ready to get the day finished. The receptionist, a sister I'd yet to meet, stood up and came around to get a better look at my flushed face.
Are you not feeling well?
Max asked, and he also gotten close.
I'll survive.
I replied in a small, rough voice.
No, you might not, depending on what creatures you'll come across. You're taking a day off. I'll call your doctor to come over when he's available for a home visit. Go back home until you recover.
She told me and started to look through forms on her desk to fill out.
I get sick days?
I asked, shocked. She looked at me as if I wasn't the brightest bulb. The pay for this job was good, but I didn't know I also had sick days. I should ask if I also got vacation days. While I wasn't paying attention, Max got right next to me. He pulled down my jacket collar and, to my shock, licked the entire side of my face. I let out a disgusted sound from suddenly having a wet cheek, and his sister grabbed him before he could do it a second time.
Ugh, Max, why?
I demanded, offended and betrayed. I rubbed my cheek with the back of my jacket sleeve to get the dog slobber off. I'm sure he had a good reason for the gross lick, but he should have warned me first so I could try to dodge it.
Whenever my sisters are feeling sick, I lick their faces until they feel better. It's a sure cure, and I find 66 licks works the best,
he said very proudly.
Your licking doesn't cure anything. We just say it works so you stop licking us.
His sister admitted, disgusted. Max looked distraught, having a childhood truth be revealed as a lie. I really didn't want to have a mental image of a child Max pinning down one of his poor sisters to lick their cheek. Creature sure had a weird mindset when it came to these things. I let out a terrible sounding cough, and both Max and his sister took a few steps back, holding each other. They looked pretty worried about catching whatever I had, even though I was positive a human illness stood no chance trying to infect a creature. I still kept away from them just in case, my face starting to flush from a fever. The sister of the day was nice enough to create a door back to my apartment to get me home and out of their hair faster. Max cheerfully waved before I left, saying he would think of something to make me feel better. Honestly, just having him seem worried was good enough. Besides my father, I didn't have any family. I really didn't keep any friends either. I was nice enough with my coworkers, but rarely, if ever, spent that much time with them outside work. I felt nice to have someone who cared. That feeling got overtaken by my fever. I took off my uniform jacket, body starting to shake and aches creeping into my joints. I crawled into bed, wanting to sleep the whole ordeal off. Looking back on it, I should have gotten someone over to keep an eye on me. I assumed they just had the flu and sleeping it off would cure it. I really didn't know what kind of illness I caught. When I woke up, my throat felt so raw I couldn't swallow my own spit. I needed a drink of water. When I sat up, my head became so dizzy, I collapsed back into bed. My entire body shaking from a fever and body hurting only in the way flu pains could make you feel. I didn't remember the last time that it had ever gotten this bad. I felt so damn warm, and yet I shook as if I had chills. I needed to get something to drink no matter how much it hurt. All of these were signs I had a fever so high, I needed to get to the hospital. I risked frying my brain if my temperature didn't break. Being alone for my entire adult life made it so I didn't even think to call someone to help. With a great deal of effort, I got out of bed, nearly falling over. I needed to use my bedside table for support, and then my bed. I moved so slowly, every step was a small victory. I got to the bathroom with a great deal of effort. In my fever haze, I considered having a shower to either cool me down or warm me up. I really didn't know what I was feeling. My head hot, but my body cold and painful from each shake. First, I wanted a drink of water. I bent over drinking right from the tap, my head swimming for a few seconds. The water stayed down just long enough for me to collapse to the bathroom floor and cough it back up. My throat hurt too damn much and my stomach protested having anything inside it. Soon, I was puking up bile and the last remains of the cold meds from earlier that day. I curled up on the bathroom floor, making an effort to clean up my mess, but only had the strength to place a towel over the top of the wet spot. My face stayed on the cool tiles, body hurting from the flu and from shaking so damn much. While barely awake and on the floor, I stared through the open door down the short hallway. I squinted when I thought I saw a shape moving in the darkness of the other doorway. I made a weak attempt to raise my head and to call out, my throat burning, and only ended up making a raspy noise. That figure noticed me. At first, I hoped it was Max coming by to check on me. The shape came into view, and I weakly got up halfway, my brain frantic with fear, along with the fever messing with my thought process. What I looked at wasn't Max, or anyone I knew. I didn't know if it was even a someone. They were so tall, they needed to bend their neck to stand in the hallway, head crooked and pale white eyes staring at me through dark tangled hair. The fingers all twisted and disjointed. The figure dressed in a layer of torn fabric stained with dark spots that looked a lot like mold. I couldn't move in my state. I could only sit on my bathroom floor helplessly, watching the creature take long steps at a time down my hallway. I grabbed onto the sink, pulling myself up. I wondered what I had to protect myself. My foot slipped, and I fell backwards, a set of rough hands catching my fall. I made another noise that hurt my irritated throat. The creature made it inside the bathroom and easily caught me. I moved a hand to try and push the monster away, only to have the thing wrap its greasy hair around me, binding my arms to its chest. I always assumed I would die at my new job and not in my apartment.
Oh, look at how tasty you look. So nice and warm. I'll enjoy this meal very much.
The voice came from under the hair, and the eyes scrunched up from a hidden smile. That voice caused my body to shake for a reason besides the fever. It was like nothing I ever heard before, as if 10 people with sore or torn out throats spoke at once. The face got closer to mine, and I made the best attempt at a scream my body could handle. To my sheer horror, the hair was pulled back to reveal a long mouth with black lips. Unable to save myself from what was coming, the creature pressed its lips against my own. I kicked and pushed, causing me to use up all my strength. My head getting so dizzy I passed out on the spot. Being so close to a monster meant I should have died. I woke up, the memory still fresh, causing me to scream awake. I screamed again when a second person in my room and beside my bed got startled by my first scream and shrieked as well. Soon, we both were screaming at each other. When my brain could process who was standing nearby, I calmed down a little, my heart beating out of my chest and breathing heavy.
Max?
I said in a voice hoarse from screaming so much. After I spoke, I noticed my throat was fine. Aside from all the yelling, my body didn't hurt, and I only felt as if I overslept instead of dying like before. Was that monster just a fever dream? I looked at Max, wondering how long he'd been there for, and if he knew what happened was just a nightmare or not.
I came in to check in on you to see if the kiss of death came by,
he said, face bright and recovered from his small shock.
What?
I said, using such a deadpan voice I'd never managed before.
Oh, they're not as bad as they sound. They eat illness. Their name got mixed up years ago. They don't kiss people and they die, but they kiss sick or dying people to eat away most, if not all, of their illness. I asked one to come over to take care of you. They can't eat away big stuff like cancer, but a flu is no problem.
Max sounded so cheerful and happy he helped a friend recover. I loved Max. I really did. This was the very rare time when I wanted to strangle him. Instead, I reached over to pull him into a hug. He was confused, but very happy. I refused to let go when he pulled back and his confusion grew.
Max, I had a pretty bad fever. I was helpless, and then a creepy creature came into my apartment to force me to kiss it. You maybe think that giving me a heads up might have been a good idea.
I told him, keeping my voice even.
Oh, you thought the kiss of death was creepy? I think they're pretty nice. Wait, were you scared?
Max asked, sounding a bit worried and finally cluing into what he did. When I nodded to admit I was scared to death, he let out an upset cry and hugged me back. He promised to never do such a thing again, and how sorry he was that he totally forgot my human standards were different than his. What's cute and nice to Max is a never-ending nightmare to me. I did forgive him pretty quickly, and it was nice I wasn't sick anymore, but I would rather go through a flu than deal with a creature like that again. It was only after I researched my symptoms to see what I had, I found out I might have been suffering from a fever so high, it could have killed me. Max honestly saved my life at the cost of me having a great deal of new nightmares going forward. My job requested I did stay home for one more extra day and then let me in the sorting room before they would let me go back to delivering. I gladly did the easy job of looking through different packages and envelopes with my very strange and sometimes downright scary coworkers. That day though, they all kind of seemed to stay away from me. I coughed once and reached for my water bottle and noticed everyone else had stopped working. I paused with them, trying to figure out the problem. Then I figured out they all either thought I was still able to infect them with some human illness, or some were concerned I was still sick because they actually cared about my well-being. By the end of the day, they all seemed to be less wary of me. I started to head out, ready to go home and rest when I came across Belizas. She heard I'd been sick and apparently knew the same false cure Max did. I didn't run fast enough to escape her grasp and got put into a headlock, yelling for someone to save me before she licked me. Max came in very soon for a rescue, but assumed I got sick again and wanted to call in for another kiss, which I greatly refused. Working with supernatural creatures can be hard. Sometimes, I wondered if things would be easier if one of them just ate me. For 2 weeks, I got into a good routine with work. I had a suspicion that me and my partner were getting stuck with the easy jobs no one wanted. There was no shortage of jobs that we just needed to hand off a package to an almost human-appearing creature, then getting their signature. For a while, I almost thought I might not come across any problems with my job. I was dead wrong. I walked into the zero room and saw Max arrive first. Our package to deliver strapped to his back. Good thing I had him because there was no way I could carry such a large wooden box. It was covered in odd writing and paper, also with strange symbols on them. I could have sworn I heard the box rattle when I stood next to Max.
We're heading into a red light district to drop this off. It's on the supernatural side of things, so there'll be a lot of creatures,
he explained, adjusting the straps on the box. My attention was drawn from the box by his statement. Not only did he mention that we were headed to a pretty adult kind of place, He suggested we would be getting into somewhere dangerous like the maze. I really hated the maze. It changed nearly every time I went inside, and I nearly died there a few times. Where's this red light district? Like inside the maze or something? I asked, trying to make sense of it. He shook his head and directed his attention over to his sister, who gave him some sort of silent approval to explain a bit more.
There are different worlds. We never really bothered telling you because, well, no one thought you would live long enough to go to one,
he admitted. My surprise was ruined by everyone's lack of faith in their only human delivery worker. I suspected a whole multiverse idea, but never really thought too much about it. After all, the maze wasn't a part of the same realm of existence I lived on. I never considered just how many other dimensions might be out there. And what was the maze? How far did it go? Was it larger than where I lived and housed countless creatures ready to overtake our world? And what kind of place would a supernatural red light district be?
It'd be best if you don't think too deeply over this. It can get confusing really fast. You'll be fine traveling to a different world than your own. Just don't drink the water,
Max said, and he took my hand so he could get a move on, delivering the huge box on his back. What happens if I drink the water? I asked. His response was a tight smile. I did not want him to go into detail about what could cause that expression. I just followed along with him and out the door, into a place where humans rarely went, besides as food for the creatures that live there. At least, this answered the question about where Max lived and how he lacked knowledge of human culture when we first met. If he didn't live on the same level of existence than myself, we may never had met if I didn't get this job. That made me wonder again what Max was. He's never told me a name for his species. He may look like a cute dog person, but I've seen hints of how scary he could be. My thoughts derailed when we arrived to our destination. The long streets were crowded with countless different creatures of all shapes and sizes. Others called out in languages that no human tongue could ever form. Max kept a good hold of my hand so we didn't get separated. Because we wore male uniforms, the creatures acted pretty respectfully towards us. Some shuffled out of the way the best they could to let us carry on with our jobs. The buildings were pretty much piled onto each other with a mixture of glowing flames and a floating light of different colors shining through the night. I glanced over at some sort of food stall selling what looked to be grilled rats. It smelled far too good for what they served. As we walked deeper into the long main street, I felt my face flush seeing the other advertisements in the windows and on the pathway. Some practically naked human-appearing creatures were trying to lure other creatures inside. This place really lived up to its name. I didn't want Max to see such a thing, being the innocent creature he was. To my horror, a woman, only wearing some very well-placed ribbons, came over to us. Max appeared to know her, and they spoke in a strange language. She gave his head a little pat and kissed his forehead before letting us go back to work. I stared at him, trying to make sense of the interaction. He noticed and showed a smile my way.
I'm very popular here,
he said without a hint of shame. My feet got glued to the ground as my worldview started to tumble down. Max was popular with the girls. My cute, innocent Max was being recognized by pretty much all the workers here. He clued into what I was thinking and finally corrected my train of thought.
Oh, my father comes here often. I'm popular through him. I don't use any services they offer, but all the workers like to say hello when they can,
he explained, which helped ease my mini heart attack. We started walking again, but knowing Rufus got around didn't help my mood at all. I did not want to think about him hiring these kinds of services either. So, Rufus and your sister's mother isn't together anymore? I asked. If he was here often, that meant he wasn't married, right? Max shook his head and paused to think of a way to explain in a way a human may understand.
He got married and had my sisters as a power move, if that makes sense. They're still married in order to combine the family strength. In fact, I've been promised to marry and produce a child with my stepniece in order to boost the whole power thing more. My dad can go off and, well, be with any kind of creature he wants as long as he doesn't produce another child, but I feel as if that didn't happen on accident. He would just accept the mother and child into our family. It never hurts having another helping set of hands.
I chewed on my bottom lip, unsure how I felt about this. It was clear Max loved his sisters, and no matter how much they tried to hide it, they loved him too. I didn't like the idea of him being forced into a relationship just for the sake of making another strong creature to back up the family's ranking. I stopped walking again, holding on to his hand, feeling uneasy. Are you alright with that? Sleeping with someone because you were told to? I asked. He gave a shrug, but I could see it bothered him a little more than he wanted to let on.
Right now, I don't even have a step-niece. If one comes along, it'll take a few hundred years before she gets old enough to marry. My step-aunt might not even ever have a daughter. I'm not overly worried about it, but if it happens, well, I think I can deal with it. It won't be traumatizing if I need to sleep with someone I don't care for.
We both stood in the middle of the crowd, thinking over what he said. I kept a tight grip on his hand, feeling the warm, soft pads against my palm. Max lived in a completely different world than myself. He was raised in an environment with a whole culture that I wasn't a part of. Most likely, he'd known he would need to marry someone he didn't love since he was a child. For his kind, marriage was for power and not for love. It wasn't my place to judge their system. It still didn't sit right with me, though. Max could read my silent expression and gave me a quick hug, trying to assure me he really was fine with this planned future. I found it hard to hug him back because he still wore that huge box we needed to deliver. We started walking again, going through the crowd. Max paused to go buy some sort of meat on a stick, which I declined to try a bite of. So, what if you fall in love with someone and want to marry them? Would you not be able to do so? I asked, trying to clear up some questions.
I guess it depends on the creature, but we have no limit on spouses. More the better where I come from, but it's different from family to family. Honestly, I've never been interested in that stuff. I wondered if it's because I just became a full adult. I like thinking more about what to eat the next day than getting all romantic with someone, you know?
Max said between bites of food. I understood him. Aside from the shame of still holding a V-card at my age, I really didn't feel motivated to find a girlfriend. Now with work, I found a bunch of friends I cared for. I didn't feel that lonely anymore. It would be nice to have someone to come home to, though, but I didn't feel pressed on finding a partner right away. After a long walk, we finally found where we needed to deliver the box to. It looked like a large, dark warehouse. A sliding door was open for us. The moment we walked inside, the door closed, leaving us in a very dimly lit open space. Max didn't look scared in the slightest. I shouldn't be as frightened as I felt, but I couldn't help it. This was spooky. You were both a little late. Did you take a break to enjoy what some of the shops have to offer? A voice asked from behind the darkness. A man came forwards into the light. He wore a sharp suit and had perfectly styled hair. Aside for his yellow eyes and scales on his cheeks, he looked human. His voice had a hint of an accent that matched his confident pose. Two more men came to stand behind him. They might as well be triplets. They all looked the same beside the unnatural eye colors.
We did, sorry.
Max admitted as he walked over to place the box down. He got something to eat. I quickly corrected. The leader let himself smile for a second at us. He signed the sheet Max offered, saying we finished our job. For some reason, Max moved fast afterwards. He took long steps back to me to take my arm. I found myself being hustled away as the man in the suit bent over to pull a piece of paper off the box. I looked over my shoulder to see him lift off the wooden lid, and then the box fell apart. I knew why Max wanted me to leave before I saw what we delivered. The moment my eyes landed on what was inside, I planted my feet hard on the ground. I turned my body back around, ready to deal with what I was seeing. Inside the box was a sleeping person. I guessed them to be male, even though they had long hair. Well, it wasn't really hair. They only wore a long white shirt over top of a transparent body. The long hair looked as if someone shaped it out of gelatin. The figure moved after spilling out of the open box. They sat up, barely able to keep their head raised, both arms firmly tied behind their back. The man in the suit reached down to take a hold of the poor person's arm to lift them on their feet. Once standing, a scared expression came over the creature's face. They looked over in my direction, and our eyes met. They had a round spot of transparent orange that reminded me of an egg yolk inside their head. It helped give their face some definition. I could see the frightened expression clearly. This person begging me for help. What are you going to do with him? I asked in a low voice. Max appeared stressed beside me but didn't say anything. He took a hold of my hand as if he wanted to protect me from something. The men in the suits gave a small smile that twisted my stomach. The one wrapped a hand around the clear creature's waist, and it made the poor thing turn their head away in disgust. But they knew better not to try and escape from the men.
Where do you think we are? It's clear we're going to put this little thing to work.
The man said. The two behind him joined with a low laugh. I felt sick. The room spun for a second. We were a part of this. We delivered this person to these monsters. I refused to let this happen. I took a step forward, Max trying to keep me back with his hand over mine.
He's a person. You can't...
I started, my face hot in rage.
You're human, so you won't understand.
The man cut in.
That doesn't have to do with any of this. You just can't force someone to that kind of work.
I pressed. Max pulled me back, his concerned face calming me down before I snapped in a fit of rage. The man shook his head with a sigh, as if he was dealing with a child.
This creature is artificially made. Due to them being so new, they don't have a species name, but some have taken a liking to call them bedroom tools. You can understand why, can't you?
He said with a terrible smile on his face. I gritted my teeth, wanting to punch him, to do anything to bring this poor creature out of this situation.
But let me rest some worries you may have. Normally, these creatures have no sentence of their own. They can only do what they are told, like an empty doll. This one not only has a rare coloring, but also holds intelligence.
He removed his hand from around the creature's waist to grab under his chin in order to force him to raise it. I nearly did punch him then for handling the creature in such a disrespectful way.
It's illegal to use the sentient ones in that sort of way because their race is considered property. You are able to own one, but if they are aware of themselves, you cannot force them to do such work.
Max interrupted. A small ray of hope appeared only to be put out a few seconds later.
Recently, we found a spell that removes their sense of self. If they are no longer aware, then we can use them however we wish, correct?
The man asked. He pushed the creature aside so his two backups could take a hold of one arm just in case the creature made a run for it. They weren't being rough, but made it clear they would be if it came to that.
That spell hasn't been proven to work yet. We don't know if the creatures are not fully aware or if you're just sealing their expressions.
Max said. His hair started to puff up in the way it did when he was angry. My partner's tone sounded calm, but he gripped my hand so tightly, it hurt. I didn't pull away from him, wanting the pain to override my sense of dread.
That's not our issue. We now own a rare specimen of a highly sought-out species. After using a spell, we can legally put him to work. We need to make what we sunk into this thing back, so unless you have something to offer, we're done here. What do you want for him?
I asked quickly without letting myself think.
Toby,
Max said as a warning. His concern came too late. The three men's eyes lit up. Literally each of them flashed color for a second. The lead wasn't able to hide a brief smile. They wanted me to make an offer, but I was human. What would they want from someone like me?
You're a virgin, correct? No sense in lying, we can smell it from here.
It felt like my entire body sunk into the ground. I looked between the men staring at me as if I was a piece of meat. Then I looked at the scared face of the creature I wanted to save. Did he ask that question because he wanted me to take the creature's place? I swallowed hard, considering my options. My body shook as dread overtook my thoughts. No matter how much I hated the idea, I would agree to switch places with that creature if it came to that. No wonder why Max didn't want to stick around after we finished the delivery.
I am,
I said in a weak voice.
We want your blood. In exchange, we'll trade for this creature.
The man replied in a cool voice.
That's it?
I said, shocked. I knew my blood was sought after because it helped creatures heal faster, but I never assumed it would be worth as much as a person. Max gave my hand another warning squeeze. He clearly knew something I didn't.
How much of it?
I asked, the fear coming back. A wide grin appeared on his face that sent chills down my back.
All of it.
The creature I wanted to save turned their head away. They knew I would refuse to give up my life to save them. I frantically ran through the offer in my mind, trying to think of a way to make it out of this alive. I didn't want someone being forced into such a dreadful life, but I also didn't want to die either. I looked over at Max considering the trade. Besides him and my coworkers, would anyone really miss me that much? I've been saving my pay from this job and my father would be comfortable if I died that day. He may be upset I died before him, but it wasn't as if we really talked that much nowadays.
Alright, we'll trade you the same amount of blood a human his size holds in exchange for ownership of that creature,
Max said, and his words startled me. I did consider giving up my life, but I didn't think he would have thrown me to the wolves with such a calm voice. I panicked a little, wondering why Max would do such a thing. I knew he cared about me. There needed to be a trick in his words somewhere I wasn't seeing. The three men started to get closer, their expressions making me take a step back.
but I'll also offer you 2 lunar flowers in exchange for you keeping this trade a secret,
Max said. That made the men stop walking. They looked at each other almost nervous. I once again had no idea what was going on. How would someone like you two have access to such a thing? We'll agree to such a trade only if you can provide what you're offering, the one said in a low voice sounding very threatening. He assumed Max was playing some sort of game none of us really knew about just yet. My friend smiled as if he didn't have 3 very menacing people staring him down. With a nod, he let go of my hand and gestured for them to let the creature go.
Alright, both deals are good. Can you let go of him now? He looks scared,
Max said. The men looked at each other and finally pushed the creature towards us. They hesitated and took careful steps forwards on shaking legs. To them, they just traded to a pair of people they didn't know if they could trust. I quickly took off my jacket to offer to the poor clear person shaking from fear. After a second, they reached out a hand to take the jacket and quickly wrapped it around their trembling shoulders. Then, all at once, those men were around me, eyes blazing with color, teeth sharp, and claws out.
We'll be taking half our trade now,
a low voice rasped out. My heart started to race. If Max had a plan, now was the time to say so. I walked back into my friend and he took a hold of my shoulders to keep me in place. I almost doubted him for a few seconds.
I'll call Dr. Philo. He already has taken Toby's blood and has it stored. He also holds onto the flowers for me. If you would like, I can ask him to mix the flowers and blood into the medicine I assume you 3 want it for.
The men let their monstrous expression drop. They all looked pretty confused on what Max offered. I wanted to kick myself for being so stupid. I've been donating blood as often as possible since I started to work as a mailman. I didn't think there was so much stocked up, but of course, that would be what Max would offer first. The 3 looked like they wanted to accept the offer, but didn't want to admit they got played by a cute boy with dog ears.
Well, since we were going to hire him to make it ourselves, this would save some time, but you are covering the cost of the mixture,
the leader said, crossing his arms. His followers mimicked him. I finally relaxed a little as Max made the phone call. I directed my attention back to the creature we saved, wondering what to do with him, or her. I really couldn't tell. Maybe they could work delivering mail. Then again, seeing how scared and weak they seemed to be, this job might be a bad idea.
Hey, sorry you went through all of this. I promise I won't touch you. In fact, no one is going to touch you without your permission, okay?
I said, hoping that eased some fears a little. They blinked a pair of oddly transparent eyes at me. The shaking slowly stopped, but they didn't really look fully relaxed just yet. Max told us Dr. Philo would be there in a few minutes with what they asked for. I wondered what kind of medicine he was making. It must be really powerful if so much of my blood and some mystery flowers was going into it. Before he arrives, we need to do one thing, the man said, making us look over to the 3. Again, to my shock, all 3 of them got a few steps before the clear creature and then got on their knees. At the same time, they all bowed so low, their foreheads touched the ground.
We're sorry for mistreating you,
all 3 said at once. I, once again, had no idea what was going on. They stood up and brushed the dirt from their knees, all looking like much kinder people. They dropped the imitating expressions that made them all appear like completely different people. They noticed my expression, and one decided to explain their actions.
We're all Wyrams. I suppose a human like yourself wouldn't understand, but we're seen as lesser than other supernatural creatures because we're related to dragons. All of us have been bought and sold, then finally ended up here.
One explained. I glanced at Max, who filled in a little bit more.
Dragons come from a different world that goes beyond the Silver King's realm. Nearly all creatures don't respect them because they don't follow the king's orders.
I'll have to ask him to fully flesh out that concept later. Our current owner has been very kind to us. She's given us a great deal of freedoms, but fell ill. We wanted to get something to make her better and heard a human was working as a mailman. We pooled our money together to buy this creature, hoping you would offer your blood in exchange. That information made my mouth drop open. These three were acting the entire time? Was this creature ever even any risk of being forced into such terrible labor? If you refused, we were going to find a place for this creature to go. We all have been forced into some jobs we didn't want to do. We like our jobs now, but didn't want another person to go through the same thing we did. I wanted to be mad, I really did. But in the end, everything turned out just fine. I got so scared for my life over nothing.
I assumed that all might be the case after you three requested us and had such a large package to deliver.
Max chipped in with a smile that puffed up his cheeks. I also wanted to be upset that Max was smarter than myself in seeing through their actions. He knew off the bat that I would start bargaining for the creature and thought of a way for everyone to get what they wanted at so little of a cost. Soon, Dr. Philo came by with a jar in hand. The three men swarmed him, excited to have the coveted medicine in hand. I couldn't bring myself to dislike them after everything. Since he was here, Dr. Philo came over to do a very fast checkup on my arm. It hadn't been giving me that many issues nowadays. I've pretty much gotten used to how stiff it felt and other minor issues with it. I didn't think you had so much of my blood on hand, I commented.
I didn't. We made some synthetic blood from a minor amount of yours. A drop can produce a liter, so it's been very useful in the clinic.
He said after he finished looking over my arm. The three in suits paused to look at their jar, now suspicious of the content. Philo noticed this and tossed over 2 very small glass vials to them.
One is a drop of normal blood, the other is synthetic. If you can tell the difference, I'll let you drain Toby right now.
He stated in a huffy tone.
What?
My fears were ignored again. Thankfully, after a long debate, none of them could tell which held the produced blood and accepted the medicine was good enough. I now understood why Max tossed in some extra flowers in order to keep this deal from getting out. If creatures found out I would trade my blood for a life, the forced trades would never stop. A sound of someone saying knock knock made me look over to the main door to watch Rufus of all people walk inside. Thankfully, he had a new leg and walked pretty steady on this one.
What are you doing here?
I asked, but was still happy to see him.
Max told me of the friend you picked up. I doubt the slime creature can talk right now. I've raised a bunch of kids, so I offered to get them up to speed.
He said in his friendly voice. I looked at the clear creature, realizing it did look a lot like those slime people from newer anime. I haven't watched any in a while, so didn't clue in until now. Rufus went over to them and held out a hand. He was so friendly and kind, the slime creature took his offered hand right away, feeling comfortable with the offer.
Do you have a name?
Rufus asked the creature. They shook their head and then, for some reason, looked over at me. Since I traded my blood, I sort of owned them. I didn't like that idea at all, but I didn't want them to go without a name either. I could give them a nickname for now, and they could change it later.
How about Sunny?
I asked, wondering if that would be too weird or not. A smile finally broke through on the creature's face. Sunny it was, and the bright expression really suited them. They made a move to give me back my jacket, but I said they could hold on to it for a while. I did have a backup one after all. With that settled, Rufus gladly went with Dr. Philo so they could give Sunny a checkup. I didn't know how long Sunny might be gone for, but at some point, I needed to make room for a new person in my apartment until we thought of some better arrangement. With all that settled, we were about ready to leave. For once, I was in a good mood after a job that had been somewhat scary for me. The three thanked us again for agreeing to such a deal and taking care of Sunny. I nodded, telling them to take care of themselves. We should have left sooner. The few minutes of polite goodbyes was my undoing. A shape moved in the darkness of the warehouse. Due to the place being only partly lit, I had no idea how large it really was. A sound came, and I soon clued in to what it was breathing. The fear came back when I realized something very, very large appeared in the dark watching us.
What are my 3 little ones doing, Bothering the delivery workers?
The voices sounded kind. Far too kind, as if they were trying too hard to not sound threatening. It tugged at my nerves. The three men smiled to look back at the darkness. A set of eyes flickered open to stare at us. Eyes so large they dwarfed us in size. Then, more eyes opened in the dark, reflecting the light back. A horde of very small creatures stared at us between those other massive eyes.
Mistress, we heard you got sick. We arranged to get some medicine for you.
In front of this hidden monster, the men started to act as excited as children. I had a different reaction. My heart almost stopped when a very large finger came from the dark. It carefully gave each man a small pat on the head with the very tip of the claw. Then the eyes turned their attention back to me, nearly making me faint.
That's very nice of you. I am feeling fine now. Keep what you earn for the future in case I fall ill once again. For the human, I thank you for putting up with these three. In exchange for being so kind, I shall sleep with you once, anytime you like.
I shook my head before the monster stopped speaking. I faced death so many times, and yet I rarely got this frightened. I didn't want to know what this creature looked like, let alone take it up on the offer. A laugh came from the dark that made my teeth chatter.
Oh, you shall accept. At some point, they always do. Come now, you three, you have work to do.
The eyes closed, and I heard the monster turn to leave. The men followed behind after giving us a wave goodbye. Max noticed how shaken I was after such a short interaction. He picked a shortcut to get back to the Zero Room, and I suspect he ensured we got very easy jobs for the rest of the day. By the time I got home, I felt so shaken I could barely do much more than curl up in bed, wallowing in my own dread. Besides just how frightening a massive creature like that could be, I was mostly scared of what kind of hold it had on me. I shook my head no at the offer, and yet internally, my mind wanted to say yes. That monster's offer had a pull on me in a way nothing ever had before. I just wanted to sleep and forget about it. It took a few hours, but I forced myself to think about the new roommate that was going to move in shortly. If I didn't focus on that, I might let my mind drift back to accepting that offer. I knew if I did, I no longer could return to myself. Planning out what I could do for Sunny really did save me that night. But I find, even now, a very small part of myself whispering it wasn't too late to find and meet that dark mistress. I just pray I never really listened to that part of myself. I hadn't been getting a lot of sleep lately, which wasn't a new fact. My thoughts kept going between trying to make my apartment ready for Sunny and thinking about a certain offer. A massive creature I was scared to death of offered to sleep with me. I absolutely did not want to take her up on that. Aside from not being sure of what her appearance may be, I wasn't keen on handing myself over to a creature. I doubted I would come out of that encounter the same person I went into it. And yet, for some reason, that monster had a hold on my mind. I found myself yawning at work, wanting some sort of job to distract me. I arrived first, which sometimes happens. I spoke with the receptionist who just listened to my small talk. I hadn't met this one before. She was very shy, or at least seemed like it. I ran out of things to say, so we just waited in the empty room a bit awkwardly until Max showed up. My mood got better seeing him, but also because of who he brought along. Sunny walked in, holding Max's hand. They got along pretty well, and Sunny really brightened up. I have no idea what kind of life he led before we met, or what life she led. To be honest, I wasn't entirely certain of Sunny's gender. That day, my new roommate came in wearing a super cute sundress with the jacket I lent. A few days ago, I learned a little bit about Sunny's species. They were able to change their genders if needed, but Sunny looked the same as when we met. A flat chest, but with long hair. Gender is a tricky thing.
Toby, we got permission for Sunny to go with us today.
Max said cheerfully. He loved making new friends, and I was glad we were doing a safe enough job to bring someone as delicate as Sunny.
It sounds like fun. Oh, would you like your jacket back?
Came a soft voice that made me do a double take. Sunny spoke. It only took Rufus a little over a week to teach an entire language to someone. I felt pretty impressed.
You can hold on to it. I know Max says this job is going to be fun, but you never know. But, can I ask you something that might come off as rude?
I said to them. The pair looked at each other. Sunny was made up of a clear, somewhat solid substance. I could almost see the thoughts going around in that transparent head.
Are you a guy or a girl? Sorry, it's just I don't really know much about creatures like you. I'll call you whatever you like.
I said, wondering if that was too insulting. Sonny let out a small laugh, not upset at the question. This might be something that came up pretty often when it came to their species. They could switch what gender they were, and pretty much look the same either way, so it was hard to tell.
I think you saw me as a guy to start with, so I'll stick with that. I don't really care what you call me though. I never really understood the concept of it all. I'm just glad I'm in a position to wear whatever I like and don't need to change my body depending on my partner's preferences.
I couldn't help but frown at the mention of what could have been. Sonny's species had been artificially made. There was a theory that the person who first made that kind of slime creature wanted to produce a disposable army, but it never turned out like that. Since they are so weak, they tended to be used for pretty terrible reasons. Sonny was a rare case where he actually acted like a person and not an empty doll that just did whatever their owner told them to. If he wasn't brought by the ones who found him first, I really hated to think about what could have happened.
You three better get a move on, and please make sure my brother doesn't linger. He's been wasting too much time on jobs lately.
The receptionist spoke for the first time. I was shocked at how clear her voice sounded compared to her sister's. Maybe she didn't smoke. She was right. Max tended to drag me around after a job instead of checking back in for more work. Max gathered up the packages we needed to deliver and nodded his head toward the door. We needed to get a move on. I helped with some, finding the boxes very heavy. Sonny helped out, picking up the remaining boxes. He might be weak by creature standards, but much stronger than a human. We said goodbye to his sister, hoping this job would be as easy as he claimed it to be. A scented breeze welcomed us, my vision blocked by the boxes at first. I followed Max's excited voice along a well-worn path along a green hillside. We walked through a wooden gate and up to a cute cabin. This place looked to be out of some sort of fairy tale. Max set the boxes down by the front steps, calling out for the owner that we arrived. We followed his actions, piling our boxes next to his. I finally got a good look around, the view taking my breath away. We were on a farm set on the side of a tall hill, surrounded by a deep forest. The hill started to roll downwards at the back of the cabin, exposing a view of green mountain sides. The one who lived here heard Max. He made his way over to us with a friendly smile. He stood about as tall as Rufus. His face covered with a beard and a set of curled horns came out of the side of his head. He walked on hoof feet, making me think he was some sort of goat hybrid creature. Max ran over to give him a hug, overjoyed to see the man again.
This is Joe. We deliver all his farming supplies for him. Can I go see the sheep?
Max said, voice loud and bright.
They're already on their way to see you. Go on.
The man said and directed Max to a gathering crowd. I walked over to the man to introduce ourselves as Max ran off. I didn't have the paper Joe needed to sign to say we delivered the boxes, but I told him I could help carry them to wherever they needed to go. He waved off the offer, saying he could move them around later, and then invited us for lunch. I started to get a bit stressed. I wanted to stay, but thought about the warning about letting Max play around too much. I looked up just in time to see my partner in a full sprint towards a very round sheep. For some reason, it looked like the sheep was wearing a black wig. To my horror, he pulled back his leg to kick the sheep as hard as he could. The thing never stood a chance. It flew in a perfect arc in the air, and I couldn't help but let out a gasp over what I just saw. Max wasn't the sheep-kicking sort of person. Why on earth would he hurt a poor animal like that? Joe saw my expression, causing him to laugh.
It's alright. They like getting kicked.
Quickly explained in a soft voice. I saw the first sheep hit the ground and bounce a few times. It rolled over perfectly fine, then started to run back for another ride through the air. Max had his sights on the others that swarmed him. It didn't really put me at ease knowing they weren't hurt by such a thing.
Their wool makes up part of their jackets. It's one of the reasons why they're so strong.
Sonny explained further. I felt something touch my hand. Looking down, I saw a sheep that walked up to me to place a head in my palm. I started petting it, finding the weird hairstyle to not be a wig at all. It looked like a long bowl cut, straight and even at the ends. It really looked stupid. When the sheep looked up, I couldn't help but pull my hand away, seeing the face. The eyes were hidden, but instead of a sheep's face, a human smiled back at me. They all looked like that. A sheep body with the weird hair and a person face. I hated it. I cannot find the words to say how much I hated it. Animals with people faces are now on the top of my list of unsettling things I've seen on this job. Do they have a special name? I asked, trying to keep my voice even.
Human face sheep.
Sonny said with a smile. That was a pretty straightforward name. I wish someone warned me before we showed up here. I might have stayed behind.
How about you kids have some lunch?
Joe offered, taking my mind off the sheep trauma. I should not have accepted the offer, but I kind of wanted Sonny to have a nice time. A table was set up at the back of the mountain so we could look out at the mountainside, watching the clouds go by. Sometimes a breeze blew some smells of flowers with some golden petals from the other hills. We called Max over, who gladly helped set food on the table. Joe put out a bunch of fresh buns and ingredients so we could all make our own sandwiches. For a stranger, he made us feel at home. He also set out some fresh fruit and berries as a small snack afterwards. I've never tried figs before. Sonny suggested I have one with a certain kind of fancy cheese with honey. I've never tasted anything better in my life. I watched Sonny eat for a few minutes, trying to figure it out. Since he was transparent, I could see the food in his mouth for a few seconds. He made chewing motions, but the food just melted away. Apparently, his species produced acid that digested anything inside their bodies within seconds. He also could get energy from just sitting in the sun, but since Sonny could taste things, he preferred eating. In such a short amount of time, Sonny learned a great deal. I think he was far smarter than myself. Him and Joe talked about topics I didn't have a clue about, mostly relating to farming. After our lunch, I started to help clean the table. A sheep got in my path, causing me to stop and stare at it. I didn't like these things in the slightest.
Fossilized remains.
The sheep spoke. I took a step back, freaked out from the childlike voice coming from the creature. I bumped into Sonny, nearly knocking some dishes from his hands. He laughed at my expression and how much I disliked the sheep near me.
They can talk, but only say nonsense words. Don't worry about it.
He assured me. I gave the sheep a side eye while finishing up my chore. We really needed to get going. I wanted to find Joe and Max to get the paper signed to leave. Max stood in the field, clapping along with the song I taught Rufus on my first day. While he sang, all the sheep started to walk in his direction. Every one of them swayed their heads side to side in a line in unison. After they arrived in front of Max, they just stayed still besides their heads moving. I hated the sight. It made my skin crawl. I shook my head, trying to accept that at least Max was having fun. I wanted to get away from the herd of creepy sheep, so I set my eyes on finding where Sonny went off to. I found him near the table, folding the cloth we used to cover it, having some issues with the breeze. The sunlight caught in his clear hair in the right way, causing the light to distort behind him, the orange spot in the middle of his head shining brightly. The sight made me stop walking, my chest heavy for some reason. I just spent a nice lunch in a beautiful place I never could dream of with two great friends. Max cheerfully sang and had fun on our little trip, and Sonny spent a good time being around people who would never dare hurt him. A year ago, I never would have hoped this could have happened. I had friends who cared about me. I found myself suddenly realizing just how much I loved the ones around me. Monsters or not, they were super important to me. Sonny noticed me hovering around, his face turning to worry.
Are you alright?
He asked, concerned. I didn't notice until then, but my eyes started to tear up. I quickly rubbed them dry, saying the wind just blew something into them. I would have made my new friend uncomfortable if I told him the real reason why I suddenly got overwhelmed. Joe finally came out, and Max came back ready to let him sign the delivery form.
Joe, where did Hubert go off to? I didn't see her today.
Max asked, paper in hand. Joe paused, not signing the paper just yet. He looked over his sheep, silently counting them, face slowly falling. Her? I asked, wondering about the name.
Most of the sheep are born as males. I named them before I knew I had a female, but Max is right. Hubert isn't here. That isn't a good sign.
Can I bother you kids to stay a little longer? I would like to check to see if there are any holes in the fence. Joe said. We all nodded. He did just feed us after all. We would die for him if he asked. We worked in teams of 2 to walk along the fence, Joe with me and Max with Sonny. The fence didn't look like it could keep the sheep in very well. Joe explained it was magic. As long as the boards were in place, nothing could cross it. But he did need to recharge the spell, keeping it together pretty often. We were almost done our side when I heard Max shouting at us. We hurried over to see what they found. A wooden board sat in the ground, apparently torn off from the rest of the fence. Some marks in the soft wood made it clear Hubert was the one who used her teeth to rip the board off. I stared at the forest beyond the small farm, seeing a trail of broken twigs left behind the odd-looking sheep. I'll have to call someone to deal with this, Joe said, mostly to himself. The trees were densely packed together, with wisps of mist below the low branches. I caught Max's eye and frowned with him. He was worried about how long it might take to get some helpers to find the lone sheep in the woods. I knew where this was heading, so I spoke up. We can look for her, I offered. Joe started to shake his head before I even finished speaking. Max quickly walked over to me, his face bright and confident in our abilities.
We'll be fine. Toby went through the maze without a handbook on his first day and made it alive. He's done a lot of impressive things like dealing with a ghost. We can take a look, and if we don't find anything, we'll just come back the way we came.
Max explained. I'd totally forgotten about the whole handbook thing. Now that I had Sonny, I doubted I really needed one. He seemed to know pretty much everything. But Max was right. We'd gotten out of tighter spots before. So far, I've only lost an arm, but Joe didn't need to know that. Look for 10 minutes, then you boys come back, all right? Joe relented. Max agreed and took my hand. We left Sonny behind, knowing this would be too dangerous for him. He watched us leave, a bit scared, no matter how much he wanted to hide it. I promised that we would come back no matter what. With that, I followed my partner deeper into the woods, following a pretty obvious trail. As we walked, I asked Max why Joe didn't come with us. I mostly wanted to keep my fear at bay by talking. The woods were creepy as hell, the air still as a grave. Nothing moved, and I found it hard to breathe. Max said that Joe wasn't a full creature, but a half-breed. That meant Max was stronger than the man, even though it didn't look like it. And he knew who to call, so him staying behind was a good idea. I thought I heard a twig snap, and my hand went to hold onto Max. He didn't look to mine at all. My eyes were drawn away from him for a few seconds. I felt him slip out of my grasp, my gaze fixed on where I swore I heard the sound of something else in the trees. Hey, Max, is there... I started to ask, my voice trailing off. I only had my eyes off him for less than a few seconds. When I looked back, he was gone. Not a single trace left behind of where he might have walked off to. I shouldn't have gotten as frantic as I did. I started calling out his name, hoping he heard. I took a few steps forward, wondering if I should stay in one spot or not. I pulled out my phone, seeing a black screen that refused to turn on. I cursed at how useless this thing was most of the time. My foot came down, meeting nothing but air. My body pitched forward down a long, rough slope that hadn't been there a second ago. I raised my arms over my face, saving it from scratches or smacks against rocks on the way down. I finally came to a rolling stop pretty hard against a tree. I let myself sit, trying to recover from the pain. I felt the hits, even through my work uniform. I've heard rumors that the uniforms weren't as powerful in certain places, but doubted I ever would be in those places. With my body screaming in pain, I sat up, trying to figure out where I ended up. The fog made it hard to see past a certain point. I tested my legs to make sure I didn't twist my ankle. When I knew nothing broke on the way down, I got up to start looking for a path back up the slope. The hill far too steep for me to climb back up. I started to shout Max's name again, hoping his big ears would pick up my voice. I moved along the path, enclosed on both sides by a wall of dirt. This might have been a thin but deep stream at some point. Through the fog, I noticed a shape on the ground a few feet in front. My foot landed in a puddle, causing me to jolt away from the cold seeping through my socks. I jumped again, seeing the color of what I stepped in. A puddle of blood sat in my path, leading to a trail towards a shape on the ground. My heart sank down to the ground. Unable to help myself, I ran forwards, my fear carrying my body. I saw the thing I dreaded the most. Max was face down in the dirt, the back of his jacket torn open. I wasted no time getting down next to him to roll him over, trying to see the damage. I didn't even hear another creature in these woods. What the hell happened to him? Any thoughts in my mind disappeared at the sight of his face. A scream started in my throat, one so large I couldn't let it out all at once. My best friend stared up at the sky with blank, blind eyes, his throat torn out, the wound appearing pale from him bleeding out. I hitched up my lunch, my body rejecting the sight. This wasn't possible. No matter how much I refused to believe what I was seeing, my mind still reeled from the sight. A sound behind me made me scream again. I quickly turned, expecting to see the monster that did this to Max. Instead, my eyes landed on something that shouldn't be possible. Rufus stumbled out of the fog, his body also torn and bloody. He attempted to speak, his voice nothing but a rasp of air.
You're old.
He collapsed, and I swooped in, trying to keep him on his feet, his body too heavy to support. I shook him, crying, begging for him to stay awake. In the back of my mind, I wanted to believe I was just seeing things. After all, why was Rufus even here? And if Max got hurt on a job because of me, he would never put the blame on the weak human for what happened. I kept shaking his head while trying to make his limp body move. The next few minutes made me nearly spiral into a madness there would be no going back from. I didn't just see Rufus and Max dead in the small pathway. I saw everyone I cared about. All of my coworkers from the mailing company bloody and torn apart, blaming me for their deaths. The sight that almost broke me was seeing a person I'd nearly forgotten. My mother stood on the pathway, her face clouded by the mist. She wore the dress I last saw her in, a red flowing one she hated, but my father loved. I never really knew what happened to her. She just left us when I was younger. Despite that, I still loved her. A scream came from her, one that ripped through the fog and into my long-buried memories. I knew I'd heard her scream like that before, but what caused her to make such a sound? I nearly brought up the answer when something smacked me very, very hard in the face. I toppled over, a soft whiteness suffocating me. I frantically pulled the thing off to gasp in for air. I held the things in my arm to recover. Looking around, I found myself in the middle of the forest path where I had first lost Max. There was no fog, no slope, and no dead bodies of my loved ones around me, and I had a small sheep in my arms. "Hubert?" I asked slowly. The sheep looked up at me, the eyes hidden behind the dark hair. It nodded, confirming my suspicions. I saw... I sputtered, trying to make sense of it.
Fears. You saw fears.
The sheep answered back. I didn't think these creatures could hold a conversation. Then again, Hubert may be special. I slowly got back to my feet, feeling relieved what I saw wasn't real. But that didn't make me feel 100% better. I would still have the memories of what I saw in my mind, and this forest could show me those images again at any time. I need to find where Max is and get out of here. Do you know where he is? Hubert made a nod forwards. She jumped from my arms to lead the way. At least she didn't go too far ahead of me. She knew these woods better than I did, so I trusted the little sheep to lead the way. Then again, was she real? Or was this another trick the forest was showing me? I would just need to deal with her not being real if that happened. As we walked, I kept feeling as if I'd forgotten something. Like I was on the verge of remembering a very important fact, a dark secret that I wouldn't be able to handle. Hubert noticed my distress. She paused, walking to look up at me. Her hair parted enough for me to see one of her eyes. Countless stars glittered in her eye, staring up at me and through my entire self.
Do not look for things that are lost.
She warned in a cryptic tone. A chill ran through my body. She quickly turned away, leaving me no time to question what she meant. I went back to following her, trying to figure out the meaning of the warning. Hubert led us to an opening in the path. There was another sudden drop-off, but at least I didn't fall down this one. My breath once again got taken away by the view. Some fog covered parts of the mountains. I've never seen such a vast rolling forest before. The sunlight breaking through the mist reflect off of the countless different shapes of green leaves moving in the breeze. This place must be in a different world than my own, because there wasn't a place on earth as beautiful. I can never have something nice. The moment of awe became ruined when I saw a shape moving in the mist. It flicked in such an unnatural way it drew my attention towards it. I really wish it hadn't. With a loud booming sound, the thing fully forced itself into the world. The round shape came down from the sky, blowing away all the fog and nearly knocked me off my feet. When I recovered from the powerful wind, I stared in fear at what I saw. A floating orb made up of wings and eyes slowly moving through the air between the hills. This thing was massive, a feeling of strangling air coming off of it. My body became paralyzed when I realized those eyes slowly started to move in my direction. I was so small compared to this thing. I never would have thought it would even notice someone like me. It was as if I started to sink into a sea of fear as that massive thing started to drift in my direction. I didn't know what would happen if it reached me. I could only assume my fate would be something no human could ever understand. Hubert saved my ass once again. While I became transfixed by the monster in the sky, she found a branch to pull back on. When she let go, the branch snapped her small body forwards, making me turn just in time to catch her. I lost my footing, making me fall a second time that day. I wrapped around her, thinking I was going to die. We fell for so damn long it made me sick. I nearly passed out from the rushing air. Instead of dying when I landed, we were gently caught, as if we only fell a few feet.
Oh, you found her!
I snapped open my eyes to see Max alive and well. He easily held us in his arms. I wasted no time letting Hubert down to the ground to give Max a very long hug. I really thought he died in these woods. He had no idea why I got so upset, but was glad for the hug either way.
Let's get the hell out of here,
I said, trying to hide the fact I nearly burst into tears. Hubert stared down the trail, and to my great relief, we were out of the woods in a matter of minutes. Joe and Sonny rushed over to us, happy to see that we all made it out safely. Sonny gave me a hug, which I found pretty nice after everything we went through. His body didn't feel very solid, like a very pleasant stress ball. I pulled away, feeling awkward from the attention. He didn't appear to be offended.
Did you boys see anything bad in there? The Force likes to mess with your head if you let it. You are wearing your uniforms, but that won't save you if your head thinks you got beat up.
Joe explained to us. That made sense why I hurt so much after my tumble down the hill. I actually didn't get hurt, but my brain didn't know that. I considered telling them what I saw, but found my words getting stuck. Max shook his head at first. Soon, it became clear he did see something horrible in those woods. Considering how he'd lost a great deal of family members, I couldn't imagine what he went through.
I saw that all the coffee places closed and I couldn't get any more puppuccinos,
he said with a thick voice. Sonny patted his back trying to cheer him up. I don't know why I expected anything else from him. At least it wasn't overly traumatizing. Hubert pretty much explained that to me after I found her, so I'm not that upset over what I saw. I somewhat lied. I would not be sleeping that night. I already knew that for certain. Joe did a double take between myself and his troublemaker of a sheep. The look on his face made me worried.
She spoke to you? That's pretty rare. She can, in a way, tell fortunes. If she said anything else, it's best to keep it to yourself,
he said, and got us started walking back to the cabin.
It's pretty lucky for her to talk to you. I'm a little jealous,
Max said, already over what happened to him inside the misty woods. There was something else. A big monster thing in the sky. What was that about? I asked, feeling cold just thinking about that creature. All of them stopped in their tracks. If Sonny could get paler, he would have. The air grew still, as if someone died instead of me asking a question. They all moved fast, but stiff, none looking back at the woods. I found Joe with his hand on my back, pushing me forwards and Max dragging my arm along.
I think we overstayed. It was a fun trip and all,
Max said, quickly, very stressed out. We arrived to the front gate, Joe signing the delivery paper he should have when we first arrived. He also produced 3 wrapped sandwiches for us to take back. With some very awkward and quick goodbyes, we all arrived back into the 0 room. I was very confused on their actions and decided it was in my best interest to not question it.
You guys are late. Did you enjoy your lunch?
The receptionist asked after we all walked inside the room. On cue, we all hid our sandwiches behind our backs, ashamed of playing around on company time.
We didn't have lunch, we just, took something to go. Here, you can have mine.
Max offered up his sandwich, trying not to get written up.
You have mustard on your jacket.
She pointed out. We all looked at the yellow spot on his uniform jacket. Max made an attempt to destroy the evidence. At least the sandwich turned out to be enough of a bribe to not get us in trouble. Soon, Rufus came to pick up Sonny so Max and I could carry on with work for the rest of the day. I wasn't able to focus on my job due to the horrors I saw that day, and because today Sonny would be moved into my place later that night. He only stayed with Rufus enough to learn how to speak and a few other things. He wasn't able to live with him long term. I hadn't had a roommate in such a long time. The whole idea of it made me nervous. I got home late that day. I gave Rufus a key, so Sonny was already unpacked by the time I walked in the door. I really should have moved after the whole ghost thing, but couldn't afford it. To my surprise, Sonny cooked. Just a simple pasta dish, but I wasn't expecting that. He didn't own much, just some clothes and books. Since he saw how tired I looked, he agreed to do the dishes. I swore to him I wouldn't leave all the chores to my new roomie. Only that night, I wanted to be lazy and go to bed. But no matter how tired I felt, I just couldn't fall asleep that night. I curled up, letting the scenes from the day play through my mind, which was a very bad idea. I simply couldn't stop thinking about not only that day, but everything else that happened recently. I didn't know I'd been crying until a soft knock came at my door. I quickly rubbed my eyes, ashamed of how weak I looked. I muttered to Sonny I was sorry if I woke him up. He peeked through the door, giving his head a small shake. He held a pillow, and to my surprise, he came over to sit on the side of the bed. He flopped on his side, holding the pillow in front of him. He wore a very long nightgown that smelled like a thrift store. I doubted you could buy new outfits like that anymore.
If you want,
he said in a very small voice, his eyes downward and not able to meet my own. My stomach twisted, thinking of what those words could mean. I rolled over, shaking my head, wanting nothing more for Sonny to forget what his species was bought and sold for. He wasn't some object. I didn't offer him to stay with me for those kinds of reasons. But I didn't want to cut off any kind of physical contact either. I reached over to take his hand and nothing else. He stiffened, expecting a different kind of request.
That's fine. I told you no one was ever going to touch you if you didn't want them to. Offering yourself up because you think that's all you're worth counts.
I cursed myself for sounding so terrible because I'd just been crying. Even if I said those words in a hoarse voice, Sonny still accepted them. He nodded, relieved that I told the truth back then. He expected that I made false promises in front of others to look good. I hated the idea he worried about living with a second person, fearing he was just going to be used. I promised him again that wasn't going to happen. I ended up falling asleep, being so exhausted from the day. Holding Sonny's hand helped keep the nightmares away. Although I woke up to a very frightening sight in the morning. His body melted a little into a puddle of goop that sort of resembled human features. I freaked out thinking he somehow died during the night or the sun melted him. He snapped back into shape trying to calm me down. It seems like when his species fall asleep, they can't really keep their shape. I wish someone told me that beforehand. Having a supernatural creature as a roommate was going to be an adjustment, but we were doing pretty good so far. After Sonny moved into my place, I got worried it might be too cramped with the two of us. My other bedroom was only slightly bigger than a closet. It had enough space for a bed and a dresser, and not much else. Turns out, Sonny didn't need a lot of space. Instead of sleeping in a bed, he bought a large glass bowl. I had no idea what it was meant for until I knocked on his door to ask if he wanted me to make breakfast that day. When he didn't answer after a few loud knocks, I got worried. I opened the door, hoping I wasn't invading his privacy, to see the glass bowl full of a transparent liquid with an orange orb floating in the middle. His species lost their shape as they slept, so I didn't even need to buy him a bed before he moved in. I also got worried he might be bored staying inside all day. Sometimes he would put on a ring that made him appear human to hit up the thrift shops for clothing. The disguise bothered him, making it hard to stay out for very long, though. He described that the magic making his human appearance made him feel as if he was wearing a full-body wetsuit. That was about 2 sizes too small. One day, before I left the house for work, Sonny met me by the door wearing nicely ironed dress pants and a button-down shirt. He didn't care about what gender the clothing was made for, he just wore whatever he wanted. He looked very nice in the outfit, and I didn't realize that he might have dressed fancy for a reason.
I'm going to work with you today. I have an interview.
Sonny told me as he held out my snack for the day. My stomach dropped at his words. I knew he was bored being cooped up all day, but I didn't think Sonny delivering mail was a good idea. He cried if he needed to move a spider out of the apartment. I didn't think he could handle any dangerous monsters one might come across on the job. He noticed my expression and corrected himself.
I'll be in the sorting room. They're lacking help in that area and want to hire more people just for that job. They hope I can replace someone who can spend time in the field instead.
He told me. That made more sense. I've done a few shifts in the sorting room. It was one of the safer jobs someone could get, and there would be monsters Sonny could make friends with. I doubted he wanted to spend all his time with me for the rest of his life. Sonny explained Rufus gave him a cheap phone to keep in contact. He and Max sent messages and had been the one to arrange the job idea. I didn't have a clue when the idea was even suggested. We went to work together. I needed to show Sonny the way to the sorting room before starting my shift. We made the short trip to the large open room filled with packages and letters. I worried a little that this job might be a bit much for Sonny right off the bat. He might get too overwhelmed with so many people around. Belizas noticed us right away and came over. I've never seen her do any work in the sorting room. She just showed up to bother people. A sly grin came across her face seeing the person I brought with me. She and Sonny hadn't met yet, and I didn't know what to expect.
I heard you got one of those creatures. I didn't think you were the type. Are you having fun living together?
She said in a suggestive tone with arms crossed. I knew Belizas acted annoyed, but that comment got me pissed at her. I wasn't even this mad when she ate my arm. Sonny's face fell, and I got in front of him to snap at her.
Don't you dare imply that sort of thing about Sonny. His species might be used like that, but that doesn't mean you can assume things about all of them.
I said, face getting a bit hot. Her face fell into an uneasy smile. It wasn't often someone got angry at her for the stupid stuff she said.
It was just a joke.
She replied, trying to defend herself.
It wasn't funny. It was rude. You should apologize to him.
I said, still a bit heated. A few creatures stopped working to watch this exchange. I knew I was embarrassing my roommate, but I held my ground. Beliza scratched the back of her head, fidgeting, trying to get out what she needed to say.
Sorry,
she said in a small voice. Her face cleared up, ready to move past the whole thing.
When are you going to have another sleepover? I want to try to punch a ghost in the face again. I think I messed up last time because I didn't punch hard enough.
I wanted to correct her, saying that really wouldn't work. Max came over, making us focus on him instead of Belizas' impossible goals. He stopped near Sonny, unaware of what kind of conversation he walked into.
I've been assigned to show Sonny around today since I already know him. I'm pretty sure he'll get the job after the interview today, so we'll be hanging out.
Max explained. Sonny relaxed a little now that he knew he would be around someone he trusted. He tensed up again when Max reached over to hug Sonny and pressed his face against a transparent cheek. He honestly loved hugging the slime boy because of the squishy feeling. I understood why he liked it, but I found myself frowning again. He did like giving out hugs, so Max might not understand. Sonny might not feel like being touched without any warning.
Max, you should ask Sonny if you can hug him first. He might not like being suddenly grabbed.
I told him. Max pulled away, feeling a bit embarrassed. He wasn't aware of that fact. He apologized, and Sonny forgave him right away. My roommate mouthed a small thank you in my direction. With that settled, I wondered what my day would hold. If you're going to be with Sunny today, then who am I supposed to be working with? Is Belize going to be my partner today? I asked.
No way. Unlike you losers, I got a hot date. See ya.
She sharply said. Belize walked backwards a few steps, showing off what I assumed to be insulting hand gestures. She tripped over her own feet, and I turned back to Max, ignoring her cries of pain from landing on her elbow wrong.
You have someone waiting for you in the meeting room. I think you've met before. We need to get started, so we'll see you at the end of the day.
Max said, turning to leave. He offered Sunny a hand instead of just reaching over. I watched them leave, wondering if Sunny would be alright. He was pretty shy when in a room with more than 3 people. I just needed to trust him, and if it turned out he couldn't do this job, then we would both start looking for something else that suited him better. I found my way back to the 0 room. 2 people waited in the room for me. I slipped the usual gift over to Max's stepsister and then looked over at my partner for the day. We had met before, but rarely spoke. It was my understanding he worked as a supervisor in the sorting room. He looked like a mummy. His entire body was covered in aged wrappings over top of shriveled flesh. A set of glowing blue eyes shine in empty sockets. His mouth was exposed, showing peeled back lips and a mouth full of needle-shaped teeth. He wore a uniform jacket over his wrappings and nothing else. I hated to admit it, but the combination made him look a bit stylish.
This is Anik. He'll be working with you today,
Susan said, gesturing to the other monsters, or was her name Sarah? I took the small box from her, ready to head out. My partner for the day didn't speak up. He just took the lead with his long, thin legs. With his appearance, I should have expected what kind of place the delivery would take us. He opened the door, and I needed to block my face with my arm from the hot wind blowing in puffs of sand. I followed behind into a hot, orange desert. Sand as far as the eye could see. When I adjusted to the intense sunlight, I saw a clear sign this desert wasn't normal. The blue, cloudless sky wasn't empty. Massive upside-down pyramids floated, some with newer white blocks and others nearly corroded away. I stopped in my tracks, mouth open at the sight. My shoes sank to the ankle in the sand. The sun would have cooked me alive if I wasn't wearing my uniform. Anik gave me a few moments to take everything in. I started moving again, finding it difficult, each step a chore. He took a few steps forwards and then needed to stop and wait for me. My shoes filled with sand that I knew would track and stay in my apartment. I struggled like that for a few feet until Anik gave up waiting. He walked over and easily picked me up. I let out a yelp of surprise as he tossed me over his shoulder to swiftly start walking toward the only pyramid on the ground. His feet crossed over the sand, leaving no footprints behind. The entire walk felt mortifying. At least he didn't say anything or call attention needing to carry a weak human. It didn't take long for us to arrive at a stony doorway. A heavy slab sealing the entrance, Anik opened by placing a palm inside the indent. An almost mechanical click came from the stone. Instead of it opening in any way I expected, the entire slab flickered away, as if it were a hologram. He walked inside and I got put down on the even stone floor. The door came back behind us, cutting off the sunlight. It took me a few minutes to adjust to the low light. The main room we just walked into had ceilings so high I couldn't see the top. Massive stone pillars lined the room with small torches set into the stone. Anik walked over to take the simple metal torch with a flickering blue light at the end. Again, I expected the light to be fire, but it flickered in a digital-looking way. Each movement of Anik's hand left behind stray pixels for half a second. We weren't in Kansas anymore, that was for sure. I let him lead the way deeper into the darkness. So far, so good. We quickly covered the distance of the large dark room. I felt a chill in the air that my uniform didn't keep away. Every time I hoped for an easy job, I never got my wish. I followed Anik into a long hallway with countless doors on each side. Most of the doorways were blocked by stone. The open rooms were so dark, it wasn't possible to see what was inside. When we passed by the dark openings, a faint whisper of air followed behind us. I refused to turn my head to try to find the source. I just focused on our footsteps and not the other hints of other sounds in the dark. Finally, my coworker stopped in front of a door. He opened it and wasted no time going inside. I regretfully kept on his heels. The room was large, but then narrowed off into a tight hallway with only our blue light showing the way. In some spots, I needed to walk sideways to get through. The rough stone walls pressed down on my chest through my uniform. I needed to cut back on Sonny's cooking if I had more jobs like this. Another sound came from behind us that I did my best to ignore. A crunching mixed in with scuttling. I didn't like it. Put my nerves on end, making me think I might step on something unpleasant. We arrived in a bigger room with 3 more doorways on the other side. Anik hadn't even looked at me since we started walking. I knew he wasn't a big talker and even doubted he knew English. He paused and raised a hand to make me stop moving. We might not speak the same language, but could communicate. I followed his gaze upwards, seeing nothing but blackness. The sounds I heard in the hallway grew louder. At first, I thought my eyes adjusted to the dark. But then, I realized the dark started to move as the sounds grew louder. I wasn't able to see what crawled on the ceiling. Anik suddenly grabbed my wrist to drag me along. I didn't need much encouragement. I let out a scream when a thing thudded on my shoulder. I got a look at it before it fell off. A massive centipede came falling from the roof. I heard more insects falling to the ground behind us. A scarab-looking bug fell after the centipede and I needed to shake that one off. The bastard went right for my ear. I bet it wanted to eat my brain in the easiest way possible. Anik had no issue running through the long, tight stone hallway. I kept up with him, but suddenly the space got too enclosed. I struggled to fit through, but my chest refused to budge. Anik's hand slipped off my wrist for a second. He turned back to pull on my arm without any luck. He took the box we needed to deliver from my hand. He pulled to tuck it under his arm. After a few wasted attempts to free me, our eyes met. I knew exactly what he was thinking. When I first met Max, I asked why mailmen worked in pairs. He joked that you just needed to be faster than your partner. Anik could finish this job if he left me behind. The bugs would be slowed down by eating through my body. My uniform was unable to protect me from that fate. I wanted to be mad at him. He gave the idea some thought, and I knew he regretted his choice. My pulse raced at the thought of being eaten alive, but what could he even do? I gave him a nod, bracing to watch him leave me alone in the dark. He took a few steps down the hallway, torch in hand, then made a sound of frustration and came back to me. "I'm stuck, I don't think..." I started. He took my hand and I felt an odd pull in my chest. It was as if all the air left my body. With some effort, he slammed his palm against the wall, and the stone shifted, collapsing into sand. He then yanked me forwards just in time to get away from the bugs nibbling at my heels. He needed to half drag me down the rest of the hallway. We stumbled out into another large room. The torch dropped from his hand and he used both to keep me on my feet. I hadn't recovered from whatever he did before. Countless bugs came swarming through the hallway opening, crawling up towards the ceiling in a horde. We needed to keep moving, but my legs shook too much to even take a step. Another pull came from my chest. Anik guided me to my knees and stood behind me, his blue eyes blazing in the dark and his hands outstretched. One of the stone pillars collapsed into sand, but it didn't all drop to the ground. Instead, the sand turned into a sea Anik guided along with his hands. The horde of bugs made their move. So many of them jumped down in an attempt to devour us. The sand Anik created slammed into their bodies, blasting them against the hard walls. No matter how many he crushed in that way, more kept pouring through the hallway, and he was running out of sand. I didn't know what he took from me to use his power. I didn't know if I even had much left in me for us to fight. His hands came down on my shoulders as cold phantom hands started to root through my chest looking for something. I wanted to fight against it, but knew I needed to give him anything he wanted to keep us both alive. A flash of a memory came, one of Max and Sonny laughing about a stupid joke only they understood. The hands grabbed the hold of the light, feeling the memory produced in my chest and pulled it out. I looked up just in time to see Anik make 2 sweeping motions of his arms. A rumble came that overpowered the sounds of the insects. From around us came a sea of sand that flooded the entire room beside the small space where we stood. It all pushed through the small hallway opening, fully pushing back the dangerous bugs to where they came from and killing a great deal in the process. The sea of sand was so powerful, it cracked the stone around the hallway door. When the sand settled, Anik wavered on his feet but still stood. I looked around the room, now covered in a foot of sand, and the hallway was completely full. For some reason, a rush of excitement came through me. I stood up, face flushed to take Anik's thin hands. "That was awesome," I said in a tone Max might have used. maybe we've been working together too much. I quickly let go of my coworker's hands, knowing I made him uncomfortable.
Awesome.
Anak said, his voice barely a whisper. I've never heard him speak before. I almost thought he couldn't. I nodded and repeated myself. Yeah, you're awesome, like really cool, you know? That wouldn't make much sense if he didn't know English. I think he understood the concept of the word. For a moment, his face held some pride under the wrappings. He quickly composed himself again so we could keep moving. Thankfully, we did not come across any more bugs. Only a few traps like arrows barely missing my face because Anak pulled me out of the way in time. The room where we needed to deliver the box was the largest one yet. Unlike the other empty ones, this one was filled with organized boxes of gemstones and gold. Most stones carved in the shape of some sort of insect. I expected some of them to start crawling around because they appeared to be so real. The room was so bright from the blue flames reflecting off all the precious stones. A creature walked around when we entered. It looked sort of human, similar to Anak. The creature was at least 8 feet tall, bone thin and dressed in layers of tattered wrappings. A golden large headpiece covered most of the creature's face. Out from the back wriggled what I saw to be long centipedes, shining like jade flowing down the monster's back. Anak walked right over and handed over the box. The cardboard looked very out of place in this room. The creature quickly signed the delivery paper, and he and Anak started to quickly talk in a language I didn't know. Both of their voices were low and raspy. They didn't speak for very long. Anak made short work of creating a doorway back to the zero room, which made me very happy. The tall creature gestured for me to come over to it. My stomach flipped, but I thought it would be rude to refuse. He grabbed a bag that looked to be made out of woven golden threads, then turned to one of the boxes to start filling it with gold scarabs. He handed me the overfilling bag, and I nearly couldn't carry it. I didn't know what to say or how to act. Creatures didn't often just give out gifts like this. Awesome. Thank you. I said, unsure if that was the correct response. Anak nodded, so I guessed I was in the clear. I gave the creature another thanks and followed my coworker through the door back to the office. The trip was not overly long, but I still felt worn out. We reported in and found out we didn't have another job for the day. Time was weird when we worked. It might have only felt like an hour or two, but we'd been gone for an entire workday. I wanted to see if I could find Sonny, but he found me. He and Max came into the room because they knew what time I would be back at. I'd placed the bag of golden scarabs on the floor, unsure of what to do with them. If I sold them, Sonny would not need to live in a cramped room anymore. But it felt really weird to sell a gift. I thought about how much my father needed the money as well, my will wavering.
I'm so jealous you guys got to go on that job. It's a bit dangerous though, so most people don't like to take the assignment.
Max said, his tail slightly wagging. All jobs were good jobs to him. Anak was awesome, he pretty much didn't need me. I told them. Anak had a bit of pride on his face for a few seconds. I think he really liked that compliment. I turned to Sonny because I could see he had something he wanted to say, but was too shy to do so. You got the job, right? How was the day? Did you make friends? I asked him. That made my roommate brighten up. He told me about how much Max helped him out and how he really liked Gary, the pile of moving mushrooms in the sorting room. I didn't know the mushrooms had a name. We quickly got caught up on the day's events. I noticed Max kept looking down at the bag I brought back.
Can I have one of those? Or maybe two?
He asked when he got caught staring. That was odd of him. Max never asked for money. I didn't think he was even concerned about it. I handed over 2 golden scarabs and his face turned into a smile I've only seen him have when I hand him food. Then both bugs went into his mouth with a loud crunch.
I rarely get to eat these,
Max said, very happy over his little treat.
They're honey scarabs.
Sonny explained when he noticed my confusion. Well, there went my rich lifestyle. I handed a bug to Sonny, who happily ate it, and then to Anak, who also got excited about the treat. They all said the bugs tasted great, but I wasn't ready to try one just yet. Anak needed to get back to the sorting room to work, and I asked him to take the bag of scarabs to share with everyone working. I let Max and Sonny take a few more before they left. I nearly died yet again, but at least I made a new friend. Since I didn't have another delivery job, I went to head home. Max tagged along with us to mooch a meal. He loved Sonny's cooking as much as I did. I swore I wanted to cut down on overeating, but in the end, we all ate so much that we couldn't move much after dinner. We put off the dishes until tomorrow morning. Max didn't feel like heading home, so we made a blanket fort for us all to sleep on the floor. I don't care if we were all adults. Sometimes you just need to make a blanket fort with friends after a long day. Aside from the desert of sand I brought back from the job and nearly getting eaten alive, the day wasn't too bad. Sundays are my day off. All of the other jobs I've had didn't have a set schedule. I just went in when they needed me or picked up shifts when I could. Having a guaranteed day off a week was pretty nice. Most days, I wasn't requested to deliver mail on Saturdays either. I've been going over my finances, trying to get them in order. I've wanted to move for a while now, but simply couldn't afford it. I've been sending my father some money, and he finally started getting somewhere, paying off the house I grew up in. He worked in a factory for most of his life, which did a number on his body. His company treated him well, but he was off work for a decent part of the year. He was still trying to pay off a big house renovation a contractor messed up years ago. I think it happened shortly after my mother left. I don't remember much from then. I think he wanted to remove any memories of her, but couldn't bear to leave the house, so he gutted most of it. The workers he hired either did a poor job making all the work needing to be redone, or just disappeared with the payments. It was a nightmare that financially haunted him for years. Sonny quickly picked up on how I treated money. I only bought off-label food brands and all my clothing had a hole or two in the fabric. He's been a great help by finding good sales and getting us a second-hand chest freezer for cheap. He only worked 4 hours a day. That gave him lots of time to do food prep and repair some of my older clothing I refused to toss because I saw them as still good. He'd offered to give me his pay, but I refused. He earned it and should spend it the way he wants. He'd been doing good in the sorting room, but I've noticed Sonny started to act a bit stressed out after work. I didn't want to pester him, but I didn't want him to be upset over something we might be able to fix. I was finally able to gently pry out what was bothering him on my day off.
A new coworker in the sorting room asked if we could go out, but it was a pretty suggestive request. He accepted my refusal and has been treating me decently afterward.
Sonny admitted. I felt my face get hot. I knew he was putting what happened in nicer terms not to upset me. Someone saw Sonny as a creature just to sleep with and made the suggestion. I wanted to punch someone in the face, but forced myself to calm down. It wouldn't be good for him if I got upset.
Sonny, do we need to talk to someone about this?
I asked, wondering if this might be serious enough for an HR sit-down. Did we even have an HR department? Sonny shook his head, a little embarrassed.
It was an understandable request, and he's been respectful. In fact, I think he's forgotten about the whole suggestion after a few days of working together. I'm just a little upset over how that's going to be with new people. They always see my species first. I think pretty much everyone will see me as a person after we start talking, but it's disappointing that I'll always start off as something I'm not in others' eyes.
I chewed on my lip hard enough to draw a little bit of blood. There wasn't an easy fix to this sort of thing. I didn't want Sonny to go through this, but I couldn't change the culture he came from overnight either. I wasn't really experienced enough to deal with his worries either.
Do you think you should talk to a counselor? I mean, there are supernatural ones, right? I bet this isn't the only worry you have. Getting a normal job is a big adjustment. I just don't want you to let these worries simmer until they boil over.
I suggested. Sonny quickly shook his head. He fiddled and tugged at his hair, a habit he only did when he was stressed.
It's not that bad. I don't think I'll need to talk to someone. I mean, nothing has ever happened to me,
he said, voice thin. Sonny, I started, gently unsure of how to say this. A lot of stuff has happened to you. It's okay to have bad feelings over all of it, and I don't think therapy should be put off until things get bad. It's preventative maintenance, you know? You should go talk to someone before things break. I hoped I wasn't being too forceful or commenting on something I didn't understand. Sonny stood, considering my words as he twisted his transparent hair.
Are you talking to someone?
He asked, finally.
Why would I need to?
I asked, honestly confused. My answer made Sonny laugh. It was pretty rare he did so. I wanted to be embarrassed, but was just happy he cheered up a little. After he was done laughing, I clued in I really should take my own advice. I did have a lot of terrible things happen to me, but I had the support of my coworkers while they happened. Sonny didn't have anyone when he was bought and sold. He was around good people now, but still had a lot of things to work through. Sonny agreed to go to a counselor, which also made me happy. Since I didn't know how to find one, we called up Max.
Oh, I know of one. She's really good. I've been to her after Beliza's recommended her. I think they dated for a bit.
Max said after he heard us out. I stood, holding my phone, dumbfounded. Why would Max need therapy of any kind? He really wasn't the type. Unable to help myself, the question slipped out. I mentally kicked myself, and Max took a second to answer.
Toby, you cut off your arm for me. That was traumatizing.
Now I felt bad. That was a lot to unpack later. Max cheered up quickly and changed the subject. He would give Sonny the details he needed, and then told me I was requested for a job. A different department needed some packages delivered and needed some workers. It was my day off, but I accepted the request. I did need some more funds after all. I wonder if Sonny's consulting was covered by work. I thanked Max and hung up. Sonny looked much better after our talk. He promised me a nice dinner when I got home, and I hurried off to work, unaware of what kind of shift I was walking into. The zero room I stepped into felt different. It looked the same, but the carpet was a slightly lighter shade of cream. A girl I didn't recognize sat at the table of neatly organized packages. She was painting her nails when I came in and didn't look up from her task. I stared at her a bit stunned for a few moments. I did work with Max, so I should be used to seeing animal ears on a person. I just never expected to see, well, a cat girl. A cat girl with bright pink eyes and pink hair.
You Toby?
She finally asked, looking over. She flashed a set of white, sharp teeth. She honestly sounded the same way anyone would expect a cat girl's voice should be. I forced my feet forwards, wondering if I could handle this interaction. It was hard enough not to pet Max's head. Her ears were very tempting. I just wanted one little pat.
We have a job for you. Where you're going is on a different timeline.
She paused and let out a sound with a sudden jolt that made me jump a little. I knew that sound and never thought I would hear a person say it. Did you just go ooh-woo? I slowly asked. She looked up at me with a face that made it clear I just said the wrong thing.
Do you think all cat girls go ooh-woo?
She said, cute voice on edge. She let me sweat for a few seconds. I thought I stepped on a landmine. Finally, she smiled and waved off the exchange.
I'm just fucking with you. I sneezed. Anyway, I need you to look over these forms and sign them. The job we need you to go on is going to be set at a different time than your world is currently on. It gets confusing, so read the sheets carefully.
She said, and her voice changed drastically. When she first spoke, she sounded overly cute, as if she was trying too hard. Now her voice was pretty boyish. I wondered how many other people she messed with by using a different voice. I flipped through the forms, trying to understand them. The concept was pretty complicated. I only recently found out there were other worlds out there, but never fully understood what that meant. Max lived in a different world than where I came from. He never really talked about what it was like there, but I assumed his home was pretty different than the Earth I knew. Apparently, there were a few thousand other Earths with only minor differences. If I went to one, I might not know I wasn't in my original world unless I heard something like World War II didn't happen, or something along those lines. It hurt my head trying to think of how many other versions of myself might be out there. I wanted to ask Max about that concept, but chickened out. It seems as if the other world I needed to go to that day was almost the same as my own. I tried to understand the whole timeline part of the forms. My Earth and the one I would be delivering mail to were pretty similar. Besides the fact, the other one was a bit ahead, time-wise. A spell would be placed on me the moment I signed the forms. Since there were creatures that went between timelines, I would be forbidden to mention something that hadn't happened to them yet. I still felt pretty confused about it, but I trusted there was a chance I didn't need to worry about the finer details. I signed the sheets where needed and handed them back to the receptionist, thanking her. My partner for the day walked in, giving the room a gloomy air. I got distracted by him instead of trying to figure out the mind-bending information I'd just been given. He was very tall and thin. Straight black hair hung midway down his back and mostly over his face. His skin was pale and dark eyes sunken. He looked out of place in the blue and green uniforms. I held out my hand for him to shake as a greeting, but he didn't take it.
You shouldn't touch someone like me.
He grumbled in a voice so low I barely heard him. The words sounded more like low confidence than a threat. I glanced over at the receptionist, who shrugged.
This is Alti. He's just in a bad mood. He gets like this sometimes. He's a vampire, so be careful around him,
she warned. I looked back at Alti, thinking he didn't appear strong enough to win in a fight with a wet paper bag. Still, I've never met a real vampire before, so I shouldn't underestimate them. We were given 2 large bags to deliver, each bag full of wrapped boxes and items. Just before we left, we got called back to take a massive teddy bear along as well. The receptionist said the delivery request just came in. I awkwardly held the bear, making it hard to see. She told us we might be going back and forth all day to this one address because there was a good chance of more packages coming in shortly. It made me wonder over the entire thing. I noticed my partner for the day was getting bored, so we left to hopefully get the job done in time. We arrived in a very small town that stood near a large forest. Since Alti had a human appearance, the locals could see him. We needed some directions to a cabin to deliver the mail, and everyone was happy to help. It took us about an hour to walk down the dirt road to where we needed to drop off our deliveries. Alti hadn't really spoken much the entire time. The cabin had 2 floors and looked pretty nice. A small garden had been planted out front, and some children's toys littered the lawn. We didn't make it up the front wooden steps when a man came out of the front door, face creased in worry. He looked around my age and was fairly normal. I doubted I could pick him out from a crowd. Large glasses slid down his face that he quickly pushed up.
We're here to deliver some packages,
I said, wondering what got him so frantic.
You can put them on the porch for now. Did you 2 see a little boy when you walked over? He looks about 5.
He asked, his head scanning the empty yard. We quickly put down our items. I got so concerned over his question that I completely forgot to ask him to sign the delivery forms. We hadn't seen a child, and when I told him that, he started to look around faster. He slipped his phone out of his pocket to send some texts, which I assumed to be of anyone he knew to see if someone picked up the boy without him knowing.
I was getting dinner ready and realized the cabin sounded too quiet. It's only been under an hour, but the last time Casper disappeared, we lost him for 6 hours because he climbed a tree unable to get down. I hoped you came across him on the road.
The man explained, not caring he was oversharing. Now, this worried me. A 5-year-old boy could get in all sorts of trouble near the woods. I glanced up to Alti, who already knew what I was thinking. He let out a long sigh, his gaze off to the side.
I can try to sniff him out. Vampires are good at smelling sources of blood. We can look for a few minutes.
He mumbled almost to himself. The man's face lit up. He looked relieved he had extra eyes looking for his son. I'm sure the boy was just hiding somewhere safe, giggling and waiting to be found. We got a description of what he looked like and was wearing that day. I knew we should have been working out, but finding a lost boy was more important.
There goes my monthly time bonus.
Alti mumbled mostly to himself. I didn't know we got a bonus for finishing a job on time. Then again, I worked with Max. We often played around a bit too much after each job. I should make sure we cut down on that before we got fired. Alti started to look around and directed us to the woods. The father said he was going to stay back at the cabin and do one more search. Then he wanted to check by the lake. We agreed to meet back in an hour if we hadn't found anything yet.
Don't blame me if we don't find anything. I'm not very useful. I've done a lot of stupid crap in the past, so...
Alti said over his shoulder to me the moment we walked into the woods. For some reason, the forest gave me the creeps. I noticed some odd tracks I couldn't place on the dirt and some deep, fresh-cut marks on the trees going deeper into the woods. I wondered if I should have brought that up before we walked right into the odd forest. I shook off those thoughts to answer Alti.
You're helping to look for a lost boy. I don't think some past mistakes should change that fact. As long as you're trying to better yourself, what you've done in the past shouldn't affect your future. Unless it's murder.
I trailed off, realizing I was talking to a vampire.
Yeah, it was a little bit of murder.
He said, head forwards and tired voice low. My mouth tightened into a frown. It was always murder with these creatures. I've come across monsters that hurt others just by living. Some did it by choice, and others just needed to eat. I still didn't know how I felt about all of it. I loved Max regardless of what he's done in the past. Could I be friends with Alti if I knew he killed someone? We walked in silence for a while without much of any signs of the lost boy.
You seem like a nice person. Can I talk to you about something for a while?
Alti asked, not making eye contact with me. I wasn't expecting that, but didn't mind.
Okay, shoot.
I told him. It took him another few minutes to gather himself to talk. I thought I heard an odd rustling noise a moment before his voice distracted me.
When I was younger, I didn't like myself. It was a mixture of a bad family environment and bad friends. I was raised to see humans as food, nothing else. It wasn't until I got older that I realized humans had the same level of intelligence I did. You may find that impossible. My family kept a farm of comatose humans we drained blood from. I'm positive I killed a few. It was only after I saw one awake, I knew what we'd been doing.
He said in an even tone. I chewed on my lip, wondering what I could say to him. I wondered if it was possible for some creature to live without harming humans, and if they couldn't, did they deserve to live? I think most people would say no, they shouldn't. I might have agreed at some point, but then I met people like Alti who regretted what they'd done and treated people with respect, despite their past actions.
I went off the deep end then. I got into drugs. Magic drugs are pretty hardcore. I just wanted to forget who I was, but I turned into a worse person trying to avoid myself. By some miracle I got sober and got away from my family, and this job helped. But this job hires pretty much anyone who can work.
We hadn't seen any signs of the lost child as we walked. Alti suddenly stopped walking, and I hoped he found something I wasn't aware of. His gaze met mine through his long black hair, causing my body to freeze. A chill went down my back as I ignored the warning bells to start running. I wanted to trust my partner, so I didn't move when he took a step towards me.
Do you really think looking for a lost child erases everything I've done? That this single action makes me into a better person? I think you're too stupid for your own good. To start with, you entered into a forest alone with a nasty vampire.
I really should have gotten a head start on running. By the time I'd backed away, Alti was already on the move. He lunged forward, fangs out ready to sink in my flesh. He tackled me onto the ground, his body over top of my own. Thank God for the uniforms. His mouth snapped, but I blocked his teeth with my protected forearm. We struggled for a few minutes. He made attempts to pull down my jacket collar without any luck. I kicked, trying to get him away. His hair blocked my vision and I wasn't able to look around for a way to escape. At least he wasn't as strong as other monsters I've come across. My hand landed on a decent-sized rock I almost used on his head. Instead, I got my feet in a good position and kicked him off of me. He rolled, hissing. We both sat, breathing heavy for a few seconds.
Cut it out, you dork!
I snapped at him. His face dropped from the monstrous expression to a confused one. Recently, I've been trying to change my harsh language in case Max heard something he shouldn't. I really didn't want him to learn a new word from me, but that made me slip up and say the wrong thing to bring the tone down.
I stand by what I said. If you're trying to better yourself, you can become a better person. So what if you made mistakes? Everyone has. You should be proud you got sober instead of thinking you're a bad person for getting addicted in the first place.
I don't think anyone ever said something like that to him before. He wasn't sure how to react. Alti stared at me through his long black hair, trying to process the situation. After a few tense moments between us, he stood up, brushing the dirt from his uniform.
I won't eat you right now. Virgin blood gets me too riled up. I'll wait until you take care of that problem.
He said, head turned. I tossed a clump of dirt at him as a response. He quickly brushed that off and waited for me to stand back up.
I can smell the kid over there. Let's hurry up and get him and leave.
My partner started to leave me behind. I tried to catch up, losing to his long legs. At least we were able to find the lost boy without too many issues. I realize I'd gotten spoiled with Max and Rufus. I bet other coworkers would have been very tempted to do the same thing Alti just did. I didn't hold it against him though. We pushed through a thick bramble of berry bushes to stumble out into a clearing. To my relief, I saw Casper unharmed. 2 buckets of berries sat next to him as his tiny hands expertly snatched up more berries from the bushes. I called out to him, worried a stranger in the woods might scare him. He looked up, face bright. He honestly reminded me of Max a little bit. We could have just told him his parents were worried and got him back home. It should have been that easy. It's never that easy.
Now, what tasty snacks do we have here?
The voice came from above us, along with a groaning of wood. I looked up into the branches, my heart full of dread. I know I've seen a lot of terrifying monsters on my job, and yet I still got scared as hell seeing a new one. The monster was long. The body was almost like a centipede boy, but instead of insect legs, the shiny black body was lined with arms, at least a few hundred, along the over 10-foot-long creature. It easily crawled through the branches so gracefully it barely made a sound. The face looked human, with a wide smile that turned the eyes to slits.
We're here for the kid.
Alti called up, saying our reason for being there. That turned out to be the wrong thing to say. The monster's smile grew. My body moved to duck behind a tree before my mind caught up. In a blur, the thing came down on us. It took a hold of Casper in one hand and set him a bit of a way away as his other arms came down on Alti so hard it forced him against a tree. I felt the force of the blow from where I stood. Once the child was at a safe distance, they both got into a fight with movements so fast I couldn't keep up. My coworker put up a good fight, but he was against too many hands. He knew he was losing. Black wings came from his back as he made an attempt to get a better position to fight. The monster snatched him out of midair by the ankle and slammed him on the ground hard. The uniforms protected most of our bodies, but not our heads. Alti got knocked senseless. The creature quickly turned its attention back to me. I made a smart move to dive into a bush of thorns, my face getting scratched, but the rest of me was somewhat protected. My heart beat out of my chest as all those hands came down to tear at the bushes. The creature let out sounds of annoyance from the small cuts on his hands. I kept moving further into the bushes as those hands tore away my cover. I soon ran out of the bushes, making me flee behind a tree again. To my shock, the creature took a hold of the tree and pulled it right out of the ground. The roots came up under my feet. I fell, unable to stay standing on the lifted ground. The tree was tossed aside, leaving nothing between myself and this force of nature. I stared up into the face of death, convinced this was it. I braced myself for all those hands coming down on my body, making quick work of my limbs. A second before it happened, my rescuer came out of nowhere. All of a sudden, a man wearing a suit appeared. In a flash, he jumped up above the creature and brought down his foot in such a powerful kick, the force of it caused a shockwave to shake the trees around us. The monster's face slammed to the ground, and the man leapt off to the side. Once he knew the creature wasn't getting up right away, he came over to check on me.
Are you alright? Did Hans hurt you?
He asked, holding out a hand to help me stand again. I've seen people with white hair and albinos, but I've never seen anyone so void of color. His eyes were pure white along with the rest of him. His appearance should be off-putting, but I was glad to see him. I took his hand to stand up, legs shaking from what happened. The monster lifted its head, face bruised and in a scowl. If I squinted, I could see similar facial features between the two.
How rude to kick your only older brother like that.
He spat, clearly annoyed the man got in the way of a meal. Brothers? Really? From all the weird stuff I've seen, I should be able to accept that. But these two were too different for that to be true.
You were going to eat a mailman. You know they're off limits.
The man hissed back.
How am I supposed to know who they are?
The creature said, trying to play innocent.
They have uniforms on.
Never mind. These two were brothers. With some help, we got Alti back up. His brain was a bit rattled, but otherwise fine. Casper came running over and jumped into the man's arms, who gladly took him. Apparently, this man was also his father, which made sense as to why the creature had him in the first place. Soon, the man we met at the cabin came rushing into the scene. At his heels was a creature that looked similar to Hans, about the size of a small dog with raccoon features. It was fat as hell, and I didn't know how it ran. The man took Casper from his husband, making a fuss over the boy. He had been so worried, and I was glad everything worked out fine in the end. Just a few scrapes and new fears on our end.
Hans, I've told you 100 times I need to know if you're going off with Casper. I was scared to death.
The man scolded. It was amusing to see this unassuming person take down a creature that could eat him in one bite. I looked between them, wanting to know what caused all this.
I left a note under the cookie container before we left. Casper wanted to go berry picking and you were both too busy, so I filled in. It's the job of the best uncle to cover activities like this.
He defended himself, almost insulted.
What note?
The man asked. No doubt he looked through the entire cabin at least a dozen times. If there was a note, he would have found it. But it didn't seem like the monster was lying. A loud, garbled coughing sound made us all look down at the pudgy creature. The thing hacked for a few seconds until he coughed out an empty plastic cooking container with a soggy piece of paper sticking to it. That solved that small mystery. The creature turned heel and left before it could get in trouble for causing such a mess.
I never want to work with you again,
Alti said towards me. I didn't blame him for that. We all headed back to the cabin, exhausted but glad everything turned out all right. There was a lot of appreciation from both parents and apologies that we were forced to deal with Hans. I didn't know how they managed to stay sane with him being in their family.
I'm glad that monster was your brother. I really thought he was going to eat us,
I commented after we got back to the cabin. My heart hadn't slowed down yet.
Oh, he would have still eaten you even if he knew you guys were trying to help look for Casper.
The man in the suit, who introduced himself as Thule, admitted. That wasn't comforting in the slightest. I needed to remind myself to never take a job delivering to them if I could help it. I felt bad for dragging my coworker into this, even if he tried to eat me. It would be nice to have one job where I nearly didn't die on.
Why are you two here, though? I'm glad you helped out and everything, but I don't remember ordering any sort of mail,
Thule commented. We both shrugged. We never checked who the packages were sent by. In fact, I rarely found out why the mail was being delivered. This bothered me because I've seen a few odd boxes I've really wanted to know the reason behind.
Casper's final birthday is coming up. I bet the packages are gifts for him,
Hans added in helpfully from the woods. He wasn't allowed to get any closer to the traumatized mailman after what he'd done. That information sank in, and if Thule could get paler, he did. He quickly rushed into the cabin saying he needed to make some phone calls. I was clued in he had a very big family. If they all sent gifts, the cabin would be buried under them. Hans did say Casper wasn't even one yet, but he looked much older. If he wasn't human, that made sense. I could tell Alti was a bit salty after what happened, but we both got over it when Casper came over to us to ask to give us hugs as a thank you for delivering his presents. He was a very good kid that even broke through my coworker's gloomy personality. We left to go back to the office, dirty and worn out from what should have been an easy job. At least, I think I made some friends, but also had some new nightmare fuel for when I tried to sleep that night. Since we got back late, the receptionist was just getting done her shift. She was glad we made it back alive. If we didn't, she would have to stay and fill out some paperwork. After we reported what happened, she wrote down some notes and got up from behind the table. To my utter shock, she pulled off her uniform shirt, and in another second, her skirt dropped. She wore a tank top and a pair of very tiny glittery shorts under her uniform.
There is a big party with our department tonight. I was worried I might be late. Do you want to come along?
She offered as she fixed her bright pink hair. On cue, the door to the 0 room opened. Another cute cat girl peeked inside, her hair light pink. She waved at us and I heard voices coming from the doorway. Outside was a gaggle of girls, all with cute tails and ears and different hair colors. I assumed they were all the other receptionists that got off at the same time. I noticed some cat boys as well that blended into the crowd of girls, each one of them dressed ready for a party. I needed to pull my eyes away from the blinding hair colors and glittering outfits.
You want us to go partying with you?
I asked, sweat starting at the base of my neck.
I was mostly talking to you. but the vampire could come as well. We find humans are great to hook up with after a party. They treat our kind pretty well."
She commented, not embarrassed over what she just offered. My heart would not stop beating and my face flushed. She just offered me to hook up with possibly more than one really cute girl that night. A few of them encouraged the offer from the doorway, making my head swim. My phone buzzed in my pocket. On reflex, I checked the message. Sonny was asking when I might be home. He was making his special garlic bread, and it would be done in 10 minutes. Garlic bread or a literal harem of cat girls? The answer was pretty obvious. "I need to get home, but you should take Alti with you. He's a good guy if you just boost his confidence a little," I replied. The vampire looked over at me, shock clear on his face. The receptionist didn't give him a chance to refuse. She took him by the arm to drag him towards the door. He mouthed a silent thank you as they walked away. I bet a lot of people would be mad at me for refusing the offer, but they've never tried Sonny's garlic bread, and it did not taste the same after it got cold. It needed to be fresh from the oven.
"Call us. The offer still stands at a different time."
She called back and dragged Alti into the horde. For once, he looked pretty happy. I waved at them, oddly feeling alright with my choice. I headed home, finding after a rough delivery job that a good meal really helped take care of any lingering regrets. I think convincing my roommate to get some counseling was a good idea. Sonny started to make friends in the sorting room at the mailing company. I was glad that Max and I weren't the only people he had to talk to. A big day arrived and Sonny's mood dropped. I hated the fact that I needed to work that day and offered to stay home for him. Sonny refused and helped me get ready. He got in contact with a group of the same creatures from his species. I encouraged him to meet with them because no matter how hard I tried, I would never understand what he needed to deal with in his day-to-day life. I was human. He wasn't. He didn't want to meet the others, feeling a little bit of something like survivor's guilt. He gained his freedom before he was bought and sold to be used. Some of the slime creatures in the group hadn't been so lucky. Sonny didn't feel as if he had any right talking with them, but I gently forced him to try a single meeting. I hated how he refused to let me stay to see how it went, but I understood he didn't want me to hover. He needed to deal with some issues on his own. I double-checked I had everything in my pockets. Snack for myself, snack for Max, and the sunlight from Trin I forgot to bring most days. Sonny let me give him an encouraging hug and I was off to work. The Zero Room was oddly busy. I've never seen so many people inside it at once. All of them wore the same mailing uniform. Most looked almost entirely human aside from some odd features here and there. I found Max in the small crowd and asked him what was going on.
"Oh, we all have an easy job, but it can be dangerous. There are going to be a few groups to finish delivering supplies and—"
Max got cut off by someone requesting some help to lift a very heavy box from the pile on the other side of the room. I nodded and let him hurry off to work. I wasn't entirely sure what was going on, so a creature that stood nearby started to fill me in. He had a mouth that went from his forehead to his chin with countless teeth showing and no other features. His long black hair was tied back in a bun, and I wondered how he did his hair so well without any eyes.
"We'll be delivering goods to a corporation training ground,"
he explained as I followed to help him pick up some wooden boxes. Training? I asked, trying to think back to what the corporation was.
"Yeah, there's a cave where the worlds are thin. The cave connects to a world of creatures that devour everything, but they go feral for magic. If there's too much in the cave, they can break through the seal to pour through to this world. That's why all the weaker mailmen are doing the delivery today,"
he explained as we stacked boxes near the open doorway. I found it hard to tell which creatures were stronger than others. I didn't have a clue just how much magic the creature that just spoke to me held. Apparently, Rufus was a bit of a big deal, but he never gave off those kinds of vibes. I opened my mouth to ask more questions, but got cut off.
"Tulip, can you come over here?"
A new voice called off to the side. The creature turned his head at the request. He then got ready to leave to find the person that called him over. I wasn't expecting his name to be something so cute. He stopped just long enough to tell me something.
"You're the human, right? A lot of us want to thank you for doing this job. We never felt strong enough, but if a weak human could do this, we all figured we could." This might not have even been considered as an option until you lived for so long.
I never thought about that. I looked around the busy room wondering how many of these creatures applied to the job because they saw I was doing so well. It did help the company out a lot. Max and I normally picked up the easy jobs to free up the stronger workers for harder delivery jobs. Sonny working in the sorting room meant one more delivery person could work in the field. I gave the creature a nod, unsure of how to respond. His odd mouth widened into an unnerving smile. Tulip left to find his partner, leaving me alone. I wasn't sure what else to do besides help move more boxes near the door. I spotted another delivery man having issues picking up a box. I went over to him and bent down to take the other end of the box for him.
Need a hand?
I offered and immediately wanted to kick myself.
Actually, I do,
he said in a kind tone. When we both straightened up, I saw the left jacket sleeve empty. His lips were also torn on his left side, revealing some teeth. It looked like he lived through some sort of rough attack. I panicked, wondering how to save myself from what I just said. He smiled in a way that would endear him to anyone. He had the same kind of charm Max held. His hair was a light cream color and tied back. His left eye a light blue while the other a deep coffee brown. I've never heard a person with such a calm tone to their voice. I really liked a person as quickly as I did with him.
You're Toby, right? We'll be partners for this job. My name is Jackalope.
He introduced himself. With the box in his arm, he wasn't able to shake my hand. At least I didn't extend my hand for one that wasn't there. Max came over and glad to see I had already found the person I was working with for the day. Since I was the one without any magic, I was the safest option to go to the bottom floor of the cave. Jackalope was picked as my partner because he was strong, but currently recovering from an injury, which I assumed to be his missing arm. If something happened, he could help me get to a safer floor. We let Max go. He was on the stronger side of the creatures in the room, so he was going to be on the first floor of the cave. At least Jackalope was extremely easy to get along with. The boxes were heavy, but we got to work getting them to where they needed to go. The door in the zero room opened out to a cliffside with a dark opening set into the rocks. We carried our delivery inside, Jackalope leading the way to an old mining elevator. A few of our co-workers piled on with their goods and got let off on different floors. There were 4 levels in total. The air got heavy as we went down further on the creaking steel cage of an elevator. I needed to zip up my jacket to try and keep out the chill of the air. This cave just felt wrong. There was no other way to describe it. I suppressed a shudder the moment the elevator opened to the final floor. Instead of lamps or some sort of magic light source, countless glow sticks were placed along the cave. It was enough light to see by. My stomach turned from staring off into the massive cavern that felt like it went on forever.
There are a few rooms on the bottom floor. We need to drop off supplies inside for the agents to use as they train. I've used the training grounds before, so I know the way,
Jackalope said, his voice slightly echoing off the walls.
Oh, were you an agent?
I asked, unable to help myself. We started walking, burdens in hand. My eyes landed on an odd dark stain on the walls, and it took my brain far too long to clue into what it was. The walls and floors were also covered with weapons and claw marks. The agents who used this area to train fought the monsters that came through from the other world. I realized after seeing so many of those dark red stains that not everyone made it out in one piece. This wasn't some simple training like doing laps or push-ups. These caves were trial by fire. Jackalope's smile didn't fade, but I heard a slight strain in his voice.
I was one, but I got fired,
he admitted. I pressed my lips together, regretting another thing I said to him. I didn't really know much about the corporation. I heard they protected humans from monsters and hired creatures to do so. The hunters sort of did the same thing, but they hated all creatures and only used humans to hunt them down to slaughter everyone they came across. Regardless if they were dangerous to humans or not, from what I could tell, agents were respected in the supernatural community even if they killed their own kind. Getting fired must be a black spot that followed around Jackalope. He didn't let it show how much it bothered him. We worked in silence for a while. He let me collect some boxes that people on the upper floors sent down. I organized them and he brought them deeper into the caves. He needed some help with the heavier boxes, so we both took one end and ended up pretty far into a room hidden off to the side. He set down the wooden crate we just hauled and told me we could take a break. We were close to finishing the job, and everyone else above us should be taking a break around that time. I sat on the box with him and offered the snack Sonny packed for Max. My friend would forgive me for giving away the snack of the day.
This is a rude question, but could I ask you something? You don't need to answer.
I started. He turned his head, the kind smile showing he would answer any question I had no matter what it was. I know I shouldn't pry when it came to something so sensitive, but after seeing his missing arm, I wanted to know why he didn't have a replacement.
Your arm. I lost mine and they replaced it quickly. I'm just not sure why they didn't do the same with you.
I asked. He appeared surprised for half a second. He held out his hand and quietly asked to see my replacement arm. I let him take my left hand and turn it over in his.
The replacements haven't stuck with me. Yours is very well made. It seems as if you have some sort of defense magic inside this one.
He commented and let me take my hand back.
What do you mean?
I asked, looking over my own hand in the dim green light.
Most arms can activate and turn into a weapon if your life is in danger. It's insurance to make sure you don't lose another one. But because you're human, the arm doesn't have any magic to feed off to transform. It may have absorbed some power just by being around creatures, though. I doubt anyone has told you about this because of the slim chances of it working, and they want you to stay safe. I bet you might be more reckless if you knew your false arm could become a weapon.
Jackalope explained. It made sense. After everything I've been through, my arm didn't show any sign of becoming a weapon. It was just a normal arm that would feel stiff if I didn't play fetch with Max every week. At least he was glad to spend a few hours with me in the park. Even after finding out this information, I didn't plan on relying on a weapon that I might not have.
I hope losing it wasn't too traumatizing for you. You seem to be doing well after what happened.
My coworker added. I hadn't thought about that in a while. I did hurt a lot when I chopped it off, but I was lucky that the mailing company healed me with magic. The recovery process went by quickly.
I cut it off to save my friend's life. I think because I became friends with who ate it really helped me get over the entire thing.
I said, now fully realizing how lucky I was. Jackalope's face turned into such a kind expression, it made my heart skip a beat. I wasn't interested in him, but this guy could win over anyone. He stood from the box as a signal our break was over, but he didn't start walking just yet.
I feel the same. I was ready to sacrifice my life to save a man I just met. He didn't see himself as much, however. He wanted to live, and I wanted him to carry on. By some luck, I only lost my arm and some other minor injuries.
He said, but trailed off, making me think the injuries weren't as minor as he wanted to play them off as.
Are you all right with the outcome?
I asked him, feeling the air heavy between us.
I don't regret giving up what I did. I see it as an investment. That man started to do a lot, trying to feel as if his life was worth it. He's donated blood and volunteered a lot of his time to help the community. At first, those actions were for stressful reasons, but he's really enjoying living. That's well worth the cost of my arm.
Jackalope said, his tone brightening a lot. His words carried hints of pain. I could tell he held on to a great deal of what happened to him in the past I might never know about. But now he could smile freely. I doubted he could have done the same when he worked as an agent. Giving up an arm might have been the best thing that ever happened to him.
Are you still friends with him?
I asked, hoping that was the case. His response was to raise his right hand to show off a black ring I hadn't noticed before. His expression filled with pride made me happy. I wanted nothing more than for my coworkers to be able to have good lives, even if we all had a dangerous job. I knew firsthand that nearly getting killed every other day was worth it for the people we met through work.
We need to get going. We spent too long, and I think people...
Jackalope started, but his words got cut off by terrible ripping and crashing sounds that tore through the cave. He started moving and grabbed my arm to drag me along before the sounds even stopped. I wasn't sure of what happened, but knew this was bad if he acted so frantic. We ran out to the main cavern and the elevator looked too far for comfort. More noise made me look over my shoulder, and I wish I hadn't. A swarm of creatures started to pour out of a tear, appearing into the stone wall. Inside the rip were so many of those creatures they couldn't fit through. They looked a bit human with pale white skin. They ran on all fours with eyeless faces, their mouths so large it nearly split their heads in half. Teeth longer than my hand was crammed together in that terrible mouth ready to dig into flesh. I saw ribs and countless scars on the creatures. The rip had only been open for a few seconds, and yet at least 100, if not more of them poured through. Jackalope pushed me ahead of him and he stopped, ready to face the monsters. I hesitated for a second, wanting to stay with him. I knew I couldn't help him and regretted the fact I needed to run away. Since the magic eaters already tore through the world, Jackalope didn't need to worry about not using magic. He swiftly unzipped his jacket to pull a thin black blade from his chest. The moment the magic eaters got close enough, the blade came down on them, easily slicing their bodies to pieces. The creatures flew into a frenzy. They fell on their fallen and turned savage against Jackalope, trying to eat his magic. Some even bit down on his blade, trying to devour it. I reached the elevators, but the door stayed shut. I guess it sealed automatically after the rip in the worlds opened to keep the monsters from reaching the top floor. I looked around, fear settling in my stomach. I didn't know of any other way to get out of this cave. I turned around to ask Jackalope for help, worried he wouldn't be able to do so while he fought. He already killed over 100 of those creatures. Still more poured through. They crawled over the walls and crowded the ceiling. They were so focused on Jackalope, none had tried to make their way toward me just yet. My coworker had been an agent for a reason. His body moved gracefully, taking down those monsters almost as fast as they could appear. He didn't stay still, his footwork perfect as he jumped off creatures to land a killing blow on the others that clawed at him. Even without an arm, Jackalope was strong as hell. As he fought, a set of black antlers sprouted from his head. The horns were so dark they absorbed all the light they touched. Dread started to come to me as I saw his attacks change. He grew messy after the appearance of the antlers. The darkness crept up his neck, and his good hand holding the blade turned black as well. His face lost the kind, gentle expression, his eyes wide and hungry to kill as many creatures as possible. I knew if he didn't get control over himself, neither of us would make it out of there. "Jackie!" I shouted, my voice echoing and alerting the magic eaters. His expression snapped back to something human. For a moment he paused, unaware of where he stood. A monster lashed itself onto his arm, but his uniform saved him from damage.
The stairs!
He shouted over his shoulder. With a sharp kick, he broke free of the crowd to run towards an opening I assumed to be another room. I reached it first and saw a set of stairs carved into the rock. I bolted upward, glad that my job required me to run so often. If I did this a year ago, I would have passed out after 5 steps. The narrow opening caused fewer creatures to get through. Jackalope took up the rear, killing as many as he could. He and the creatures were gaining on us. I feared that we might not make it. And after we died, there was nothing to stop these monsters to attack our co-workers on the other levels. They were only a little bit more powerful than me. None of them would stand a chance against these monsters.
"Toby, turtle maneuver!"
Jackalope shouted from below. I stopped in my tracks and huddled into myself. The delivery workers had a move where we covered ourselves with as much of our uniform as possible, making us look like turtles hiding away in our shells. No matter how silly it looked, it worked. A blast of power came from him. It nearly knocked me forwards and into the hard stone steps. Things grew quiet as the sounds of the magic eaters died down. I pulled my head from the collar of my jacket to look down at a sight that made my heart sink. Jackalope collapsed on the steps, his breathing heavy and ragged. I ran down to him, trying to get my new friend back on his feet. Black blood came from his nose and he could barely keep his eyes open. Whatever he did blew away some of those creatures, but I heard another horde on the way.
"Go. I'll slow them down,"
he said, his voice a whisper. I knew what he meant. He wasn't strong enough to kill that many more creatures. If he let them eat him, he might keep enough away for me to get to the 2nd floor. "No, I'm not." He stumbled on a step and bumped into me. His knee knocked on my pocket and made a bulky object fall out of my jacket. It landed on the steps and I looked down to see what it was. I'd completely forgotten I had it, and never once used it since I got it. Hope ran through my chest as my hand landed on the gift from a kind and yet terrifying monster who loved humans.
"You're fine with sunlight, right?"
I asked. Jackalope appeared confused. He nodded his head. Some creatures couldn't deal with sunlight all that well. If they weren't wearing their uniform, it could drain their strength or even kill the weaker ones. Max would get worn out if he didn't wear his uniform in the daylight. I learned that the hard way when we played fetch in the park, and he forgot his jacket. A swarm of the magic eaters started to fill the stairway, interrupting my thoughts. I wasn't sure how to use the sunlight I'd long forgotten about. I pointed it down towards the creatures and flicked the switch, hoping for the best. Whatever I expected, it wasn't what happened. Our vision was blinded by light for a few seconds. I heard the screams of all the magic eaters at once as the intense sunlight hit them. I assumed the sunlight would have just been a bright beam, but it filled the entire cave. As the first flash faded, my eyes adjusted to the light. It really looked like daytime inside the cave. We stared down at where the magic eaters had been to only see scorched black spots against the rocks. I didn't have any clue how long the sunlight would last, so we moved as fast as the injured jackalope could up the stairs. By some miracle, we made it to the top floor with no issues. The cave was empty, which made me a little nervous. Jackalope recovered enough to walk on his own. By the time we left the cave, my sunlight turned off, sending the entire area back into darkness. We were greeted by a crowd outside. Some of my coworkers looked a bit beat up, but all alive. I saw Max standing in the distance with Rufus, who held him tight. I bet it was scary for all the family members to hear that we were all in the cave when the tear opened. It was luck that no one died. If Trin hadn't given me the sunlight, we would have lost so many people. Jackalope saw someone who had just arrived. A human with tan skin and dark hair came weaving through the crowd towards us. Jackalope went over to the man and brought him into a hug, assuring him he was all right. I looked over the crowd, happy to see all the relieved family members and friends embracing my coworkers. I made it out of the cave alive, and an ugly emotion came over me. I pushed it down, but it was there for a few seconds. Unlike everyone else, when I came out of the cave, no one had been waiting for me. I shook off the feeling, hating myself for it. Max was here, and Rufus. They just saw each other first. Max finally saw me and ran over, but he didn't scoop me in a hug as I expected. He pointed to the cave. To my confusion,
Walk in and back out.
he ordered. I didn't understand why, but I did what I was told. I took a step inside the deadly cave, then walked back to Max. His eyes started to water, and he scooped me up in the hug I expected to start with.
I was so worried.
He cried. I realized that he noticed I was the only one who walked out of the cave without someone greeting me. He wanted to fix that. Rufus came over to give us both a crushing hug. It took a very long time to get Max calm enough to let go of me. Even through my uniform, my ribs felt bruised.
What happened inside?
Rufus asked the most important question. I wanted to explain how we all made it out alive, but was interrupted when another person came through the open door from the zero room. Sonny spotted us and rushed over. He jumped and I needed to catch him in my arms so he wouldn't fall flat on his face. Belizas came after him but didn't stay. She ran into the cave very excitedly, saying she was part of a cleanup crew. If there were any more magic eaters, she gladly wanted to punch them.
I was so worried.
Sonny said, sounding a lot like Max at that moment. He also refused to let me go. I was fine with that. When Sonny got upset, he became what I called wobbly. His body grew a little tacky and he wasn't able to keep a sharp, solid shape. When he cried, he looked more like a wiggling pile of jello with vaguely human features. I worried he may fall apart, so I kept a hold of him. Sonny had a rough day. His support group meeting went well. The other creatures of species loved him. They were all so glad one of them was able to go to a good home before they got forced into certain things. I gave them all hope for the future of their race. On top of dealing with all that, he heard his roommate nearly died. No wonder he got so emotional. Yet again, I could have died, and I would most likely have a new fear of caves. God, I wished I didn't gain new nightmare fuel almost every day at work, but on the days I made it out safely, I now knew I always had someone waiting for me to make it home safely. We would share a decent meal that chased away some of the fears from the day. I've gone into a pretty good routine at work. Sonny started to send me on my way with snacks or a packed lunch. Sometimes those snacks saved my life by offering them to a monster who wanted to take a bite out of me on delivery jobs. On occasion, I did a job with a different coworker if Max needed help with another job. I was human in a mailing company of monsters and yet survived this long. Anytime I got comfortable, this world decides to show me just how dangerous it can be. I don't remember much about the start of that day. I went to work, a sandwich from Sonny safely packed away in my jacket pocket. When I arrived, I saw Max rolling on the floor without his uniform jacket on. He kept rubbing his back against the carpet. I asked his sister what was wrong, and she explained he rolled in some grass with some pretty nasty bugs. He suffered from some bites and couldn't scratch himself through the uniform jacket. I told him to put his jacket back on before he went off to the first job of the day. I was handed a simple envelope with a request to deliver the letter to an empty warehouse. I know I walked through a door toward the delivery location, then a ringing started in my ears. I turned, seeing nothing but darkness around me. My chest felt heavy, along with my bad arm. Max? I called, trying not to freak out. The empty darkness spread outwards with no sign of my friend. I didn't understand what was happening. Fear overtook my body. My mind felt like I'd forgotten something very important. I didn't know where I was or how I got there. I pressed, trying my best to remember. What happened? We walked through the door, and then what? A small flicker of a memory came, only a fraction of a hint of the rest of the day before the darkness took over. Max and I walked into the warehouse looking for the person to deliver the letter to. I knew we got that far, but then what? A flood of anxiety came over me, causing me to nearly double over. I'd forgotten why dread took over my mind, and yet it was still there. My breathing got fast and rough as I slowly got down to my knees, unable to stand up with the flood of emotions going through my body. I kept thinking about Max as if I knew something happened to him, and yet my brain refused to tell me what. I gritted my teeth, trying to push past it all. I needed to get out of this darkness and back to my friend, but felt so weighed down by my emotions, I didn't know the cause of it. My head snapped up at the voice. I never thought I would ever see this person standing in front of me again.
There you are. It's been a while.
My head snapped up at the voice. I never thought I would ever see the person standing in front of me again. He held my old phone in one hand, his white hair shining in the darkness.
Ellie?
I asked slowly. The small boy was the Silver King. I didn't fully understand the title, but he was super important. In fact, he was the most powerful creature, and every other monster respected him like a god. I heard he greatly disliked people treating him like the cute kid he looked like. He should have picked a less cute name if that was the case. The shock of seeing him wore off. I realized if he stood here, that things were very bad.
How are you liking the job?
He asked, ignoring how scared I felt.
This isn't the time for a job performance review. I need to find Max.
I sputtered, trying to stand up. A weight tugged at my bad arm. I realized I couldn't get up because of it. It didn't hurt, which was nice, but that didn't make me worry any less.
It's the only time I have. I'm very busy. Invading your dream is the best I can do to ask some questions.
Ellie explained, sounding a bit bored.
My dream? I'm asleep?
I questioned. Ellie nodded, and yet I didn't feel better. Why was I sleeping? We were on the job, right? Did something attack me and knock me out?
Don't worry about other stuff right now. You can deal with it when you wake up. Tell me how the job has been going.
The boy said to get my attention again. I paused to think of what I wanted to say. I've nearly died so many times with this job. I've seen horrors normal humans wouldn't be able to deal with. I felt the guilt of being the reason why Slithers ate a person, regardless of how much he deserved it. Rufus lost a leg because of me. He still had issues walking, and a bunch of people who cared about him got angry at me for that. I'd cut off my arm to save Max and needed to deal with the annoying creature that ate it. And I found out my apartment building was haunted and still carried the grief of what happened to that poor girl who died behind the walls of the building. Ellie gave me time to think about all of this and decide my answer.
It's pretty scary most times. I have issues sleeping, and I really think I won't last long doing this job. But I like it. I care about the people I'm working with, even the annoying ones. Now, can I wake up? I think something happened to Max.
I answered back. I looked over my shoulder, as if a way to snap back awake might appear. When I looked back, I was shocked to see a smile on Ellie's face. From the little bits of information I heard about him, he acted like a sullen kid. I decided I wanted to ask him a question that had been bothering me for a while.
Why did you give me this job?
I said. He paused and then lifted my old phone. He used it to trap Vicky to save me and gave me a new one for work. It took me a few seconds to clue into why he brought it along, then my face turned red from embarrassment.
You sent Vicky a text thanking her for the date after she turned into a monster and tried to eat you. I figured you'd be the type of person who could work well with creatures of the night. My job as king is to serve them. You proved I made the right choice.
He explained, and for a second sounded a bit older than his small body appeared.
Thank you. I have had some days where I really didn't want this job, but overall, I'm glad for it.
I admitted to him.
Do you love the monsters you work with?
He questioned, sounding a bit gentle. The ones I've met have killed and eaten humans in the past. They would do it again if needed, and yet I found myself still being able to care about them. In truth, I almost felt as if I turned my back on my own species and didn't really care.
I do. They're important to me.
I said with a nod.
Then you should wake up and tell them.
I heard his voice, then the feeling of falling overtook my body. My eyes opened to a massive pain. I let myself get adjusted to the feeling before being collected enough to figure out what was going on. All at once, the memories of what happened came flooding back. We arrived inside the warehouse trying to figure out who requested the letter to be delivered. Max strayed a few steps away from me to look at a small box by one of the large cement support pillars inside the empty building. His face dropped into an expression I'd never seen from him before. He ran towards me and wrapped his uniform jacket over my head, protecting it. A split second later, the entire building came down on top of us in a massive explosion. Max acted fast enough to protect me from the damage. I woke up to him over me, resting on his elbows and knees. My left arm helped out a little. It transformed into a large fur-covered claw that held a massive amount of rubble from dropping down on us. The weight threatened to separate my arm from my shoulder. All the pain faded when I saw my best friend fully in the dim light. Because Max used his jacket to save my face from being burned off, he left himself exposed. He supported the weight of literal tons of stone on his back, with some iron bars finding their way through his body. His face hovered over my own, dripping blood onto my cheek. His body transformed slightly to stay alive. His eyes glowed yellow in the dark and his mouth became filled with sharp teeth. His arms fully turned into claws that itched to dig into the meal so nearby. Along with blood from his head wound, some saliva dropped down. He wanted to eat me. My best friend was slowly dying and his body reacted in an understandable way.
Max!
I choked out, unable to think of anything else to say. My mouth was dry from the dust in the air and my throat hurt from tears. He noticed I was awake and instead of acting worried, his face turned into a smile, glad that his partner was alive.
Are you alright, Dobby?
He asked, his voice weak. I nodded, unable to speak just yet. I didn't know why the building suddenly came down or how to get out of this.
I'm pretty sure this was a trap from the hunters. Sometimes their delivery requests slip through and they kill the ones who show up. I'm sorry you got tangled up in all this.
Max explained, trying to keep himself calm. I found myself shaking my head. Those hunters killed his family in the past. He'd lost so much to them and yet he never turned his hatred toward humans. Max got worried I died because of the feud between humans and monsters. If I could move my arms, I wanted to hug him. There might not be another person on Earth as sweet as him. Is there any way to get out of this? I asked him. I looked around trying to find an escape route. Aside from small cracks to let some sunlight through, there weren't any openings in the rubble large enough to get through. If Max moved, we risked having the cement shift and us getting crushed under it.
I'm thinking about that. It's not my strongest trait, so it's taking me a while.
Max joked in a strained voice. I looked down to see just how much blood his stomach wound was already bleeding out to the ground under us. I didn't know how he was still alive after all of this. I fought back the panic to try and think of anything to help. My head snapped back up to wondering why Max didn't try an obvious thing.
Can't you drink some of my blood? You wouldn't need to move much and it would heal you, right?
I didn't know if he took some of my blood, if it would give him enough energy to get free. At the very least, I didn't want him to suffer for much longer. Max shook his head, tears coming to his yellow eyes. At my offer, I saw fur start spreading and his face becoming even more animalistic. He fought it back, trying not to become a monster, and I understood why he hadn't taken a bite while I slept.
If I let myself drink your blood, I won't be able to stop. I'll kill you. I don't want that.
He said, voice shaking. He raised his head so I could see his distraught face. His body started turning into the creature he really was against his will. If this kept up, he wouldn't be able to hold himself back from eating me to recover. Max knew he could become a feral monster and hated it. His eyes flooded with tears and the rubble on the top of his back shifted slightly. I pulled my good arm out from under him to clear away some of his tears with my palm. He pressed a cheek into my hand, nearly unable to keep himself from breaking down.
I don't want to lose another sibling.
He sniffled. The sight tore at my heart. His mother had been killed years ago, and I heard a few more family members died as well. I never asked who he needed to bury back then. It was possible he had a few brothers that died and never talked about. He'd been carrying the burden of them most of his life. I didn't want to add my death to all of that, but right now it looked as if only one of us would be getting out of this alive.
I feel the same way, you know. I would rather you live through this instead of us both dying.
I told him in a stern voice, trying to get my point across. He chewed on his bottom lip, understanding but not accepting the idea. He would rather die than let another family member he loved go without being able to do anything about it. I thought back to the talk I had with Ellie and knew this was the time to say a certain thing.
I've really liked working with all of you. It's been scary, but
Don't.
Max whispered, interrupting me, but I kept going.
I'm glad we met. I'll never forgive myself for Rufus getting hurt on my first day, but if he didn't, I might not have partnered up with you. We've met a lot of people, you know. Your sisters are great. Slithers helped me out even though they didn't need to. Beliza's is, well, herself. And we got to help Sunny too.
Max listened, tears coming down his face in silent sobs. I should have been scared to death. My best friend needed to eat me alive to save his life. It would hurt, and yet I felt happy looking back on it all. It would be worth it because of one simple fact.
I love you. You're the best brother anyone could ever ask for.
I'm surprised I didn't break out into tears saying something so emotional. Max let out a small hiccup. Aside from his monstrous features, he looked a bit younger at that moment. He carefully leaned down to press his forehead against my own, causing some dust to kick up around us. I kept my hand on his cheek, praying this would be what he remembered, and not the feeling of sinking his teeth into someone important to him.
There is a way out of this. If I tell you my true name, I can take some of your blood, and you can control me so I won't go feral.
Max whispered. His tone was heavy. My stomach turned over the suggestion. I've heard a little bit about true names. It was something a human like myself would never understand. If a person knew a true name of a creature, they could control them until it died. The name was something so protected and dear to the creatures they refused to even let their family hear it. It essentially was giving someone access to their very soul. I shook my head, not wanting Max to go through being so exposed in such a personal way. He brought his head back enough for me to see his face. His expression showed me everything I needed to know. He didn't bring up this option until after I told him my feelings. He now knew he could trust me with his entire self. He would have rather died with me than give away his name to someone if they didn't truly love him as family. I didn't stop him from leaning over again, his mouth by my ear to whisper a word that meant more than anything else in the entire world to both of us. I don't think I could explain what language that single word sounded like, if it was anything remotely close to any kind of structured word. It was more like a sound, filled with emotions. The quick whisper reminded me of bright orange sunlight through the trees. It honestly sounded the same way love felt. Max pulled back, cheeks red from crying and expecting a negative reaction. Anyone who put themselves out there in such a way would have acted the same way. Even though we were in such a dire situation, I looked up at him and started to laugh. His face broke and we both fell into quiet laughter from accepting each other so completely.
Max, take some of my blood to get us out of here.
I told him in a small voice after our giggles died down. Anything I said to him now carried weight. If I asked him to kill himself, he would without a second thought. I needed to be careful in how I spoke to him in the future. Any request could be turned into an order. With a smile full of sharp teeth, he brought his face down to bite my exposed neck. It hurt like a bitch, but was worth it. A ripple started through his clothing. He pulled his face away and a burst of power came from his body. I knew about magic but never felt it that way before. Colors swirled around us and the world changed for a few seconds. In a flash, the cement debris that pinned us down got tossed aside, landing hard in the empty parking lot the warehouse used to sit in. I'd covered my eyes to keep the dust from them. When I opened them again, I was staring at a cleared area, and for the first time, I saw Max for what he truly was. A wolf, taller than a building, stood shaking the dirt from its golden brown fur. He stomped a foot and life exploded from his paw, leaving behind a lush area of green. Flowers that glowed like the moon bloomed, then faded in a burst of light. For the first time in a long while, Max finally could stretch out his real body. He didn't care if we might be near a city or if other humans might see him. He just arched his head and let out a long, cheerful howl towards the setting sun. The sound echoed through the sky and turned into his laugh. His massive body shifted into the human one I've always known him as. He quickly scooped me up in a hug and we laughed like idiots again, just glad to be alive. A door suddenly appeared off to the side. It burst open, spilling out at least 10 of his sisters. They all ran over, clearly worried to death. They must have found out about the trap, and everyone only just arrived to help. Rufus came next, followed by a very scared Sunny. Belizas came, tripping over her own feet. Some creatures I've worked with in the sorting room hurried through, along with Anak. They all piled into us, talking over each other. Sunny found us and wrapped both his dear friends into a hug, refusing to let go. It took a very long time to get everyone settled and the situation was explained. Even after we told them what happened, everyone still kept talking, convinced we were still hurt. My fake arm looked like a normal one, but I found I couldn't feel it at all. They said I might need to get it replaced again, but I wasn't really worried. I nearly died again. I doubted very many people faced death as often as I did. I looked over each person that came rushing over when they heard Max and I got in trouble. I realized then I would gladly die 100 times over if that meant I could keep the family I found because I got forced into a very scary job dealing with monsters. Sunny became pretty clingy after Max and I fell into that hunter's trap. He wasn't dealing well with the idea that I nearly died from being buried under a ton of cement and iron. I knew he was seeing a counselor and wondered if I now gave him an extra thing to talk about during his sessions. The fact I needed to do extra exercise with my arm to help it recover some feeling didn't help. He wanted to sleep in my bed every other night. Sharing a bed with another person should have felt weird, but I didn't have any issues with it. Due to him being made of a transparent substance, I could sort of see his eyes even after they were closed. He'd gotten much better at keeping his shape while sleeping, and so most mornings I woke up with a pair of eyes staring at me. I should have been freaked out by that, but it was oddly comforting. Max started to get a bit more protective and clingier as well. That was understandable. While I work, I normally had them both ambushing me with hugs in the zero room. Sunny and Max were crushing me before Sunny needed to go off to start work when Belisius came along. She saw the three of us, and instead of mocking the scene, she joined in. I nearly suffocated.
I wanted in on this. You're all so squishy.
She said, very happy about the attention. I suffered for a minute or so with those three. I half expected Max's sister to join in for fun. A door appeared and opened on the other side of the room. The appearance of a professionally dressed woman with large bat-like ears made my tormentors quickly pull away. If Belizas acted nervous, I should be worried about who just appeared.
Can the human come along, please? He has requested for an employee interview.
She said in a kind voice, but the words still stressed me out. A performance review did not sound good. Since I started working, I haven't met any kind of real boss or supervisor. Anak was the supervisor for the sorting room, and that's the highest ranking person I knew of. I'd been working for this long, and yet I had no clue who paid my bills. The woman turned to head through the door, but I got ambushed by another group hug. Everyone started acting as if I wouldn't be coming back. I'd never seen my friends look so scared. Even Belize's face got pale at the fact that I needed to meet with the boss. I hurried to catch up and dreaded what might happen. The woman led us down a hallway of doors I'd never seen before. Her heels clicked against the floor as she walked, the sound not great for my nerves. We finally stopped at a door at the end of the hallway and looked fairly normal. I was unaware of what kind of horrors it may hold behind it.
Good luck.
My guide commented as she stood aside for me. I needed to take a moment to brace myself. With a lot of willpower, I reached out to take the door handle. It was so dark I couldn't see my own feet in front of me the moment I stepped inside. In the darkness, I felt the floor moving under me. The door disappeared and I fell to the ground, losing my balance from being moved around in the dark. I thought I was the one moving, but things started to appear around me. Massive wooden bookcases sprouted from the floor, each filled with old dusty tomes. A desk appeared a few feet in front of me with a large leather antique chair behind it. The room finished shifting around as the chair turned to face me. The person who called this meeting gave me time to recover. They had a nice smile, but I still couldn't shake my nerves. I finally could stand and get a look at where I ended up. The room finished shifting around as the chair turned to face me. The person who called this meeting gave me time to recover. They had a nice smile, but I still couldn't shake my nerves. I finally could stand and get a look at where I ended up. Besides the endless bookcases and the desk, I couldn't see anything else in the darkness.
It's nice to finally meet you. I've heard a human had been hired, but doubted you would have lasted long enough for us to see each other.
The person spoke from behind the desk. They stood and walked closer as they pushed around some paper on the cluttered surface. I honestly couldn't figure out the gender of this person. Everything about them appeared neutral, from the voice to their old-fashioned clothing. They wore a long black wool button-down coat and professional high-heel shoes, white wavy haircut as their ears spilled out from a wide-brimmed hat. Their voice held a hint of British accent that matched their clothing. Red eyes landed on my own, and I felt taken aback by their appearance. I could have sworn that they were the same thing as Ellie, but that wasn't possible, right? There was only one Silver King at once, and yet another one stood in front of me. "You look like Ellie. Are you related?" I asked, still a bit shocked by the similarities.
Ellie. Oh, that's right. He is the current king. What a good, kind boy. He was the one who arranged for you to work here. Yes and no. We are both Silver Kings. I am one from ages ago. Normally a new king is chosen after 10 years, or when the power burns through the human body it possesses. How I am standing here is complicated. Let's just say I can only be in this room of mine. Oh, silly me. I have not introduced myself. My name is Sterling.
The name didn't give away a gender. I've heard some kings have been female, but I wasn't aware of any. I frowned hearing about kings switching every 10 years. I hated to think something might happen to Ellie. He was a good kid, even if he tried to act tough. Would he be alright after he needed to pass along his title, or could he do the same as Sterling and find a way to live at the same time as the next king?
I never expected a Silver King to be the one running the mailing company,
I admitted.
Us kings have our hands in most aspects of the supernatural society. We are the ones who truly understand the balance and need to take steps to ensure the worlds are in order. But it is a large task for a single king using a human body. We created companies that we can use to delegate tasks that are needed. The corporation is another company created to help keep the balance. Overall, it is meant to protect humans from creatures, but the kings do use the stronger agents to do tasks the knights may be too busy for.
Sterling explained in a calm tone. Knights? I really was way behind in all of this supernatural stuff. Everyone around me often wondered how I was still alive after dealing with so many creatures. I should buy a lottery ticket because my luck appeared to be very, very good.
The knights are...
I asked. I knew we were getting off the topic of why I got called into a meeting, but I wanted to prolong having a review for as long as possible. Hearing what may be said about my work ethic sounded far more terrifying than going into the maze again. Sterling gave a look of surprise that I didn't know the answer to my own question.
Humans can refuse the offer to become a Silver King, but they could be turned into a powerful creature that carries the title of Knight. They do tasks the king requests of them in exchange. However, they are also the first Knights. They are the creatures that every other is a descendant of. For example, Thee is the first Necromancer, Noth is the first Vampire. They are extremely powerful, practically forces of nature. I'm not surprised you would know of them, but I'm a little shocked you seem to know so little of other aspects of the world you've worked in for nearly a year.
I hadn't noticed I'd been in this job for so long. It felt as if it lasted forever, and yet it all went by so fast at the same time. No matter how much I learned, so much other information waited for me. There were so many different worlds out there, it was almost impossible for someone like me to keep track of all the species and rules they carried.
I guess if I had a handbook, I might have learned some of this stuff,
I commented in what I hoped to be a light tone. Sterling smiled and nodded toward the endless number of books around us.
I've been trying to condense all this information into a book for you. It's proved difficult. I honestly hoped you died before I even needed to, brother.
The king said with a smile still on that pale face. I laughed, thinking it was a joke. My laughter and smile faded when I realized Sterling wasn't kidding. The air in the room grew heavy, and I started to sweat under my jacket. Warning bells in my head went off. After everything I've come across, I've never met someone as intense as Sterling. That smile no longer appears gentle. It seemed like the person standing a few feet away was holding back from ending my life. I started, unsure of how to react to the thinly veiled hatred coming my way. And it was hatred. I knew that the moment our eyes met, Sterling's hands were clasped tightly in front of them. That smile was dark and voice filled with forced cheer.
Ellie told me the reason why he made you work for us. Why don't you remind me?
The king asked. I swallowed hard, unsure if I would ever see my friends again if I answered. I finally had people waiting for me to come home, and now I was facing the strongest creature for reasons I didn't understand.
It was because I can love my coworkers despite them being human-eating monsters,
I said, face flushing from embarrassment. There was no other way to say it. I loved my friends, even more than any human I've come across, and I knew that was wrong. Belizus wouldn't think twice about hurting a human if she needed to. I didn't know for sure if Max and Rufus ever killed a human, but I felt as if they have, and I didn't care. It made me just as bad as them, and yet this was what I chose. My life was better than it ever had been, nearly getting killed and all. That may have been the correct answer for Ellie, but not for Sterling.
Love!
The words came out as a laugh.
You humans always say that, don't you? You love us. It always comes down to one simple thing: love and lies.
A sudden pressure came down on my chest, forcing me to the ground. Sterling snapped at the final words and closed the distance between us. The king hadn't done anything but let some power slip, and it nearly killed me. My chest felt as if it might explode as I clutched my shirt with my forehead pressed to the floor. I've never been in so much pain. Not even cutting off my arm hurt this much. I faintly heard Sterling repeating a single word with so much hate it nearly crushed me.
Love! Love!
The king got down on my level, face pressed to the floor and fingernails digging into the ground, the red eyes crazed and any kind of calm in their voice was gone.
You humans always lead with that lie. You hunt us, you love us, you lie to us. All these things can't be true at once. Admit it to me. Tell me why one of my creatures gave you their name, a name they wouldn't even share with me if I demanded it. How did you trick him?
Sterling's face came inches away from my own, my head pounding and my chest still tightened. I gritted my teeth together, trying to feel any other pain but the one in my heart. Tears came to my eyes, but I refused to admit I tricked Max. I would rather die than say that. He gave me his name because we were family. I shook my head and Sterling pressed in closer.
Tell me, tell me, tell me.
The words repeated in my head. There was nothing to tell. A set of hands wrapped around my chest from behind. I choked on a scream from being held by this creature in such a tight embrace that made my skin crawl. Breath brushed my ear as more demands came.
What are you going to do with him? You have his name. You are able to do anything. Do not abuse my cute little creature. I'll take his place. Anything you want to do to his body, I'll take it. I'll accept your disgusting human desires. It is the only thing your kind is after when it comes to us. You simply want our bodies or our lives.
I made a weak attempt at shaking Sterling off. A hand started to pull down on my jacket zipper. I nearly got sick over the idea of Sterling's accusations. I never saw Max in that way. I shook my head, silently refusing everything. If I didn't fight back, I would die. Sterling's anger was far too much for a human like me. Through all the pain and fear, I snapped and told the truth I'd never considered until that point.
I don't want to sleep with anyone.
I shouted, then gasped for air. The moment the words left my mouth, the pain lifted and Sterling backed off. The terrifying creature appeared standing in front of the wooden desk again, disgust clearly on their face. I sat still, gasping and letting the tears clear up. I've never been so damn scared before and didn't know how to handle it. Finally, I let the words I shouted sink in. I didn't want to sleep with anyone. Was that even ever an option? I tried thinking back to meeting Vicky on our first date. I thought she looked cute, but I didn't want to go home with her. The cat girls also were attractive, but I got hit by the sudden realization that I might not know what sexual attraction even felt like. I could love a person, but what if lust felt completely different? I only tried dating because that was the normal thing to do. Now that I was surrounded by things that weren't normal in the slightest, I started to not care about that sort of thing. I hated the fact I was still a virgin only because I got mocked for it. but supernatural creatures saw that as a natural choice and even put a value on the concept.
It seems as if Ellie was correct in picking you. Humans can rarely be trusted with a creature's true name, and I doubted you. I wish to protect the ones under my rule. I can understand humans who display clear wants when it comes to supernatural creatures. If they want to kill us, it's understandable. If they want to bet us, it is reasonable. You displayed interest in creatures romantically, and yet refused to show your true wants. With this all clear, I can trust you to continue working with us.
I sat, stunned, staring at this monster that nearly killed me to squeeze out a truth I wasn't aware of, and I felt certain Sterling would have killed me. This was not all just some sort of test. I need a long while of rubbing my eyes and trying to recover from our conversation.
Does this mean I'm getting my handbook?
I finally asked. To my utter shock, Sterling cracked and laughed at the joke. With a wave of a hand, I knew I passed the evaluation and could leave the room. I was more than glad to get the hell out of there.
Treat your coworkers well. I hope we never see each other again.
I agreed with those words. I stood on uneven legs, my body lurched forwards through an open door that suddenly appeared. I spilled out into the zero room with a small crowd waiting. The news I got dragged into Sterling's office traveled around. It turned out I was far more well-liked than I thought. Sonny helped me up, and I looked over the faces of the worried creatures in the room. Some I recognized from the sorting room, and at least 5 of Max's sisters huddled in a group.
Sterling isn't a big fan of humans. Are you all right? We were really worried.
Max said, and everyone else nodded.
Yeah, I just need the rest of the day off,
I admitted. Since starting this job, I have not once asked for time off. I'd been forced to stay home when I got sick or injured. I think I earned it this time. Sonny and Max volunteered to take me home, but only after I got a few hugs and well wishes from my coworkers. Gary, the huge pile of mushrooms, made a hug attempt, but Rufus gently shuffled him away. If I touched good old Gary, I risked becoming a part of him. I think that was what he wanted, though. I was so exhausted I passed out on my couch the moment I got home. I was asleep for a few hours when voices from the kitchen woke me from my uneasy nap. I soon found out Belizas came over to sabotage Sonny's cooking. I watched them from the doorway for a few minutes as Max kept dragging her away and fought his urges to snatch some uncooked dinner away. Soon, they noticed me, and Max brought Belizas over so I could help hold her back. I could tell Max wanted to ask what happened during the meeting. I wasn't really sure how to approach it. With the flailing and silently kicking Belizas between us, he carefully brought up the topic.
What did you and Sterling talk about?
He asked. Even Sonny paused cooking to hear my response. I think Belizas only came by to cause trouble to try and take my mind off things. I started, unsure of how to say all of it. He wanted to make sure I wasn't taking advantage of you. Telling me your true name is a big deal, I get that. And I sort of bought Sonny. I think Sterling assumed I had impure motives. Max nodded along, and even Belizas stopped struggling. I don't think she realized just yet that both Max and I were hugging her around the waist. The amount of positive attention would make her scream. I've seen it happen before. I wondered how to say what else I wanted without it coming out poorly. I didn't want it to sound like I was more trustworthy around all of them now that I knew for certain sex wasn't an option for me. A good relationship starts with setting boundaries and being clear about your needs and wants. So far, I haven't been clear in the slightest, not with them or myself. I'd kept trying to push for something I didn't want. That was what made Sterling confused and concerned over my intentions. I don't want to sleep with anyone, like, ever, I said. The words were a bit weird to say out loud, but felt as if everything made so much sense after they were spoken. Max brightened up because he knew I just trusted them with a pretty heavy revelation about myself. I expected Belizas to make fun of me. Oddly enough, she didn't. Telling them what I just did almost felt as frightening as dealing with monsters at work. I soon wondered why I was ever worried about saying something like that. The troublesome skinny creature slipped out of our grass and started on Sonny's uncooked cookie dough before we could stop her. I knew then my friends would accept anything about me even before I did. As long as there was free food, Belizas was happy. Max was just glad to have a new brother he could play fetch with, and Sonny was grateful for a safe environment to thrive. My friends may be monsters, but I have a feeling they might be more accepting than some humans out there. After meeting Sterling, I honestly wanted to take a break, but I showed up on Monday ready to do whatever job they set in front of me. For some reason, Sal acted a bit nervous when we came in. Max scooped me up in the regular hug, but I could tell he did so to try to take my attention away from his sister. He swiftly grabbed a bag off the desk and shoved it into her pocket. It looked like some balloons. Why was she hiding balloons from me?
And you two,
She paused to look through her desk, and it looked like she grabbed a package at random.
deliver this? Stay busy for at least an hour.
Why at least an hour? I asked. Max grabbed the box with lightning speed and then dragged me to the door. Something was up. I couldn't put my finger on it. These two were hiding something from me. I soon didn't have time to think about that. The door opened to a deep forest in the dead of night. I stumbled along, unable to see until Max picked a flower. With some magic, he made it glow to light up the area around us. Who are we delivering this to? I asked as I looked around the trees. The forest gave me the creeps. It was far too silent. Darkness filled between the trees, reminding me that anything could be out there, watching us.
Let's see, Mr. There's no name. Huh.
We got no-name packages at times. The creature the package was meant for was normally waiting just outside the door, or we dropped it off at a certain location to be picked up later. I hated being out in the woods late at night. Too many dangerous monsters lurked inside them. Sometimes a forest was as deadly as the maze. Max stopped and turned his light towards something I didn't notice. I followed his gaze and my eyes landed on a pale creature standing a few feet away. It had a human body, but lacked a head. The arms were so long the fingertips touched the ground. When it knew we noticed it, a mouth with so many teeth split open, the body let out an ear-piercing screech. Max wasted no time grabbing a hold of me so we could make a run for it. I screamed, unable to help it. Max held back his own scream when the monster brushed a hand against our backs. Max, we need to move faster, I told him, my heart beating out of my chest. 1 second I was running, and the next I found myself getting tossed through the air. I landed hard on the back of a pile of fur, running like mad away from the creature chasing us. Max shifted to a wolf form and let me ride his back. The ride wasn't easy. I nearly fell off a few times as his paws dashed over the uneven forest floor. He needed to detour when another one of those creatures came out from behind a tree. A hand came down, missing us by inches. When the hand slammed down into the ground, white mushrooms sprouted upwards. No wonder Max didn't want to let these things touch us.
They'll infect you and make you one of them.
Max shouted, but his voice sounded slightly different as a wolf. He ran for a few more minutes. My arms ached from trying to keep hold and not fall off. He suddenly stopped, a wall of those pale creatures in front of him. He turned only to see more at our backs. To our horror, we were surrounded. With one paw, Max started to draw a circle in the dirt for a spell. He just needed another second, but all those creatures jumped at us at once. I let out a very undignified scream. I hugged Max tightly, waiting to be turned into a pile of mushrooms. At least I could be friends with Gary in the sorting room. The mailing company hired a pile of mushrooms once, and maybe they would need to do it again after this job. Another blur of white came down from the sky. The creature moved so fast I didn't see it. With ease, it took out the white mushroom monsters. Flames sprouted up in a circle around us, burning them away. The monster that swooped in to save us arched its back and screamed into the night. It was tall, at least 9 feet. The body covered with white fur, but with clear muscles underneath. Red eyes that blazed, but I was too stunned by the creature to notice. This thing looked like a white mothman, a sort of cute version. Massive glittering moth wings stretched out for a few seconds. They were folded back in as the fire died down, now leaving us with a new monster. Those red eyes finally landed on us.
Tommy.
My body froze up. It looked a little cute, but was still a monster. The fact he knew my name freaked me the hell out. I was about to tell Max to run for it when the monster shifted into someone I knew. Manny? I choked out. The man with white tied-back hair and red eyes stood, staring at us. He still wore his suit as if he was on the job. He helped with the ghost in my apartment. I never expected him to be a Mothman-like creature. I fell to the ground as Max changed back, stars in his eyes and tail wagging.
You're
Max started, but Manny cut him off. Don't start. Yes, I am, but don't tell anyone, he said with a huge sigh. I didn't blame Manny for dismissing Max. Having a cute monster form would make it hard for people to take him seriously no matter how strong he was, but I should have figured out his species based on his name.
We won't tell anyone. For a price.
Max said, and I didn't like his smile at all. Blackmail wasn't like him. He must really want something from Manny. The other man groaned and accepted the box. He signed for it, but admitted he had no idea what he ordered. He had a bad habit of drunk online shopping and having the packages ordered through the mailing company. After our job was done, Max got to business and told us his demands.
1 Mothman hug, please.
Max stated, hands on his hips. So that's what he wanted. If he had just asked nicely without the blackmail, Manny would have done it. To keep us silent, Manny transformed into his larger and fluffier version. He offered me a hug first. To be polite, I accepted it, and I was not at all expecting the fur to be that soft and comfortable. I passed out in a few seconds, and Max needed to shake me awake. I would rather be a pile of mushrooms than go through something that embarrassing again. Max got his hug and kept a smile on his face the entire way back to the Zero Room to report our job finished. When we arrived, Sal was talking to someone just outside the door on the other side of the room.
What do you mean Belizas ate them all? We had decoys made. Okay, order some more. Crap, they're back.
She slammed the door and raced over to us. With some effort, she picked up a cardboard box to hand to Max. He smiled as if nothing odd was happening.
Go do this one next, please.
She told us. What's going on? I pressed, but she literally pushed us out the door. We stumbled into a dirt road leading up to an old farmhouse. A large garden was out front, and some chickens roamed in the bright sunlight. We made our way back to the front wooden porch, passing by countless lawn decorations and wind chimes. Max, do you know what your sister is hiding? I asked him after he knocked on the door. He nervously fidgeted, not wanting to lie to me. Whatever was going on, he knew about. I wanted to press more, but he shoved the box in my arms to rush over to a black shape in the pathway to the porch.
Oh, look, a snake. It's cute. I love snakes and lizards and a lot of things.
He said, avoiding my questions. Be careful, I warned as I watched his hand get far too close.
It's alright. Snakes love me.
He didn't finish his statement. The pure black snake shot out as fast as a bullet to clamp down on his outstretched hand. I dropped the box to run over to him. By the time I reached Max, the snake got away and he was gripping his hand. The bite didn't look that bad. That was until my friend passed out in the middle of the dirt path. More of the black snakes peeked their heads from the grass. I grabbed a hold of Max to start dragging him down the pathway towards the farmhouse. His body felt far too heavy. I got us up to the front porch, but the front door was locked. No amount of forcing my shoulder against it made a dent. I shouted, praying someone was home or heard me. Max's face was growing paler by the second, and a darkness started to spread from the bite on his hand. He was slowly dying, and I could do nothing about it. We were blocked in by more of those small creatures hissing and snapping at us. One got too close to Max for comfort. I blocked a set of fangs sinking into his exposed flesh with the arm of my uniform. I faced an army of them without enough protection. Just as I thought I was going to die, 2 claps rang out nearby. A man arrived. He looked to be in his mid-50s, short with a kind face. After those 2 sharp claps, all the snakes retreated into the grass. He hurried over to us and checked Max over. Even though my friend was taller than the man, he easily lifted Max up and carried him inside. He placed Max on a couch and then disappeared for a few minutes. I held Max's good hand, worried as hell about him. When the man came back, he held a small vial of something and a plate of sandwiches. With my help, he got Max to drink the mystery liquid that made him recover right away. We normally turn off the self-defense spells, but he must have forgotten he ordered something. He explained in such a calm voice it made me forgive him right away. He left to retrieve the box from the porch. As he signed the delivery paper, Max woke up. He looked terrible, but alive. If this man didn't come back home at the right time, I would have lost him. Max forgave him because he fell on the plate of peanut butter sandwiches right away. He looked up to see who he just delivered mail to and choked on his food.
Monster Hunter Moore?
Max gasped. For the second time that day, he had stars in his eyes. The older man looked embarrassed by the nickname. Apparently, this short man was a bit of a big deal with creatures. He hunted a lot of the bad ones and was super powerful for reasons I didn't understand. Something about making a deal with one of the original top creatures or something. Max could have died, but accepted a head pat from the man. Moore was pretty nice after I got over the whole snake thing. He said we could drop by any time we wanted, which made Max wag his tail. With another job done, we started to head back. Instead of Max asking about what might happen in the office, I brought up something that had bothered me for a while. "Are you shorter than before? I could have sworn you were taller when we first met." I asked him. Max stood at my height, but I knew he'd been shorter or taller at some point. He paused with a nod, so I wasn't just imagining things.
I can change slight things with my human appearance. When we met, I didn't know how tall you were and based human heights on my father's human form. As we kept working together, I assumed that being shorter might relax you a little. I didn't want to seem too intimidating because I wasn't human.
That explained a few things. He'd been shifting his height trying to find one that worked with us. That made me stop walking to consider something else. "How short can you go?" I asked, very curious.
Not much shorter than this. I'll start messing with my outward age if I go beyond this point. I can look about 10 for about a minute. It's a really bad strain on my body being...
He paused when he noticed my face. I very much wanted to see a 10-year-old Max, but if it made him uncomfortable, I didn't want to force him. He already knew what I silently wanted. With a spin, the Max I knew shrank down to a child for 30 seconds. His ears floppy and too big for his head. It took everything in me not to scoop him up for a tight hug. I've never seen anything cuter in my entire life. His uniform jacket didn't shrink with him. His tiny arms lifted up the oversized sleeves. When he turned back, he was out of breath, and I practically needed to drag him through the door back to the office. His sister scooped him up the moment we walked in the zero room.
I need to borrow you for a second. Can you wait out here? We'll be out soon.
With that, I was left behind. She dragged her brother into the other room, and I heard what to be a crowd of people before the door closed. Seriously, what was going on? I should have charged inside to figure out what they were hiding from me. The other door flew open, making me look over at the newcomer instead. His appearance stunned me to silence. I really saw a lot of cute things today.
You, human, you're a delivery man, are you not? Come with me.
He ordered, and oddly enough, sounded a lot like Rufus. They didn't look that much alike, though. He was only a few feet tall. He came up to my waist and had a set of very small and cute dog legs supporting his body. His tail was just a massive ball of fur that might be double the size of his body. He looked to be in his 40s, and his mature face didn't match the ring of brown fur around his neck. He wore some clothing put together of different materials with a patch pinned to his sleeve, showing he worked for the mailing company. He rushed over to the empty desk and scooped up a box. He then took my hand and with a surprising amount of strength, dragged me forward through a door and into yet another dark forest.
There's been an outbreak in many different places. We must get this weapon to a set of agents. Hurry along.
I nearly ran right into a tree due to our rush. I wanted to ask him what kind of outbreak, but the answer to that question came before I could even speak it. The same white-shaped creature we faced earlier came charging at us. My coworker jumped off the ground and off a tree directly at the creature. A burst of flames came from its mouth after a deep inhale. The creature turned into a pile of ash without being able to have a chance at cutting us down. The man skillfully landed on his feet, and I wanted to clap over the display.
Boy, you were called Toby, correct?
He asked. I nodded. I'd never seen this man before in my entire life. How did he know who I was?
I am a distant relative of Rufus. They call me Reuben. I have heard of you. You are weak, but useful,
he said in a stern tone, but his words weren't cruel. We started moving again. I couldn't keep up with his short legs moving so fast. Do you know what's going on in the office today? I asked him. He shook his head. He was more focused on doing tougher jobs than playing around, like Max. Suddenly, more of those creatures came from the trees. Reuben rushed into action, killing off the ones nearest to him. A set of long hands came down on my arm, but I shook them off and darted back. The box we were meant to deliver shifted in my grip.
Do not drop that. Make haste on delivering that box.
Reuben shouted over his shoulder. I dodged more arms trying to take hold of my face. I didn't have a clue where the box should be going, let alone be able to even see that well in the woods at night. With some help, I got away from the creatures, but Reuben was trapped in the middle of fighting them. Where does this box need to go? I shouted back over to him.
Keep running. The creature shall be attracted to you, and then the agent shall be attracted to that swarm. Stay running, stay living.
That was the only advice the small man gave. I booked it into the woods when I saw more of those figures getting ever closer. I tripped over roots but kept going. I risked my life if I stopped moving for even a second. There wasn't even any guarantee that those agents in these woods would get to me before those monsters. I stumbled into a clearing, face dripping with sweat and chest aching. I needed a break but didn't have the time. I saw flashes of white through the trees. At first, I thought I had another second to recover, but was soon proved very wrong. A monster came from the woods, the body nearly split in half from the massive mouth. I backed up as the creature screeched. I tripped over my own feet, falling to the ground and raising my arm up in defense. The moment before the clawed hand came down, a person stepped between us. The claw went through his chest and splattered blood over my face. I yelled, horrified over what I had just seen. A gunshot rang out and the monster exploded in a burst of flames. The man who protected me fell backward. I caught him and carefully got him to the ground. Someone still in the trees kept shooting and killing the creatures that got too close to us. I took a hold of my savior's hand, tears in my eyes seeing what damage the claw did. This man was human, no doubt about that. His hair was dark and he looked older than me. Despite the pain, he smiled.
You okay?
His voice was a whisper through blood. I nodded, holding back from crying. His eyes drifted shut, happy that he saved a life. I shook his shoulder gently, not wanting to believe I just watched a stranger die so easily. A man in a suit ran over to us. He looked a lot like Thule, just broader with a longer scar running down his face.
Are you a delivery man?
Yes, gun at his side and out of breath. I held out the box for him to sign for and winced at the fact my hands were now covered in blood. For a moment, the area was free of creatures. He saw my clear distress and paused in opening the delivered box.
Adelaide will wake up in the morning. He's human and yet comes back after death the next morning. He goes through pain each time, but I think he was glad someone held his hand this time around.
The man assured me, and he really did sound like Thule's brother. That made me feel better at least a little bit. I wanted to ask more about how or why someone could come back after getting killed. We did not have the time. With a massive crashing sound, a beast tore through the trees. It was made up of so many bodies of those other creatures, each body twisted into each other to make a ghastly shape. The agent fumbled with the package trying to get the weapon out. He did not have the time. The clawed hand came down about to crush us. He might be able to live through the attack, but I wouldn't be fully protected by my uniform. I braced for death and saw my life flash before my eyes. And then, something neither of us expected happened. A burst of light came from the woods along with a shockwave strong enough to knock us back. Trees were uprooted or broken in half from the force. Beside the white monster made of other bodies, now stood a wolf so huge it could knock down a skyscraper. It pinned the other monster down with his foot, took a deep inhale of breath, and then shot out flames so powerful I nearly died from the heat. The agent acted fast on collecting Adelaide and me into his arms to run away from the fire before it roasted us. The back of his suit jacket started to smoke, but at least we made it out alive. The wolf shot out the fire for a solid minute. When he was done, a deep burned crater was left behind. In another flash, the beast transformed back into the very tiny dog man I met earlier. He stood in the smoking area, hands behind his back, admiring his work.
I guess I didn't need to ask for a weapon to be brought over after all.
The agent muttered with a sigh.
You did a respectable job, human. Now, let us get you back to the office and on to your next job.
Reuben said after he stopped in front of us. I was carefully set down to wait for Reuben to make a door to get us back to a zero room. I didn't care about what might be happening in the office after the day I had. I needed a break and just wanted to go home. A man died right in front of me. Regardless of if he would be waking up or not, that was upsetting. Reuben shoved me through the door and made a comment about taking care of Max. He then left to go off and help at a different job. I wasn't aware the company hired such powerful creatures like him. I suspected he only worked part-time and used his strength elsewhere.
There you are!
Max shouted from across the zero room. He took my arms to drag me across the room and to the door he had just come out of. I was so tired, I went along with it. Might as well get whatever they had planned done and over with so I could go home to rest. We walked through the door, and the sounds of shouting made me jump and hold on to Max for dear life. Balloons drifted down from the ceiling. The rest of the room was covered in a mix of birthday and wedding decorations. The entire room was filled with people I knew from work. Sonny came over and took my hand so I would relax enough to let go of Max.
What's all this for?
I asked, stunned.
You survived a year working here. We all wanted to do something. It's pretty impressive a human lived this long.
Max explained. Did they throw me a party? I moved my head around to see just how many people showed up. Belizas was at a table covered with food, shoving whatever she could get her hands on in her mouth. She only stopped when Vicky came over to glare at her. Anak was with the sorting room staff and made sure Gary didn't get closer to me. He was a nice pile of mushrooms, but still would turn me into them if he touched me. Some of the cat girls and guys I briefly saw talking in the corner with a very upbeat-looking altie. The attention did him some good. I think they only showed up because they wanted to party and not because they cared I lived. Rufus spoke with some of his daughters, his back turned to us. One of the cat girls rushed over to thank me for living long enough for a party excuse. She handed over a cup of mystery liquid and a plate of food. I felt so overwhelmed that I made so many friends that the room was full. I need to take a moment to recover from the whiplash of the entire day. I took a sip of the drink, finding it very sweet. Rufus looked over his shoulder at the same time and did a double take. He shouted something, and Sonny rushed to take the drink from my hand.
Did you swallow that? Spit it out.
He said, frantically. Why, what's... That was the last thing I remembered of the day. My memory just ended there. Full stop. When I came to again, my head hurt like hell and my mouth felt like cotton. My arms were also heavy. I blinked away the pounding headache enough to sit up. To my shock, Max was passed out, tucked under one arm, and Sonny was in the other. My face flushed, realizing I'd gotten very, very drunk the day before. Whatever that cat girl gave me clearly was not meant for humans. I scanned the room, trying to see the damage. We ended up in my living room. Rufus slept on a chair with his arms crossed. I bet he washed us to make sure nothing too bad happened. Anik was passed out on the floor next to Rufus, colorful streamers wrapped around his head. Someone placed an extra bedsheet over him while he slept. I looked behind me to see Vicky curled up on the couch. Belizas draped over her, half on the couch and half on the floor. I'd been sleeping on something against my couch. The smell and the shape let me figure it out. Slithers had crashed the party and we ended up using them as a bed. The slimy body somewhat comfortable. Max stirred and rolled over on the floor. Sonny sat up, sleepy but not hungover like the rest of us. How bad was it? I asked him in a small voice.
Nothing that bad. I think everyone else was too drunk to remember the party. I can't get drunk, so I made sure everyone was safe. Max overate. He'll be sick when he wakes up. I think Vicky and Belizas are a thing, but that might have happened before the party. And you just gave a lot of people hugs all night and cried a little. Nothing too embarrassing.
Sonny reported. I groaned and let myself sink deeper into the murky slime of Slithers. Aside from the smell, it wasn't that bad. Since I already embarrassed myself enough, I demanded something of Max when he finally sat up. I took his hands and pressed my face in them to enjoy the feeling of the paw pads. Have you been eating popcorn? I asked him because the smell was on his hands. He shrugged. He ate so much last night, it was possible.
We're glad you woke up. You drank something you weren't meant to. It was a 50-50 chance you fell into a coma.
Sonny said, clearly relieved that wasn't the case. I didn't want to know something like that. The day before, I'd nearly gotten turned into a pile of mushrooms more than once. Max could have died. I watched a person get their chest ripped out, and I almost died at a party celebrating that I lived working my job for an entire year. It was a really hectic day, and I hoped I didn't have too many more of the same, at least for a while. Recently, we've made a habit of having Max over for lunch or dinner on Sundays. Sonny always made too much food, and Max loved to take care of that for us. He and Sonny got along so well that it was nice to have him by when we could. We planned to see him at lunch, but as the minutes ticked by with no Max, we started to get worried.
He hasn't sent you a text or anything?
Sonny asked. Max had a cell phone for work but barely used it. I checked my phone already knowing there would be no messages. I shook my head, and that caused Sonny to start panicking. It's only a little bit after 1. He might have gotten distracted by something. You know how he is. I said, but not really believing my own words. Max might play around a lot, but he was good at giving us a heads up if he was going to be late. I stayed on the couch with my phone in hand. Sonny paced around the apartment and fiddled with my uniform jacket. He kept checking it over and folding it. It was as if he expected a call to come through that got me out of the apartment. I didn't plan on taking any more jobs on my days off for a while. I let him fuss about as I sent another message to Max, hoping he responded. A few minutes later, my phone started to ring. I took the call without looking at the number. "Max?" I asked, hoping it was my friend.
No, kiddo, it's Rufus. I borrowed his phone to call you.
Came the answer on the other end. My heart sank for an unknown reason. Max was just late, nothing bad had happened. I needed to keep telling myself that so I didn't freak out.
Are you busy today? I have something important to talk to you about. I would like you to come over to our place.
Rufus explained in a low voice, as if he was also trying to stay calm. Sonny peeked in from the doorway, waiting for me to tell him what was going on. I doubted Rufus would beat around the bush if his son got in real trouble. I got up to start towards the door. Sonny followed behind, his hands nervously fluttering about, unable to stay still. With his help, I got my uniform jacket on, with the phone still up to my ear. "I'll come over. Should Sonny come with me?" I asked.
No, it's best if he stays home. He's a bit weak for this sort of thing. I can create a connection to your apartment that'll bring you here. I just need your permission to use your door.
Rufus replied, his calm tone cracking for a second. Now I got nervous. Really nervous. I have heard a little bit about how connecting two doorways worked. It required a lot of magic to make one door lead to another. The mailing company had no issues creating doorways to bring me to a zero room and send me back closer to home at the end of each day. It could be any two doors, even fake drawn-on ones. Belizus and Max had enough magic to create the occasional connection. From what I understood, Max and Rufus lived in a different world than myself. It costs a great deal of magic to create a connection to a door from between worlds. The further, the more magic. Whatever was going on must be a big deal for Rufus to toss enough energy around to get me to his world the easy way. I gave him permission and soon heard a click at my front door. I hung up after saying I would see him shortly.
Whatever is going on, just be careful.
Sonny told me. He cared about Max a great deal. If Max didn't come back to us, I don't know if Sonny could handle it. I gave my roommate a quick hug because I felt like he needed it. I promised that no matter what, we would be hanging out with our lovable dog friend soon. I bravely opened the door, unsure of what to expect. A strong breeze came with the smell of countless flowers. My foot sank into deep soil on the other side. With one last glance at Sonny and my apartment, I pushed on into a strange new world. The door opened into what I assumed to be a greenhouse, a very large one. A dome of glass towered over my head, and the place was covered in alien plant life. Outside, the sky looked a deep navy blue, as if the sun was just setting. I followed a path through the overgrowth and found Rufus making his way over to me. It was the first time I've seen him out of his uniform. I almost needed to look away from him as he got closer. His top was just a very tight-fitting black shirt with no sleeves. A pair of baggy brown pants were tied to his waist with some sort of rope. I knew Rufus was stacked, but his uniform jacket did wonders hiding just how buff my friend was. For some reason, he appeared slightly more animalistic than normal. His teeth were larger and sharper, along with his eyes that almost glowed in the low light. His arms were covered in fur that disappeared under his shirt. I could have sworn he was taller too. His smile was uneasy when he stopped in front of me. I could tell he held himself back when he hugged me in the past. I now understood how easily Rufus could have crushed me in the past with a slightly overexcited hug.
My wife would like to meet you. I wanted to talk to you first to tell you something. No matter what she says or does, if you don't feel up to listening, then the end result is not your fault.
He said, but I was just confused by his words. I opened my mouth to ask him to explain, but decided to just nod. I would find out what he meant shortly. Asking him now just delayed things. I followed behind him, my mind buzzing with questions, and my phone also buzzed in my pocket. Because it had been given to me by the mailing company, it worked in different worlds. Vicky sent me a message asking if everything was alright. Sonny must have sent her a text asking if she knew about anything that was going on. He also had a phone through work, but used it less than Max did. I put my phone away, not wanting to get distracted by the messages. We left the greenhouse behind into an oddly empty room. Fluorescent lights flickered above us. Rufus's claws against the hard cement flooring were the only sounds. As we walked, I could make out a person sitting in a chair in the distance. I squinted and then blinked, trying to see better. All of a sudden, Rufus was in front of me. I slammed into his back and he quickly spun around to catch me before I fell.
This is the human that my little boy gave his name to.
The voice came from nearby. I looked up, seeing that somehow we stood a few steps away from the person in the chair. Her voice held a slight Russian accent. She stood, her form taking my breath away. She was taller than Rufus, which was a feat. Her black heels may have helped with that. She wore a low-cut black dress that shone with scales. The fabric with one cut up her right leg and the bottom of the dress spilled onto the floor. Her hands folded in front, sparkling sharp claws shining in the light. Her hair looked much like long white ribbons that moved slightly behind her. Dark eyes looked down at me as she stuck a sharp nose at the sight of the human before her. If Rufus married her because of her looks alone, I could understand that. I've yet to see someone with every feature as perfect as hers.
Toby, this is Kativa. She's Max's stepmother.
I nodded, unable to speak due to her icy glare in my direction. I knew she didn't think highly of me. She and Rufus weren't alike in the slightest. I didn't even know how she was the mother of all the nice sisters I'd met. Everything about her told me I wasn't wanted there, so why bother asking me to come to speak with her?
Boy, I do not believe you fully understand what it means for a creature to give away their true name.
Kativa started to speak. I suddenly got heated. She and Sterling both assumed I didn't know how important true names were, but I did. I doubted either of them ever had been trusted with someone's entire soul before. They were trying to tell me I didn't understand something they didn't have a clue about. Thankfully, Rufus placed a hand on my shoulder, stopping an argument. I calmed down enough to listen.
I gave you and Max a little bit of time together. That was a kindness on my part. By him giving up his name, he has adopted you into our family. However, I do not approve of that. I do not know what a weak human like yourself did to get my son to hand himself over to you. I refuse to accept you. I am kinder than others, so I shall let you prove your worth.
She said, with her arms crossed over her chest. Rufus started to crack a little. A nervous bead of sweat ran down the side of his face. I didn't know what kind of test Kativa had in mind, but it didn't seem good. If I refused, would I never be able to see Max again? Did she have the power to do that?
Sweetheart, Toby is human. What you planned is too much.
Rufus brought up, his voice meek and out of character for him.
Don't you sweetheart me. This boy should have expected such a thing to happen. And besides, I am only tossing him into parts of the maze. We are standing in it at the moment. For this test, I removed a few sections. The human is only required to travel through and reach my little boy. Fully reach my boy. This is almost the same as his job.
She answered back, slightly annoyed. I looked around, realizing this place did feel a lot like the maze. With it changing so often, it was hard to tell when you were inside it, besides the odd air. Kativa needed to be pretty powerful if she could take pieces of the maze. No wonder Rufus got nervous talking back to her. I looked between them, wondering just how hard this test turned out to be.
What happens if I refuse, or if I fail the test?
I asked, my stomach twisting. She didn't need to say the answer, I already knew it.
Then Max shall die.
My body turned cold and it felt like I started to sink into the ground. Rufus did say that if I refused then he wouldn't blame me, but that didn't matter. Max still would be dead if I walked away. My knee-jerk reaction was to snap at her and demand why a stepmother would endanger her child's life, but I held back. After working with creatures, I sort of understood the reason. Max gave up his name. He tied himself to a human, and that made his entire family appear weak. If I didn't prove I had something of value, then it meant Max didn't either. And with some supernatural families, weakness wasn't permitted. Fine. Show me where to start. I told her, stealing my resolve. No matter what, I was going to save Max. I refused to die during this test. I promised myself that we would make it out of there alive and back to the home waiting for us. Rufus let his face drop. He couldn't stop his wife from sacrificing one son for their family's name, but he didn't want to lose another person he cared about on the same day. I didn't blame him for the lack of confidence in me. I didn't believe in myself either. I just refused to believe that anything was going to happen to Max. Kativa nodded and turned her head towards a doorway that wasn't so close before. With the maze, anything could happen. I was tempted to send a message to Sonny, but didn't want to upset him. If I died, then Rufus needed to break the news to everyone. I felt a little bad leaving him that task. With one last deep breath, I stepped forward into the dark doorway, unsure of what awaited ahead of me. My foot landed on a soft feeling that I recognized, one that I never wanted to feel again. I covered my mouth and nose with my hand, trying to fight back the smell of the room. I've seen one like this before, way back on my first day. The door behind me disappeared the moment I walked into the room, leaving me trapped inside the space covered with gore. The carpet soaked through and the walls were painted a deep red. Some blood dripped downwards from the ceiling in a sporadic rhythm. My body screamed to run away. I didn't want to see this. My shoulders tensed up as a dark shape, the same shade as the blood, started to rise from the floor. A person came from the carpet, covered in gore, and they weakly reached for the only other one in the room. I dropped my hand and pushed them both inside my jacket pockets to hide the trembling.
Hey, let's go.
I started walking, my voice weak in a whisper of a song. I've gotten through this once before, I just need to keep walking.
I'm happy as can be.
As I moved, more of those blood-covered people came from the floor. They stayed inside the gory carpet and half outreaching for the terrified person near them. I kept my pace steady and walked around any of them, making sure I stayed out of arm's reach.
Let's go walking, you and me.
An arm shot up and tugged at my leg. I shook it off and didn't even stop singing. Well, I wasn't really singing, mostly just saying the lyrics out loud in order not to scream.
Ready, set, come on, let's go.
More hands came up, grasping my clothing. So many of those arms came from the ceiling and the walls. I heard them moving behind me, but I refused to look back. I pushed on, feeling as if I was walking through deep snow. My shoes stuck to the carpet with each step. In the distance, I barely made out the door. I just need to keep pushing, just a little bit more.
Over the hill.
My words got cut off as my footing came out from under me. I slammed down onto the ground. The moment I landed, those hands swarmed me. I struggled in vain, trying to get away, my legs getting pulled down into the floor as if it was made up of nothing but bloody arms all grabbing. I kicked, getting nowhere. My hands grasped at anything, but I still kept getting dragged down. A bloody hand fell into my own, causing hot pain to travel up my arm. I let out a scream as the flesh on the back of my hand slowly started to burn off. If these creatures got my uniform off, I would have my skin melted off like them. I gritted my teeth against the pain. This was only the first part of the test, and yet I was already going to die. With all the effort I could muster, I pushed up with my elbows and gained some ground back. In a matter of seconds, those hands would be able to drag me further down. I searched my brain, trying to figure out what to do and how to stay alive. Just as I thought I was going to die, something grabbed the back of my jacket and lifted my entire body out of the floor. Those bloody creatures let out displeased cries when their target got stolen away. I rolled and recovered to look over to see if I needed to deal with a new threat. But hope came to my chest because I knew right away who had just arrived. A massive wolf stood in the middle of the room, eyes blazing and claws sharp. When he stomped a paw down on the ground, grass and other plants sprouted up, taking over the bloody floor. Vines crawled up each leg as flowers bloomed, except on one differently colored black leg. With a great howl, the beast tossed out power that knocked back the bloody shapes, but only for a few moments.
Go.
The word came as mostly a deep growl that echoed through the room. Rufus, thank you. I wanted to tell him 100 other things as well. We didn't have time for that. I just ran, leaving him behind to deal with the blood room so I could try and stay alive in the next part of the test. I nearly tripped into the next area. My feet stumbled over each other, causing me to stop running when I got through the next door. The smell of blood disappeared, to be replaced by old car oil and gasoline. I stopped to get my footing. The next room was an empty parking garage. Stone pillars and painted on yellow lines far as I could see. The area I stood in had some weak fluorescent lights flickering overhead. The dim orange light faded off into darkness just a few feet away. I carefully took a few steps forward, expecting anything to jump out. The blood from the other room that soaked my clothing slowly faded, but the burn on the back of my hand remained. I blocked out the pain to keep going, my nerves fried. When a slight noise came above me, I jumped out of the way, knowing that something was about to drop down on my head. I made the right call. A creature landed on the ground just as I moved away. It caught me with a swipe of a long tail, sending me hard into a stone pillar. It knocked the wind from me, but without my uniform on, the attack would have broken a few ribs. My eyes landed on the creature as I tried to find a safe path to get away. The dark thing was made up of countless shining steel wires I assumed to be hair at first, each wire a deep black instead of a shiny gray. They all twisted into each other, making up a skinny cat-like body with a tail that trailed behind. The face was nothing but a ball of wires that cracked open into a gruesome smile. It let out a loud, ear-piercing screech, and a white light started in the creature's mouth. I ducked behind the pillar as protection. Seconds later, a blast of hot white light shot around the stone, blinding my eyes for a few moments. The powerful blast melted away half the pillar. If I got caught by that, it would be all over. I ran around the pillar trying to get to the next one. The creature spotted me and got down low. The light started in the balls of wires again. I didn't have time to get to the next pillar. The first one wouldn't survive another blast. Even if I curled up, my uniform didn't cover everything. I made a split-second decision that saved my life. In a flash movement, I took off my jacket. With it in hand, I charged at the monster and wrapped my jacket around its head as tightly as I could. It attempted to get away, the head shaking, nearly making me lose my grip. I held on tight. The light came from under the uniform, and I felt a sudden force against the fabric. The powerful blast could not get through the uniform and backfired. The white light traveled through the creature's neck and exploded the stomach outwards. I collapsed, my arm stinging from the pressure of the attack, the creature's corpse smoking next to me. I didn't have time to recover as another one of them dropped down. I snapped my face forwards. By sheer luck, I brought the jacket up in time. With some effort, I wrapped it around this other creature's head the same as the first. It nearly got away, but I stood up and wrapped both arms around the thin neck. I took a hold of the head, and using all the strength in my arms, I started to twist, sweat dripping down my face and my muscles burned from the effort. I didn't stop until I heard a sickening crack and the creature stopped moving. I stopped again, needing to take a break. Off in the darkness, I heard more of those creatures moving ever closer. I didn't have time to sit and recover. I needed to make a run for it before they got over here. I wasn't going to be lucky forever. I got up, reflecting on how a year ago I would not be able to run this much. I'd improved a great deal, but I was only human. In the middle of running, while putting my jacket back on, a creature dropped behind me. I only got one arm through the sleeve when the wired claw grabbed my foot. With brutal strength, the thing lifted me off my feet and slammed my body against the hard cement. I heard ribs cracking and my leg breaking in multiple places. I didn't have time to process the pain as the thing brought me up again to hit my other side on the ground. The one arm inside my uniform was the only limb saved from being broken. Everything hurt like hell. My vision swam and I thought I was already dead. Through everything, I noticed a small object within my reach. Without thinking, I grabbed it and flicked the switch. The sunlight that slipped from my pocket flickered on, evaporating the creature and others hiding in the darkness. Because I'd used it recently, the light wasn't as powerful as before. It faded after a few seconds, leaving me in darkness and pain. Blood flooded my mouth, making me choke. I was unable to tell if my eyes were closed or if I was dead. I thought I felt someone lift my broken body off the ground and my head rested on something soft. Voices came, but I didn't know who they belonged to or what they said. My mouth got forced open and someone tearfully apologized for the pain that was going to come next. My body was already broken all to hell. What could be worse than this? I very quickly found out what hurt more than getting most of your bones broken. Them mending back together caused so much pain I thought I might not make it. A burning flooded over my entire body and I felt each bone move back into place. I knew I was screaming but wasn't aware of anything but my erratic heartbeat. I think I died for a few seconds, or at least my heart did stop beating. I came to, gasping for air as someone sat above me doing chest compressions. I knew the face but never thought she could ever look so upset. I wanted to speak, but the sight of a wired creature right above us ready to strike made me react first. I sat up and covered her with half my jacket just in time. The creature's claws grazed my forehead, creating a long cut but didn't dig into my savior's flesh. We didn't have time to move and thankfully didn't need to. Another person came up, her hair blazing as she landed a punch on the monster that knocked it back into the darkness.
Thanks.
Vicky said, her voice still strained with tears. Belizas looked down at my bleeding forehead. She bent over and ran a fiery hot fingertip over the cut to close the wound. I let her know exactly how I felt about that, but she didn't care.
I'm going to go punch some more stuff,
she said, which was to be expected. I let her run off and almost felt pity for the creatures in the darkness. Almost.
What?
I tried to speak, but my stomach twisted in pain so suddenly it made me double over. Vicky reached into her pocket and pulled out some energy bars, which I gladly took from her. I've never felt so damn hungry in my life. I could eat 10 pounds of garlic bread and still want more.
We gave you some vampire blood. It's compatible with pretty much every species and burns off magic to heal wounds, but you're human, so you don't have magic to burn. It fed off your body fat and some muscles. I pushed some of my magic through your body to make sure the blood didn't kill you, trying to burn up resources.
Vicky explained over the distant cackling of Belizas. I shook my head, trying to get past the lingering pain. I looked down at my arms, shocked at how thin they were. My clothing hung off my now small frame. Thank God for Sonny. If he didn't cook so much, I would have died trying to heal.
Was Alti the one who gave you some blood? And why couldn't you use your magic for the blood to feed off of instead of it burning up my body?
I asked, just trying to stay focused on anything but the stiffness in my muscles.
I could only let your body take in so much. Human bodies can't deal with that much magic or they suffer from blowback. It's the same with creatures. We can't absorb unlimited magic. It can kill us. I did my best with what I could give,
she said with a small, regretful smile. I knew Vicky didn't want me to suffer as much pain as I did, but at least I wasn't dead, so I owed her more than I could ever repay. Beliza suddenly came rolling near us. A creature got a good hit in on her, knocking her back, but it didn't seem to be doing anything to her besides getting her excited. She turned her head towards us, flashing sharp teeth.
You should get going. We'll take care of this,
she happily said. I nodded, fully trusting them both. I stood, with Vicky needing to help support my weight for a second. Before Belizas ran off again, I told them exactly how I felt about them coming to help.
Thank you. I love both of you girls.
It was nice to say those words and for them to know I didn't imply it romantically. I truly loved every single one of the friends I've made over the year, monsters or not. Belizas wasn't expecting something so sincere. Her cheeks started to burn as a sound much like a kettle boiling over came from her direction. With a scream of embarrassment, she took off, leaving flaming footprints behind. I pulled away from Vicky, ready to head toward the next door I just spotted. She stopped me for a second.
Wait here. I got you this. It's a day late though.
She held out her hand for me to take something small. She placed an enamel heart-shaped pin in my hand. The pin had a band of black, gray, white, and purple. It took me a moment to piece together what the colors meant. I blinked away tears as a happy feeling filled my chest to the point it might burst.
Happy birthday, Toby.
I'd completely forgotten my birthday. It had been a year since I met Vicky, hadn't it? I never would have expected the girl I wanted to try and hook up with would be handing me an Ace Pride pin a year later. I put it on my jacket, and weirdly enough, the pin had no issues going through the fabric. I never understood the pride the different flags brought until someone fully accepted the one that described who I was. I left Vicky to head to the next area, feeling much more hopeful about my chances. I didn't know if getting help would mean my tests would be avoided. All I cared about was reaching Max and staying alive. I shot through the door and into an open space. It still felt like the maze, but didn't look like how I'd seen it before. A ruined city set, skyscrapers on their side crumbling. Off in the distance I saw a pristine glass dome. I assumed that might be where to go next. I didn't wait around to see what was going to come at me. I gotten halfway to the dome and then found out just how rigged this test was. Max's stepmother must be really angry at me to toss this sort of monster our way. The ground rumbled under my feet. From the ruined city came countless bones and bodies pouring out, all collecting into one spot in the sky. I'd barely made any progress to the glass dome by the time a true monster formed. It stood higher than any building I've seen. The creature a force of nature in the shape of a human skeleton made from the dead. How in the ever-living hell did anyone think I could deal with that? The monster's hands came down and I ducked under a bridge made from a toppled building. The fingers tore through the cement and iron but somehow missed me by a hair. Since I was so small I could avoid being seen. But if the thing decided to tear apart the entire city, I would be dead. I waited for my moment to make a run for it as the massive hand ripped apart a different building to rain down debris where I wanted to run.
Toby!
Another voice I didn't expect to hear shouted my name. I looked to see one of Max's sisters jumping and waving at me in her direction. I raced over to her. She took hold of my shoulders to look over what kind of shape I was in. She didn't like how I looked, but knew I refused to give up.
We'll take care of this. You're almost there, so keep going, okay?
She told me with a forced smile. I looked between her and the skeleton creature, doubting that the sisters would be able to stand any kind of chance against it. But she was confident. I needed to trust them. With a bit of regret, I started running again, hating the fact I needed to leave them behind. The regret only lasted a few seconds when I got further away. I watched Celine shift into a creature I didn't expect but should have figured out already. Her body turned from a cute receptionist to a snake so large it was taller than most houses, but not that big compared to the skeleton she faced. At least, she wasn't alone. So many of those snakes swarmed as the rest of her sisters joined her, each with white scales that shimmered a light brown when they moved. All of them met to twist into one another. The bodies formed into the face of a wolf. They came up to about half as tall as the other monster. I still worried for them until they all spouted smoke from the false wolf's mouth. Everything that touched the smoke melted in seconds. It wasn't enough to fully take down the skeleton, but at least it gave me enough time to reach the dome. No monsters waited for me inside the glass dome. A glass wall separated me from the rest of the room. I slammed against it because I saw a horrifying sight on the other side through the glass. My best friend and the one I risked my life to save sat in the middle of the room with vines slowly wrapping themselves around his entire body. I shouted Max's names, but my voice didn't reach him. He didn't open his eyes or move in the slightest. I banged against the thick glass, but that only ended up hurting my hand. I needed to calm down and figure out how to reach Max. The glass went from wall to wall, ceiling to floor. There weren't any openings. The only clue was an etched square in the glass with writing around it. The text was a language I didn't have a damn clue about how to read. I think it was the common language the creatures used to make spells. I cursed the fact that I never learned how to read it. I pressed my forehead against the glass, pushing down a breakdown. I got so damn close. What everyone did to get me this far turned out to mean nothing because I was too stupid to learn more about their world. My self-pity party nearly consumed me. I didn't think any more help could come out of nowhere to solve my problem, but someone did. I felt something press against my stomach from inside my jacket. It was as if the inside started to fill up with some sort of slime. By the time I processed what was happening, a head poked through my collar, followed by a transparent set of arms. Sonny's face stared back at me as he kept his arms around my neck to remain steady. I wrapped my arms under my jacket to support his weight, confused about how he appeared. "Sonny, you..." I sputtered. He gasped, seeing the cut on my forehead and my sunken cheeks. It took a lot of him to stay focused on the task at hand.
I got worried, so I drew a door inside your jacket just in case I could come by and help.
He quickly explained. I got confused for a second. I knew creatures could use magic to connect two doors, but would a small drawn-on door and a regular one work? Unless he drew a small one somewhere in the apartment. Because of his body, Sonny could slip through a small opening, but he was on the weaker side magic-wise. At first, I didn't think he could create connecting doors, but if they were small, then he might be able to. He also could have half his body inside one door and the other half on the other just in case he needed to go back really fast. When I finally clued in, I couldn't help but hug him. "Sonny, you're a genius," I told him. I thought I saw the orange spot in his head move slightly. It did that when he got nervous. He wasn't good at taking compliments, so he looked away and spotted the writing on the glass. His face lit up and he leaned in to start reading. "Do you know what it says?" I asked, hopeful.
No, but it's similar to the other dialects I know. I can figure it out. Give me a second.
It took him a full minute to crack the code. I've heard slime creatures could be smart, but I never understood how smart.
You need fresh virgin blood. Just place it on the glass and it'll open.
Sonny explained. Well, that was easy enough. I doubted I ever would figure that out without him. "Sonny, you should go back. I don't know what's going to happen. It could be dangerous." He nodded, hating the fact he wasn't strong enough to stay around, but he offered way more help than he ever might realize. With a promise I would bring Max back home, I gave him a quick hug and let him go back the way he came. A dab of fresh blood later, and the fake glass door opened into a real one. I bolted inside, the vines wrapping around my ankles the moment I stepped nearby. "Max!" I shouted, praying he heard. He stirred, his head lifting slightly and eyes slowly opening. I pushed forwards, ripping away vines at each step.
"Toby, you should go back,"
Max said in a small voice. I've never heard him like this before. I hurt more than anything else that happened to me that day. I shook my head, refusing to give up on him. "I'm not," I started, but my words got caught in my throat seeing his expression. I've never seen him so distraught. The vines quickened their pace and nearly covered his entire body other than his face. He was letting them take over, and I didn't understand why.
"It was cruel of me to give you my name,"
Max admitted. "Why? Because I'm human?" I asked, trying to understand.
"Yes. After what I did, I have no right to be friends with a human. I let it get this far because I'm selfish."
I hated hearing him like this. I got a step closer, all those vines trying to keep me back. "No matter what happened, I'll listen. I'll still care about you, so just tell me what's wrong." Max closed his eyes again, as if he was about to shut down. Finally, he accepted my request and started talking.
"Some creatures need to eat humans. Others do not. And others kill for fun. I thought I understood all of that and accepted it. I knew why humans hated us and hunted our kind. But when my mother died, when they killed her, I didn't care about understanding anything. I was just so angry. They murdered her for being what she was, and yet she never harmed a human. I wanted to get even, so I just lost it and attacked a village of hunters."
Max admitted in a distraught voice. "I can understand that. I started, but he shook his head, refusing my answer.
"I didn't just kill hunters. I killed innocent people who just happened to be there. And even if I only killed the ones who murdered my mother, that isn't right. They had families that loved them too. I acted completely selfishly. I haven't stopped being selfish since. I knew the dead would hate me for this, but I decided something back then, that I would keep smiling each day because I stole that away from them."
My best friend looked up and gave me a smile filled with tears. For hundreds of years, he lived for the ones who he took that life away from. I knew Max had genuinely happy moments, but he also forced himself to be happy. I never noticed how he felt. How did I deserve something as important as his name? Max felt guilty that he killed and hurt so many humans, and yet he became friends with one. The vine started to creep upwards. I shook my head, letting the information sink in. I pulled free of all the vines holding me back to finally reach Max. I started to pull away his bindings to get to him, tears in both of our eyes. "Whatever burdens you have, we can share them. I'll smile with you for the ones you killed. I already turned my back on humans, so I can forgive you for what you did, even if you can't forgive yourself." Tears streamed down my face and the vines ripped the skin on my hands. I didn't stop. I needed to get to the person I cared so much about. My words reached Max and he pulled his body out from the nest of vines and into my arms. The plants died out the moment I grabbed a hold of him. By some miracle and a lot of help, I reached him. I thought the test was over, but again, I was mistaken. A crashing sound tore through the dome as the skeleton's hand ripped off the ceiling. Max shielded me from the falling glass. I hoped his sisters were safe, but we were sitting ducks as the monster spotted the two people standing so far below it. I wasn't able to stop Max as he ran out, ready to attack the monster. I choked on my fear, knowing Max wasn't the strongest creature. If a group of his sisters couldn't beat this monster, he stood no chance. Or, at least, I thought so. In a flash, my friend turned from his lovable dog boy self to a towering wolf almost as big as the skeleton he faced. He was far larger than how I saw him before. The plants and flowers twisted up his legs and bloomed on any surface he touched. The battle ended in seconds. Max opened his mouth wide and shot down a burst of magic into the mass of the dead. They all exploded into flowers and other plants. I realized that until that moment, my friend had been holding back his magic due to guilt. I think Max might be stronger than any creature I've met at the mailing company besides Sterling. He shifted back just as Rufus came running over. He scooped his son into his arms, overjoyed that Max was still alive, but also finally let loose his true powers. The rest of the help came piling in. His sisters came a bit beat up, but alive. They all took turns getting hugs from their older half-brother. I counted about 30 of them, but wasn't really sure about the number. Vicky came over to me, and I asked where Belizas was, fearing the worst. Vicky said Belizas was fine. She just wanted to punch more monsters. What are you all celebrating? I have not announced the results of this test yet. We all froze at the sound of the voice. Kativa stood, hands on her hip and a scowl on her face. Max quickly came over to me to put himself between me and his stepmother. I honestly was scared to death of her and was thankful for him defending me.
Toby passed the test, right? I mean,
started one of the sisters.
And just how did he do that? All of you protected him. He barely did anything on his own. He should be dead 10 times over by now.
Kativa snapped back. Everyone around me stiffened and Rufus got closer. It looked as if he was ready to lash out, and I never thought he had it in him.
What if he fails? Are you going to kill them?
Rufus asked in a low tone.
Do you think you can stop me?
She answered back. Everyone moved into a defensive position. If Kativa made a move to kill me, she needed to deal with all the other creatures in the room. The issue was, I knew she was strong enough to kill all of us if she needed to. I didn't want anyone I cared about to die for nothing. She noticed how the group reacted and scoffed.
You all know I am stronger than all of you. I did not marry you due to your power. I did so for your land and medical plants you can grow.
She pointed out.
That wasn't the reason.
Rufus started to correct, but stopped himself. His reaction broke some of the tension, and I thought I saw his cheeks turn slightly red. Kativa folded her arms over her chest, very, very pissed off. Her accent grew thicker as she huffed.
I married you because your chest is bigger than my own. Stop reminding me.
I looked. We all looked. Some made it more obvious than others. Max and his sisters had clear expressions on their face of suppressing this information. To her credit, Kativa was still threatening after that scene. She walked over and stopped in front of me. Her arms were still folded and a sour look on her face.
You took help every step of the way in this test. So many different creatures provided you aid due to your weakness. You have given me no choice but to do this.
I let out a squeak of fear when her hands landed on my shoulders. My eyes shut tight, expecting a painful death, but a soft feeling came to my forehead. When I opened my eyes, I saw Kativa leaning over to kiss my cut.
You're adopted.
Her words were too much for Rufus. He passed out on the spot and the sisters just let him fall. I expected he did that often. My mouth hung open, lacking any words.
Creatures work based on favors. They exchange time or even words. Everything has a cost. These people who helped you did not do so for free. They did so in exchange for the love you've given them. In our world, love is the most powerful force. It seems as if you are the kind that can give it away freely and make others love you just as much. It is a rare quality, and one any family should be proud of.
Well, I wasn't expecting that at all. I opened my mouth to thank her, but found it impossible to talk. The entire day caught up to me. I slowly started to fall to my knees, and Max came down with me to keep his friend from passing out. I wondered if his stepmother knew people were going to help me when she made this test. She couldn't be seen going as easy on us and throwing everything at a human that reasonably couldn't handle the threats on their own.
You really did put Toby through too much. You bullied him, but I get why you did all of this.
Max said up to Kativa, sounding annoyed at first.
So, thanks, Mom.
He sheepishly added. Her tough demeanor crumbled away by that single word. Her face flared into a snake-like appearance, and she came down to grab both of us into a tight hug. Max calling her mom for the first time got to her. She kept giving his cheek kisses and saying the same foreign word over and over again. When I tried to pull away from her, she turned the affection onto my unprotected cheek. I preferred it when she didn't like me. With a lot of gentle prying, the sisters got their mother away from us. I still couldn't stand, so Vicky thankfully helped me along so I could take a door back home. Sonny fretted the entire time and took me to get into bed. I wanted to sleep slightly more than I wanted to eat. At the very least, I knew I could take some sick days if I needed them to recover. Max stayed hanging out with Sonny as I slept. Just before I nodded off, I decided on something very important. Max was family to me. A lot of my friends were. I told my father a little bit about them, but not much. I wanted to change that. Soon, I would ask Max to meet my only other family member. I wanted him to meet my father. The idea made me nervous, but it felt right at the time. I wasn't aware of how much such a meeting could change my life forever. After the nightmare that was proving myself to Max's stepmother, the mailing company gave me a few days off. I did 2 days in the sorting room, and then the next Sunday didn't need to work. Over the week, I planned for a meeting between Max and my father. Sunday, Sonny met us by the door and handed over a lasagna he made to bring with us. "I'm sorry that you're not going. My dad is pretty old-fashioned. I think he would like you, but it would be too much for him if both you and Max came over at once," I explained to Sonny. I wanted my father to meet all my friends, but one at a time would be best. Sonny completely understood. Even if he wore his human disguise and male clothing, I doubted my dad could handle a guy with long hair. At least, not to start with.
I'll be taking an extra shift in the sorting room this afternoon, but if you decide to come back early, call me and I can come home,"
Sonny said. Since Max got along with everyone, I doubted we would cut our day short. Sonny gave us both a hug and sent us on our way. Max needed to also wear a human disguise made from magic. He looked the same aside from his dog features. We took a bus to my father's place, which took his mind off how he looked. He kept fiddling with his feet and scratching at the top of his head. Max normally didn't wear shoes or socks, so the feeling bothered him a little. I asked him if the magic hurt, but he assured me it just felt as if he was wearing a slightly tight hat over his dog ears. It did feel weird seeing him with normal human ears and hands. I already missed the beans. We arrived a few minutes late because of the bus. I showed Max the way down the street and noticed a rented dumpster in the driveway of my old childhood home. I guess Dad was trying to renovate again. He learned a lot of how to do it himself because of how often contractors gave up on the project, and explained why he asked for some money recently. Max nervously twisted his fingers together as we waited at the door. I knocked a few times wondering if Dad forgot we were coming over and wasn't home for some reason. When he answered it, there were bags under his eyes and his hair messy, showing he'd just been trying to sleep. He looked a lot like me. I got my mother's hair color and eyes, but the rest of my features were from my father. Max's face lit up and he held out a hand to shake.
"You look just like Toby. It's nice to meet you,"
he said, and I could almost see his hidden tail wagging. My dad barely glanced over at him. With a yawn, he nodded at the container in my hand.
"Is that dinner?"
he asked in a low, tired voice.
"Yeah, Sonny made it for us. He's my roommate,"
I said. Max awkwardly kept his hand out until I gently put it down for him. My father walked back into the house, and I followed behind, kicking off my shoes in the entranceway. Max followed me, but once he was fully inside the doorway, he froze. An expression came over his face I'd never seen before. I felt myself frowning at the reaction.
"Are you alright?"
I asked him and took his hand in case he wasn't feeling well.
"Yeah,"
Max said in a very small voice.
"just nervous,"
he admitted. That wasn't really like him, but I dropped the subject and carried on. My father had ripped apart pieces of the wall. Tarps had been taped over, making it hard to see the damage inside. A slight smell of mold came from the holes. I stopped to stare at one, feeling a burst of cold air settle in. I noticed Max was also staring. A feeling of dread flashed over me, and I knew he felt it too. It must be whatever mold started behind the walls making us feel uneasy. My father opened a beer in the kitchen, and the sound snapped us out of staring at the walls. I moved to the kitchen to get to work heating our meal. Max found a seat at the table, and my dad sat on the other side, sipping his drink. I got Max some juice, and I hoped they would talk as I was busy at the stove. I wanted to make garlic bread to go with the lasagna.
"Where did you say you were working again?"
My father finally asked.
"I deliver mail,"
I said quickly, more focused on grating cheese.
"That's a good normal job,"
he muttered mostly to himself.
"Toby and I are partners,"
Max added in with an uneasy smile.
"Coworkers, we work on the same route,"
I corrected. My father had a dark expression on his face for a moment. It lightened the confusion when I explained what Max meant. He never heard of a company that let two people work the same route mail-wise. I didn't think I should drop the whole supernatural thing so soon, and felt glad he didn't ask for details. I didn't have a clue on how to ease into that topic. While I worked away at the stove, Max did make some attempts to start up a conversation. My father gave one-word answers. I could tell it stressed Max out. I've never seen him so fidgety before. I sensed eyes on my back. When I looked over, I saw they both were in their own world. My head turned towards the kitchen doorway, expecting to see someone. Of course, I expected to see her. All my good memories of the house have her in them. I hated the fact my mother's face faded from my mind. It was just too hard to think about her after she left. I never followed up on where she went, just that my father gave me bits of news every so often about how happy she was somewhere else. I paused at the stove, realizing an important fact I hadn't thought about in a long time. How old was I when she left? A lot of those years were blacked out because of a depression I never tried to face head on. I'd gotten a job where I needed to deal with monsters and nearly died every other day, and yet I felt happier than I had been in a very long time. I came by to talk to my father because I wanted him to know that.
Do you have any girlfriends?
He asked, making me shake my head. No, I'm more focused on work. I lied.
What about that girl you told me about and the whole online dating thing? That's a normal thing people do nowadays.
He half grumbled, not accepting my answers. Finding a girlfriend would be extra hard now that I knew sleeping together would be off the table. I didn't even know how to approach a relationship like that, let alone explain it to my father. We'd only been there a short while, and I already was starting to chicken out on all the things I wanted to tell him. Should I let him know Max wasn't human first, or should I tell him about the whole Ace thing? As I thought, I noticed Max wasn't looking the greatest. His face pale and his shoulders slouched. I've never seen him this bad before. I wondered if the stress of the meeting was already this hard on him. Without thinking, I went over to him and took his hand. Are you alright? We can leave if you're feeling sick or something. I offered. He weakly shook his head. His small squeezed bag didn't make me feel better at all. I considered cutting the meeting short. Max shouldn't need to force himself to go through all of this.
I'll just wash my face,
Max said as he stood up. His knees gave out from under him and I caught my friend before he hit the floor. Something was wrong. This wasn't like him at all and went beyond just simple stress. I should have noticed all the warning signs sooner. I ignored a lot of things to go as wrong as they did that day. I sensed another glare at my back and looked up to see my father looking down at us. His expression gave me a slight chill, but I shook it off. He'd always had a bad expression on his face, but he was my father and I loved him.
You two are acting pretty close,
he commented, eyes narrowed. Don't be like that. Can you get a wet cloth or something? I replied and focused my attention back on Max. I mostly wanted him out of the room so I could ask Max if he wanted to leave without my father getting offended. I heard him walk out of the room. By that time, Max could barely keep his head raised. This was serious. Worry started in my stomach, but I forced it down so Max wouldn't get upset.
Toby, I need to tell you something, but I don't know how,
Max said in a very small voice. Tears were in his eyes. I got confused about what could have upset him so much. He really started to act as if the world ended, and we just walked into my old house and said a few words to my father. I shook my head, not understanding anything. Let's go home for now. We can... Everything happened at once. Max moved to push me away. At the same time, a loud sound burst into the small space. The side of my face stung with heat and I smelled something strong, right where I had just been sitting. Max and I were on the floor by the table. He pushed me onto my side when the sound and smell came. When I sat up, I stared in shock at something I didn't understand. Blood splattered the wall where Max's head had been. He collapsed on his side, the dark red seeping from his ruined left eye and into the worn-out floor. I finally looked up at the one who caused the entire scene. Dad? My voice was a simple croak. He stood, shotgun in hand with an unreadable expression on his face. This man looked like my father, but I refused to believe the man who raised me just shot my best friend out of the blue. My heart kicked up, my vision grew hazy, and my world tilted. Max would be fine. He wasn't human. Even with magic hiding his ears, healing from a wound like that should be easy for someone like him. So why wasn't he moving? Why was my friend still on the ground bleeding, and why did any of this happen in the first place? The shotgun barrel moved closer to my head. On reflex, I grabbed at it. With some effort, I pulled it from my father, but he forced his entire body onto my chest before I could do anything with the gun. His hands came down around my throat, and tears came to my eyes right away. I uselessly kicked, scratched, and pleaded to get away.
Why couldn't you just be normal after everything I've done?
He shouted in a crazed tone I'd never heard before. He let one hand go to rip the ace pin Vicky had given me from my jacket. He tossed it hard against the wall. I made another wasted attempt to get him off, but his grip was too strong. As I struggled, I pushed up the sleeves of his shirt to see old burn scars along his arms. Scars I always assumed to be from his factory job. He did some welding after all. But now, I know better. As my life started to slip away, everything started to be clear. All the things I blocked out were fading back into my mind.
Just be normal. It was only one thing.
He shouted again. I never knew my grandparents. The one on my mother's side didn't live in the country. My father's parents didn't approve of him marrying someone who didn't look like them. I met them once when I was around 5. My only memory of my grandfather was the smell of cigarette smoke and him gripping my arm so hard it hurt. He commented that I almost looked normal. My father came over to take me away and I never saw them again. He never spoke about them either. As my vision started to fade, I looked over at Max. I knew why he wasn't moving, and what he wanted to tell me, he didn't have any energy to heal his wounds because he started to give it away the moment we walked inside that door. The smell of dinner I put in the oven washed over me. I reflected on the reason why I was so well suited for my job. What Ellie said was true. I could love monsters. I'd loved one my entire life. Just as I thought my eyes would close forever, an invisible force threw my father clear across the kitchen. He hit the cupboards hard enough to knock him out. I sat up, gasping and coughing. Even though my life had been saved, I couldn't bring myself to open my eyes to see the one who waited. A set of cold arms wrapped around my body in an embrace I hadn't felt in years. Her perfume was the same as before, as the way she brushed her hair with one hand. But she was too goddamn cold. I finally opened my eyes to see the person I'd missed for a great deal of my life. My mother looked down, face pale but remorseful smile on her face. Tears already started in my eyes I couldn't hold back. There were so many things I wanted to say to her, about how I was sorry I never learned Korean or kept a hold of her culture, how I'd let myself forget her face because thinking about it was too painful, and how I let myself believe she left us. She didn't speak. She didn't need to. She just kept brushing my hair silently, telling me she'd been here the entire time. The thought crushed my chest to the point I couldn't breathe. She never left. She never left. She had been here the entire time. I held her tighter, body shaking and mind slipping. She wasn't wearing a red dress the last time I saw her. It was white. He made it red. A scream started up in my throat, one so large it got stuck. I'd lived with the monster for so many years, forcing down what I saw until my mind convinced itself of an easier truth. Max had given up all his power for my mother to finally be able to let herself be seen. My father stirred at the other end of the room. I didn't feel any anger or hatred from my mother over what happened to her. She was happy being able to see me grow up. We stayed with each other, without one of us knowing until I started my own life. But she got angry when he sat up. He wanted to kill me and nearly did so. She could forgive her death, not the murder of her child. I looked up at her face, my heart torn to pieces. I didn't know what I wanted. I hated the idea of her taking revenge. My soft, kind mother wasn't that kind of person, but simply getting arrested wasn't enough of a punishment for what my father did. I decided since he took her life, she should decide his fate. I must have told her how much I loved and missed her a few hundred times in a few short minutes. As much as I wanted to stay, I needed to get Max treated. I found the pin that Vicky gave me and scooped it up. I then carefully lifted Max into my arms and gave her one last look. Her smile was a memory that would never leave my mind again. The next few hours were a blur. I called for help but wasn't certain who showed up. I sat outside my house with Max, and then someone took him away. Manny came rushing in because a ghost had been sighted. He stopped at the door to try and get some details. I was far too gone to speak. He just gave me a tight hug and sent me home. Sonny heard what happened and held it together. He helped me get changed out of the blood-stained clothing and then got me to bed. I couldn't remember how much time had passed before Rufus came by with the news. It could have been a few hours or days. I just wasn't there after everything that happened. Max was alive, which took a weight off of my shoulders. They weren't entirely certain if his eye could be saved, and he was still sleeping to recover his magic. I expected Rufus to be angry, but he just gave me a crushing hug. He looked the closest to tears I've ever seen him. He hated seeing both of his sons in so much pain. When Kativa came by my apartment while he was there, I expected her to eat me. She instead also gave me a crushing hug. The frightening monster of a woman was also a mother who cared about the boy she adopted. They stayed for a while, until Sonny tactfully kicked them out, knowing I couldn't handle seeing anyone for too long. Sonny did try to feed me, but nothing stayed in my stomach. Manny called, offering to tell me what happened with my father, but I refused. Neither outcome appealed to me. I just couldn't bear any of it, so took the easy option of not knowing. For days I stayed in my room, still in shock. I slept too much, then not at all the next day. I barely ate, and when I did, I got sick in the middle of the night. Sonny found me on the bathroom floor, knees up to my chest and forehead pressed against them. He carefully sat beside me and offered his hand. I raised my head to look at him. At that moment, something clicked, and I saw him, the way I should have much sooner. Sonny was ridiculously smart and caring. Despite his start in life, he powered through without complaints. He supported everyone around him, and people loved him for it. I completely missed just how much I appreciated everything he's done for me until we quietly sat in the bathroom holding hands. I found myself leaning closer to him, but pulled back at the last second, my face flushed with a terrible feeling twisting my stomach. It didn't matter how I felt about him. I thought it wasn't right for him.
Sorry,
Sonny started and turned his head away, but didn't let go of my hand. I shook my head, hating the position I put him in. I shouldn't be acting like this no matter how much I wanted to be comforted.
I should be the one apologizing. I'm taking advantage of you. I mean, I sort of bought you and...
Toby, do you like me?
Sonny asked in a strong tone. His orange spot inside his head moved around when he turned to look over at me. His stern voice and expression made me nod, unable to lie to him.
Yes?
I admitted sheepishly. I'd liked him for a while, but I wanted to ignore my feelings so as not to make him uncomfortable.
Then show me,
he said firmly. If Sonny wanted, he could have moved out. He had a job that he could support himself with. He knew I would never hold the fact that I paid for him over his head. We may have met in such a way, but he didn't owe me anything. For some reason, he saw something in me I didn't. My stomach fluttered and I leaned back over to show him how I felt for the first time. And then I showed him a few times. Then the dam of emotions broke. Everything I've tried to hold back came flooding out. I held on to him and buried my face into his shoulder to finally cry. Sonny didn't move away, but was glad I could finally face the feelings I'd tried to hide away from. Us being together felt right. We already knew what kind of relationship it would be and the expectations that came with it, and we were both fine with that. Somehow a completely perfect person for me just came into my life. I just needed to accept it. The breakdown in the bathroom, oddly enough, helped my mental state. I found myself cleaning the apartment and eating small snacks throughout the day. I wanted to do a shift in the sorting room but was forced to stay home. Sonny was extremely supportive the entire time. He'd never lost his parents due to never having any, but he knew how to deal with trauma. When I started to feel overwhelmed again, he stopped what he was doing so we could take a break, holding hands, and talk about what was going on at work while I stayed home on stress leave. One day, I slept in and didn't hear someone crashing through the front door. My bedroom door burst open and Beliza stood, hands on her hips and a wide, awkward smile on her face. She didn't know how to deal with people gently and waited to come by until I could handle her.
I have arrived to perfectly solve all your problems,
she boldly stated.
You're just here to steal lunch,
I replied and pulled my blankets over my head. I was just messing with her. She crashed down on my bed and grabbed my blankets to roll herself into them. I stared at a monster burrito that crashed my pity party, looking very proud of herself.
Human, I don't understand your pain. I did not have any kind of creators. I was just an ember that burned in a fire pit that roasted so many living creatures alive. Their spilled blood and magic within the earth mixed to create a new life. I've been wandering around and growing stronger ever since.
I wondered about what kind of creature she was. I'd asked around and no one gave me an answer. When it came to creatures, they could have been born in countless different ways. Unless she told us, it would have been impossible to figure out what Belizas was.
Instead of arriving to do a gross thing like comfort you, I decided I needed to tell you something I've waited far too long to do so.
She said, still wrapped up to her chin in my blankets. This wasn't like her. I stayed silent a bit, stressed out over what she might be about to say.
I feel as if the trade we made for your arm was uneven. I owe you.
How so? I asked, curious. She ate my arm in exchange for not killing Max. My arm was worth far less than his life, and I feel as if I still owed her for not killing my best friend back then.
I started working to stay around to try and get a jump on you to eat the rest. I never would have done this job if it wasn't for you. And it's strange. I was just looking for strength my entire life, just enough to live the next day. Now, I've dated people. I've never done that. I've gotten to be with cute girls and go on fun jobs. My strength can be put towards something. It feels as if I have some sort of purpose after just living for so long. So I owe you.
After she finished speaking, she gave such a genuine smile it hurt my chest. Her teeth showing and her eyes were closed in such a way it wasn't flattering. But I thought she never looked more beautiful in her entire life. I reached out to take her into a tight hug. Her face started to go red, but her arms were trapped under the blankets. I love you too, I told her, glad I met someone I considered an annoying sister. She struggled, her face getting redder when I refused to let go. A scream came from her that sounded a lot like a kettle boiling over. Sonny needed to come inside to rescue her. Belizas retreated to the kitchen to steal food on all fours, hissing at receiving affection. After everyone had come by to see how I was doing, I felt too stir-crazy to stay at home any longer. I demanded an easy shift for work, anything to get me out of the house and not overthink things. Sonny came with me to the zero room. I fully expected Max's sister, who was working, to come up and slap me for what happened. Instead, she walked over and gave me a tight hug. I'd nearly gotten her brother killed, and yet she still treated me like family. Knock knock. A voice came just before a knocking sound and the door opening. My heart skipped a beat as I looked over to the door, but only saw Rufus coming inside the room. He also gave me a tight hug, and then one to Sonny because he looked left out.
How are you doing, kiddo?
Rufus asked after he pulled away. He held back a lot. Even through my uniform, I felt a crushing pain from the hug. I nodded, unable to speak. I thought I was doing better, but seeing him reminded me of how close Max came to dying. I'm sorry for everything. I'm so weak. I've caused nothing but trouble for all of you, your leg, and now Max. I started with all those dark feelings from the past few days coming back like a storm.
To be honest, I was just milking the leg thing for more attention from my wife. It healed ages ago,
he admitted.
Gross.
Sally chimed in from her desk. That got a small smile out of me. I looked back up at Rufus, not understanding how he could so easily forgive me for everything that happened so far. I wondered if I should quit this job altogether. My weakness risked my coworkers' lives every time I went out into the field, and now I was hurting them off the job.
Come on. I know it's hard, but cheer up a little. I hate to see both my boys in pain like this,
Rufus said in a very gentle voice. He sounded more like a father than mine ever did. It took everything I had not to break down into tears again. I wasn't even aware the door on the side of the room opened. By the time I looked up to see the person who came into the room, he already ran across to me and was in midair. By some miracle, I caught Max from his jump and didn't fall over from the sudden weight shift. His arms tightly wrapped around my neck, choking off my air. I was beyond happy to see him, but needed to pry him off before he killed me. Max! I choked out. I looked him over, expecting to see a terrible scar on his face or something to show he nearly died. Aside from a small scar through his left eyebrow, he was the same. Even his eye looked the same. No, his left one was a slightly lighter shade.
I got a lizard eye!
He screeched in an overly excited tone. After everything, he nearly died, and I blamed myself for it to the point of getting sick for weeks, and yet he acted as if it was the best thing that ever happened to him. He was so excited about his new eye, Max immediately showed off the new skill it held. He blinked and his new eye turned completely yellow with a small black dot in the middle. The black dot flew around the socket, while his normal eye stayed in one spot. It was impressive how he could look two ways at once, but he overdid it and got extremely dizzy. Within seconds, he was puking into a waste bucket his sister shoved under his face as if she expected this reaction.
Can you three deliver these packages to Joe?
Sally asked after her brother finished getting sick. Max perked up, face bright at the job. He wasted no time scooping up boxes to get headed out to the farm. I wanted him to slow down. He hadn't fully recovered yet and needed to take it easy. Sonny took some boxes to follow behind Max. I gave in and grabbed the last few for us to head to the farm. The scenery was as beautiful as ever. We were only there for a few minutes before Belizas came by, offended we didn't invite her for the lunch date. At this point, it really was a date instead of a job we needed to do. Sonny was helping Joe set out the table, and I found a spot out of the way to sit down. A familiar sheep came over and sat on a small pillow next to me. Her creepy face watched the clouds drift slowly through the sky. I carefully gave her soft wool a few small pets. I still didn't like these sheep. I expected Hubert to say something. We sat in silence with everyone around us doing their own thing. I thought about what she said the last time we met.
Do not go looking for things that are lost.
Did she somehow know about my mother back then? If my father hadn't snapped when we went over, I was going to start looking for her. I wanted to know where she went instead of running from her memory. Did those words try to warn me about the pain looking into my past would bring? I thought Hubert may have just wanted to take a walk and got mad at us trying to find her to bring her home. Those cryptic words were just a complaint. Max and Beliza started a contest. They both took a sheep and slammed them as hard as possible onto the ground to see who could make them bounce back up higher. Sonny had stopped to talk with Joe about some sort of cooking-related questions. The sunlight reflected through his body, casting patches of light on the ground around his feet. He noticed me staring from the shade on the small cabin and paused to smile and wave. Hubert nodded her head slightly at the interaction. Another meaning to her words came to mind. After my mother died, I had been missing something. Without knowing it, I've been looking for an important part of my life. A new pair came from behind the cabin, both going over to greet Joe and asking if they could stay for lunch. Rufus brought his wife over, and I assumed it was because they both wanted to have a nice day with their kids. Sally and a few other sisters quickly followed behind them. For years, I had been lacking this. I knew then the full meaning behind Hubert's words to me. This job brought death. I would end up getting killed by a monster while trying to work. I accepted that. In their world, they ran based on an equal system. In exchange for future horrible death and facing fearsome monsters, I'd gained something far more valuable than anything in my life I could trade for. Do not look for things that are lost because you have already found them. The family I lacked had been here for a long time. When I saw Ellie next, I needed to thank him for giving me this job after he correctly assumed I could love a group of odd monsters. But right then, I just wanted a quick kiss from my boyfriend and to sit down to eat with everyone else I cared about. That is the end of I Deliver Mail to Cryptids. Wow, it's been a wild ride from the start of this series to now. From in the story, of course, all the things that have happened in my life. I broke a leg at some point, and obviously what happened to my channel. Part 1 got 130,000 views, Part 2 got 74,000 views, I believe. And this is Part 3, the final part. This story and series exploded my channel, and I cannot express my gratitude and thank you to you/02321 for not only writing this story, not only giving me permission to read the story, but also, communicating with me and being a homie throughout the course of, this story, and just being a really cool dude. He's very okay with me doing Silver King stories in the future, so you guys may hear more of those. And don't worry too much. Knowing Zero has a massive universe of characters and stories all tied into each other. For example, you heard in this part 3, you heard of Adam and Thule. Thule and Adam are the main characters of a story done on the Vidith 22 channel, Cabin of the Harvest Moon. So with that, and then I'm sure that Max, Rufus, and Toby will show up somewhere else in some story on some channel at some point. Zero has some narrators that he's friends with and would like me to shout out, so one of them is going to be Baron, who I'm going to leave linked in the description, as well as another one that Zero is a fan of. So if you're interested in that, go do that. Hopefully we'll hear more from the Silver King universe in the future at some point. And thank you all so much for listening. I hope you enjoyed. I know I did. Ego Volt Anima Vestra.